What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4IV Chapter 136. Goodbye Robin. After taking Luffy's blow hard, Bluno flashed back and showed a smile, which made Luffy think that this guy really resisted. You are really strong, let me show you something more interesting, just watch. Luffy had already put his thumb to his lips when he said this. Locke stepped forward and tapped Bluno, who was standing there, the next second. Plop, Bluno fell straight down. How could that honey-confident iron body be able to block Luffy's attack? It just delayed the guy's attack. With a light push from Locke, Bluno fell down completely. Locke turned his head and smiled to Luffy, 61, and said, "It's amazing, Captain." Luffy scratched his head and smiled, he. This is my newly developed trick, I have a more powerful one that I haven't used yet. Luffy staggered as soon as he finished speaking. Locke hurried forward to support him. Luffy smiled bitterly and said, "I'm too tired, it seems that my body hasn't fully adapted, but at this time the body is not important anymore, this guy wastes money. A lot of time, let's go Locke." Locke nodded and prepared to continue to set off with Luffy. At the gate of the main island, Foreman Carrera, who had already been unable to hold on, met the two giants who were instigated by the Sniper King. There is no need to worry about the outside anymore, and the rest of the partners have come to where Locke and Luffy are, but their partners on the roof are still inside. Advertisement: this place is the last line of defense leading to the Judiciary Tower. The courts need to open the gates on both sides, and then lower the suspension bridge in the middle to pass through. At this time, the partners are rushing to the top floor in the middle of the court, while the Frankie family is divided into two groups to go to the left and right towers to open the middle suspension bridge. At this time, Spandam, who got the real news, has already summoned and asked to send Nico Robin to the Gate of Justice now, and call all CP9 to prepare for war. At this time, Luffy and Locke have come to the classic position, the top of the court, and directly opposite them is the place where Robin is being held, the Tower of Justice. Frankie, who blocked the enemy for Robin in the back, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward and said, "What are you doing? They came here with their lives, but you." Frankie has been persuading Robin from the beginning to the end, but at this point, Robin seems to be avoiding something. Frankie decided to let Robin meet Luffy now. Frankie shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Don't play around, ah." Before he finished speaking, Frankie was kicked down by Kaku, who rushed over. It was CP9 who came. Locke looked at the scene in front of him and said to himself, "All the enemy is here, we can start the team when our people arrive. It's a war." Luffy looked at Locke in surprise. Before he could speak, Locke shouted to Robin, "Robin, haven't you figured it out yet?" After yelling, Luffy took out two pieces of meat that he didn't know how to put in from his pants pocket, and Locke yelled with a look of shock on his face. His asterisk began to swell, and then he lied to everyone that he decided to blow himself up, using this explosion with a diameter of 3 kilometers to end his life, and let these guys be buried with him. Advertisement: Robin's last words lingered in Luffy's ears like a magic voice, and at this time an annoying voice came from behind them. Luffy shook his head at Locke while eating, and he didn't know what he was talking about. At this time, Spandam on the window opposite them was already stunned by the scene in front of him. Locke suddenly reached out to stop Luffy and said, "Wait Luffy." When Luffy saw Robin, she immediately greeted her with outstretched hands. "Hey, Robin, that's great, you're still there. It seems that Frankie is also there. Okay, wait for me there, it's a bit far away but I'll jump over and try it out." Luffy took a long breath and shouted, "Robin, I'm coming to pick you up." "Ha ha ha. That's funny, what the hell are these guys doing? Ha 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 ha." Locke knew it was the Spanda's 0.2 meters voice. He couldn't believe that Bluno, a 6-form capable user and a Superman with more than 800 power, was defeated by such a brat. Luffy yelled after he was full, and Spandam sat down on the ground in fright. Scared, the marine soldiers and Spandam all around took the opportunity to shoot the wind from Frankie's buttocks, took Robin and smashed the wall to the balcony where Luffy could see Zero. At this time, Robin shouted with a very bad expression, "I have said many times, I will not return to you. Go back quickly. I don't want to see you people anymore. Why did you come to save me? Why did you come to save me? I don't want you to do such things at all. When did I ask you to do these things? I'm all ready, I want to die." "Nani? You actually put the meat in it? So how on earth did you do it in such a small pocket, and you didn't feel uncomfortable when you fought with 2 meat all the time?" Robin interrupted directly. "That's their self-indulgence." Chapter 137. Say you want to live. Luffy continued to yell at Robin. "Robin, why do you want to die?" Spandam on the side laughed and said, "Ahahaha, listen, what kind of expression will this mournful cry accompany the clothes?" Locke also turned his head to look at Luffy, and then lost control of his expression in an instant, because Luffy was picking his nose at this time, and continued to talk. "What are you talking about, Robin? I said Robin, we all came here." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, a crack appeared on the ground behind the two of them, and then a huge tornado flew up with many people. First up was Nami Chopper. Nami got a perfect landing, and Chopper hit the ground head first. Luffy continued, "It is definitely to save you, so if you still want to die, then wait until we save you before you die." "Oh nine dwang." Locke immediately punched Luffy and cursed, "Idiot, what nonsense, why do we have to die after we rescued?" In the pit behind him, Zoro also reached the roof after Nami and Chopper, and was scolded by Nami when he came up. Zoro didn't know what was going on. Boom. Forge ahead _point pork pot shoot. Sanji also made his debut by kicking through the roof, posing in a perfect pose and said, No doubt I am the number one, Miss Robin. I have kept you waiting. I am here to save you. Ah, Chlorella head. Why are you in front of me? Zoro mocked. Ah, you are so slow, are you lost? Advertisement one sentence can't stop Sanji straight away. Oh, where did you learn this sentence from? Suddenly, Chopper looked to the sky next to him and saw that the Sniper King was flying in the sky, and it seemed that he was sent up by those two giants. Locke looked back at his partners and said with a smile. Okay, now that our people are all here, it's time to make a break. Luffy. Please Robin, die or live, you can say whatever you want, but please say this when we are around. Sanji. Exactly. Miss Robin, Chopper, Robin, come back. Robin saw that the tears in the eyes of his partners could not stop flowing out. Locke turned around and said to his partners, what are you waiting for, let's assemble. The partner immediately walked towards Luffy and Locke with a serious expression on his face, and then began to stand beside them, one standing on the spire of a roof facing them. At this moment, the famous scene appeared, and the momentum displayed by the crowd was quite deterrent, Luffy said. Leave it to us. Robin fell into the memories of Zhang Jin, her tragic past, everything before she met Luffy and his group, and everything in her hometown and family was destroyed by Buster Call. At only 7 years old, she became a criminal with such a high bounty, and everyone she met along the way tried to kill her. All she can do to survive is betrayal. 20 years ago, the one-time Buster Call that took everything from me and ruined the lives of countless people, and now this destructive attack is threatening the companions I finally met who can open their hearts. The more I think about it. With you, the more you will be implicated by my fate. No matter how long I walk on the sea, I will always have a huge enemy that I can't get rid of, because my enemy is the world and its darkness. Aokiji was fine at that time, it's fine now. I've already involved you twice. If this kind of thing keeps happening, no matter how good you are, you will definitely treat me as a burden, and you will definitely betray me and abandon me. This is what I fear most, so I don't want you at all. Come save me. I'm going to die anyway. I just want to die here. The beating voice came again. Ah ha ha ha. So that's the truth. You were right. No idiot will be dragged down by you willingly. Ha 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 ha. Look at that flag, pirates. That the mark is the symbol of the joint organization formed by more than 170 member countries in the 4 seas and the great shipping lanes of the world. This is the world. Now you know how small you were when you resisted, and how this woman has been treated for 20 years. The organization is chasing it. Advertisement Luffy looked at the fluttering piece and said, I finally figured out who Robin's enemy is. Sniper King, go and shoot through that flag. Of order. The new weapon, the giant slingshot, is called Do. Let's try its power. Killer Fire Bird Star. Call. The Firebird pierced through the flag that symbolized the world, and the entire Enies Lobby was shocked at this moment. Really made a move. Do they know what it means to attack that flag? 633. Ah, my god, pirates. Pirates have declared war on the world government. Spandam was also stunned and shouted to the crowd. Are you sick in your mind? Don't think that you can live as an enemy of the whole world. Luffy. Just what I want. Spandam was terrified, and Robin looked at the burnt flag with tears starting to roll in his eyes again, and now all it took was Luffy's final push. Robin, I want to hear it from you. Say you want to live. Finally Robin couldn't hold back anymore. No one had ever allowed her to live. No one had ever given her the right to choose. Luffy's words were like a bright light. At this moment, Robin's originally dark world was illuminated. Robin shouted hoarsely with oil dripping. I want to live. Take me to the sea with you. The partners finally waited for this moment, and everyone was gearing up. Locke also shouted excitedly at this moment. It's finally Robin's time, everyone. Everyone. Oh, chapter 138. The battle for the key. Chopper. The drawbridge is lowered. Sanji. It seems that those guys have succeeded, and they came at the right time. Luffy. Robin. We will definitely save you. Locke jumped from the roof and shouted excitedly. It's burning, go. But at this time, half of the suspension bridge was lowered, and it seemed that it was attacked by something and stopped. Frankie saw that Robin finally expressed his opinion, and he also understood what he should do, so he burned the design drawing of the ancient musical instrument Kangwang in Spandam's face. Angrily, Spandam took advantage of Frankie's inattention and pushed him down. Unfortunately, he seems to have forgotten that there is another person besides CP9 who can fly. Locke spread out his dragon wings and directly caught the falling Frankie. At this time, Nami's phone buzzed and the voice of Granny K. Kellogg came from it. Let them jump directly to the waterfall below, before the rest of them could react. Luffy heard the sound of the sea train, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth that scared everyone. In the next second, Luffy stretched out his arms and jumped down with all his partners. The falling people just landed on the Rocketman who flew up along the half-open suspension bridge. Luffy and the others landed on the top, and Locke and Frankie were hit by the front of the Rocketman's crooked car, so the Rocketman and the Straw Hats crashed into the Tower of Justice. Advertisement. Ah. Very good. We're here, Granny Monster. Thank you. Hello. Hurry up and get up. This little impact is nothing at all, Luffy said extremely excitedly. Sanji complained in the ruins. Don't compare us with your rubber man. We are flesh and blood. How can we be okay if we bump into it like this? But after all, this level of impact is really nothing to everyone, and everyone stood up from the ruins in the next second. Very well, everyone seems to be fine. There are stairs over there. Hurry up to Robin's place, hurry up. The partners quickly followed, and suddenly another voice came from the corner. Stop, Chibababa has been invaded. Even if you go to the room just now, Nico Robin is not there anymore, because she has been taken to the Justice Road by Lucci. the door is closed, and your lord is also together. Everyone followed the voice and found that it was a strange guy with a zipper on his mouth, propping himself up against the corner of the wall to speak. Locke knew that this guy was Fukuru from CP9. The Dao value is around 800. Among the members of CP9, he is good at using shaving. It can measure the level of physical skills, that is, measure the second blocking force value of other people. Looking at this strange guy, Nami suddenly had an idea and said, "Really, thank you for telling us such important information." Cha ba ba, accidentally slipped my tongue. Forget it, they are already on their way now, it won't matter if I tell you, our CP9 will stop you. The sir has already issued a buster called Cha ba ba to you, if you can't beat us, you can't save Nico Robin. Luffy turned to the guy and said, even if you don't tell us, that's what I plan to do. Advertisement, Shababa, the momentum is not bad, but please allow me to say one more thing. What? Say what you want. Ah, thank you, I'll take it easy then. While talking, Fukuru took out a key from his pocket and said, look at this is the key that can uncuff Nicole Lobo Hailu. Only then did everyone understand why Robin couldn't resist now, otherwise with Robin's strength, he would definitely not have been captured so easily. Backquote. Even if you really rescued Nico Robin, the sea stone is as hard as a diamond, and the handcuffs can never be opened. Chirping, leaking again. At this time, the partners all looked at Locke, because they remembered the scene where they were imprisoned in the sea stone cage in Alabasta, and Locke directly crushed the cage. Locke scratched his head and said, you're all looking at me, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if it will hurt Robin to unlock it with brute force, so the key is safer. Fukuru finally said that they have a key on every CP9 in this tower, which means that the key on him may not be real. Li Jiao good voice. After speaking, the guy slipped away. Luffy was anxious to chase him but was stopped by Zoro. Now it's time to discuss countermeasures. The guy who keeps the pigeons is Lu Chi. Since he is with Miss Robin, let Luffy go alone first. Luffy, you have to defeat the man who keeps the pigeons. There are 7 of us besides Luffy. You have to get the keys from the remaining 5 CP9s, and then go to Luffy to join them. Locke can save a lot of time. After Sanji's plan was deployed and no one objected, Zoro let go of Luffy and let him rush over alone, and the rest of his partners followed closely behind. 139 chapters. Strength crushing. The partners all searched separately, and all of them have already met CP9. In order to save time, Locke chooses to go with Nami first, as the navigator who everyone on board should spoil. How can Locke bear to see her get hurt? The rest are monsters and old men, it doesn't matter if she gets hurt a little bit. Zoro vs Card Library. Sanji vs Khalifa. Frankie vs Fukuru. Sniper King vs Jabra. Nami and Locke vs Kumadori. Don't worry about Zoro and Frankie, their hard power is enough. What you need to worry about is the Sniper King and Sanji. The Sniper King is facing a guy whose strength is second only to Lu Chi. His current strength is not an opponent at all. If Locke does not support this guy, he will suffer a lot, and Sanji has already lost before he even started. Facing a beauty like Khalifa, Sanji has been defeated since the first meeting, and Locke also needs to rush to support as soon as possible, but the most important thing right now is the noisy guy in front of him. Locke told Nami to back off, he was ready to do it, snuggling, power value 810, weapon is a metal staff, appearance and personality are like a kabuki actor. He has a large body, long white hair hanging down, his face is covered with a very thick white foundation, and the outlines of his facial features are also patterned with black oil paint. Locke didn't talk nonsense to him and shot directly. This guy obviously knew Locke's strength, and he used the life return hairbinding technique when he came up. The cuddly hair instantly became like an octopus tentacles and began to dance wildly, trying to entangle Locke directly. Locke stretched out his fingers in the air and shouted. The wave peacock gun. Advertisement clang clang. A large number of flaming peacocks flew out from Locke's fingertips, and when the rocket touched Nugget's hair, it instantly ignited, and Nugget panicked. Starting to dance around the fire in place, Locke clenched his right fist. Electric light dragon fist. Roar. Locke instantly hit Oku's big face with a punch, and a golden dragon with lightning appeared and directly penetrated his body, and Oak was defeated. Locke found the key from this guy and gave it to Nami. You go to Chopper, then go straight to Luffy, and I'll help the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Locke took off non-stop, and the perception of Shinwang knowledge made Locke quickly find the next target. But when Locke arrived, the Sniper King had already been punched into the wall by Jabra. The difference in strength between the two was too great. And this guy directly used his own fruit ability as soon as he came up, intending to kill the Sniper King immediately. Dog fruit, wolf form. Don't worry, I don't like torturing people at all. I will cleanly rip your throat open and let you die without any pain. Boom. Suddenly the door of the room was punched open by Locke. Jabra looked at Locke and smiled and said, oh, it's you. I heard that you made Lu Chi suffer a lot before, you don't look very strong. Locke looked at the werewolf in front of him and mocked. Werewolf? Lu Chi is a leopard, is your CP9 a zoo? AJCH? HMPH, stupid guy, only the zone fruit can obtain the unique wild power of animals and improve the quality of the body. This kind of powerful improvement is beyond your imagination. Advertisement, really? What a coincidence, I also have fruit ability and I'm also zone, why don't you compare and see? Are you a zone too? If that's the case, then transform yourself and see. Is it because it's a small animal that you're too embarrassed to take it out? Ha ha ha. Whoever told you that zone must be an animal, you must have never heard of phantom beasts. Let me show you, Shira. It exploded in horror, and the entire Enies Lobby felt the terrifying murderous aura in an instant, and at this moment Jabra couldn't help but his legs were trembling. Although Shira's body shape in the first stage is still the same as normal, his appearance has become very fierce, and his terrifying murderous aura is even more daunting. Locke locked eyes on Jabra and said, "It's about to start, puppy." Microstep. Shave. Seeing that Locke disappeared, Jabra hurriedly used shaving, but the difference in speed was too great, and suddenly Jabra was blown out by Locke's punch. The huge body was inlaid on the wall, and Locke appeared in front of Jabra immediately, and Jabra immediately used Iron Body to defend. Iron Body. Locke clenched the glove with his right hand and instantly attached it, punching down. What? Jabra let out a scream and spit out a lot of blood. Few in this world could match the hardness of Locke's glove. This punch almost killed Jabra. However, this guy was still tenacious, and he still had his breath left. Locke calmly planned to end it with another punch, but suddenly the ceiling collapsed, and Locke retreated to the Sniper King first. Then two people fell from the cracked ceiling. No, it should be a person and a giraffe to be precise. Chapter 140. Sanji, who guards the way of chivalry. It turned out that it was Zoro and Kaku who were fighting on the upper floor. Kaku accidentally turned into a full animal form after using his ability because he had just eaten the fruit. So the huge body of the god directly collapsed the ground, and Zoro looked at the dying werewolf in front of him and Locke and the Sniper King behind him. What's going on? Kaku also looked at Jabra, who was about to die, and asked the same question. Jabra thought he was about to die when he saw Kaku's appearance, and still laughed at him. Haha. Cough cough, haha. Kaku, you look so funny, cough cough. Locke looked at the square-faced giraffe in front of him and wanted to laugh, and Inan also cursed at Jabra. You're almost dead and still laughing at me, what the hell is going on? Jabra put away his mocking look and said seriously, it's hopeless. That guy, too strong. Kaku, I advise you to run before you are killed. At this time, Locke has changed back to his original form, because there is no need to use the fruit ability to deal with them. The main reason is that Locke wants Jabra to see it. Kaku couldn't believe that Jabra, who has always been conceited and proud, would say such a thing, and he didn't seem to be lying, which proves that the guy named Locke is really strong and terrifying. Kaku looked at Locke with a plain face, and Locke happened to see him too. The moment the two eyes met, Kaku felt that this was not someone he could mess with. Sweating profusely and began to think of a way, Zoro noticed this and turned to Locke and said, "Hey Locke, this guy is my prey, you can't shoot it." Advertisement. Locke spread his hands and said, "Okay, then I'll go help other people and I'll leave this guy to you. Oh, by the way, don't forget to take the key of that werewolf." After Locke finished speaking, he turned and left. After seeing Locke leave, Kaku breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zoro, "HMPH, you are so arrogant. If you two fight together, I may lose soon. But now do you really think you can defeat me after transformation?" Zoro put on the turban and mocked. "You really think highly of yourself. If Locke makes a move, you will be defeated in an instant. If that guy confiscates you, you may be killed directly, so I saved your life. After all, my prey still needs to be solved by myself." Kaku turned into a human beast form, which is simply inferior, but his strength has indeed improved. Tempest Kick Joe Duan, 3 sword style, huh? Zoro, why are you dragging me? Zero, seeking flowers. Boom. It was thrown into Zoro's hands, but they accidentally bumped into each other without noticing just now, and now they're tied together by seastone handcuffs. Locke didn't care about those two idiots. Zoro said he would take care of it, and now he has to rush to Sanji's side, and the knowledgeable sense felt that Sanji's breath had weakened. Because there is no coke on Frankie's side, Frankie is in a weak state and can only play a 50-50 with Fukuru, but Chopper arrived in time. Advertisement. Sanji, who was seriously injured in the room, was laying on the ground and seemed to be dying, but he responded after hearing Locke's words. "Locke, I'm sorry, I lost." Locke shook his head helplessly, put Sanji on his back and said, "You guy, I don't know what to say about you. Although I admire your chivalry, if you continue like this, you will die." Pull. Could it be said? It seems that the injury is quite serious. If it is really about strength, Sanji will just abuse Khalifa, but there is no way. Sanji's principle is here, it is impossible to kick a woman to death. He didn't dare to stop him, so he could only let Locke take Sanji away. However, he has never had a correct understanding of Locke's strength, but after feeling the murderous aura, Khalifa no longer has Shizi's idea of fighting Locke. The Sniper King found a pair of seastone handcuffs. He planned to put them on Kaku and Jabra to weaken their combat effectiveness, but he accidentally threw them away when he saw Kaku transforming into a smile. "Really, do I have to play in this way every time, just to catch up with the critical moment? Hey Sanji, are you still alive?" Then Locke looked at Khalifa at the side and said, "Miss Secretary, I'm going to take Sanji to heal his injuries first. How about I give you a chance? If I come back later, if you obediently hand over the key to me, I won't do anything to you. Let me declare in advance that I will not follow any chivalry. On the contrary, I will easily kill people if I miss it." "Stupid man, it's over." Zero. At the critical moment, Frankie threw 3 bottles of coke. After replenishing his energy, Frankie defeated Fukuru with 1 punch and successfully got another key. Locke's tone was terribly murderous, and Khalifa couldn't help trembling. He cleared Locke's investigation in Khalifa, the capital of water. Chapter 141. Towards Robin. "I can tell you one thing. You are so amazing that you managed to find this place by yourself. I'm not here alone. I can't get here alone, and I don't want to come here alone. I'm not like you. I'm not alone. Soon all my friends will be here." Luffy, who was catching up alone, had already met Lucci, but at this time a bigger incident happened. The idiot Spandam took the wrong phone bug. I took out the golden phone bug and pressed it directly. When I realized it, it was too late, and the buster call was activated. Then this guy turned on the entire Enies Lobby and could hear the 210 phone bug arguing with Robin, and finally said that it doesn't matter if everyone here is sacrificed. After finding out that it was exposed, he wanted to explain but it was useless. Robin told everyone to flee this place now, and was interrupted before he could finish speaking. That's right, it was interrupted. At this time, Locke had just brought Sanji to Chopper, and the sound of a bug on the phone could make Locke sure. That idiot Spandam dared to hit Robin with his hands. Locke's anger value was directly saturated, and he quickly came to Khalifa without talking nonsense to her. He grabbed the key directly, and then rushed all the way towards Zoro. Now Locke has no intention of wasting time, he needs to deal with these guys as quickly as possible. Then he took Spandam's head off and hung it on the burnt flag. When Locke arrived, Zoro and the Sniper King were running into each other, and Zoro's new sword was named Dobie Lan. But Locke didn't intend to wait any longer, and directly handed the number 2 key to Zoro and said, "Zoro, I'm just waiting for your move. If it doesn't work out, I'll replace it." Zoro took the key and quickly opened the handcuffs to return to normal state, saying, "Finally there is no restraint, one move." HMPH, so what if the handcuffs are released, and you still want to defeat the old man with one move? Stop dreaming. You guys talk too much when you get carried away. It seems that you can't understand human words, so I will use the strongest Tempest Kick Joduan, which can split towers, to split you into 2 pieces. Give up, you have nowhere to escape. Advertisement, idiot, the one who should give up is you, Ashura. The ghost just now, can you let me see such a hallucination just by relying on its aura? It's amazing, but can you stop this strongest Tempest Kick, Joduan? Ding. The 3-headed and 6-armed Zoro directly turned Kaku's Joduan into mist, and his strongest move was broken in this way, and Zoro jumped towards Kaku. It is the way of Shira to endure all kinds of suffering and not tire of it. Pyre. Ashura Yuwu Silver. The battle ended, Zoro put away the knife, Kaku fell. Zoro stepped forward and took out the key from Kaku and threw it to Locke. Locke took the key and looked around and asked, "Where's the werewolf?" It recovered, but then the cook came and should be outside. I don't know if it's over. Locke sensed the position a little bit, and when he rushed over, he happened to see Sanji's Devil's Wind foot for the first time. Devil-style foot finishing eye shot. Boom. With a loud noise, Jabra also fell down. Sanji saw Locke coming, took out the key from Jabra and threw it to Locke, saying, "This key know the first of maybe the key of Miss Robin's handcuffs, and the rest will be handed over to you." Gone. Locke nodded and said, "Well, don't worry, I will definitely make that Spandam pay 0. Locke has already got all the keys collected by his partners along the way, and then there is only the key in Lucci's hand. Locke directly rushed towards the passage of the Gate of Justice at full speed. Advertisement at this time, there was chaos outside, the entire judicial guards had all evacuated, and the Frankie family and Carrera's people were also fleeing. Locke was furious at the thought of that Spandam guy punching and kicking Robin, and soon Locke was at where Luffy and Lucci were. Luffy is being stopped here by Lucci now. Seeing Locke coming, Luffy hurriedly shouted, "Locke, hurry up and save Robin, she will be taken away soon." Locke gritted his teeth and ignored Lucci and flew towards the door. Lucci instantly appeared to block Locke. "It's you, I saw before that you must be not easy, but I didn't take it seriously last time, don't be too arrogant up." Rubber, spear gun, iron body, ding. Locke flew forward all the way. Lucci resisted Luffy's blow and wanted to continue to block Locke 4.6, and shot at Locke again. Flying finger pistol pull. Locke glanced at Lucci with cold eyes, and the next second. Chaos Golden Watchman. The strange feeling made Lucci stunned. He knew that if he didn't stop, he would definitely be injured, but his attack was not an ordinary finger pistol. This attack is similar to the finger pistol Kai that Locke first learned. It is released, so there is no way to stop it. Pyre. Cough. The reaction force brought by the chaotic Gold Watchman directly pierced Lucci's body, and Locke also took the opportunity to go directly through the door behind him and head towards Robin. Advertisement Chapter 142, Successfully Rescued Robin. Who? Robin is out of Locke. Your breathing is so rapid, it must be because of that steam. As long as it can beat you. So that's the case, it's really troublesome enough. After Locke left, Luffy had already turned on the second gear to fight Lucci again, and Luffy was also very worried as he flew up the stairs all the way. There must be nothing wrong, Robin. At this time, not far from the Gate of Justice, Robin was desperately holding on, preventing Spandam from taking her away. She even bit the stone on the edge of the road with her teeth. Even though Spandam beat and kicked her, Robin persisted, and Marine's people on the other side of the Door of Justice had arrived. Spandam also directly tied Robin up with a rope, and dragged her forward all the way, and he kept mocking Robin all the way. By the way, Nico Robin, let me tell you another interesting thing. I activated the landmine at the front of the steps we passed. If, in case, someone actually came here, that person will also be with the steps. Boom. Blow it out, how about it? It's fun, but you don't have to worry about it, no one will get to this level. Even though Robin was dragged by this guy on the ground, he still resisted with all his might and refused to let himself go any further. I will definitely not go through this door, because they said they would come back to save me. Advertisement Spandam yelled at Robin angrily again. No one will come, stupid woman. Anyone will be burned to death in the hellfire of Buster Call, and the scandal of the sacred flag being pierced by pirates will also be destroyed. Erased together by Buster Call, just like the giant who betrayed Marine in Ohara 20 years ago. Okay, go B****************. D. The responding Marine has already seen Spandam and urged, "My lord, please hurry up." "I know. What's the noise? I'm a hero. Do you know why I know about Ohara? Let me tell you, the original CP9 chief who originally launched the Buster Call to Ohara is officially my father Spandine." This guy's words made Robin's hatred for him increase again. I don't know how many times. Recalling the scenes that happened in Zung Jin, Robin's unwilling tears flowed down. At this time, the supporting Marines all started shooting at Locke, and Locke released Conquerors, and all the rewards Locke got from the system were full level directly. Locke gently pinned the Spandam to the ground, set it into the bridge, and shattered all the guy's teeth with a slap. Suddenly a murderous aura appeared behind him, causing his whole body to tremble, and Marine behind him shouted in a panic, "Sir, back." Boom. Next, Locke will untie Robin's handcuffs first, take out the keys collected from his partners, and after uncuffing Robin, Locke checks Robin's injuries in a panic. Robin recalled what Saul said to her when she left at the end. Ohara did not fail, and her future strength will be proved by her. Ohara has bravely confronted this world. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously at all. Since you hurt Robin, I will do what I said before. Advertisement, I'm alive. You only need to be proficient. Locke's Conquerors can be selectively released, and all the Navy 077 troops who were in charge of receiving and guiding fell down in the blink of an eye. Neither the Spandam in his hand nor the Robin on the ground were affected. It would be too cheap for him to faint. Spandam looked around in a panic. Who is playing tricks? Come out. Seeing Locke's appearance, Robin didn't know what he was thinking and laughed out of tears. Locke said with a dazed face. "Why, you're still laughing after this. It looks like you didn't get seriously injured. What are you going to do with this guy?" Disposal. Locke was standing behind Spandam like a Shinigami at this moment, and the guy was just about to escape when Locke's hand was already around his neck. Robin glanced at Spandam coldly and said, "It's not enough to die 100 times. Spandam was still mocking. He grabbed Robin's head and said, "How many times? An 8-year-old child was almost killed by adults for money. There is no one around him who can be trusted, and there is no place to sleep peacefully. I don't even have food to fill my hunger. I don't even want to think about the 20 years of shit like this." Haha. Did you cry because you were so unlucky? The person who put a bounty on you 20 years ago was still my dad. Ha 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 ha. For world peace. Now, 20 years later, as my son, I caught the only prisoner who escaped and drew the curtain for the Battle of Ohara. Ohara has already failed. Ah ha 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 ha. No, you are going to die soon. Locke chuckled. Yeah, I think so too, but the battle is not over yet. I want everyone to see what happens to this guy. You're going to die soon. Chapter 143. Emergency Rescue, Don't Die. After that, Locke held Robin with one arm and tied the half-dead Spandam with a rope with the other hand and flew into the sky. He wanted to take Robin directly to a safe place. Now the battle between Luffy and Lucci is still going on, and if they return the same way, it will definitely be affected, so Locke took Robin back from the air, and quickly brought Robin to his partners through knowledge and color perception. Spandam has been slapped beyond recognition by Robin's 6 rounds of flowers and slaps, and now there is at most 1 breath left, and now everything depends on Luffy. This time in the Enies Lobby battle, Locke has performed well enough, and in the end, he will naturally not rob Luffy of this guy. After all, everyone believes in Luffy. Boom. Zoro. The fence surrounding the island was broken, and that explosion was so powerful. Sanji. If several warships are bombarding them like it's raining. And look, the big Uzumaki that made ships inaccessible in the sea just now are disappearing. It must be justice that is fully open to attack here because of the gate. Uzumaki was created because the current of the sea was blocked by the huge gate. Zoro. Now that the obstacle is lost because the gate is fully open, the seawater can flow normally and the vortex will disappear, which means that the warship can now. Sanji. Easy to drive in. After finishing speaking, the two looked at the Sniper King at the same time and said, "Sniper King, it's time to race against time. Jump off that place quickly." Sniper King. Don't be so reckless. I don't have your superhuman body. Jumping from such a high place will definitely cause accidents. I'm just an ordinary hero. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a shell exploded beside him, and the upper part of the Tower of Justice that was about to fall, which had been obliquely cut by Kaku, began to collapse directly. Locke rescued the Sniper King in the smoke. The warship has already started bombing Enies Lobby. Now they have to find a way to leave quickly, and Locke has more tasks. Advertisement. Everyone, follow my plan. There's an escort warship from Marine at the Gate of Justice. Take that warship. I'm going to help those guys, or they will die. Zoro and Sanji took the initiative to stop and said, "Don't worry, we're here. We must not let those guys die, thanks to their help along the way." Locke nodded and sensed their positions and flew over. Those guys were the Frankie family, Carrera's foreman, the 2 Emperor Blues, and the 2 giants who instigated rebellion. Although they left 1 step earlier, they returned the same way. When they rushed over, the warship was already waiting there, and the warship would only pick up Marines. After seeing them, you don't have to think about it, you know it must be a gun, so Locke needs to help them grab a warship. After Locke left, the partners came to the escort warship. The Marine here has long been cleared by Locke with Conquerors. The half-dead Spandam is now in Robin's hands, and Locke said that he will make him pay the price. So now he is still alive, and the battle between Luffy and Lucci on the other side has also entered a fierce battle. Luffy, who turned on the main gear, went down with 10 punches, causing Lucci to be seriously injured. But because of side effects, Luffy was almost killed by Lucci, and then he became weaker and forced to start the second gear and started a desperate battle with Lucci. Just in time for Locke to arrive, the warship put away its ladders and all its guns were aimed at them. Fire. 8 trigrams hyphenation point golden bell cover wide area. Boom. 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 After a series of explosions, the entire front of Enies Lobby was filled with smoke, and after the smoke cleared, everyone stood in place intact. A huge golden bell enveloped everyone, and Locke stood at the front of the crowd, holding his hands and dripping blood from the corner of his mouth. Advertisement, because the defense degree of the golden bell is determined according to one's own strength. In other words, the current golden bell is bound to oneself. If it is under high-intensity attacks, the Admiralty cannot withstand the serious case and it will be returned to Locke. This is the case now, and it has survived the shelling of 3 warships. Locke was already wounded internally, but at this moment the crowd behind him and the warship opposite were in a state of shock. Unbelievable. We're still alive. Is this really something humans can do? Locke, the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is a man like a monster. Brother Locke. Awesome. On the warship. Vice Admiral, do you want to continue shelling? Li Hao? Dragon Wing Shearer Locke. No need, I'll get rid of him. He's just a mere pirate. The evil of the times should be wiped out. Locke put away the golden bell cover and said to the people behind him, "Hey, back off, don't worry, you have helped us so much. If you can't help you escape, it will be too unreasonable." Brother Locke. Woohoo. It's so touching. In the future, besides Brother Frankie, I will admire Brother Locke the most. Barry looked at Locke and said, "If you can't hold on, just leave. We have already prepared to die. At least let you Straw Hat crew all leave." Locke. Understood, just help me out. Chapter 144. 1 against 3, Vice Admiral. Pirate Locke. I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman. Let me punish you. Locke looked at the scarred mustache man in front of him and said mockingly, another guy with a mouth full of justice. The reason why Locke said this is of course not pure provocation, because according to his understanding, the character and justice of this Doberman Vice Admiral are the same as Akainu. Doberman firmly believes in absolute justice, and he is a guy who can do anything for the so-called justice. Even if he kills his own soldiers, he will not be moved. I don't need to speak justice to you, a pirate. You are the greatest evil in this world. Then I really want to thank you for your compliment. You think highly of me. Stop talking nonsense and die. Pirates. After saying that, Doberman took his Bushido and slashed towards Locke. Locke didn't dare to be careless. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral also grasped the existence of the two-color hockey at the weak point. Locke didn't choose to go head-to-head to dodge Doberman's attack, but just as he was about to look for an opportunity to attack, Doberman suddenly attacked Locke with his other hand. With a punch covered by the arm color, Locke's right hand covered the glove and collided with Doberman in an instant. Clang. The two fists collided and made the sound of metal collision, but Locke's expression was not good. According to common sense, the hardness of the adamant alloy glove would not be inferior to that of the armed color. But in the current confrontation, Berman did not fall into a disadvantage. On the contrary, he faintly overwhelmed Locke in terms of strength, and Locke did not continue the stalemate with him. He stepped back and stretched out his fists and shouted, "Transparent King's Spear." Boom. The strong impact rushed towards Doberman, and Doberman clenched his katana with both hands and blocked Locke's impact. Advertisement, but it was not completely blocked. The impact of the penetrating King's Spear was better due to the double penetration, HABD, and Doberman suffered a bit from being knocked back. Locke took advantage of the victory and pursued to use microsteps to come to Doberman, and his left arm instantly turned into a demon. The Devil's Octet. Boom. Even if Doberman reacted to the sudden attack, he couldn't resist it. This guy didn't think much of Locke from the beginning. I didn't expect that Locke's strength would be so strong, but this guy's body is not covered. At least he is very resistant to beatings. The Devil's Octet hit almost all of them, and Doberman was just knocked down on the ground with a bit of bloodline on his mouth, Locke said with a long breath. As expected of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, you are indeed very strong in terms of rough skin and thick flesh, but I don't have time to continue pestering you any longer, Shira. Locke directly activated the second phase of Shira's form, and the appearance of a little giant Shira shocked everyone present, and Marine couldn't continue watching. The other two Vice Admirals also came forward to help, and the warships also started shelling Locke, but these attacks were ignored by Locke, who had activated Asura's Rage. Locke blows up a warship with one punch and 3 Vice Admirals attack angrily, besides Doberman, Ghost Spider and Storka Berry. One is Demon Fruit Power and the other is Swordsman. Because they both master two-color hockey, they are both very strong. Now the scene has become the appearance of 3 Vice Admirals teaming up to fight the boss. After Locke turned on Shira's fury, he was reckless, ignoring the attacks of the 3 and waving his big slaps and fists. After a while, the battle continued. Now Locke's body injuries are already very serious, and the time for Shira's anger has come long ago, but the 3 Vice Admirals didn't gain much advantage. Doberman was already half dead on the ground by Locke, and the Ghost Spider was also seriously injured. He was looking at Locke fiercely, and Storka Berry was amazing. Except for the messy clothes, there are almost no injuries on his body. Like Kizaru, this guy is a bit suspected of soy sauce, and Locke doesn't have many sword wounds on his body. The most injuries were caused by the Ghost Spider. This guy's strength can be said to be a level stronger than Doberman. The fruit-capable person also masters 6 forms and life return plus 2-color hockey. Advertisement: a large number of marine soldiers were bombed and overturned into the sea. But now Locke has adapted to this level of injury, although it is serious, but he can resist it. Boom. Locke's eyes turned red instantly, and after using an emergency treatment for himself, Locke stretched out his hands, and a large amount of blood condensed in his hands. The continuous explosions didn't know that this area was bombed by something. After the end, Locke also returned to its original appearance. Another warship was directly blown to pieces. Berry was shaken far away by the explosion, not sure if he did it on purpose. Kneeling directly on the ground, holding his body up and panting frantically, he would have passed out long ago if he had consumed a lot of blood and seriously injured his body. Bloody rage. The ghost spider was blown to the ground and spit out a lot of blood. It can be said that it is very difficult to deal with, but Locke's goal has been achieved, and the accumulated blood is enough to make Locke stronger again. Boom. Bloody rage. Blood rage erupts, launching a large-scale blood explosion at the designated location, and the damage power is determined according to the blood accumulated in the battle. Boom. The fruit has been developed successfully, and the ability has been obtained, Bloody Wrath. The long-lost system notification sound came when all the blood energy was integrated into Locke's body. Boom. 140th chapters. Back road is broken. Locke specially reserved a warship for them to escape, and now that the enemies have been cleared, Locke hurriedly said to Barry. Hurry up and take everyone aboard that warship. You must go back safely, otherwise Lousy's injuries will be in vain. Let's go. Barley also quickly called everyone to run to the warship. After everyone boarded, Barry shouted to Locke. You must also leave safely. We will always remember this kindness. The rest of the people on the warship also said goodbye to Locke gratefully. Locke looked at the mess around and said helplessly. There's no immortal in war. If you want to kill me, I have nothing to feel guilty about killing you. After speaking, Locke endured his injuries and flew towards his partners. After Locke left, Berry, who had been blown up before, suddenly appeared, picked up a phone bug and said. This is the main entrance. The 3 warships at the main entrance were completely wiped out by the pirate Locke. Doberman and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral were seriously injured. About 50 or 60 people robbed the warship and escaped, asking for support. This phone bug was also connected to Enies Lobby's radio, and the news shocked everyone immediately, and the partners were also facing a large number of Marines. Here, Marine only sent hundreds of people above the major of the headquarters. As soon as the news came out, Marine here immediately asked in surprise. How is it possible? You are Berry. What about your situation? Answer quickly. Oh, it's Vice Admiral the Mole, and I've been badly injured too and can't move now. What? The partners here are also shocked and excited. Zoro. That guy is really strong. Chopper. So they got out safely? Sanji. Yeah, it's up to us now. Nami. Everyone must persist until Locke and Luffy come back, because the family must leave here together. Advertisement. Luffy and Lucci also reacted differently after hearing the news. Lucci said with a face full of disbelief. How is it possible? Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. How is it possible? Luffy chuckled and said. What is impossible? Locke is the strongest. What he said to be done will be done. All of us firmly believe in it. Lucci shouted to Luffy angrily. So what? I just need to get rid of you. When Marines bombing destroys the entire island, none of you will be able to escape. Luffy. That guy Locke has achieved this level. If I, the captain, can't even beat you, I'm so incompetent. Rubber jet machine gun. Iron body. Luffy used this trick to kill Lucci's destructive iron body, and the battle between the two finally came to an end. Marine saw this scene and immediately notified him. Report all fleet. Report all fleet. Rob Lucci of CP9, was just given, by Straw Hat Luffy. Locke heard this guy's voice in the air, and he had to praise him for disrupting the morale of the army. He had heard the last news. The Marines here had already lost their fighting spirit, and the disappearance immediately made the Marines here stop. Locke flew in the air and looked at everyone. Luffy lying on the ground took a long breath and shouted, Let's go back together, Robin. The partners finally waited for this moment, and Usopp shouted excitedly, Luffy, he won. 0. Seeking flowers. Zoro. Keep us terrified for so long. Frankie. Did you kill them all, Straw Hat Kid? Chopper. Luffy. Great, great. Robin looked at the half-dead Spandam beside him and was about to make a move, but Frankie stepped forward and grabbed Spandam by the collar and said, I'll come to that high place. Go to hell, you scum, come on. Advertisement, Mole Vice Admiral. The pirates seemed to be trying to use that escort ship to escape. After the explosion, the escort ship was sunk, and the partners were dumbfounded.
Frankie. How could this be? I'm desperate. We have no other way to escape from here except that ship.
After that, there was another crazy bombardment, forcing all the partners to the only remaining bridge, and now the entire Enies Lobby is left with the bridge and the small half of the roof knife where Luffy is. Nami. No way. The escort ship was. That's it. Locke. Wait. Robin. Throw me the scum. Break their back. Fire. Then let everyone see the bloody scene. Locke expressionlessly removed Spandam's head and put it on the flag of the world government. Boom. Boom. It's terrible. It's terrible. Nami. Everyone, hurry up to the escape boat. Let's set sail. Boom. 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 Spandam flew into the air in full view of Locke, and Locke grabbed the guy's head and flew towards the burned flag. Commander CP9. Spandam. This move of the pirates is challenging the entire world government. Chapter 146. We still have a partner, Sanji. Damn, even the last bridge is gone, forced to the pillars. Zoro. I'm really helpless now. Nami, now we have to fight them all. Frankie. What nonsense, the more powerful ones are yet to come. Aim all shells at the first pillar and kill Straw Hat Luffy immediately. Usopp. Locke, go save Luffy. Locke had already thrown his knife at Luffy's side, but he is also seriously injured now. If he took Luffy with him, he would have no way to fly. Suddenly Usopp heard the voice of 437, again. Again. Who? What is this voice? What is it? Luffy and Locke also heard this voice at the same time. Luffy gasped and said, below. Look below. At this time, not only them, but everyone in the Straw Hats heard the voice, and told them to look at the following. Locke suddenly relaxed and said with a smile. Here we come. Usopp has also seen the tearful cry below. Locke, take Luffy and jump down. Go to the sea. We are saved. She came and left us, don't we still have a partner? Nami. Did Chopper see it? Chopper also cried. Well, to the sea. Sanji. Go to the sea. Nami. Go to the sea. Usopp. Follow them. Jump. Advertisement. All the members jumped into the sea without any hesitation, because their partners came to pick them up. Come back, everyone, go back to that adventurous sea, I'm here to pick you up. Mary. Marine here. What are they going to do? Jumping into the sea will save them. And there are capable people inside, which is basically suicide. Hey wait, what's that? It's a ship. Look at pirate flag, it seems to be Straw Hat Crew's ship. How did he get into these warships? Underwater, Locke kept breathing with the advantage of the Murlocs, but he couldn't move his body. He could only wait for his partners to help him, and soon everyone returned to the melee. Sanji was still wondering who put the rope for them to climb up, and Chopper rolled excitedly on the Mary. Mary, it's Mary. I really like Mary the most. Usopp also hugged the mast and cried, Mary, Mary. My Mary is alive. Why are you on this island, woohoo? Frankie looked at the Mary in shock and said, it's unbelievable, this ship was washed into the sea at that time. Locke leaned against the side of the boat and felt the familiar Mary and said with a smile, yes, Mary is such a ship full of miracles. Nami is also wondering, who drove here? Zoro. Think about that kind of thing later, give instructions. Nami. Yeah, I have to get out of here quickly, what are you doing, Sanji? Sanji. No. Miss Nami. Advertisement Usopp. Yeah. Everyone. Understood. Leave it to us. After learning about the situation, Luffy's emoticons all came out, and the surprised elder shouted, are you a genius? Luffy. Oh, it's so dangerous. I thought I was going to be killed by a warship. Hey Robin just now. A bag full of shells bounced back. At this time, Nami had also seen the road to victory, and the melee began to change direction, with an astonishingly fast speed. Nami. Hold on until I figure out the vortex's orbit. Usopp is also able to accurately hit the shells in the air, causing them to explode early. Luffy can't move and has to come over to help, and finally Zoro and Sanji push him away. Luffy, who hadn't finished speaking, was covered by Robin with one hand, and then stood up and said to the crowd. Everyone. Thank you. Because Sanji succeeded in stealing the house, after Locke left before, all the partners were trying their best to resist Marine, only Sanji didn't know where he went. Sanji. Oh, Miss Nami. You're so handsome. It turned out that Sanji secretly closed the door of justice, and a vortex regenerated on the sea surface. All these warships were involved in Uzumaki and lost control. Nami. Shut up, you guys, there's no sea we can't pass through on the melee. Sanji also came and kicked back. Robin and Frankie combined skills. Robin formed a net with his hands to block the shells. The shells slipped into Frankie's hands and threw them back. Then it's time for everyone to perform their respective performances of resisting shells. Zoro's Snow Walk was disabled by the Rusty Fruit ability user in 3.2. Now he can only use a knife to use 36 trouble wins. Zoro looked at the situation in front of him and said, don't be too happy, Uzumaki is also a problem for us. Although we faced all kinds of shelling from surrounding warships on the road, none of the shells hit us. Why? Everyone smiled, but the most urgent thing right now is to get out of here safely. The danger has not been lifted yet. Under Nami's instruction, the melee started to move. Chapter 147. Farewell to melee in the snow. The melee had already started to shake off the warship, but the shelling still didn't stop. Locke recovered a little, got up and came to the front and opened his hands and shouted. 8 trigrams hyphenation point golden bell cover wide area. The huge rotating golden bell enveloped the entire ship, perfectly resisting all the shells. Now you just need to leave quickly. Frankie came to the stern to charge his hands. The wind is coming. Puff. The melee flew up and fled away from the warship in an instant. The marine side was already messed up by the vortex, but at this time Aokiji came. The ice blocked the sea and the scene calmed down. Marine quickly assured Aokiji. I didn't expect you to come, we will continue to chase, and we won't stop there. Even if we block the Marine, no, even if we block the majesty of the world government, we must destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. The most important criminal, Nico Robin, will definitely be destroyed. Caught. Approve reinforcements and replenishment of soldiers. Aokiji. That's enough. Buster Call, a national-level combat force, has been used in 09, and from the defeat of the fleet and the tragedy of Enies Lobby, which symbolizes the law, everything is clear at a glance. This incident is our complete defeat. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, weakness perception, has been issued, and the next sign in location is thriller bark. Reward, soul suppression. Back on the Mary, Locke put Luffy on his state seat, which is Mary's sheep's head, and Luffy began to thank Mary. Thank you, Mei Li, thanks to you, we were able to escape. I didn't expect Mei Li to come and kill us, but think about it carefully, we have been protected by you all this time, it's great to have a partner like you. Thank you again, Mary. Frankie suddenly said, but you guys really made a big fuss. Luffy turned over and said, what, it's nothing special, we just got the partner that was taken away. Advertisement Locke also smiled. Yeah, all in all, we won this battle. On the happy melee, Luffy and Chopper are looking for Usopp. Locke looked at the masked Sniper King next to him and said with a smile, I'm calling you. Usopp said quickly, no, I can't change back yet. The two searched for a long time but still couldn't find one, finally came to the Sniper King and Luffy asked, hey, Sniper King, do you know where Usopp went? Sniper Wang's acting skills are also very online. He changed his voice and said, don't worry, he just went back in a small boat. The two asked in surprise, why? Zoro looked at them helplessly and complained. What did these two guys use to identify Usopp? Afterwards, everyone met the Carrera Company's ship again. It was Uncle Bingshan who brought people to pick them up, but they couldn't hold on before they got close to Melee. Click. After shaking for a while, the Melee was disconnected from the middle. Although the partners had known about the Melee's situation for a long time, no one was willing to believe what happened right now. Luffy hurriedly shouted at the iceberg, Uncle is bad. Melee is bad. Think of a way, aren't you boatman? Please, think of a way. Melee is a companion who accompanies us in adventure. It saved us just now, so please, Uncle. Bingshan looked at Melee and said, let it just sleep. Bingshan narrated what happened before. He heard the voice at the shipwreck yard. After passing by, he saw Melee who was destroyed by the gods of water. He suddenly heard the voice during the inspection. The voice said that she wanted to go sailing, so Bingshan helped Melee do the final repairs, and when she left, she heard Melee's thanks when the waves appeared again. In this way, Melee came to Enies Lobby along the waves without a driver and rescued her partners. What I see now is a miracle, the miracle of a ship that has already surpassed the limit. I have been a boatman for so many years, and I have never seen such an amazing pirate ship. Its existence is really amazing. Advertisement Luffy stayed for a long time before slowly getting up and said, I see. At this moment everyone knew that it was really time to say goodbye to Melee here, and everyone stood on the boat facing the broken Melee. So, are you ready, everyone? Luffy picked up the torch and said, Mary, the bottom of the sea is dark and lonely, we will watch you. It may be a good thing that Usopp is not here, he must not be able to bear such a scene. Zoro asked the Sniper King next to him, how is it? The Sniper King's voice was obviously a little hoarse and he said, there is no such thing as 323. When you say goodbye, you can't leave a single tear when you say goodbye between men. The flames began to spread, and gradually the entire hull burned, and all the partners stood in a row with serious expressions and looked at Melee. Thank you for carrying us for so long, Mary. With the sudden snowflakes falling from the sky, Nami and Chopper couldn't stop their tears from watching Melee burning up, and the rest of the people were holding back. Suddenly Melee's voice reached everyone's ears again. I'm sorry, I wanted to take everyone to a farther place, I'm sorry, I seem to be adventuring with you forever, but I. Luffy couldn't help crying and said to Melee. We are the ones who should say sorry, Melee. My steering skills are too bad, I let you crash into an iceberg, and even damaged your sails. Zoro and Sanji are also idiots who broke a lot of places on the ship, although Usopp and Locke will fix it, but they are so clumsy that they should say sorry. But I am very happy, thank you for cherishing me so far, I am really happy because I am with you. Mary. Chapter 148, Vice Admiral Garp appears. 3 days later, in the capital of water, the whole city is busy, and there are countless streets and houses destroyed by the gods of water, but fortunately, Barry and the people from Carrera Company are there to help. The two giants also stayed in the Carrera Company to help, and the Frankie family is also rebuilding their house, but the process is more difficult. Because they are only good at dismantling, on the side of the partners, Zoro is sitting alone somewhere in the shipwreck watching the corroded snow go away very distressed, and Sanji is cooking for Luffy. When a plate of Luffy is served, one plate will be destroyed. Granny K. Kellogg, Kimeni and Hangong all come to visit. Originally, Granny K. Kellogg thought that Luffy had recovered a lot, but after Sanji's explanation, she realized that Luffy didn't want to miss eating because of sleeping. So I developed the ability to eat while sleeping. Nami was lying on the table in grief because the money, salute, and Belle Mel's orange tree meeting were all gone. Because they put all these things in the backstreet before, thinking that they had been swallowed up by the gods of water, but soon two passers-by came and brought them back. According to what they said, they confiscated all their belongings because they were regarded as criminals who assassinated Mr. Bingshan at first, which is a blessing in disguise. Afterwards, Chopper and Robin also came back from shopping. Chopper said that he took good care of Robin. Robin smiled and said that she would not go there, and she seemed to have fully integrated into everyone. Then Frankie also appeared. He told his plan. He has used 200 million Baileys to buy the most powerful tree in the world, treasure tree Adam from the black market. Adam is one of the few trees with the strongest tenacity in the world. Legend has it that there is such an island, where wars have been happening all the time, and the entire island has been completely destroyed by the war. The tree still stands, no matter what happens, the tree stands there, and after the war, people built new cities and countries around this tree. There are only a few in the world, and people call him the strongest tree. Advertisement One Piece Gore, D. Luojia's ship, Orson Jackson, is made of this material, so Frankie intends to use this material to make a dream ship that can pass through any sea area, and the ship is completed. I plan to give it to Straw Hat Crew later. At this time, a boat stopped at the port of the water capital, which aroused discussion among the crowd. It's not good, they're here to catch pirates. They're obviously Mr. Bingshan's saviors. Locke jumped back suddenly, and the ground in front of him was smashed by a guy with a dog's head mask. Locke's face turned black when he saw this person. Suddenly felt a dangerous breath the next second. After a while, Garp took Marine all the way to dock number 1. Luffy and his friends were here at this time, and they wanted to ask where Locke was. Why is such a powerful Marine? Locke unexpectedly punched Garp. Garp didn't expect to be hit by Locke. Although he didn't have hockey, he still wore gloves. The worst luck was Locke. Locke was not with anyone, but was buying alcohol on the street and was bargaining with a boss. So the next thing was that Locke was hammered by Garp, completely helpless, and then he was carried away like this, still delirious all the way. Advertisement This person is Garp who came to the island to beat up Luffy, but now it seems that he will suffer first. Facing Garp, a casual old man, maybe you will really arrest Locke. Hey, which one are you looking at? That's a warship from Vice Admiral Garp, Marine Headquarters. Boom. After arriving at dock number 1, Garp did not take the usual path. He smashed the wall with a punch and rushed in to punch Luffy, which directly woke up Luffy from his sleep. Locke is still seriously injured. If the battle is too intense, there will definitely be sequelae in the future. He must find a way to escape. It's not good, now the pirates are in danger. Zoro, who saw the situation at the seaside, originally planned to rush to inform his partners, but because he got lost, he kept running into the same alley again. Now the person with the bag full of hair being carried by Garp. Is it Wang Zhao? Is him, that's right, he was planning to escape but Garp saw through his intention, relying on the weakness of the previous sign to perceive delusions. Speaking of Garp, isn't that the legendary Marine who drove Gore D. Luogia into a corner several times? Backquote. Well, not bad, boy. That brat Luffy can find such a person as a partner, Garp retracted his fist and patted the ashes casually and said. After hearing Luffy's name, the partners were all stunned. Chapter 149. Luffy's background. Sanji confirmed in surprise. Luffy, is that really your grandpa? Luffy held the bag on his head and said seriously. That's right, don't make a move. I was almost killed by grandpa countless times before. Garp said with a smile on his face, that's right, the last person who attacked this old man has already ended up like this, and I will give it back to you. Yuluo Garp threw the injured Locke over. The partners were startled, thinking that Locke had been beaten to death, and his face was a little unrecognizable. Locke looked at Garp and said to his partners. Everyone, be careful, this is still a cheapskate, didn't he just hit him lightly, and he beat me like this? Garp ignored Locke and continued. Don't say it so badly Luffy, the old man threw you into the abyss, threw you into the jungle at night, tied you to a balloon and flew you into the air, all to train you to become strong man. Sanji beside 797 said with shame. I seem to know the source of Luffy's tenacious vitality now. Garp continued. Although I asked my friends to let you practice with Ace in the end, it turned out to be like this if you didn't pay attention. I want you to become an excellent marine soldier so I can train you. Unconvinced, Luffy stood up and shouted to Garp. Didn't I always say that I'm quite a pirate? Have you been poisoned by red hair? Boring, Shanks is my savior, don't you speak ill of him? How dare you order Grandpa not to say such things? Oh, I'm sorry. Seeing that Garp grabbed Luffy's clothes and lifted it up, Chopper was terrified. No, Luffy was caught by Marine. But the next scene confused everyone. The two of them suddenly fell asleep at the same time. Locke couldn't help thinking when he saw this scene. Good guy, this blood test is even better, it's an instinctive gene. Advertisement but soon Garp woke up and hit Luffy with a hammer. Locke was lucky to see this scene, because it was obvious that Garp beat him up just now. When I beat Luffy, I saw that it was my grandfather. At this time, there was a commotion from the Marine soldiers outside. It turned out that Zoro was finally found after someone showed the way. Straight into the Marine, Luffy also hurried out to stop Zoro. At this time Garp asked two people to try to deal with Luffy and Zoro, a guy with pink hair and a guy with 2 braces. Although it can be seen that they have some skills, but it is not enough to see, Zoro and Luffy defeated the two of them with one move. At this time Locke suddenly came out and said. Hey, isn't this Kebi? Long time no see. Kebi also smiled and said to Locke. Mr. Locke, long time no see, you still recognize me? Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, long time no see. Luffy reacted and was taken aback. Hey, you are Kebi? You guys, no matter how you grow up, there is a limit. Zoro couldn't believe it and said, that Kebi? Kebi stood straight and said to everyone, Ajaw. That's right, I'm the crybaby and useless Kebi before. Although I haven't become a Marine general yet, I have grown a lot. Locke stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said, yeah, I feel like my whole person has changed, haha. Luffy also stepped forward and patted Kebi on the other shoulder and said, it's really Kebi, long time no see, let's have a party. After everyone went in, Garp said to Marine, then, you guys, go and fix this wall for me. Huh? How can you be so casual? This is the first time I've heard of the full name of the dragon. Garp said to Luffy while repairing the wall. Speaking of which, Luffy, you seem to have met your father. Advertisement, what was my dad like? Although Garp was reluctant, he still agreed and started to work with the soldiers to repair the wall he had smashed just now with a plank hammer. The partners all began to recall the things in Rog Town, but none of them had seen the video of Luffy's father, and Luffy himself didn't know anything and asked, "Please don't break things for this reason." As soon as this sentence came out, everyone except Luffy was shocked, and Marine was also shocked. What the hell is going on with this family? Then we come to fix it and you need your help. Mr. Luffy is the son of that dragon. Luffy looked confused. Dad? What dad? Do I have a dad? Garp replied without hesitation, because it's more handsome to go in like this. If I knew it was going to be repaired, why did I break it? Did the revolutionary dragon have a son? Garp picked his nose and said, "What, didn't that guy identify himself to you? He said he saw you off in Rog Town." Garp continued to pick his nose and said flatly, "Your father's name is Monkey D. Dragon, he is a revolutionary." Then the dragon is the son of Vice Admiral Garp? Mr. Garp's operation made the partners not understand what kind of person he is. They said he was very strong, but they felt dumbfounded looking at him like this. Chapter 150. The last sea is called New World. Luffy turned to look at the stunned partners and asked, "Hey everyone, why are you so surprised?" Sanji. "Stupid, don't you know the name Dragon?" Nami. "Your dad is an amazing man." Luffy looked around and finally chose to ask Locke, who was the calmest. Locke thought for a while and said, "How should I put it? Although pirates will not attack the government and marine by themselves, there is still a force that they want to directly attack the government. That force is the Revolutionary Army, and the leader who leads them is the dragon. Now many countries in the world are spreading his ideas, and the kingdom has caused rebellion, and some countries have collapsed because of this. Long regarded as the most vicious criminal in the world and has been chasing him. This man is your father. Also, I did notice a man in this green robe in Rog Town." Suddenly, Garp seemed to think of something, scratched his head and said, "Ah, sure enough, it doesn't seem very good to say it. Ha 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 ha. Then, just pretend I didn't say it." 17. Hey, everyone present is petrified. If you think about it carefully, you will think that Luffy's background is quite scary. Grandpa is the marine hero Garp, the legendary marine. Even the current marine and admiral are his descendants. His father is the leader of a third-party power in the world besides marine and pirates, and is called the most vicious criminal by the government. There is also a savior who can also be said to be the first teacher, the red-haired Shanks, the 4 emperors in Pirates, and the Sea Emperor in New World. With such a background, it can be said that Luffy is completely black and white. The more I think about it, the more terrifying I feel. After a while, Garp and the soldiers repaired the broken wall. Garp stood opposite Luffy and said with a smile, "Because you are my grandson, so I give up arresting you on this island, and I will explain this to the military. So you can stay here with peace of mind." Advertisement bar. Adjutant Bogart behind him quickly said, "Because this is not a reason, let them escape." Garp continued, "After all, I just brought 2 people to meet you. Have a good chat with them. I'll leave first." Luffy held out his hand and said, "Well, goodbye." Dwang. Garp punched and shouted, "That's all, don't you feel sorry? You idiot, I'm your long-lost grandfather?" Luffy sat up from the ground covering his head and shouted, "Then what do you want from me? I'm just being beaten all the time." Kirby is a capable man, I know that, he. Locke looked up at the sky and said to himself, "New World, I feel that there will be another promotion when I feel it." After Garp left, Luffy and Locke were chatting with Kebi and BooMMy outside. Nami quietly tried to eavesdrop on some information with the phone bug, but Locke found out but didn't care. After the 4 of them chatted about the past for a while, Kebi and the others were about to say goodbye, and Shubi said to Luffy when they were parting, "Open up the sea where people gather in the next era, and the one who can rule the entire sea area is One Piece. Mr. Luffy, we will definitely meet there again. Next time I will become stronger, and I will definitely be a Marine Admiral." Showed it to you. Advertisement 0. Locke chuckled and said, "Kebi, then you have to work hard. You will fight us in the future. It is natural to become Admiral. We will become stronger next time we meet. Even if it is Admiral, we will not lost." Seeing the backs of the 2 leaving, Zoro smiled and said, "Luffy, now you have made a formidable enemy again. Even so, I really want to be loved by my grandson, idiot." The partners looked at the scene in front of them and complained. That willful appearance can be seen as a blood relationship. Kebi hurriedly wiped away his tears and knelt down to thank. "It's great to meet you today. We will also become stronger. We must see you in New World. Let's go." "Mr. Luffy, do you know what the sea in the second half of the Great Voyage is called? Opposite the red line, the last sea unfolded. People call it by another name, New World." New World. Kebi looked at the people in front of him and thought in his heart, "Why, now I just say it and I will fall down. Why does he believe me?" Luffy shouted happily, "I'm so happy today. Let's have a banquet." Thinking that Kebi's tears were about to fall again, Luffy laughed and said, "What, your crying problem hasn't been cured yet, Kebi?" 0. Seeking flowers 0. BooMMy also said to the crowd, "Ah hey, prepare yourself mentally for me. I will surprise you, wait for me." Chapter 151. Magical Triangle. Then everyone started a barbecue party in the swimming pool behind the Carrera Company. At first, it was only the Straw Hat crew, and then the Frankie family came. The people from Carrera, the Giants, the 2 Emperor Blues, Bingshan, Frankie. All of them came, and a huge party started here at the swimming pool. Locke, who was drinking happily, suddenly sensed the danger. His nerves tightened and he looked at Robin, who was leaning against the wall. The knowledgeable perception makes Locke aware that there is an unexpected visitor behind Robin's wall, although Locke knows that Aokiji is not here to ask for trouble. But 700 is out of concern for Robin. Locke still walked towards Robin and said with a smile, "Hey Robin. What are you doing here? Don't be so out of gregarious. Everyone is waiting for you. Go quickly. The meat is going to be eaten." Saying this, Locke pushed Robin into the crowd, leaned against Robin's position, and said with a bottle of wine toward the wall behind him, "Why, does Aokiji Admiral also want to come to our party?" "Sure enough, your strength has improved again. This time at Enies Lobby, you defeated Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Does that mean that you will be able to defeat me next time?" "Who knows, in order to protect my partner, I have to desperately become stronger. Robin has already found his true home." "Is it the real destination? Thank you for the wine. Tell Nico Robin for me, live well, Ohara is not dead yet." "Well, I got it." Advertisement. Feeling that after Aokiji left, Locke also got up and returned to the crowd and started to fight again. Robin watched the scene silently from the side. With a genuine smile on her lips, Locke let Robin see that her partner was protecting her all the time. "Luffy. You can still go on, everyone, keep on burning." "Oh, I don't know how long the carnival lasted, but one morning the Frankie family received the latest newspaper, which finally started reporting about Enies Lobby. Originally, the Frankie family thought that they would start fleeing from now on, but the newspapers didn't have anything about them at all, but wrote a lot about Straw Hat Crew. War was declared on the world government, and even Enies Lobby was blamed for burning down, but then came the most horrific moment, when Locke had an early drinking escape. In the room, Nami opened the safe and found that there was only the last stack of 100 million berries inside, and Death asked with a smile, "What about the 100 million Pele here?" Zoro sensed something was wrong and hurriedly followed Locke away. Only Luffy replied flatly, "All the wine and meat bought during the banquet have been used up." Nami's expression began to change subtly. "I've run out." Luffy said happily, "Yeah, finally the whole city came. I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha, ah." Advertisement. Locke and Zoro leaned against the window and saw Luffy, who was almost a monster with his whole face beaten, silently wipe the sweat from his brow. As a result, Luffy still stared at the huge bag on his head and said, "Nami, I'm going out to play and give me some pocket money." Nami went berserk, scarier than a monster. "Ah, you still have the face to say it." After the farce was over, everyone went to the City of Water. Nami and Robin used the remaining money to buy furniture and the like. Chopper and Luffy, who was carrying a huge bag, were strolling on the waterway in Yaga Lagoon. Sanji is looking for ingredients he has never seen before, and Locke is arguing with the lost Zoro. It's a happy daily life again. In the days that followed, Luffy and Chopper helped a little girl find an older bluefin named Bluefin, which ended up being just like the Millennium Dragon. Bid farewell to this 100-year-old Blue, and welcome a new little life. Zoro became a mother during this period, and had a wonderful relationship with a very strange family. Sanji also found seasonings to make food more delicious from an old grandfather. The natural sea salt from the gods of water. After that, even Zoro and Locke were full of praise for Sanji's cooking, and they would eat 2 more bowls every time. Several days passed, and the 2.0 record pointer finally pointed to the next island. According to Granny K. Kellogg, their next destination was the Fishman Island. While everyone was still expecting, Granny K. Kellogg took out the latest newspaper news, which said that 14 ships disappeared this month. Granny K. Kellogg explained, "The Magic Triangle, this is the sea area that must be experienced in order to reach to paradise, but in that sea area, more than 100 ships suddenly disappear every year. There are also countless sightings of ghost ships carrying dead people wandering in the sea." Advertisement. Chapter 152, the latest reward is finally here. Chopper was terrified after hearing this. "Will I meet a ghost?" Luffy was very excited. "Can you meet a living skeleton?" Zoro was speechless. "What kind of imagination is that?" Locke said with a smile, "I think it's quite possible." Nami also wholeheartedly refused. "I don't want to, I absolutely don't want to meet such a scary ship again. What will happen in that sea area?" Granny K. Kellogg said with a sinister smile, "Ha ha ha, who knows, the guys who have encountered something can't get out of that sea area. It is a sea of darkness surrounded by thick fog, so be careful when you walk away." Chopper and Nami were terrified, hugging each other. At this time Robin suddenly said, "There are usually legends about treasures on merchant ships or ghost ships of pirate ships." '09 Nami changed his face and said happily when he heard it, "Let's go find the ghost ship." Luffy is also excited. "Leave it to me." Sanji is also full of energy and said, "If it's just a disaster, I will prepare enough ingredients, don't worry." Zoro thought to himself, "Is there a treasure? Will there be a knife?" "I hope to meet some great guys," Locke said with a smile. Pirate Big Brothers. Straw Hat. Everyone looked at the door that was pushed open, and there were 2 square-haired girls besides Zimone and Frankie. "Brother Frankie, let us call everyone. The ship of dreams has been built." Advertisement. What a wonderful ship. Everyone was looking forward to it, and just about to go to have a look, but another group of people came, and the younger brothers of the Frankie family ran over panting. "Brothers, in fact, we have an unfeeling request. Have you seen the reward order? The reward you are offering now is a huge amount. Brothers, everyone has been offered a reward." After saying this, he took out several portraits offering rewards for everyone to see for themselves, and he also explained, "It is stated in advance that some improvements have been made to the original Chongjin here. Straw Hat Luffy, bounty, 350 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty, 200 million Baileys. Little thieving cat Nami, with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Chopper, who loves cotton candy, offers a bounty of 50 Baileys. Nico Robin, son of the devil, bounty, 8,000 to see profit. Blackfoot Sanji, failed to get the photo, bounty, 100 million Baileys. Sniper King, bounty, 50 million Baileys. Finally, Shearer Locke, a bounty of 500 million Baileys is offered. Everyone's expressions were surprised and happy, and of course there were despair and collapse. Luffy was still not convinced and argued with Locke that his bounty was not as high as his. Sanji was dumbfounded looking at the abstract sketch, and Chopper kept repeating 50 Baileys, his expression already desperate. However, the Frankie family obviously had more important things to say, and they offered a reward order to transform Frankie, offering a reward of 55 million Baileys. Although we were all spared, Brother Frankie has become a bounty. It will be very dangerous for Brother Frankie to stay in the Water City, if he is caught next time. This is what we all want, advertisement Nami. That's amazing, what a big square sail, is it a sloop? Locke. King of Beasts, it's been a long time since Sunny, everyone called the ship, Sunny, pronounced, Sunny, so it became the Sunny. Brother Straw Hat. Great, Sanji. That's true, show me the kitchen, the kitchen. After the cover cloth was taken off by the iceberg, the appearance of the whole ship was perfectly presented in front of everyone. Luffy. Wow, it's so big, so handsome, there are so many things I haven't seen before. Zoro. Oh, twice as big as Melee. Hey, here we come, Frankie. Uncle Bingshan, where's Frankie? Robin. It's so spectacular, what a magnificent ship, what kind of flower is that on the bow? After they packed their luggage, they rushed to the shipwreck yard. As soon as they got here, they saw something covered by a huge white cloth, and they knew it was their ship without thinking about it. Since they have already agreed, let's not delay Brother Straw Hat and the others here, let's go. I beg you. Luffy smiled brightly and said, even if you don't tell me, I will do it. I have already decided that the boatman must be him. Bingshan smiled and said, it's a pity that Frankie is not here now, but the ship has been completed, let me show it to you. This ship is amazing. I was shocked for a long time when I saw the design drawing. No matter what kind of sea can be crossed, it is no longer just a dream to use this ship to go to the end of the 473 world. Frankie, let me tell you this, Straw Hat Boy, if one day you can become the king of One Piece, take this king of beasts. With our strength, there is no way to rescue him. Big Brother must be worried about us, so he doesn't want to leave this island, so he discussed it. Big Brother Straw Hat, please take Big Brother out of the sea even if it is forced. That person was originally a pirate's pirate. Chopper. Oh. Give us this, chapter 153, new ship and new partner. There's still a lot to learn about the new ship, but there's one more important thing to do before that, and that's inviting Frankie aboard. According to Uncle Bingshan, Frankie doesn't want to see them anymore, and he himself guessed that Luffy would invite him to be a shipwright. It was precisely because he felt that he did not have the courage to refuse in person, so he hid, and Frankie imposed a stupid obligation on himself. But Bingshan also said that if he wants to get him on board, he should be taken away forcibly by any means. This is the only way to liberate him. While they were discussing here, Frankie's little brothers had already grabbed Frankie's only pair of swimming trunks and ran to the shipwreck yard. Locke looked at Robin, remembering the next scene, he couldn't help but shuddered and stood up and said, it's okay to use any means, since this is the case, it's okay to use some violence. Seeing that Locke had spread his dragon wings, Luffy quickly reminded, hey Locke, don't be too harsh, after all, he is invited to board the boat. Locke nodded. Well, I'll be careful. On the other side of the street, Frankie chased his swimming trunks all the way, and was regarded as a pervert by the people in the city. Finally, Locke appeared when he was about to get back his swimming trunks. Yo, Frankie. Locke, how does it work, boat? Well, I am very satisfied, I have never seen such a great ship. Of course, that's the boat that carries my dreams. Advertisement, so you should know what I'm here for. It's useless, thank you very much for your invitation, but I have decided to stay here. Now this island doesn't need you to stay and make up for it, don't you understand? Frankie, Tom has already forgiven you and pointed out the direction for you. Why would you? You hang out with the gangsters in the back street, fighting off those pirates in the name of a bounty hunter is to protect this island, right? Stop talking nonsense, it never occurred to me to do that. I gave up my favorite shipbuilding, and I have been suppressing my life. Do you plan to spend the rest of your life like this in the future? Frankie is enough. It's time to forgive yourself. You can already live for your own dreams. Shut up B****************. D. Why do you know so many things that I don't? Okay, it seems that we still need to use some force, Frankie, I don't know how to use any moves, just use this ordinary fist, if I can beat you, you just don't say anything and follow me. What? Locke, although you are indeed very strong, do you want to defeat me with just ordinary fists? I should be a reformed person with iron on my body, you are. Stop babbling, Frankie. There's no need for so much nonsense between men, come on. On the shipwreck side, Zoro's Sanji hurriedly shouted as he ran. The big thing is bad, advertisement, your grandpa is back, Luffy. He has set up an attack on the opposite coast, and is now looking for us. Luffy shouted in shock. Why, didn't you say you won't arrest me? How do we know? Anyway, hurry up and get ready to sail. Luffy looked into the distance and shouted. Locke hasn't come back yet, he went to invite Frankie aboard. Chopper suddenly noticed the figure in the sky and shouted. Backquote, look, Locke is back with Frankie. A few scrapes on the body, but much better than Frankie's nearly deformed face. Locke threw Frankie down and returned to the boat. Everyone on the boat looked at Frankie and turned to Locke. Are you a demon? Locke scratched his head helplessly. Originally, he also wanted to strike softly, but he hadn't fought like this for a long time, and he became addicted to it before he knew it. Luffy came to the side of the boat and watched Frankie invite again. Come on, sit on it, Frankie, come to my boat. Frankie put on the shattered eyes and said, Don't, Wang Zhao's. Be self-righteous, you big layman who can only mend holes. It's so pitiful that such a luxurious ship doesn't even have a boatman. There's nothing you can do about it, just let me take care of it. I, Frankie, will be the boatman on your ship. After Frankie agreed, Luffy cheered immediately. Great, I have a new partner. The rest of the partners also showed smiles, and the Frankie family burst into tears. In this way, Straw Hat Crew got a new ship and new partners in the water capital. Everything is ready. When Zoro is about to sail, Zoro suddenly mentions Usopp to Luffy, and Luffy says he knows it well. Chapter 154. Zoro and Locke's Enlightenment. Sail. With Luffy's order, the Sunny set off, with the Frankie family and the Carrera craftsman seeing off, but now there is still one problem that has not been resolved. Locke recalled the scene in the room that day. Sanji told everyone that he saw Usopp doing exercises by himself by the sea, and it seemed that he was going to come back. Originally, Luffy and Chopper were happy to pick him up, but at this moment, Zoro, the parent, and Locke, the vice captain, spoke. Zoro. I won't allow any of you to pick him up. Locke. Our team doesn't need a guy who doesn't even listen to the captain at critical moments. Chopper and Nami were about to talk when Zoro interrupted again. I won't forgive that guy until he apologizes seriously. Locke also continued seriously. A team that doesn't even have the prestige of the captain will collapse sooner or later. Zoro went straight to Luffy and pulled his face and said, Listen to 580, I don't care how you were tricked by others, but you are the captain of this ship anyway. If you do such a useless thing, next time it's my turn to leave you. Looking at the serious atmosphere, Locke quickly calmed down and said, Okay Zoro, needless to say, if that idiot really wants to come back, then let's forget about it, but if this matter is not good if I make a decision and want to get away with it, I will absolutely not allow it. 11. Zoro nodded to show that he was thinking the same as Locke and added, Usopp will have to stay on this island then. Advertisement Nami couldn't help but said, Wait, you too, it's true that that guy has some bad things, so when he comes back, he can give you a good lecture. Locke and Zoro stood at the door of, Ayay. Zoro drew out his knife and stuck it on the ground. Locke punched the wall beside him, and the two said at the same time. Is it that easy to leave a team? Nami lowered his head and wanted to say something. Sanji said, Miss Nami, it's a pity that what they said this time is right. For a man who dares to do such a thing casually, we will not be able to trust him in the future. Locke continued. It's actually very simple. If Usopp came back and said a deeply contrite apology, then forget it, but... Zoro went on to say, if there's any other nonsense that doesn't mean apology, then there's no place for him to return to. We're not playing a child's game of pirates. Locke felt that there was blood in his chest and he was about to spit it out. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Garp's shells is. Suddenly, Chopper moved his nose and shouted excitedly. Back to the present, everyone on the boat was still thinking about Usopp. Luffy looked indifferent about his clothes, but he was already sweating profusely. Zoro and Locke were also silent. Nami nodded and shouted, full starboard, full speed ahead. Everyone panicked. Locke got up and said to Nami, I can hold on for a while, but I can't hold on for too long. Seeing that the number of shells around him is almost 1,000, do you know what I mean? Here we come. Hey, everyone, Usopp is here. Fistbone meteor swarm. Advertisement. A barrage of cannonballs was thrown from Garp's hands towards the Sunny, and Locke's huge golden bell spread around the ship, but it was only the first wave of attack. That is, Luffy's grandfather came, and Luffy stood up and looked at the dog-headed warship in surprise. Suddenly, Garp's voice from the loudspeaker came from the warship. The sudden shelling caused the hull to shake violently. After checking, Frankie found that they had been spotted by Marine, and they were the warships of Vice Admiral Garp. Luffy climbed the fence and shouted, Hey Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't you promise not to catch us here? Hey, can Luffy hear you? I'm your grandpa, listen and answer. Locke didn't have time to watch now. His injuries were not healed, and now he had to resist the shells with all his strength, and he didn't want to see the new ship damaged just after it went to sea. After Garp finished speaking, it seemed that there was something extra in his hand. The next second, Garp showed everyone a wave of thrown cannons with his bare hands, and the more powerful one. Boom. 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 8 trigrams hyphenation point Admiralty wide area. Hey, you guys. Don't worry, I'm back. Luffy also understood after the two said, It's true, we have officially parted ways, and there are still a few days left before the ship is completed and set sail. Just wait quietly. However, a lot of things have happened. I'm sorry to scold you, but you should be buried in the bottom of the sea. Even if it's an apology, I will deal with you alone. Chapter 155. The Return of Usopp in the Name of the New Ship. Cough. Locke. Locke suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and scared all his partners. Zoro stepped forward and pulled out the knife and said, Locke, your injury is not healed yet. Put this defense away, we will protect you. Fairy Locke will definitely not be brave, and then put away the golden bell cover and directly use the breathing technique to start recovering, because the golden bell cover covers a large area. So Locke eats almost all the shells Garp throws at him, So it's actually better to let the buddies take action to resist. They only need to deal with the shells that are going to hit the ship. Don't worry about the ones that were shot wrong. The partners began to resist the shells. Chopper showed Locke the wounds, and Usopp's voice came from the shore again. Cheers, it's me. Chopper, the weather is really good today. Let's go fishing. Haha. It seems that this is not the time to talk about it. By the way, I have good news to tell you. It is okay to let me be the deputy captain after I go back, yes. How is it? Hey, Luffy. Everyone, I know. You must be so happy that you have lost your voice in pain. Is it so? It must be so. You will not believe the joke at that time. We get along so well, how could it be my true words after a long time? Although I said a lot of things that shouldn't be said, but we are partners. Let him go over a little thing. Hey, you talk. In the face of Usopp's various words, no one on board responded to him. The ship was still sailing in the distance, and the partners were all focused on resisting the incoming shells. Enough is enough for me. The chopper on the boat couldn't bear it and came to Luffy and shouted, Luffy, Usopp is calling us, ah. Luffy concentrated on defending against the shells and said, I can't hear you. Chopper came to Zoro again, and Zoro said the same thing as Luffy. I didn't see anything. Locke grabbed Chopper and pressed him beside him and said, Chopper, don't forget what we said before, don't do unnecessary things, just wait here quietly. Advertisement Chopper was crying on Locke's arm with tears streaming down his face, and Nami was also looking at the coast with a very bad expression. At this time, Usopp, who was on the edge of the coast, gasped and muttered to himself. Don't be kidding. What is this? Are you really going to break up with me, right? Then forget it. Usopp looked at the Sunny going away and recalled his willful behavior and hurtful words before, and the tears in his eyes couldn't help staying. Shin recalled all the things he had experienced from the beginning of the adventure to the present. Usopp yelled with tears. I'm sorry. I'm trying to save face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Finally, everyone on the boat received an apology from Usopp, and everyone's expressions softened, and Usopp was still kneeling and shouting. Even though it's embarrassing, even though I said I'm leaving this team, can you let me take it back? No way, please. Let me go with you. Let me be your companion again. Luffy stood at the stern of the boat and stretched his arms in the direction of Usopp, and put his hand in front of Usopp. Locke stepped forward to look at Luffy. At this time, Luffy was already crying like Usopp, shouting with snot and eye oil all over his face. Catch me, idiot. Woo. Usopp grabbed Luffy's hand, and the partners on the boat also smiled. After Usopp returned to the boat, Luffy stood up and shouted happily with tears on his face. Finally, everyone is here. Hurry up and escape this shelling and go on an adventure, brothers. Oh, Frankie suddenly walked up to the crowd and said, now, put up the sails, we're going to run away. Zero, seeking flowers, Nami asked suspiciously, why did you furl the sails? Frankie said mysteriously, don't worry about it, just put it away, but now this ship still lacks one important thing, a name. Advertisement Sanji turned against the shells in the air and called to Frankie, name? At a time like this? Frankie continued calmly. That's right, the nameless ship didn't have any momentum when it set sail. Luffy immediately raised his hand and shouted, okay, I thought of a strong-sounding name, Bear White Bear Lion. Usopp complained, how can there be such a strange name? Luffy continued. Then, Tiger Wolf Lion, Usopp came out again and continued to spit. Don't be a bunch of animals, what a curse. Luffy didn't listen at all and continued. Open black lens bracket squid octopus chimpanzee close black lens bracket. Usopp. It doesn't even have lions, Frankie nodded and said. Well, the lion is indeed a good direction to consider. When I think of the guys in Carrera, the guy from Bingshan even named it Thousand Sunny. Chopper said excitedly when he heard it, oh, what a cool name. Luffy also said excitedly, it's much better than what I just thought about, meatball orangutan lion. Suddenly Zoro also said, it's even better than Boss Lionel, whom I've thought so hard about. Robin also said seriously, it's also better than my dark pill. Sanji also immediately said, better than my Master Shang-Igi. Locke couldn't help complaining, are you serious, Yi? Chapter 156. The Perfect Sunny. Hey, wait a minute, what I said just now was just throwing bricks at you. The name I thought of was the real name of this ship. After listening to it, the name of this ship is Lion Violence Group Champion. But no one listened to what he said at all. Luffy shouted excitedly, let's use Uncle Bingshan to get the name. Sanji. Well, I agree, Thousand Sunny is such a good name. Nami and Usopp also said, yes. Chopper looked at the ship and shouted happily, please take care of me, Sunshine. Zoro. Now that the name has been decided, let's start sailing with all our strength. Robin. Exactly. Locke, 410, came to the depressed Frankie and said with a smile, okay Frankie, it's time for you to perform, don't be depressed, the name is pretty good, isn't it? Frankie got up and said disdainfully, I know, let's take a good look at this beautiful water city now, and after a while, even the shadow of the island will be gone. After speaking, Frankie went into the cabin, and Luffy came to the railing at the stern and took a deep breath and shouted, Grandpa, and Kebby and, it's so great to see you after so long, all right. Garp also opened his mouth and shouted, what are you doing Luffy? There are still a lot of shells around the meteorite. Luffy looked at the flying cannonball and punched it handsomely and shouted, it's useless. From now on we have to run away seriously, see you later. Advertisement Garp on the warship shouted angrily. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Luffy. Luffy also did not forget to say goodbye to Bingshan and the others, took a deep breath and shouted in their direction. Uncle Bingshan. We will use your name. What a good name. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness to us. Help. Take care. Frankie's voice shouted from below. Then let's go. The strength of the giant air cannon and the treasure tree atom can only be achieved, the amazing emergency acceleration device. Everyone on the deck was amazed at the huge iron ball that Garp took out from nowhere. It felt as big as half a warship. When the iron ball was thrown over, it almost covered the entire ship. At the critical moment, Frankie's voice shouted, "The wind is blowing." Puff. In this way, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sunny let out a pink fart and ran away. When everyone on board was feeling emotional, Frankie came out and said, "Although it consumes 3 bottles of Coke, it can fly 1,000 meters. This ship can do all the things that the Going Merry you took before can do, but the brave soul of that ship will be controlled by this Sunny. If it is damaged, I will repair it perfectly, and leave the matter of the ship and weapons to me. From today on, this guy will be your ship." The bathroom is located above the library in the measurement room, and you can climb up the ladder. It is a large Western-style bath. Then there is the second floor, the healthcare room, a room dedicated to Chopper, in which there is a chair he yearns for that can turn. Then there is the aquarium. The entire wall inside is a fish tank, where you can watch all kinds of fish. The lifting facility is connected to the kitchen. There is a lot of wine next to the entrance. There is a passage inside the sink, and even the ladder inside is also a fish tank. After the happy little banquet, everyone started to see the structure of the new ship, and Locke also observed the whole Sunny thoroughly. Then there is Sanji's galley, located in the center of the ship, with a huge oven, chimney, ventilation fan, telephone bug and a locked refrigerator. The code is 7326, Nami and Robin's birthday number. Advertisement. Finally, the energy supply room uses 3 barrels of Coke as energy, so that the cannon behind the ship can launch wind blasting, which can fly more than 10 kilometers. There is a ditch-type heater inside, 6 wooden hammock beds, 6 closets, plus 2 cannons, and 5 reward lists are posted on the wall. Sanji's is not posted. Then there is the girls' room. Nami and Robin's room is more luxurious than the boys' room. There is a dressing table in the center of the wall next to the entrance at 0.7, with red wine and tea sets inside. There are dressing table, bed, sofa, closet and Nami's treasure chest, plus 2 cannon. There are also granaries and fish tanks. One is used to store unprocessed food, and the other is to throw the caught fish into the aquarium through this entrance. If you want to eat fish, you can directly fish from here, which is very convenient. The first is the first floor. This is mainly the boys' room. It is much larger than before, with bunk beds. Next to the entrance is a dressing table, toothbrush and an alarm clock to wake everyone up. The purpose is to prevent other boys from stealing food. The mast in front of the huge stove in the kitchen has a small food elevator, which can send food to the aquarium. To Robin and Usopp, who are back again, as well as new partners Frankie and the pirate ship Sunny, cheers. He was airborne into this world, except for Straw Hat Crew. This world has no home for him at all. Back on the Sunny, all his partners are gathered around the table full of food. The last is the third floor. The third floor has a library, a measuring room and a bathroom. The books of the group except Luffy are placed in the library. The measuring room belongs to Nami, where the logbook is placed and a measuring machine is installed. Have you all had alcohol? Cheers. Meanwhile, all over the world, people they know in their hometowns are delighted by everyone's bounties, except for Locke, of course. Chapter 157. Tribute to Poseidon. In addition to these, there is also a watchtower on the main mast with an astronomical telescope inside, a loudspeaker and a microphone connected below, and Zoro fitness equipment such as dumbbells and iron bars. There is also a separate Usopp factory on the first basement floor, which is a room specially set up for Usopp, and the weapon development room is Frankie's room. There are a lot of iron and other necessary materials for making weapons, as well as Usopp workshop branch, Nami's orange tree, Robin's garden and so on. In short, after reading all this, Locke concluded that there are only 2 words, Niubi, and the various equipment of the Sunny is really perfect to the ultimate. After that, the daily life became even more joyful. There were slides and swings on the deck, and Luffy, Usopp and Chopper had all kinds of fun every day. In addition to recovering from his injuries, Locke hangs out on the boat every day to see what his partners are doing, and they have a great time playing together on the deck. Sanji was preparing to cook, and when he saw Locke coming, he asked him to help fish out the octopus he caught yesterday. After helping, Sanji Locke came to Frankie's workplace again. I saw Frankie, who was transforming Weeba. Frankie had made Weeba into a white pony, and looked at Frankie, who was constantly showing off in front of me. Locke told him to be careful not to be seen by Nami, or he would definitely be beaten. Nami and Robin were chatting over Sanji's snacks here at the aquarium. When Locke passed by, he walked along and was chased and beaten by Nami for a long time. Suddenly, Zoro's voice came from the watchtower. Hey, there's a strange thing floating in the sea ahead. Several people immediately climbed to the side of the boat to look for it. Where is where? Advertisement, looks like a barrel. Ah, I see, there is also a treasure character written on it. Treasure? Treasure? Hurry up and take a look. Soon everyone fished up the wooden barrel with words written on it, and the 3 of Luffy excitedly thought it was a treasure. At this time, Nami and Robin came out of the boat. Nami cut his mouth and explained, "It's a pity that this is not a treasure, it contains wine and preserved food." Luffy retorted unconvinced, "You know why you didn't open it." Nami continued to explain, "Isn't it written, Sea God's Royal Treasure Front?" Usopp said disappointedly, "What, that would be nothing." Locke stepped forward and said with a smile, since you've caught it all, let's open it and drink. Zoro also stepped forward to agree, and Usopp hurriedly said, you idiot, you will be punished by God. Zoro said helplessly, what god? I really don't know who it is. The god of Sky Island was beaten away. Chopper also questioned. The wine in the barrel flew out and turned red? Nami explained again, you can also drink it after praying. The Ghost Island chapter will have more substantial changes compared to the previous chapters, but don't worry, it won't be changed randomly. Advertisement Chopper quickly took a telescope to look around, but there was no trace of anyone or ships, but Nami felt a great change in the air and air pressure. Luffy said while running, although I can't see it yet, but if Nami said it, it will definitely appear. Let's go. Nami, where is the heading? Go straight in the direction of 2 o'clock, Robin said with a smile beside Nami. According to the custom, after drinking, put the new tribute into the empty bucket and let it continue to drift. Usopp was shocked. It's hard. Could it be that this is a huge trap? Once the barrel is opened, our position will be exposed to the enemy. Chopper, go and look around. Locke couldn't help but stepped forward and grabbed the lid of the wooden barrel and said, understood, God, I will accept this wine, and I will put some new tributes for you after drinking. Open it. Call out. Zoro said that he would not pray to the so-called gods at all, and Locke also had an idea, but Nami tempted him a second time. It is said that the wine washed by the waves is extraordinarily mellow. Suddenly he shouted in a serious voice. Everyone is in your position, we are going to start fleeing to the southeast. A storm is coming, and it will be 5 minutes later. Frankie's eyes lit up and said, oh, you really should try it. Robin explained. It's a glow bomb. I hope it's just a prank, and maybe someone will be watching this ship later. After Locke opened the barrel, a huge red flare exploded in the air, as if the whole sky was dyed red. After Nami spoke, the partners started to get busy, and the sky darkened immediately, and there was a heavy rain in the sky, accompanied by green lightning, which was somewhat scary. Chapter 158. The Ghost Ship and the Talking Skeleton. The strong wind made Nami flustered, and he may not be able to get out of here smoothly. At this time, Frankie reminded. Don't forget the capabilities of this ship. 17. Nami immediately understood and commanded, by the way, everyone quickly put up the sails, and the outer wheels are going to be used. Sanji and Zoro stowed the mainsail and jib respectively. Nami confirmed and notified Frankie. Frankie turned on the soldier dock system, channel 0. The coke engine in the outer ship will transform the Sunny into a ship and move forward in the event of no wind or a storm. Afterwards, under the impetus of the outer ship, the Sunny successfully passed through the storm and came to a safe sea area, but it didn't look like a safe place at all. The sky is still dark, and the sea is still full of white dew. Luo Shu got up and observed the building and said, it should have entered that sea area by now. Frankie said with a sinister smile. That's right, this is the very famous sea area, the magic triangle, the mysterious sea area where everything disappears mysteriously. Because Usopp had never heard of this, everyone started to say all kinds of scary words to scare Usopp, and suddenly a scary voice appeared when everyone was fighting. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. Everyone followed the sound and saw an old pirate ship floating in front of them. Everyone shouted in shock, Ghost! Ghost ship! When the boat was slowly approaching, Locke heard the voice and suddenly said, wait everyone, this melody seems to be that song. Advertisement at this time, Robin, who was the most calm besides Locke, replied, I can hear it too, it's the one you hummed before. Luffy also said, well, I remember, bring Bink's wine, to your side. Usopp said tremblingly, hey Luffy, stop singing, your voice is scarier than this ghost. When the ghost ship passed by the Sunny, everyone was surprised again. Luffy came back to his senses and asked, did you see that? The skeleton is singing? Usopp yelled in disbelief. Idiot, how could a skeleton sing? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Luffy came to Locke and said excitedly, you must have seen it, Locke, let's go. Sure enough, there are living skeletons, ha ha ha. As he talked, Luffy's eyes started to shine with excitement, but fortunately Zoro stopped him, and then Zoro took out a wooden stick and asked everyone to draw lots to decide who would accompany Luffy to that boat. Usopp and Nami Chopper objected at first, they should just let whoever wants to go, but turned around and saw that the rest of the people except the 3 of them were all eager to try. They hurriedly begged for a lottery, and in the end it was Locke and Nami who were with Luffy. Nami looked unlovable on the boat, and the 3 of them quickly came to the ghost ship in a boat. Climbed up the rope ladder on the side, and the skeleton in front of me was a bit different from what I imagined. Guyon. Yo ho 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 ho. I was really rude just now, but I didn't say hello when we met. I was really shocked. I don't know how many years I haven't seen a living person. Besides the ghost ship, it is also a ghost ship. It's too scary, come on, don't be shy, come inside, let's have a good chat. Advertisement Luffy shouted excitedly again. Look, he is talking, the skull with the afro is talking. Suddenly, the skeleton saw Nami behind Locke and immediately stepped forward and said, ah, this is such a beautiful lady. Forgive me for being fascinated by beautiful women, although I am a skeleton and have no eyes. Yo ho ho ho. After that, the skeleton put down the crutches and the cup in his hand, came to Nami and said seriously, can I have a look at Fat Times? Who will let you see it? Nami kicked a bag out of the skull's head, and the skull said indifferently. Yo ho ho ho, it's so bad, it hurts to the bone, even though I'm just a skeleton. Seeing this scene, Luffy laughed and said, ha 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 ha, it's really interesting you. Then you can pull a good dragon? The skeleton got up, picked up the cup and crutches again, wandered around twice and said, I will take a shit. Locke hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two and stepped forward and said, okay, don't say any more, then it's time for me to ask questions. First of all, why are you still alive and talking when you were a skeleton? And second, why are you here? This sea area, what happened and what happens next? Please tell me all of this. Suddenly Luffy stepped forward and said, wait, we'll talk about this later. Hey, you can be my partner. Skeleton took a sip of tea and said calmly, well, yes. Hey. Chapter 159. The miserable skeleton broke on the sunny. The three of Luffy and the skeleton stood in front of the remaining partners, and he began to introduce himself. Yo-ho-ho-ho, hello everyone, Guyon, this time, my boat and I have caused trouble for everyone. I am a dead brook with only bones. Please give me your advice. The rest of the partners shouted to Luffy in shock. Stop kidding. What is this guy? Although Brook had been verbally agreed by Luffy to join, the rest of the partners except Locke all expressed their opposition. But let's put this matter aside for now, because it's time for dinner, and the whole octopus banquet prepared by Sanji before, is full of delicious food on a large table. During the meal, Locke also discovered something amazing, that is, when Luffy talked to Brook with his mouth full of food, the guy could understand everything. Locke couldn't help admiring, this might be the special ability of the skeleton. After drinking and eating, Brook also started to talk about his 970 things. Everyone was so scared that they immediately kept vigilant, because it was indeed a bit scary, and then Usopp observed another thing and shouted. Look carefully, you don't even have a shadow. The former Brook was also a pirate today, but he encountered more powerful pirates while sailing, and their pirate group was wiped out. Maybe I don't want to bring up the sad memories of the past. Brook was born in West Blue. When he was young, he was the head of a certain country's guards, and later joined the Rumba Pirates and became the fencer and musician of the group. But Brook was extremely resistant to the mirror, and Usopp was shocked after observing. Why can't you see it in the mirror? AJDH. After a wild laugh, Brook said, today is really a good day, I saw a living person, I don't know the time, in the dark sea surrounded by thick fog. All my companions are dead, and I am alone guarding the big boat with a broken rudder has been drifting like this for decades. I am really lonely and scared, I really want to die. But longevity is really good. People can bring joy to me, you are my joy, yo-ho-ho, if I still have tears, I will cry happily now. Advertisement Sanji said helplessly. Why are you still so cheerful? Later, the Rumba pirates encountered enemies in the magic triangle and were attacked by poisonous weapons, and the ship's doctor was dead. The crew including Brook held a big ensemble on the ship and were wiped out. The last to die, Brook tasted the loneliness and fear of his companions dying one after another before dying. That's why he became like this in the end. Of course, this is Brook's own version. Locke knows his real situation better, so he doesn't want to say it. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, your life is really miserable. Since then, he can only live on the ship in the state of a skeleton. After burying the skulls of his companions, he spent more than 30 years alone. Brook calmly sat down on the stool and took a sip of tea and said, it's hard to explain everything. I've been drifting in this sea for too long. Becoming a skeleton and losing my shadow are two completely different things. Later, because the Captain Yuki was infected with the plague and left the pirate group, he became the acting captain. As early as 52 years ago, their group of pirates was the one who agreed with the whale Laboon in the Twin Straits. Brook once ate the fruit of the underworld that had no effect, and it played a role after his death, and his soul returned from the underworld. Brook said that he was most afraid of monsters. Nami helplessly took out the mirror and said to Brook, you are still afraid of monsters. Let me tell you, have you ever looked in a mirror? It can be said that he is really strong. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been tortured to death by such loneliness. Usopp and Wizong heard about the matter of Brutus and went up to ask him again if he was a monster. Everyone stared at him to let him continue. Brook said calmly, my shadow was taken away by a man a few years ago, and taking away my shadow means that I can't live in places with light going down. Once the sun shines on me, I will really die, because now this sea area can avoid the sun, so I will be fine. The shadow is projected to the ground through the light, which is the same as there is no shadow, similar to a mirror in the camera, which shows objects through reflection, can't reflect my body. That is to say, I am an existence rejected by light, and all my partners are dead. Brook spread out his hands and said, even so, I still survive tenaciously, a pile of white bones, still tenaciously alive, I am dead, Brook with only bones left, please give me more advice. But because of the thick fog in the sea area, he lost his way for a whole year before he found his original body. At that time, his body had turned into a skeleton. Chapter 160. Ghost Island Thriller Bark. After finishing speaking, Brook looked at Luffy and said, you invited me to join you just now, I'm really happy, thank you very much. Luffy looked happy with a smile on his face, but what Brook said next surprised him, but actually I have to refuse. Luffy was shocked. Ah. Why? Brook explained. As I said just now, my body can't live in the sun because of the shadow that was taken away from me. There is this thick fog here to protect me from the sun, but even if I leave this sea area with you, sooner or later, the body will be reduced to ashes. I decided to stay here, waiting for the miraculous day when I regain my shadow. Luffy got angry, slapped the table and shouted. What are you talking about? By the way, if you need a shadow, I will help you get it back. Didn't you say that it was taken away by someone? Who is it? There. Brook stared blankly at Luffy and said, you're such a nice guy, I'm so shocked, but I can't tell you that I can't let you guys who I just met go for me. Frankie asked. Is it because the enemy is too strong? In fact, it doesn't matter if you say it. There's a guy on our boat who is anxious to face a strong enemy. After speaking, all the people looked at Locke who was drinking, and Locke put down the glass suspiciously and said cautiously, "This is the third glass. I didn't drink too much." Brook still insisted. "No, I can't say. In fact, even I don't know where he is, and I don't know if I will be able to see that person before my second life ends, if I can. I decided to fight to the death." At this moment, Locke suddenly spoke up and said, "That person. If I'm not mistaken, 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, right?" Advertisement. Brook froze for a moment. Locke suddenly remembered. Brook had been here for decades. He didn't know about 7 warlords of the sea at all. Locke said again. "The person who took away your shadow is a guy who is nearly 7 meters tall, has the same hairstyle as a green onion, and looks like a devil, right?" Brook should be surprised at this time and shouted. "Why? Why do you know that person? But since you know that person, you must also be aware of his terrifying ability." Locke interrupted Brook and continued. "Shadow Fruit can control the shadow of the capable person himself, and can also control the shadow of others. It is indeed a troublesome ability, but that's all." Brook didn't understand what Locke meant, and didn't continue talking about it, but turned around and took out a brand new violin from a bag and said, "By the way, let me sing a song for everyone. I am very good at musical instruments. I used to be a musician on the pirate ship." Luffy got even more excited and said to Brook, "Really? Are you a musician? Come on, just join us. B******************. D. Brook dodges the subject with a laugh. "Yo ho ho ho, then let's listen to a happy boat song." When Brook was about to play, he suddenly yelled, "Ah, Phantom, Phantom." Everyone turned their heads and looked over, and actually saw a ghost floating around on the boat, and then the hull shook violently. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. Brook rushed out in shock and shouted, "Could it be? Has this ship been targeted, you?" Locke came out after him and said calmly, "Yeah, we picked up the wine dedicated to the sea god on the sea earlier." Brook said nervously, "This is too bad. Now this ship has been targeted. This is a ghost island wandering in the sea, thriller bark." Everyone came out in a panic, looking at the island that appeared in front of them. Nami quickly looked at the record pointer on his wrist, but found that the record pointer did not respond at all. Brook explained, "Of course, because the island comes from far away West Blue." After finishing speaking, Brook picked up his own things and jumped back to the original boat and said to everyone, "Today is really a lucky day. Not only have I met someone, but now even my long-cherished wish has come true. Destroy the door at the back and escape from here. You must not drop anchor on the shore. I am very happy to meet you today. I will never forget such a delicious dinner. Let's meet again at sea in the future." Uluo Brook jumped into the sea, and then performed a wave of Chingong floating on the water in front of everyone, and ran towards the island all the way. After Brook left, Nami hurriedly said, "Anyway, Luffy, just do as he said, although I don't know what happened, but this island looks very bad." However, at this time, Luffy turned around with a smile on his face and said, "Did you say something?" Chapter 161. The Mini Mary and the Transparent Man. Usopp. Speaking of which, what the hell is Ghost Island? Chopper. Hey, where did the ghost just now go? Is it still wearing it? It's scary. Zoro. No, I have already flown to the island, probably a resident of the island. Robin. About the vibration just now, if it was the sound of the mouth like door closing, we would be eaten by it now. Luffy. Eat? Locke. That's right, Thriller Bark, an island standing in the Devil's Triangle. In fact, its true identity is a huge sailing ship from West Blue, which is the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria I mentioned earlier ferry. Nami couldn't believe it and said, "Boat? How is it possible? Are you saying that this island is a huge ship?" Locke nodded and continued, "Yes, it is also known as the world's largest pirate ship, so everything Brook said before is credible." After thinking about it, Frankie said, "Since this is the case, the island will move, which means we are still at sea, so naturally we cannot drop anchor." Usopp hurriedly shouted, "Hey, why do you want to break down your clothes? If you don't run away quickly, you will be cursed." Nami and Chopper have already learned Usopp, and both of them huddled aside with the inaccessible disease, but at this time Luffy has already brought the adventure tools out. Advertisement, good. Bring the boat to shore. Usopp hurried forward to stop him. Ah, reconsider Luffy. Take a good look there. That weird building is undoubtedly a real haunted house. You underestimate evil spirits. Luffy still said with a smile on his face. What did you say? I prepared it very carefully, and Locke has already said that this is the territory of Mamiya, so don't be afraid. Locke looked at the cage and the net in Luffy's hand and said helplessly, "No, so are you planning to capture the ghost just now and raise it? Also, there are indeed ghosts and zombies on this island. No, I don't know if it's an evil spirit, but it shouldn't be a threat anyway. This guy is called Absalom, and his real identity is one of the 3 monsters under Moria, and he is also the commander of zombie soldiers and zombie generals." While still arrogantly mocking, "Damn it, although I don't know why you can find me, but it's useless. Do you really think you can control me with one hand? I'll show you right away." Luffy stepped forward with a smile and said, "It's important to catch ghosts, but what's more important is to bring back our important partner, Sanji, to prepare a pirate bento." Zoro immediately asked, "What's the matter, Locke? Is anyone here?" Locke got up and walked over to Robin with a serious face and said, "Yeah, there are 10 people who are not human beings messing around here. Nami, Usopp and Chopper were the first to experience this mini-Mary, and the partners were all excited after seeing it, and Luffy kept jumping to try it out. Soon under Locke's control, this guy showed his original shape, a guy with a lion's jaw, and at this time his head was being held tightly by Locke. Advertisement Locke kept his eyes closed and said nothing. When everyone was vigilant, Locke suddenly said, "Enough is enough, if you don't want to die." Channel 3 Shark number 3. 3 people use a scout submarine, with a periscope and a phone bug inside, and can dive to a depth of 5,000 meters. Watching Nami and the others drive farther and farther away, I soon heard Nami's shouting, and then I couldn't see what happened because of the thick fog, but I can determine 0 according to the direction. Because Locke has a strong sense of knowledge, this guy's fruit ability is completely useless in front of Locke, and Absalom struggles to get out of Locke's hand. Locke chuckled. "Really? Try it if you can." Robin has been waiting for a long time with his lunchbox in his arms. Frankie showed everyone the latest dog he made before. Now the Sunny is except for the Zero outer ship. There is also Channel 1 White Trojan number 1, which was originally Nami's Weeba, and was later transformed into White Trojan number 1, by Frankie. But Locke is very disgusted with this guy, because this guy has a transparent fruit, 5.6 and is very lustful. If it wasn't for Locke, he would have taken advantage of Robin just now. Now Frankie has shown the latest achievement of Channel 2 to everyone, Channel 2 Mini Mary 2, a 4-seater steam shopping boat made by Frankie according to its original shape to commemorate Mary. They had already landed on the Ghost Island, and various supernatural events occurred on the ship at this time. The anchor was thrown down by itself, and the door of the cabin opened automatically. When he walked in front of Robin, Locke directly reached out and grabbed the air, and then said in a cold tone, "You be asterisk 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 D. What do you want to do to my partner?" Chapter 162. Departing for a great adventure on Ghost Island. Saying this, the strength in Locke's hand became stronger again, and Absalom screamed, "Ah, it hurts. Let go, your head will be crushed." The partners on the side looked at the scene in front of them and didn't know what to say. Sanji seemed to be vaguely aware of something and asked anxiously, "Hey, Locke, what the hell is going on here?" Locke explained, "As you can see, this guy ate devil fruit, is a transparent fruit-capable person, and was going to do something to Robin just now." "What?" Sanji exploded immediately after hearing this, and kicked Absalom to the ground with his eyes blazing. Locke was so frightened that he quickly let go of the guy and took a step back. At this time, Locke only remembered that the transparent fruit seemed to be Sanji's dream, plus Locke said what this guy was going to do just now. Now Sanji can be said to be extremely angry. Blowing wildly towards Absalom, and finally even trying to activate the demon wind kick, but was stopped by Locke, although the guy must be dead. But before he dies, he can lead the way. The 3 of Nami and the others should be in the house of one of the 3 weirdos, Hobak, and this guy just knows the location. It can save a lot of trouble. Locke is angry when he thinks of this. If there is no Locke, this guy will not only take advantage of Robin when Nami is taking a shower in the house. Got taken advantage of by this guy too, but now these things won't happen. Locke tied him up with the unrecognizable Absalom. Then let this guy lead the way for everyone, and everyone was ready to land, and went to find Nami and the others together. When they first landed on the island, there was a downward staircase. Then there were skulls all over the ground, and then I met the stitched 3-headed dog who was chasing Nami and the others just now. This guy can scare Nami and the others. But when I met Luffy and his group, my style of painting suddenly changed. Luffy licked his tongue excitedly, looking like he wanted to eat it. Advertisement Sanji calmly lit a cigarette and said, "Hell 3-headed dog. Obviously hell is safer." Robin said with a happy face, "Huh? It's cute." Frankie pondered and said, "Is this guy trying to provoke us?" Zoro followed up on Frankie's words, "It's really self-righteous." Locke rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let it suffer." Luffy walked to the front with the net in his hand and said, "I don't know if it's delicious or not." Stitching the 3-headed dog was instantly dumbfounded, and he was so frightened that he stood there and didn't know what to do. Then the guy was frightened and panicked by the dog barking that Luffy imitated. After regaining his composure, he mustered up his courage and wanted to struggle a bit, and shouted at the crowd. Zoro was about to draw his sword. Luffy reached out to stop him. "Let me tame it." After speaking, Luffy walked up to this guy, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Hand out." As a result, the 3 heads bit Luffy at the same time. Everyone looked calm, and Luffy reached out and touched one of its heads like a normal person and said, "Good boy, good boy. Obedient, just let go slowly like this. You are such a good boy. B asterisk 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 D." The 3-headed dog knocked down by Luffy fell to the ground, and Luffy continued to tame it. "Sit down." Then Luffy caught them and planned to invite them to board the boat, but was decisively rejected. Locke directly pulled Luffy and threw him on the back of the 3-headed dog and continued on his way. Frankie retorted, "Hey, I'm not a robot, I'm a modified human. B asterisk 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 D." The two quarreled directly. Advertisement, essentially still human. Boom. Locke was ashamed watching these ghosts dancing in the sky, dancing more and more, and the sound was also very unpleasant. Luffy directly picked up the net and started catching ghosts. Sanji quickly explained, "Oh, I didn't praise you. The essence should be pervert. 10,000 has Absalom's guidance, so everyone will not get lost and go all the way to the castle, seeing various wonders on the road." The partners behind were speechless for a while, and then everyone got a free mount, and followed everyone with Luffy on their backs, dejected. "It's not human anyway. But it's no use at all, these are real ghosts. Luffy was already pointing at the sky and yelling. There it is. A ghost. Catch it. Suddenly there was another strange voice in the air repeating a sentence. Depression, 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 depression. Luffy looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise. A tree that looks like an uncle is drinking with a unicorn. Frankie changed his face instantly and said with a smile. Ah, if you can understand this. Sanji has been preaching to Luffy on the way. That's why I've said it many times, don't always find some weird things as partners, there are raccoon cats, robots and so on. Chapter 163. Request from Uncle Zombie. Frankie looked at these ghosts floating around and said, it's completely aura, then, evolving flames. Call. Frankie breathed out flames, but the flames had no effect. Frankie's bristling hair was limp after a ghost passed through Frankie. It's useless. I'm really not good this week. I can't do anything. I don't have the confidence to live anymore. The whole world is laughing at me. Seeing Frankie's appearance, Locke began to look forward to this thing, and he also wanted to see if he could resist this depressed ghost. Luffy dropped the net and jumped straight at a ghost, and then. If there was an afterlife, I would be a shell. It's so bad. If there is a hole, I'd like to go into it. Sanji yelled at the two, so what the hell are you playing? Robin guessed that people would become very depressed after being penetrated by this ghost, Zoro said disdainfully. HMPH, useless guys, it's because of weak willpower that they are played by these strange ghosts. Just after finishing speaking, a ghost passed through Zoro's body the next second, and Zoro immediately knelt down in the same position as Luffy Frankie and confessed. Sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world. Locke couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. It's too embarrassing, let me show you what is the strongest belief, the next second. Advertisement, I'm sorry to be human. One Sanji was shocked. Enough, it seems that Robin Sauce is right. Robin looked at these ghosts and said, there is no entity, and it will break your heart when you touch it. If it is an enemy, it will be really tricky. Soon these ghosts left, everyone recovered and went back on the road. Luffy shouted angrily. Those stinky ghosts, I will not show mercy next time I meet them. Don't keep them, I don't want this kind of thing. Frankie also looked aggressive and shouted, it must have weaknesses, I'm going to destroy them all. Sanji, sitting on the back of the three-headed dog, taunted. Ha ha ha, I saw something interesting, ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world, ha 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 ha. Zoro was furious. Hole, it's so noisy. Robin looked at Locke's half-smile expression. Locke hurriedly avoided. Who knew? Robin said. I can't think that our strongest Locke has such a depressed side. Without saying a word, Luffy stepped forward and pushed the guy back. The zombie was stunned and then rushed out and shouted. Do you think I will go back, idiot? The people behind complained. No matter how you look at it, they're all zombies. Everyone was gearing up, and Locke slowly stepped forward with a swing peacock gun, and the little peacocks filled the sky with flames instantly ignited the entire cemetery. Looking at the big mansion not far away, Locke suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in. I can't sign in quickly. Immediately afterwards, a large number of zombies actively appeared from the ground in various postures, saying that they wanted to let everyone see the horror of zombies. Advertisement. The rest of the staff refused. At this time, a bandaged zombie crawled out of the tombstone behind Luffy, most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. Those zombies were not killed, but just taught them a hard lesson. Every zombie was stuffed upside down and back to the ground, which can be said to help them go home. But in this situation, Luffy still spoke surprisingly. He looked at the zombie in front of him and said seriously, the old man who was seriously injured. I want Luffy and the others to help defeat Moria and help them regain their shadows. According to what this zombie uncle said, there are many people on this island who have lost their shadows like him. Either stay in this dark forest and be afraid of zombies crawling around, or go to the sea, but you still have to be afraid of the sun when you are alive, and you will die sooner or later. Such a body can no longer live, at least it can survive before death. Give me one more chance, just one more time, I want to walk under the sun. After the flames dissipated, there were only a few scorched zombies that could stand up and knelt in front of the crowd, waiting for Luffy to interrogate them. When they learned that these guys had shot Nami and the others. Congratulations on the successful sign-in, the reward, soul suppression, has been issued. The next sign-in location is a terrifying 3-guided sailboat. Conditions, after defeating Moria. Reward, Tianba Hengkong Lai Hung Wu. At this time, everyone discovered that this guy was not a zombie, but because he could only wander in this forest all these years, he turned into this picture of neither human nor ghost. Backquote, sign in. Locke saw a huge question mark over his head for the next reward, but let's not think about it for now. On the way, when Zoro and Sanji were arguing, a zombie who hadn't shown his face before was caught up from the cemetery. After catching up, this guy knelt down and asked for help. Locke walked to the front of the line with a flushed face and shame, and soon everyone came to a new terrain, a large cemetery, and Luffy insisted on clamoring to eat bento here. The crowd performed another wave of goals, thoroughly cleaned up all the zombies here, and then got the latest news that Nami and the others were in that huge mansion. Chapter 164. Undead Zombie Army. Even if the zombie uncle doesn't come out to intercede, their goal is to find the culprit who took away the shadow, that is, Moria. Afterwards, a group of people opened the door directly and walked into the castle swaggeringly. Luffy yelled as soon as he entered. Hey, Gecko Moria, get out of here, Locke said helplessly. Luffy, be polite. Ah, sorry, Gecko Moria, come out and die. Isn't it even more impolite? Hello. Everyone came to the hall, looking at the scene around them as if they had just experienced the war. Sanji guessed that it must have something to do with Nami and the others. Immediately afterwards, murals, carpets, and monsters all appeared in a mess, but unfortunately, although they were the same group as the first wave. But the strength level of 013 is completely different. After quickly finishing these messy guys here, everyone began to ask about the pig growing on the wall. After asking, he found out that Sanji was missing again. Locke knew that Sanji didn't intend to fight in a group to steal crystals again. This is Sanji's usual style, so there is no need to worry. At this time, these guys who were beaten to the ground were still laughing here, mocking everyone, saying let them go quickly, to see the horror of their entry. Advertisement Luffy stepped forward and smashed the photo frames of these guys on the ground and said, "It's so noisy, then you go and tell that Gecko Moria, if something happens to my companion, I will blow him and this island away." They took the pig and everyone continued to move forward, but Zoro disappeared as they walked, and they knew that they were lost. AJCF, without thinking about it. The remaining four continued to move forward, and when they came to a hall similar to an arena, they encountered a very powerful armored swordsman, and they were able to stand up again after being beaten continuously by Frankie. At this time, the pig hid far away and said, Hey, let's see it well, this is the real horror of zombies. Even if there is a little malfunction, they don't feel pain. These armed zombie generals were all dead famous tenacious fighters, captains of a country's knights, ferocious criminals, legendary warriors, pirates, Shinso fighters. Think about these guys who have gained immortality. You have no chance of winning, and your partners have no chance a person is safe and sound, and deserves it. You be *********** D. Luffy was so angry that he wanted to go over and beat that guy, but the wall was suddenly sealed when he came in. It turned out that the wall was also a zombie. Then all kinds of zombies that the pig mentioned just now appeared. Judging from their appearance, you can tell that they don't look like young men, tall and mighty in armor, or pirate captains holding wine bottles, etc. Frankie looked at these guys and said, based on my experience, these guys are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. One-on-one attacks are not effective against them. If we want to fight with all of them seriously, it will only consume our physical strength. Robin also said, pass through them and go straight ahead, I'm afraid you will be able to reach the yard. Locke walked up to the crowd, moved his stiff body and said, go first, I'll play with these guys. Seeing Locke's appearance, Frankie immediately persuaded him, hey Locke, now is not the time to consume energy. Luffy grabbed Frankie and said with a smile, it's okay, what Locke said must be fine, right? Advertisement Locke nodded with a smile and said, well, it's definitely no problem, you just go first, and I will follow soon. Frankie looked at the two of them and said helplessly, no way, let's go as you please. Everyone reassuredly ignored the zombie in front of them and rushed over. Locke clenched his right fist, and the next second. Electric Light Dragon Fist. Roar. Locke came to the group of zombies in an instant, punched the first zombie in the front, and a golden dragon with lightning appeared, stringing all the zombies behind him and flying them all the way out. A path was just opened for Luffy and the others, and the three of them swaggered away. Just as the zombies were about to catch up, Locke punched them and knocked them to the ground. The armor on their bodies was smashed to pieces by Locke's punch. These zombies finally understood who the most important target was. If they didn't defeat Locke, they wouldn't even try to catch up. The leader of them is that Captain John. He is a pirate from the old times. He wanted to monopolize the treasure in the past but was killed by his own subordinates. How strong it is remains to be seen, but these immortal guys can allow Locke to live a good life, and take this opportunity to further improve his own strength. Locke has long felt that although the sign-in system can bring him many powerful moves, he will always be lacking in one thing, that is, combat experience. This thing must be accumulated by oneself, so fighting is the best way to grow. Chapter 165. No Song Swordsman appears, 36 Trouble wins. Pyre. Locke narrowly escaped the leaping slash, looked at the figure in the shadows suspiciously and said, Zoro? But soon when this guy showed his original shape, Locke was shocked. He was a zombie uncle with 3 knives and a worm growing on his head. Locke patted his head and said helplessly, that idiot, I feel like something is going to happen. These guys are too careless, we must hurry over, sorry Zoro's shadow. The 3 swordsmen in front of him is called Jigoro. He was the legendary stubborn father during his lifetime. The swordsman who killed 7,000 pirates in 983, died at the age of 59 to protect his family. Now with the shadow of Zoro, arguably the most powerful of these guys. Now, Locke has almost cleaned up these guys. Out of nowhere Jigoro has to make Locke work again. Transparent King Spear. 3 swords style 108 vexed phoenixes. Ding. The fierce sword energy collided with the powerful impact. Jigoro's attack was broken up after a stalemate for a while, and then he was knocked to the ground by the impact, but this guy stood up again as if nothing had happened. Advertisement Locke rushed directly in front of him to fight. Jigoro was beaten back with his hands all attached to the glove, and soon the 3 ordinary knives in his hand were all smashed by Locke. The swordsman who lost his sword was not afraid at all. Locke punched him in the face again, and the strength exploded. Boom. A punch directly embedded him into the ground, and this guy should not be able to stand up in a short time. Luo Shu looked up at the army of servants in front of him who came to stand up again and said a little irritatedly. Sorry, I don't have time to waste any more time with you, Shira. The terrifying murderous aura instantly filled the entire castle, and Robin and Frankie, who were on their way, felt the murderous aura and became worried. Because Luffy was also taken away after they left, they saw Luffy in a coffin, and when they were about to chase, a huge spider monkey appeared in front of them blocking the way. Now the situation of the partners is not very optimistic. The timid trio on Nami's side are besieged by various animal zombies in the garden. At a critical moment, a penguin with a dog's face appeared. From the tone of this guy's voice, the three guessed that he was exactly the same as Sanji. He protected Nami, but was injured by Lola, who came later. The dog penguin Sanji still maintains the belief that he will never kick a woman even though Lola is a wild boar in a wedding dress, and the three of Nami were originally chased by Lola. At the critical moment, Nami turned an enemy into a friend, successfully tricked Lola, and learned the location of the treasure from her mouth, but because the three of them had no combat effectiveness. So when encountering enemies, they hide in various ways, and now they are hiding in a huge doll bear, which happens to be Kumasi, one of the three weirdos, the subordinate and pet of Perona. Frankie and Robin's front road was blocked by a giant spider monkey, and the back road was blocked by an army of zombies. Frankie used the wind cannon to break the bridge under his feet. Advertisement: Robin's new move, dazzling 100 blossoms phantom wings. Countless arms grow from behind, turning into a pair of wings with a gorgeous appearance and can stay in the air, but only for about 5 seconds. With the help of Robin's phantom wings, the two did not fall together, but at this moment a skeleton suddenly fell from the sky. Robin and Frankie were zero. I was controlled by the spider web. At this time the no-song swordsman appeared on the stage, walked over slowly and said, "Yo ho 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 ho, sure enough, everyone has landed on this island. Since we are here, there is nothing we can do. Let me tell you about it. Everything on the island is fine, don't worry about it, the winner has already been divided. No song 3 ding arrow tail slash. Ding. The damage occurred when the sword was sheathed, and the huge spider monkey was dealt with directly by Brook, and it was completely solved, because Brook purified it and let the shadow in its body return to its original owner. After that, Brook told Robin and Frankie about the specific situation here. The reason why these zombies can move is all because of Moria. Moria captures those living people, then cuts out their shadows, and puts their shadows into the flesh of powerful zombies, thus creating a powerful undead warrior. But there is one thing not to worry about, is that their captured partner 3.3 must still be alive, because even if the shadow is taken away, the main body and the shadow are still in a symbiotic relationship. So Moria will transport the comatose body back to the pirate ship after taking away the shadow, because the thriller bark is mobile, so that the body can be prevented from coming back to snatch the shadow. So what is certain now is that Luffy will definitely be sent back to the pirate ship, so Brook's suggestion is to let Frankie and Robin return to the ship first. Otherwise, if Robin and Frankie were also taken away from their shadows, they would have to be like Brook, adrift in this sea of magic. Chapter 166. The shadow of the big crisis is gone. The weakness of these zombies is actually very clear, because the reason why they can be resurrected like this is all thanks to devil fruit, so Brook brought sea salt. With this thing, the shadows and the zombies can be released back, because Locke's gloves also have sea stone material when defeating those guys. Their souls also returned, but Locke didn't notice it at the time, but soon the Straw Hats were about to face a very terrifying enemy. Both Zoro and Sanji's shadows have been taken away, and now Luffy's shadow has also been taken away. Originally, according to normal thinking, Moria planned to put Luffy's shadow on his strongest weapon. 500 years ago, he brought the defeated island country back to his own territory, and established an empire of thugs, leaving behind the legend of pirates that shocked the world. Huge in size, but quite agile in skill, even 09 zombie general was knocked down in an instant. From the land of ice, is the berserker Ozzy known as the Magic Man in history. But now because of the existence of Locke, their plan has changed. Moria plans to put Locke's shadow into Ozzy, so that Ozzy will be the real strongest weapon after he wakes up. However, the most unfortunate situation did happen, and the timid trio hiding in Kumasi's body witnessed the scene where the shadow of the depressed Locke was taken away. Then I followed all the way to the cold room, and saw Moria put Locke's shadow into the frozen Ozzy body, and Ozzy woke up with a terrifying soul. Seeing this scene, the cowardly trio were so frightened that they exposed their whereabouts, but following Ozzy's terrifying roar after waking up, the trio ran away along the airflow. Although surrounded by zombies on the way, fortunately, they met Robin and Frankie, who were separated from Brook, and were successfully rescued. At this time, in the cold storage room, a large number of zombies were carrying various wine barrels into it. After waking up, Oz frantically shouted for a drink. Advertisement: in this way, Oz, who drank dozens of barrels of wine in a row, finally, was poisoned. Moria was stunned. "What, Ozzy, what are you doing? Get up." Hoback on the side said cautiously, "Well, could Ozzy be poisoned by alcohol?" Moria turned her head angrily and shouted, "What? How is that possible? Even if Ozzy is revived, he is still a zombie and can't even feel pain. How could he be poisoned by alcohol?" On the other side, several people who had returned to the Sunny began to look for Luffy, who had been transported back, and soon found 4 people in the cabin with their faces arranged in various shapes and placed on stools. The 4. That's right, besides Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, even the strongest Locke has his shadow taken away, and Nami and the others have witnessed Locke's shadow with their own eyes. Frankie first resorted to a violent awakening method, and forced all 4 of them to be beaten into gourd babies on their heads, but they still didn't seem to wake up at all. Just when Frankie was about to use the bazooka, Usopp stepped forward and stopped him and said, "No, it's okay, it's time for. The beautiful swordsman is here with meat and wine." At Usopp's words, the 4 of them trembled as if their nerves had been aroused, and stood up neatly and said, "Sanji, beauty; Zoro, swordsman; Luffy, meat. Advertisement: Locke, wine." Chopper complained in shock, These guys can't be saved. At this time, the heads of the 4 people who just woke up were still in a daze, and they didn't know what happened at all. After thinking about it, Zoro and Locke expressed embarrassment. Luffy was more concerned about the fact that all the food on the boat had been taken away than her own shadow, and now there was only cheese left, which was not enough for her to eat. When everyone slowed down a little, Usopp began to talk about the battle plan. Listen well, next we have to get back the most critical thing. Luffy quickly replied, food and shadow are the 2 keys. Usopp was stunned for a moment, but continued, although some unexpected things have been added, it's more or less the meaning. 163. After that, Usopp told about the whole process they saw before. The shadows of Luffy and Locke were cut out, and they also met the dog penguin with the shadow of Sanji. Locke also said that he had knocked down the zombies with Zoro's shadow, and Zoro said helplessly, you just need to say that you have seen it, so now you need to find those zombies with our shadows, defeat them and put salt on them. Take back the shadow, right? Frankie nodded and said, that's right, whether it's the zombies' weakness or knowing that you're being sent back to the sunny, it's all that skeleton told us. Luffy said excitedly, oh, have you guys met Brook yet? Frankie nodded and continued, yeah, and I also asked a very rude question. When you first wanted him to join, I was completely against it. That guy is obviously just a skinny skeleton, but after the conversation I found that he has a lot of backbone. He is obviously just a skeleton, but that guy is a man. Chapter 167. This is all fade back to the last question Frankie and Robin asked before parting ways with Brook. Wait a minute, following what I just said, I hope you are answering my last question. If you appear in front of ordinary people, you know how others will react. A talking skeleton, your creepy appearance, it is impossible to make friends, and heterogeneous people will be rejected. Robin on the side couldn't bear to listen, and pulled Frankie's clothes and said, Frankie, what are you talking about? But Frankie still continued, even if you can leave this sea of demons, your fate is already obvious, not to mention that you can't even get out here, and you have spent decades of despair here. You said before that you lonely, I want to die, if I were you, I would have committed suicide. Existence itself is a clown, and I pretend to be a gentleman from time to time. I always hide the key words in my heart. You just want to live to fulfill the agreement with your companions. What exactly is it? Brook smiled bitterly and said, what a nosy person, it's very simple. A long time ago, our pirate group left a companion somewhere. It was a helpless and painful parting. We agreed to return that place, but then all the members were destroyed in the sea area, and I failed to fulfill the agreement with it. I, who have lived alone on the ship for so long, have the obligation to tell it all the results, counting from the day we died. It's been 50 years now. Frankie was surprised. 50 years, hey, is it that long ago? I haven't even been born yet. I'm sorry, that guy won't wait for you for so long. Frankie lowered his head and said with emotion, that's what that guy said at the time. Sanji continued, he healed it in Laboon's body. Locke got up and concluded, it seems that Laboon's original partner is indeed dead, but whether it is Laboon or Brook, they still believe in the previous agreement. The reason why Brook cares so much about his afro is probably because he is afraid that when the time comes when he met Laboon, he wouldn't recognize his skeleton Laboon. Sanji also took a deep breath and said, at the entrance of the Great Root, Twin Gorges, there was a huge whale there, and we were eaten by that guy because Luffy did something stupid. And the few people who entered the Grand Line at the beginning all looked incredible, because they were all people who had seen Laboon with their own eyes. Because it's been G its head against the cliff that divides the world, red line. It must have been waiting for the pirates who promised to come back after circling the world for a week. Advertisement Brook suddenly said loudly, what right do I have to conclude that he is no longer waiting, if it believes that our agreement has been waiting there, how lonely it will be now, feeling that it has been betrayed by us, but at the same time it is still waiting for us. What a miserable mood. The partner who swore to me again in the agreed strait is called Laboon. It is a very small whale and cannot follow us on such a dangerous voyage. Robin asked. Backquote, is it Laboon? Brook's voice became gentle and said, yeah, since then I always feel that it trusts us very much. It may think that we will play happy music like before and go back waving our arms. I don't think it will forgive us. To die irresponsibly like this, to make a promise without authorization, to shout out from the distant sky that can't be heard, don't think it's okay to die. The man once said that he will definitely come. They knew that Laboon didn't leave their agreed place. Instead, he headbutted Red Line desperately every day, trying to go to Grand Line to find them. Luffy's eyes were a little dull, as if recalling something in his mouth. Laboon. At that time, Luffy recklessly fought with the money's cloth, and finally made a new agreement with it, which also made Laboon stop committing suicide by hitting the wall, so the guy must still be alive now, and continue to wait for his partner in that strait. Frankie burst into tears. Woo. That whale. We know each other, Luffy said, thinking of the previous scene. Locke said, that's right, there's also an old man who guards the lighthouse living in its stomach. That guy was once the ship's doctor on the ship of One Piece Luogia. But why does it need treatment? Asked Chopper, is the companion a whale? Luffy said with a smile, he, it's Uncle Wa. Chapter 168. Battle to recapture the shadow. Luffy said excitedly. I'm so excited. That guy is a musician, a talking skeleton, an afro, and laughs like, yo ho 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 ho. And he's Laboon's partner. I also want him to be our partner on board. Do you have any objections? Robin chuckled. If so, would you change your mind? Usopp said excitedly. I really want him to meet Laboon. Frankie raised his hand in tears and shouted, "Yes, damn it." Chopper also burst into tears and raised his hands and shouted, "Me too. B*****************. D. I'm not afraid of skeletons at all." Zoro got off the boat and walked towards the island. After Luffy asked, Zoro replied handsomely, "Hurry up and go in, now there's another shadow that needs to be taken back." Luffy. He. Good, brothers. Prepare to fight back, go beat this thriller bark. 683. At this time, Ozzy in the refrigerator punched the wall and jumped out, shouting in midair, "Dragon Wing." But without any reaction, he just hit the ground, sank deeply, and after crawling out, he muttered to himself with a puzzled face. "Weird, I always feel like I'm going to grow wings." At this time, the relaunched Straw Hat crew in the thriller bark are all in full fire mode, with salt stars specially made by Usopp on their bodies. To purify these will make, Zoro and Frankie plan to help Brook, and the timid master group follows Sanji to find the dog penguin. Advertisement. The rest of the people went straight to the Yellow Dragon and headed towards Moria, because the uncle who looked like a zombie said that as long as Moria is defeated, all shadows will return. From the mouth of the timid trio, the partners already know how dangerous the huge resurrected monster is, and the shadow of Locke is very difficult to deal with. So everyone decided not to provoke him as much as possible, and it is best to solve Moria as soon as possible, so that all troubles will be resolved. At this moment in the entire castle, the team of Straw Hat crew was divided into 3 parts. First team. Locke, Luffy, Robin. The 3 of them went up the stairs, and the goal was Moria's room on the 3rd floor. Second team. Zoro and Frankie. The direction of the 2 is Perona's room on the 2nd floor, where Brook and the legendary samurai are located. In the blink of an eye, a brand new bridge has appeared on the road that was destroyed by Oz just now, and everyone is full of praise. Boom. Third team. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Sanji. Their goal is the Miracle Garden on the 1st floor, which is where the dog penguin with Sanji's shadow was seen earlier. Zoro and Frankie looked at the red wall in front of them and wanted to destroy it suspiciously, but Zoro inserted 10 swords and found that it was not a wall. Usopp, who saw the scene just now, was already a little desperate at this time, sitting on the spot and thinking about it. At this moment, Frankie performed a wave of what is called building a bridge in 30 seconds. Facing the menacing Straw Hat crew, these weak chicken zombies couldn't stand it at all, so they had to run away quickly, but at this moment, the ghost they met before appeared again. Advertisement. At this time, Usopp in the lower level saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Idiot! What are you doing? That's Locke's zombie." After a loud noise, the stairs leading to Moria's room on the 3rd floor collapsed, and all the zombies and ghosts chasing Robin fell down. Locke's face changed, because he was caught because of this depressed ghost, the kind that this thing can't resist, and the ghost went straight through. Everyone looked nervously at the huge Ozzy in front of them. Ozzy slowly turned around to look at Zoro and Frankie, and then suddenly raised an arm. "I can't do it anymore. If there is an afterlife, I hope to be a caterpillar. Ajak, it's too weak. I'd rather be a sea cucumber and be washed away by the sea." "What's the matter with being so big? Is this a big demon king from somewhere? I've never seen such a giant before." At this time, the trio and Sanji in the garden did not find the dog penguin, so they came to the 2nd floor to meet Zoro. Frankie, and Nami and Chopper went directly to the 1st floor to meet Locke. Saying strange words like this, ignoring everyone and leaving, Zoro and Frankie breathed a sigh of relief. Zoro looked at Ozzy, who was going away, and said. Zoro and Frankie looked up and were taken aback by the sight of Oz. The 2 hurriedly prepared to fight, but he just raised his hand and scratched his head and said, "Ah, this is too bad. I broke the boat again. I'm going to be beaten. Don't care. I want to drink. I want to be the most powerful." This guy does talk like Locke. It's hard to imagine how scary he'd be in a serious fight, his size. Luffy and Locke were depressed for a second, and Robin quickly used his fruit ability to lead them away, because there is currently no way to deal with these ghosts, and suddenly they ran. Chapter 169. Hidden Crisis. Following the road, the new 2nd team came to Perona's room, and faced Perona's negative ghost. All members were instantly defeated. You must know that this is a negative ghost that even Locke can't handle. But there is another person who stands up at this critical moment, and that is Usopp, who is more negative than the negative ghost. After the negative ghost passes through Usopp, the negative ghost and Perona are affected by the negative influence, which is enough to see the horror of Usopp. So the 3 of Zoro handed everything over to Usopp, and they continued to set off. The goal of Zoro and Flender was still to support Brook. Sanji went directly towards Locke and they met, because there were no zombies from him and Zoro's shadow in the garden on the 1st floor and Perona's room on the 2nd floor, so they must be at the top. Although Brook had the consciousness of going to death to fight this zombie with his shadow, he still lost, because his physical awareness was too great. The strength of this zombie with Brook's shadow can be said that even Hawkeye may not be able to match him. He is the legendary warrior from Wano Kuni, dragon-slaying swordsman, Ryoma. But at a critical moment, Zoro and Frankie caught up, and they succeeded in taking down Brook, who was about to have his head shaved. A confrontation that swordsman had never seen before was about to begin. At this time, the whole island suddenly shook violently, as if it was an earthquake. After investigation by the zombies, it was found that Ozzy controlled the rudder indiscriminately. As a result, now the thriller bark is caught in a strange ocean current, and hordes of zombies and zombie generals are out to stop Ozzy. "Hey, Ozzy. Stop him, and cut off his feet." Call out. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ozzy suddenly disappeared, and when these zombies reacted, Ozzy had already appeared above their heads, stretching his huge arms forward and shouting. Transparent King Spear. Boom. Not only Locke's micro-stepping skills, but also the same trick, Ozzy's body released such a terrifying impact to see all the servants and General Kendo. They were all smashed into the ground by the terrifying impact, and penetrated into the sea. After finishing these guys with one move, Ozzy stood on the spot and shouted. I'm the strongest. A guy of this level dares to challenge me, I don't know what to do. Brook watched Zoro block Ryoma back, and Brook said in shock. It's amazing, he actually blocked Ryoma back, what is he? Frankie said with a smile. He is a very militant three-sword pirate swordsman, a very powerful one. If your dignity allows, I think he can take back the shadow for you. Would you like to? Brook hastened to say. Take back the shadow, really? I've already lost, so if you want to talk about dignity, I'll leave it to you. Zoro didn't look back at Brook and said, oh, got it. Afterwards, his gaze was locked on the knife in Ryoma's hand and he asked, the knife in your hand seems to be pretty good. Ryoma replied. Yo hoo hoo hoo, you have vision. This is indeed one of the 21 works of the great industry. It is a black knife with a random blade and a big reverse. It is a famous knife Kiyoshui. It is a famous knife that you have never seen before. There are only 21 famous knives in the world, known as the 21 knives of the great industry, or the 21 knives of the big fast knife. Advertisement 0 asked for flowers. It turned out to be a big fast sword. This is really a good thing. Any warrior wants this kind of famous sword. Well, I will accept your famous sword. Brook suddenly shouted behind Zoro. Ah, you are so handsome. Luffy, who took the first step on Locke's side, had already separated from the crowd. He immediately found Moria first, and then started a war with Moria. Zero, however, Moria despises Luffy very much, and he can easily take over Luffy's fighting style, without even moving, and can do it with only shadows. Robin, Frankie and Chopper find Hobuck, but the guy is accompanied by two bodyguards, the dog Penguin and Jigoro. Chopper and Robin cooperated and were about to throw salt into Jigoro's mouth, but the dog Penguin actually attacked Robin, and Chopper was shocked. Because the last time I met the dog Penguin, it couldn't even kick a wild boar like Lola, but now it actually attacked Robin. Ozzy, who had been hanging out and playing outside, suddenly lost his expression at this time, and a shadow of a person appeared in his mind, saying to himself. By the way, now is not the time to play, so hurry up and go to the owner's side. These changes are why Moria is not in a hurry, no matter how much the shadow brings to this body, it only needs to wait for a while. These side effects will gradually disappear, and the shadow will become completely obedient to Moria except for some instinctive habits, and at that point is the real crisis moment for everyone. 0. Chapter 170. Warning Locke's soaring killing intent. In Perona's room at this time, the talent of Usopp's Lolita killer is not exaggerated, and Perona herself has no combat power at all except for fruit ability. Although Usopp was deceived by her spirit body for a while, after discovering Perona's real body, he began to display his best bragging skills. First, she released the toy cockroach to Perona, who was stuck on the bed and couldn't move, which scared the little Lolita to tears. After Usopp took out the inflatable hammer with a weight of 10 tons and performed vigorously, he hammered it down, and Perona was frightened and fainted. The battle between Zoro and Ryoma has already begun. Brook said that the two, 160, are both powerful swordsmen, and the winner will be decided soon. If Ryoma still has his original shadow, then Zoro definitely has no chance of winning, but the shadow on him is Brook's. No matter how strong Ryoma's body is, the sword skills and moves are all Brook's moves, which belong to the quick-cut sword method, and their power is not as strong as Zoro's. The two clashed to destroy the pillars of the room, and then began to fight on the roof, staged a wave of summit war. Finally, Zoro put away a knife and ran to the roof with only one knife and jumped. Ryoma also rushed towards Zoro, and the two collided in the air. One sword style, flying dragon, flame, no song sanding arrow tail slash. Bark. Advertisement after the confrontation. Zoro fell down with the rock and lay down on it, and Ryoma gasped for a while with a blue flame on his body and said, I lost. Then he came to the edge of the roof and said, the famous knife Kiyoshui on the waist of the warrior in Zhang Jin's legend, you are its master, it is also the long cherished wish of this knife. After speaking, Ryoma took Kiyoshui back into the scabbard and threw it down. Zoro stood up and caught it handsomely, Ryoma said. Let my samurai body taste the taste of failure, so sad. After taking the knife, Zoro sat down and turned his back to him and said, it's enough to feel shame, and you can be a swordsman if you have both body and mind. I really want to meet you when you are alive. After Zoro finished speaking, in Ryoma's mouth, the shadow belonging to Brook returned to the original owner, and Brook started talking nonsense to Frankie excitedly. Looking at the burnt Ryoma, Zoro said, I'll accept the sword. Let's just treat it as if it's no match, a warrior of Wano Kuni. On Robin and Chopper's side, Chopper was extremely angry after hearing what Hogback had done. He violated the responsibility of a doctor. The originally difficult situation was caused by Jigoro and the dog Penguin accidentally attacking each other, and the two began to fight, even if they had no memory. Still incompatible, Robin and Chopper successfully took down Hogback, who had no combat effectiveness, while the two were attacking. If you want to ask where Locke has gone at this time, Locke will definitely not let Ozzy, who has his own shadow, make trouble, because he is the only one who can deal with Ozzy right now. On Luffy's side, Moria started to panic and said to herself, why? What about Oz? This time should have completely merged. Advertisement Luffy chuckled and said, It's a pity, the monster you mentioned, the monster on our ship is blocking it now, so I can't spend it with you anymore. Fire onion. Boom. Boom. The continuous violent shaking almost caused Frankie to fall off the roof, and Frankie cursed angrily. Damn it. What's going on? This shaking has never stopped since before Zero. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura spread from somewhere in the forest, and everyone or zombies on the island felt this terrifying murderous aura. Zoro immediately got up and looked into the distance and said, "Hey, murderous spirit. Hurry up and join Luffy as soon as possible to defeat that Shichibukai. This murderous Locke is also fighting hard." Usopp was on his way to find a partner, when he suddenly felt the terrifying murderous aura and broke out in cold sweat. He hurried to the window to check. This feeling can't be wrong. The last time this kind of terrifying murderous aura was when I was fighting with that Marine Admiral. It's not good. It seems that the situation is very bad. I must hurry up and reconcile with everyone. Robin and Chopper were also shocked by the sudden appearance of murderous intent. Robin was the most impressed. He looked at Chopper instantly, and Chopper understood. Without further words, the two hurried towards the top floor. Sanji and Nami were on the stairs to the third floor at this time. They were one step short, but a large number of 2.1 powerful zombies appeared on the road and held them back. After feeling Locke's killing intent, Nami's surprised expression became tense and shouted to Sanji, "Sanji-kun, don't waste any more time here." Sanji also said with a serious expression, "Yeah, that guy is in a hard fight, get the hell out of here. Get out of the way, zombies." Luffy was still fighting with Moria back and forth, but neither of them made a full shot. Luffy was mainly testing Moria's methods. But when he felt the murderous aura, Luffy's expression instantly became serious. "I can't drag it on any longer, I'm going to blow you away now." Second gear. Chapter 171. The Bloody Battle of Oz, Electric Light Dragon Fist. Electric Light Dragon Fist. Boom. The entire ground was shaken by the powerful impact, and Locke, who had transformed into a second-stage Shura, was smaller than ordinary giants, let alone a reminding giant like Oz. And in terms of strength, Ozzy's strength is also very amazing. With the addition of fruits and buff, Locke can barely resist this guy's fist. Ozzy didn't have the ability to release all Locke's moves, just like the lightning dragon fist that the two clashed just now. Ozzy just shouted out. It was actually a normal fist, but even so it was a very powerful blow that almost shattered Locke's lightning golden dragon. Locke took several steps back before he managed to stabilize his body, but the next second a sense of danger appeared behind him. Locke suddenly looked up and found that Ozzy had disappeared. Unexpectedly, this guy can even perform micro steps. Locke had no time to dodge and unseal with one hand and shouted, "Chaotic Gold Watchman." Unexpectedly, Ozzy didn't attack. When Locke turned his head to look over, the effect of the chaotic gold guard had disappeared. Ozzy smiled and smashed Shura Locke's head with both hands. Boom. Cough. Locke was directly smashed into the ground by the terrifying force, spitting out a lot of blood. Before he recovered from Ozzy's attack came again, Ozzy lifted it up and Locke shouted, "I am the strongest. Anyone who stands in my way, die to me." Uluo's huge fist hit Locke again, and Locke opened the golden bell cover, but he didn't expect the moment of opening. Boom. Crack. Crack. Advertisement: the golden bell shade was directly smashed by Ozzy's punch. Locke first suffered the backlash of the broken golden bell shade, and then was blown away by Ozzy's punch. Locke, who suffered heavy injuries one after another, lay on the ground and said to himself, "Damn it, what a terrifying force, but such an injury should have enough blood." Locke put himself on an emergency treatment and stood up again. Ozzy saw Locke stood up again and yelled at him, "You are tenacious, but you are not my match." After saying this, Ozzy stretched out his huge hands in front of Locke, and Locke looked at this familiar posture and immediately shouted, "Sura Fury." Transparent King Spear. Boom. The terrifying impact made Locke spit out a lot of blood again, but his body didn't take a step back because Shura's fury was activated. Instead he rushed towards Ozzy. Ozzy used micro steps to disappear in place. Locke predicted the location of Ozzy's appearance and stretched out his hands. A lot of blood condensed in his hands. Bloody Rage. Boom. 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 Continuous blood mist exploded on Ozzy's body, but Ozzy looked at Locke calmly like a normal person, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Locke shouted in shock. This is impossible. The blood is clearly already, could it be said? Locke saw Ozzy's gesture in the exploding fog of blood, and that gesture was Chaos Golden Watchman. What? Locke's screams ran through the surrounding woods, and the Shura form also disappeared, and Locke, who was almost blown into a bloodman, fell from the sky. Ozzy walked over with heavy steps, looked at the fallen Locke and said, "You are very strong, but my goal is to be the strongest, so I'm sorry." At this time, in the mansion, all members of the Straw Hats except Locke are present, and everyone is trying their best to besiege Moria, and Moria has been cornered at this time. Advertisement: there were also many wounds on her body, and she was about to fight to the death, when Moria suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching here and laughed wildly. "Hey hee hee hee. It's finally here, Straw Hat crew, your strongest partner has fallen. Next, feel the horror of Oz." Transparent King Spear. Boom. The place they were in was shattered by the impact, and half of the huge mansion was destroyed in an instant. Moria came to Ozzy and laughed. "Hey hee 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 hee. Ozzy, you're finally here, how are you?" Oz replied, "It's the master, the person who blocked me has been solved, and no one can prevent me from becoming the strongest 810. The partners stood up from the ruins and looked at each other in disbelief. Luffy. Stop talking nonsense, Locke. Locke can't lose. Zoro. Locke. Have you really lost to this monster? Frankie. Hey, isn't that guy very strong? Sanji. Of course, none of us doubted his strength, but now. Robin. It must be that this monster is beyond imagination. Chopper. Locke must have not healed from his last injury. Usopp. Locke is someone who can even fight against Marine Admiral, how could he lose to this monster? Nami. He will definitely come back, we must not admit defeat until then. Luffy took a deep breath and shouted. Everyone, I believe Locke, that guy is going to become the strongest man, and he will definitely not fall down because of this guy, he's going to go up. Oh. Chapter 172. Sacrifice function opens, it's completely dead. The body. The body can't move at all. I didn't expect that guy can even use Chaos Gold Tumbler. Is this in the consciousness space? I don't know if I can stand up again. My friends are still waiting for me. I will protect them as promised, are you going to make a mistake? Drip. 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 It has been detected that the vital signs of the host have dropped significantly, and the sacrificial function has been activated, The cold mechanical sound of the system in Locke's dark consciousness fell on Locke like a ray of dawn, but the next sound still gave him a chill. The sacrificial function will only be activated when the host's life is in critical condition. The system will draw the sign in reward obtained by the host to sacrifice. The sacrifice can help the host to relieve the life crisis to a certain extent. The sacrifice begins. Locke could only pray silently in his heart not to swallow his key moves. Although the moves and abilities on his body are very useful now, he has no chance to choose now. Drip. Talent. Murloc advantage. Sacrifice. Talent. Tenacious body against the cold. Sacrificed. Move attack. Wave peacock gun. Sacrificed. Attack move. Lightning dragon fist. Sacrificed. Sacrifice. Drop. Special move. One leaf obscuring eyes. Sacrificed. Drop. Special move. Control crane and capture dragon. Sacrificed. Locke's heart was bleeding. Every word of the system's cold voice recording was like a knife slashing his heart. Finally, the system ruthlessly sacrificed his body. Host. Shattered head. Recovered. Damaged heart. Recovered. Broken arms. Recovered. Shattered ribs. Recovered. Injury has been fully recovered. Please host cherish life. Advertisement. Locke suddenly got up from the ground and gasped for breath. Everything that happened just now seemed like a nightmare, but after Locke opened the panel to check, he was sure that it was not a dream. Name. Wolf D. Locke Hockey. Knowledge color. Conquerors. Devil fruit. Human fruit. Phantom beast. Shira form. Phase 1, Phase 2. Fruit development ability. Shira's rage. Bloody rage. Talents. Advanced fighting skills. Dragon wings. Dragon power. Listening to the voice of all things. Attacking moves. Devil's octet. Deliberate fist. Body penetrating king spear. Defensive moves. 8 trigrams hyphenation point golden bell cover. Wide area. Energy absorption. Body moves. Micro step. Flooding the sky. Restoration move. Breathing technique. Special moves. Chaos Goal Watchman. Weakness perception. Soul suppression. Locke was stunned looking at the panel where he had become extremely brief, and after struggling for a while, he began to sort out what he had lost. Advertisement. First of all, the hockey fruit is still gratifying, and secondly, the talent. After the Murloc advantage is gone, Locke will become a pure landlubber like other fruit-capable users. But fortunately, there is water all over the sky, unless someone beats him into the sea and there may be an accident, the impact is not too great, and endowed with an evolutionary version without the tenacious body. The tenacious body is the foundation of Locke's reckless fighting method, because the characteristics of the tenacious body make Locke not feel the complete attack instantly, but intermittently. In the face of some explosive attacks, tenacious body can be said to be a very useful talent. Now that it is gone, we can only pay attention to it in future battles. The talent is still missing Longway, but Locke doesn't think it's a pity. He has never used Longway before. He said that it is the conquerors in the eyes of animals. The enemies he faces are all humans so far, so it is acceptable. Then it comes to the moves. There are only 3 attack moves left. The undulating peacock gun that has been fused 3 or 4 times is gone, and the lightning dragon fist that I got not long ago is gone. The defensive moves and body skills are still there, and the recovery moves are pitifully few, and the key emergency treatment has been sacrificed to the tenacious body before the emergency treatment. It's always possible to get Locke to fight his injuries to stay awake and use deliberate punches or accumulated blood to fight back, but now he can't do it. Without the instant recovery effect of the emergency treatment, Locke is likely to pass out directly after being severely injured, and, what money is good, the useless blind leaf sacrifice in the special move. The ineffective control of cranes and capture of dragons is gone. They are all minor problems. The strongest chaotic gold watchman is still there, and there are also the weak point perception and soul suppression that were obtained before. It can completely replace the 2 that were sacrificed. In addition to these, Locke also found a big thing, that is, his gloves are gone. This is a big thing. Locke, who has not yet mastered the color of the weapon, can say that his combat effectiveness has plummeted a lot without his gloves. Crushing the sea stone with his bare hands before is definitely a no-brainer now, and even now he has to dodge some sharp blades, and this wave of sacrifice Locke collapsed. Chapter 173. Straw Hat Crew and Ozzy's Desperate Battle. 3 Swords Tornado. 3rd Gear, Rubber Giant Pistol. Devil Wind Feet Level 1 Ground Meat, definitely kills 6 Vipers. 30 wheels, twisting, wrist strengthening, carved hoof cross. Strong right hand. Weapon left hand, thunder and lightning weather, thunder and lightning. No song sanding arrow tail slash. All kinds of attacks from the partners fell on Ozzy, but Ozzy didn't even take a step back, and the huge rotating golden bell that appeared on his body resisted all the attacks. Sanji frowned and said, "No, this guy can even use Locke's moves, so he can't even break through his defense." Zoro looked at the knife in his hand and said, "Try again." Locke said that the defense strength of this huge clock is 030. According to the body, breaking it will definitely affect Oz. Little Luffy changed back to normal and said, "Okay, next is a full blow. You all stand back first." The three main forces of the Straw Hats came to the front, facing the huge Ozzy without fear. All three of them were ready to go. Rubber rubber. Devil's Wind Foot. Advertisement. Mito Stream. Mudden ET-600 Trouble Siege Cannon. Boom. The combination machines of the three main forces bombarded the golden bell around Ozzy powerfully. Ozzy was disdainful and even planned to make a move. Suddenly, the golden bell is broken. Ozzy was hit hard and took several steps back, then crashed straight into the castle, and his huge body was directly embedded in it. Seeing this scene, the three of them didn't need to say anything, yay, and looked at each other. Then immediately rushed up to attack again. This time the three of them put in all their strength. Devil Wind Foot highest grade ground meat, 3 swords technique 3000 worlds. Rubber giant bazooka. The enhanced version of the superior grinding meat. Devil's Foot kicks with super high speed red flames to attack continuously with both feet, and the powerful attack falls on Ozzy crazily. Zoro's 3 knife technique. The posture of rotating the 2 knives like a windmill will generate a strong wind, and then use a super fast and powerful slash that is almost impossible to see through. The strongest attack Luffy uses when entering the 3rd gear state, a powerful rocket launcher with giant power. The strongest attacks of the 3 all hit Ozzy, but at this time Usopp noticed the smile on the corner of Ozzy's mouth and felt that something was wrong. The dog shouted, "Don't attack it," but it was too late when Usopp spoke, and the strongest attacks of the 3 hit Ozzy at the same time, and Ozzy stretched out a huge hand and made a strange gesture. Advertisement next second. What? The 3 of them screamed at the same time. A lot of blood gushed out from their bodies, and Ozzy stood up and said with gestures, "Scrape the Golden Watchman." The rest of the partners were all stunned. Robin quickly used the fruit ability to catch the 3 of them in the air, and Chopper immediately stepped forward to treat them. "I don't know what happened. The injuries on the 3 of them are very serious. I can only stop the bleeding for them first." "Woo, what to do?" Chopper said while crying, and Usopp fell to his knees in despair and shouted, "It's over, it's impossible to win, such a monster. Locke's shadow. It's terrible, can't win." Frankie grabbed Usopp and shouted, "Don't give up. If they are desperate now, their efforts will be in vain. I can delay for a while, and then it's up to you." Uluo Frankie rushed towards Ozzy directly, and all the partners exclaimed, "Frankie." Frankie stretched out his hands towards Ozzy in the air and shouted, "Look at the monster. All the energy, the wind cannon." Boom. Consuming all the coke released the wind cannon. The powerful power caused Ozzy, who had just stood up, to be repelled again, and sat in the position just now. But after that, Frankie didn't have any backup. Ozzy slapped him, and Frankie was sent flying out and fell to the ground. His life or death is unknown. Looking at the scene in front of him, Nami immediately shouted to the remaining partners, "Run away. If we continue to fight with this monster, we will all die. Take them and run away first," heading towards the direction where Frankie was beaten up just now. "Run away." Usopp quickly dragged Luffy, Nami dragged Sanji, Chopper dragged Zoro, and Robin led the way for everyone to retreat in the direction of Frankie. Brook stayed at this time. Usopp shouted anxiously, "Hey Brook, run away." Brook said firmly, "Let's go. I was already a dead person, and you helped me regain my shadow. I can't repay this kindness. Let me delay for everyone now. Go." Revolutionary Dance Music Assault. Chapter 174. The Fusion of Moria and Oz. What? Brook, who desperately resisted, was shot to the ground by Oz again, and the only remaining bones on his body were broken in various ways, but Brook still stood up with difficulty. Pointing at Ozzy with the sword in his hand, he didn't show any sign of shrinking back, and Ozzy would definitely not show any mercy. Facing the giant palm that swung over again, Brook had already begun to leave his last words in his mind. "I'm sorry, Laboon, although I've got my shadow back, I can't just run away like this. It's manly to try my best to help everyone here." Boom. Straw Hat Crew, who was running away, saw the huge smoke and dust behind him and guessed that Brook might have been in an accident, so everyone could only continue to escape with reluctance. Suddenly, the eyes of the fleeing people were full of disbelief, because they saw a huge red figure rushing past them quickly. Everyone suddenly stopped and looked up, and in front of them was Ozzy, who was chasing up. Everyone was desperate, and Ozzy still mastered Locke's microsteps. They were too fast to escape, and at this critical moment Usopp stepped forward, and Usopp picked up his giant slingshot and aimed it in the direction of Oz. Nami dissuaded from the side. "Usopp, what are you going to do?" Usopp immediately interrupted Nami's words. "I've already figured out a way. This time I still need my Captain Usopp to turn the situation around and kill him. Point high concentration wine star, N. Advertisement call out. Facing Usopp's attack, Ozzy said disdainfully, "This kind of useless attack, this taste, Oz took the initiative to open his bloody mouth to eat the strange thing launched by Usopp, and Oz, who was already red all over, became even redder in the next second. He started dancing and yelling. No matter what Moria ordered, it didn't respond. Robin asked suspiciously, "What did you feed it?" Usopp said proudly, "Hey, this is a high concentration wine star I specially made. Although there is only one small one, it contains the concentration of hundreds of barrels of wine. Since this guy is the shadow of Locke, then there must also be a habit of drinking." Nami also praised, "There's really your Usopp." But they haven't realized that the crisis is not over yet. Even if Ozzy doesn't do anything to them now, Moria is still there. The four of them can't be Moria's opponents. Moria came behind everyone with an irritated smile and said, "He, since Ozzy is useless, then I will deal with you personally, and the Shadow Mage will be killed by me, them." As soon as Moria finished speaking, a shadow exactly like him appeared in front of everyone. Everyone had fought Moria before and knew how difficult this shadow was to deal with. It ignores any damage, and helps Moria defend and attack enemies like a sprite. At the beginning, Luffy was entangled by this guy, and she didn't even move. Robin's fruit ability can't grow on Shadow Mage, Nami's lightning has no effect, Usopp's various attacks are also ineffective, and Chopper's physical attack is also useless. Advertisement. Just when everyone was about to fall into despair, Moria, who was laughing wildly behind the Shadow Mage, suddenly screamed, and the Shadow Mage also disappeared. 0. Seeking flowers. When everyone saw the person in front of them, they seemed to see hope again. Locke punched Moria from the sky. Moria struggled to get up from the ground and shouted, "I didn't expect you to be alive, what a useless Aussie, it seems that I need to control it myself." 17. After speaking, Moria turned into a shadow and came into Ozzy's body, and then a cockpit opened on Ozzy's stomach, and this is Moria's backhand. Ozzy, who now has the assistance of Moria, will no longer lose control because of those small movements. After recovering, Ozzy turned and looked at Locke and others and said, 0, damn, did you drink too much again, but it's incredible that you're still alive. Moria said in the cockpit, "Stupid Ozzy. Thought you had already dealt with this guy, and gave me all the trouble to end up with him alive and well." Ozzy looked down at his stomach in doubt and shouted in surprise, "Hey, I have a hole in my stomach? The owner is still sitting in it, so I'm actually a robot?" While they were talking, Locke hurriedly whispered to Robin, "Robin, I'm not sure how to deal with this guy now, but we still have one last hole card. Remember the zombie-like uncle who asked us for help before?" Robin nodded, and Locke sent the seriously injured Luffy to Usopp and handed it to Robin, saying, "Those refugees are our last cards, take Luffy to find them, and you all go with me. I will drag Ozzy and Moria's, but it shouldn't last long, so be sure to shudder." Chapter 175. Fighting Oz again. Nami said in surprise, "Are you going to deal with them alone again, Locke?" Locke turned his head and gave his partners a bright smile and said, "Don't worry, I am the strongest, go quickly, I will definitely support you until you come back." Usopp nodded and gritted his teeth, turned around and took Nami to leave together. The four partners took 4 seriously injured people respectively. Fortunately, Locke rescued Brook before. Brook followed them and was responsible for protecting their safety on the road. The reason why he handed over Luffy to Robin was that Nami, Usopp and Chopper were not at April 20th, when the zombie uncle asked. Only Robin knows where it is, and now Locke just needs to hold out until the nightmare Luffy comes on, and the hope of victory appears. Locke, who just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly felt a crisis, but it was not his own crisis, but his partner's. Turning his head suddenly, he found that Oz didn't know when he used microsteps to come to the path that his partners left, and his huge fist was ready to fall. Locke opened the second stage in seconds. The bright red dragon wings on Shira's back bloomed and rushed to Oz in an instant, and the blood-red Shira's left arm turned into a white-red demon's arm. The Devil's Octet. Boom! Locke hit Ozzy's face with full speed and full strength, and the terrifying power of 8 stacks knocked Ozzy to the ground directly. The partners took advantage of this opportunity to escape quickly. Advertisement. Oz shook his confused head and said, "It hurts. You be asterisk 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 D." Moria said in the cab, He, what a shame, stupid Ozzy, the pain is just an illusion of your being human, these things are useless to zombies." Ozzy suddenly seemed to understand something, touched his face just hit by Locke and said, "Really, I didn't feel any pain at all, why should I say it hurts, I'm not even afraid of pain now, I'm already the strongest, ha ha ha." Looking at the scene in front of him in the air, Locke secretly thought, damn it, it's getting harder to deal with now. When Locke was fighting here, Luffy had been taken by Robin to the place Locke said, where everyone saw the real Lola and a group of guys who wanted to take back the shadow. They discovered the secret of Moria's shadows, and they can catch and discover the shadows that escaped from zombies after being evolved by salt. Even if they are not zombies, they can forcibly insert other people's shadows. Having a person's shadow will have the strength that person is good at. Locke took a long breath and said to himself, it's finally a success, but before Luffy arrives, he still has to trick him out of the rest of the mess. Oz was also surprised and said, my arm is broken? His right hand could not move at all. Just when Oz was wondering, Luo's shoe turned into Shira again, and the blood energy of holding the Emperor with both hands exploded on Oz's shoulder. The shadows they have accumulated over the years are left at this moment. Straw Hat Crew has become their hope, so after Chopper gave Luffy emergency treatment, Locke took the opportunity to quickly get up from the ground and flew towards Ozzy's right arm, sensing Locke's intention, and Ozzy punched him ahead of time. Advertisement. Luffy wakes up, and then 100 shadow succubi are stuffed into it inexplicably. Luffy makes his debut. There was another loud bang, Ozzy's feet were hit by the heavy blow he had just hit with his fists, which directly made him lose his balance and began to lean to the ground. Just when he was about to hit Locke, Locke instantly released the fruit ability and released the dragon wings, and instantly became smaller and used the micro-step limit to escape the blow. Then Ozzy's punch hit his arm fiercely, but he didn't feel the pain, so it didn't affect him, but he found it when he was about to swing his right arm to attack. On this side, the battle between Locke and Ozzy was already at its most intense time. After the two punched each other again, Locke was sent flying with one punch. In the next second, Locke was still slammed to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ozzy then tried to stomp Locke to death. Locke gritted his teeth and released the energy he had just absorbed. Boom. 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 After a burst of blood mist exploded, Ozzy's right arm was broken. Moria didn't expect such a thing to happen and shouted in surprise. How is it possible? Ozzy used microsteps to instantly come behind Locke, clenched his hands and smashed towards Locke fiercely, and a blue energy appeared in Locke's hands. Boom. However, this special strengthening can only last for a while, because the carrier is a living person after all, not a zombie, so the shadow will automatically detach and return to the original owner after the time is up. Chapter 176. The Nightmare Luffy appears, deliberately punch. Locke, who was exuding golden arrogance all over his body, unleashed his strongest blow, and the unreasonable deliberate punch broke out after accumulating the injuries in Locke's body. The golden dragon let out a roar resounding through the sky with Locke's right fist swing. Moria felt the horror of the blow and shouted immediately. Oz! Get out of the way! Even you will be blown to pieces, get out of the way you idiot! Ozzy stood calmly on the spot. Suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and his only remaining hand made a seal and said, Golden Watchman. Moria laughed wildly when she saw Ozzy's stuff. Hey hee hee hee. Your shadow is really powerful, Locke, feel your own attack. Locke was not surprised at all. O9 said with a smile on his face, you too, idiot. Locke, whose words fell in midair, immediately closed his seal and shouted, Chaotic Golden Watch. After the collision of the rule-changing forces of Chaos Gold Watchman, everything just now was wiped out, as if nothing had happened for a moment. But Locke's goal has been achieved, and Ozzy can no longer use the Golden Watchtower. Oz seems to be aware of Locke's thoughts, and he punched Locke angrily and shouted. How dare you plot against me? Go to hell, Lightning Dragon Fist. Of course, this guy doesn't know how to punch the Lightning Dragon, he just shouts, let alone him. Now Locke doesn't even know how to do it, but it's just an ordinary punch from Ozzy. Advertisement Locke couldn't bear it either, but at this moment Locke didn't panic in the slightest, because he had already sensed the man he was waiting for came back. After Ozzy's fist fell, the imaginary destruction did not occur. Instead, he was extremely calm. The reason was that his fist was caught, and it was caught with one hand. Locke looked at the zombie-like skin in front of him, with panda eyes and a knife on his back. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's finally here. Nightmare Luffy stepped back from the huge Ozzy and said, thank you for your hard work, leave the rest to me. Locke leaned against the side wall and said, I thought so too, Captain. After the conversation between the two ended, Nightmare Luffy jumped up and lifted Ozzy's horn in the air and directly knocked his huge body to the ground. Rubber. Pistols. Seals. Machine guns. Nightmare Luffy is already terrifying to ultimate in terms of speed and strength. After all, he is 100 strong men, born of a combination, plus Luffy's own strength. It can be said that the current Ozzy can only be beaten and has no power to fight back. After a violent storm, Ozzy's huge body and Moria inside all fell down. But at this time, the Nightmare Luffy's state, which lasted only a few minutes, expired, and 100 shadows flew out of Luffy's body, and Luffy also fell powerlessly to the ground. Lola and the others had brought the rest of the Straw Hat crew to watch the battle. They thought they had won when they saw the fallen Ozzy, but when everyone was discussing how to get the shadow back. Ozzy actually stood up again, and everyone was shocked from ear to ear. They were obviously hurt like that. Locke appeared in the crowd and said at some point. Advertisement, the tenacious body, it really caused a lot of trouble out of thin air, everyone, you need another blow. Zoro, who fell down, did not know when he stood up wearing a hood and said, although I don't know what happened to Luffy, but he has done a good job. Lola was stunned and said in amazement, being subjected to such a horrible attack, the body is already scarred and still able to stand up. I don't even know that there are zombies over there. Luffy also gasped and stood up. Is it still close, just need the last blow. Robin and Nami are also ready to fight. Brook, who was seriously injured, dragged his broken bones and stood up to help, and the rest of the partners also made other preparations. 247. Zoro yelled at Lola and the group. Hey, you are too much in the way, get out of here first. The crowd ran away neatly. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Locke came to Zoro and looked at the injuries on his body and said with a smile. Is it all right? I'm injured like this. Don't fall down suddenly later. Zoro glanced at Locke and said, although I don't know what happened before, but it feels like you've already died once. This guy, I can't let you carry everything by yourself. Take care of yourself. B*****************. D. Locke showed a bright smile and said, if you can't even protect your partner, what qualifications do you have to climb the strongest? Anyway, you have died once, so you don't have to be afraid if you come a few more times. At this time, Luffy went to his partners and said with a long breath, phew. It's about to start, everyone. This is the final counterattack, it's about to go. Chapter 177. Explosive counterattack. It's rain, coal bubbles, rain. Nami creates a dark cloud that releases a flood of rain that pours down on Ozzy's head, and Usopp and Frankie quickly create an emergency plumbing project in the cold room. Wind cannon. Frankie blasted the wall with the wind, Usopp turned the handle with all his strength behind, and the ultra-low temperature air conditioning cannon of the super-large freezer was launched. Boom. A huge chill combined with Nami's rain instantly froze Ozzy's lower body, making him unable to move, and Sanji was in the sailboat position on the thriller bark. He kicked the iron chain used for ascending and descending directly, and the huge iron chain tightly entangled Ozzy's upper body. At this time, Luffy and Brook, who used Robin to form a ladder all the way to the highest point, were already in place. Brook threw Luffy straight down. Luffy had turned on third gear in midair, his hands became huge, and Chopper yelled from above. Zoro. Open Ozzy's belly. Zoro was already in position, turned the two knives in his hand and shouted. Leave it to me. 3 swords technique 3000 worlds. Bark. Ozzy's huge body fell backwards, and Sanji used the switch on his face to pull Ozzy's body straight, according to Chopper's theory. Now Ozzy's entire spine is vertical, and if he suffers a serious injury, his bones will definitely break, and Luffy in the air is already in place at this time. Advertisement. Rubber Giant Bazooka. 8 trigrams hyphenation point Admiralty cover. Boom. Damn. I won't lose. Click, click, click. Under Luffy's full blow, Ozzy's golden bell still failed to withstand the shattering, and Ozzy was hit hard again, and the final blow was next. Locke, who was flying in midair, had already ignited golden flames all over his body at this time, and the strongest attack he could not release before came to him. Deliberately punch. Boom. Under the terrifying power that resounded through the heavens and the earth, Oz's huge body was directly shattered into pieces, and the castle on the ground was all turned into nothingness. Won. We have won the battle, at last. You can finally live in the sun. Great. Woo. Usopp appeared and shouted to the excited crowd. Hey, this is not the time to be happy. You haven't regained your shadow yet? Locke? Is Moria still alive? You must wake him up so that he can return your shadow. It will be dawn soon. If you don't hurry up, you will all disappear. Advertisement Lola also reacted and quickly shouted. Okay, hurry up and wake up Moria, let him return the shadow to us, the sun has already started to rise. Don't trouble you to wake me up, said Moria, emerging from the shadows on the ground. Everyone exclaimed. Moria. When I came back to my senses, Lola said nervously. It's better if you wake up, if you don't let Straw Hat Crew beat them up, then quickly release all our shadows. Hey hee hee hee. It's not children arguing. For real pirates, death is not a threat. I didn't expect you to have contact with the prodigal dog in the forest. Now I understand why the Straw Hat Boy there will be that amazing power. I didn't expect to use my shadow ability. Lola continued to yell at Moria. Stop talking, get our shadow back. Moria ignored Lola and said to Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, how dare you make my thriller bark like this dog? The shrunken Luffy shouted to Moria without showing any weakness. Obviously you hinder our voyage. Before the sun rises, hurry up and return everyone's shadows. Moria continued with a sinister smile. Hee hee hee, even if you continue to sail, with your strength, you will only end up dead. You are no match for New World. Although your subordinates have potential, they will all be lost. Know why? After Moria said this, she had already started to go crazy, her expression became very ferocious, and she said, I got the answer from my own experience. Why did I lose those famous and capable subordinates, partners, etc., because they are alive? We'll lose, nope. If it's a dead zombie from the start, then there's nothing to lose. As Moria said this, a large number of shadows continued to appear in her body. Zombies are immortal. Even if they are purified, they are infinite soldiers that can be used again. I want to lead the legion of these dead and aim at the position of One Piece again. You should feel honored that your shadow can become my subordinate. The target of the shadow line appearing from Moria's body is not them, but all the zombies in the entire thriller bark who rely on shadows. Come on, all shadows on the thriller bark, be my strength, gathering place of shadows. Chapter 178. It's over, Moria. Straw Hat Boy, there are about 100 shadows stuffed into your body just now, so I will. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Moria's body also began to grow bigger and bigger with the absorbed shadows, and it didn't stop until it absorbed 1,000 shadows. At this time, Moria was already as huge as Oz, but she had 1,000 shadows. I can't imagine how terrifying this is. The huge Moria directly smashed the entire island into pieces. Faced with such a terrifying Moria, these people under Lola were completely desperate. Moreover, Chaoyang was about to come out at this time, and they immediately began to flee frantically, but at this time, all members of the Straw Hat Crew, no one flinched. Everyone still stood in place facing the huge Moria, without the slightest fear in their eyes. Zoro. This is close to going berserk, out of control. Robin. Because of anger and stupid 870 self-esteem, overestimating myself. Luffy stepped forward and looked at the huge monster in front of him and said, Everyone, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to mess around a bit, and I'll leave the rest to you. Frankie. Okay. Put it on me. Usopp also yelled, kill him. Luffy switched to second gear and said, Locke, I need your help. Locke stepped forward and said with a smile, understood, be careful not to be intimidated, huh, Shira. Advertisement. The terrifying murderous aura erupted made all the people present break out in cold sweat. Lola and the others, who saw the power of Locke for the first time, were so frightened that their legs trembled. The majestic murderous aura immediately caught Moria's attention, and Moria punched Locke, and Locke's left arm turned into a red and white devil's arm, and a lot of blood flowed in. The devil's octet. Boom! Locke's fist and Moria's huge fist collided horribly, and the entire island began to shatter for a while, and Locke abruptly took over Moria, which contained a terrifying force of 1,000 people. Luffy took the opportunity to come into the air and attack at its swollen neck. Rubber rubber, jet bazooka, jet bazooka, jet bazooka. After Luffy's frantic bombing, the shadow in Moria's body also began to fly outward continuously, because there were too many shadows in her body, and Moria is now just a shell with no power. This guy couldn't control his body at all, but under Luffy's attack, Moria regained consciousness and released a large number of shadow bats towards Luffy in the air. Scatter the bats. The bat formed a closed space around Luffy, and Hashirama formed a closed space. Locke rushed to Luffy's side and dragged Luffy away, but he was surrounded by the formed space. Shadow box. As Moria, AJDC's voice fell, Locke was locked in the huge shadow box, and then took another full blow from Moria. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, the partners were all extremely worried. Locke. Luffy also bit her teeth and shouted angrily, "This is the end, Moria. Rubber giant jet cannonball." This is an extremely powerful move that Luffy uses in second gear, while using third gear, combined with this attack. The shadow in Moria's body began to fly outwards crazily, and Sulia quickly covered her mouth with her hands and said, "Don't try to escape, my troops." Luffy was exhausted and turned back into a little Luffy. He lay down on the ground and looked at Moria, who was still struggling, and said, "Damn it, it's still close. Leave this to me for the last time." Everyone followed the voice and found Locke waving dragon wings in the air. Locke. That's great, hee. Then please, let's go, Luffy on the ground said happily when he saw the familiar figure in front of him. Locke nodded and said, "I've suffered so much, it's time to end Moria." The words fell and Locke began to rush towards Moria, who was covering her mouth. On the way, Locke's body gradually began to change into the appearance of Shura. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. This is a move that Locke developed again after being locked in the shadow box and received that punch just now. When Locke punched down, his blood energy formed a huge blood-colored fist. It was as terrifying as Moria's body, and with one punch, Moria couldn't stop it anymore, and a large number of shadows began to fly outward. Just at this time, the huge pillar blocking the sunlight also broke, and a dazzling light came over. The bodies of people without shadows including Luo Shu burned instantly. Chapter 179. Another Shichibukai Zoro. Ha ha ha, live intact. Robin. In an instant, I felt like I was going to heaven. Sanji. That's good too, if I go to heaven with Robin-chan, I'd like to too. Locke. Robin, have you ever experienced the feeling of dying? It's amazing. We have time, we can talk about it. Usopp's tears of worry just now haven't come back yet, and now he looks at the few people who approached you alive and kicking and shouted angrily. You can still laugh now, idiots. I thought you were really dead, you almost disappeared, you know? Nami and Chopper leaned together and cried, saw something terrible. Brook also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's really bad for the heart, although I don't have a heart." At this time, Lola's crowd also began to cheer, "It's Chaoyang. Never be afraid of the rising sun again, there's a shadow. Life in the dusky forest is finally over, great. Advertisement friends, Luffy has returned to his original state, but he has passed out completely, and his body is also enduring all kinds of terrible pain. Zoro said, "Don't worry, there will never be such an interesting event as the shadow leaving the body in this life." Usopp is only now relieved to say, "It's great that no one has disappeared anyway." Frankie leaned on the rock and said, "I'm exhausted, sleepy, no coke?" Sanji. The strange creatures and events encountered on this island were all forged by Moria. Now that he is beaten, there is nothing left on this island, just like from a nightmare, like a waking morning in the middle of the night, it all disappeared. What a haunted house. Chopper confirmed that Luffy had just fallen asleep, and Usopp said with a worried face, "Is Luffy's new fighting method really okay? It feels like it will bring more burden to the body. I am a little worried. If the enemy becomes stronger in the future, if not, this guy will keep letting himself mess around." Locke put his arms around Usopp's shoulder and said, "Idiot, what are you talking about? If you are worried, just try to become stronger, don't ask me to protect you every time, I am also very tired." Usopp looked at Locke, who looked like a normal person, and joked, "You guy, who made you strong like a monster, but this time you must have suffered more serious injuries than Luffy. Why are you still acting like a normal person?" Locke scratched his head and said, "Who knows, maybe I got stronger again." Zero. Seeking flowers. As long as he is still alive, after he recovers, I hope he can continue to serve as Shichibukai for the time being. Things about him will be dealt with later. If he has killed one after another, the name of Shichibukai will lose its majesty. This news cannot be spread, it is really disappointing. Brain-wrenching guys, do you understand what I mean? There must be no witnesses to the failure of Moria. The world government has issued a special task, including the Straw Hat crew, to wipe out everyone on that island. Usopp looked at Locke and shouted, "Hey Locke, are you really alright? Don't hold back, that guy is also a Shichibukai, and he's definitely no weaker than Moria." Big Bear also said, "Sura Locke, let's start with you." Advertisement, what? Do not know. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, Tiamba Hengkong Libo, has been issued. The next sign-in location, Sabadi Archipelago. Reward: Armament Hockey Mountain. A piece of cake. Later, the zombie-like grandfather that the partners met in the cemetery also came. He was the president of Lola's Victims Association. He knelt down and thanked Straw Hat Crew with Lola and others. Pooh, at this time, everyone's eyes were on the person who appeared suddenly. Although they didn't know who he was talking to, they almost heard the content of the phone bug. Locke got up at this moment and stepped forward and said, "Stand back. Zero. Sign in." Like the sound of a bubble bursting, he appeared in front of Locke in the next moment, and Locke clenched his fists without a trace of fear and said, "Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, come on." Zoro looked at Locke and said nothing. Locke looked up at the tall guy and said with a smile, "Isn't he weaker than Moria?" Of course, this guy is many times stronger than Moria. When it was mentioned to thank everyone, Nami suddenly remembered something, the person she met on the boat before, another 7 warlords of the sea. Is that so? The ominous premonition really came true. It was hard to decide on the successor of K-Lock Doll, and now it would be bad if he lacked another position. Does he still have breath left? Chapter 180. Tyrant Shang Terror's Strength. Shang said flatly in front of Locke. "Your score is very high. I heard that the strongest in Straw Hat Crew was not the captain, but he was the deputy captain. It caused a lot of commotion and became famous without knowing it. World." Locke clenched his fists, took a long breath and put on a posture of accumulating energy, saying, "Thank you for your compliment, but now is not the time for small talk." Usopp yelled from behind, "Hey Locke, wait a minute, this is still too messy. There's no way you didn't get hurt, you must have paid for it, don't." Locke suddenly said, "Disasters are supposed to be 833, one after another, no matter how you make excuses, no one will come to us, don't worry. My target is the strongest, it's too early to die now." Tianba blasts across the sky. A red light visible to the naked eye locked onto the bear, and then Locke put his right fist behind his back, and the powerful energy accumulated on it made the bear frown slightly. Using the teleport to disappear as Locke approached, but the red line was still locked on him, Locke's body suddenly changed direction and the speed was getting faster and faster. The bear that teleported continuously still didn't get rid of Locke, instead, Locke's speed had increased to ultimate as he missed the target, and he came to him in the next moment of the bear's next landing point. The powerful right fist directly flew the bear's huge body into the air, and then punched fiercely from the air. Boom! The terrifying blow directly shattered the damaged ground, but the bear disappeared at some point, standing calmly behind Locke. When Locke fell down, the bear raised his palm, and Locke opened the golden bell protection in seconds, and the bear slapped Locke with a seemingly ordinary palm. Pooh, advertisement stay. Only one blow broke Locke's golden bell, and Locke himself spit out a mouthful of blood under the backlash of the golden bell. Usopp shouted anxiously seeing this scene. "Look, it's just a fight. Luke's body must have been seriously injured." Nami was also surprised and said, "What's the matter with that guy's ability?" Locke wiped the corner of his mouth quickly and Bloodline put his hands up and down in front of his face and yelled at the bear. Transparent King Spear. Boom. The super strong impact was directly bounced off by Shang with one hand, and all of them talked about the little brother behind Lola. Instantly turning his back on his back, Locke gritted his teeth and said, "What a pervert ability." Shang still calmly said, "I can bounce off all the power, I am the meatball man of the meatball fruit." The partners looked at the slightly cute meatball on the palm of the bear with surprise on their faces, and Frankie even thought about it and said, "But since they are all Shichibukai, this guy may not be so fierce." Locke's whole body began to tremble, and the partners behind him also gritted their teeth in resentment when they saw this scene. Nami and Chopper even shed tears. Frankie, who was behind Locke, was sweating profusely at this moment, because at that moment he already felt what would happen to him if Locke hadn't appeared in time. Locke gasped and raised his head and said, "It's agreed that this is a battle between the two of us, don't shoot my partner casually, bear." Advertisement. While talking, Shang fixed his feet on both sides and said, "No rest, push the pressure cannon hard." Robin looked at the scene just now and said doubtfully, "Could it be that the atmosphere was blown away? Ordinary cannons should be ineffective against Frankie." Locke had already turned 5.0 and looked at his partner behind him. He gritted his teeth and opened his hands and shouted, 8 trigrams hyphenation point golden bell cover hyphenation point wide area. Locke smiled and shook his head. "Never mind, cough." Boom. 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 Shang said in a flat tone, "I just hope that you can recognize your own strength and transform Frankie. If Locke didn't help you block it just now, what would happen to you now? I think you should clear it." Shang explained. "This is called a pressure cannon, which bounces off the atmosphere at high speed, produces shockwaves, and penetrates objects." The giant rotating golden bell surrounded them all, and Locke's body began to ooze blood as the bear attacked, and the golden bell began to crack. Locke spit out a lot of blood, the golden bell began to flicker, and the bear finally stopped attacking. Locke fell to his knees and panted frantically. Pooh, he must be lying down now, and Frankie dared not let his guard down any longer and said to Locke, "Thanks, sorry I shouldn't have said so much." Before Frankie finished speaking, the bear attacked him, and a small bear paw in the shape of his palm quickly flew towards Frankie. Luo Shu immediately noticed that he stepped forward and used energy absorption to barely block his attack. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Chapter 181. Regiment Destruction, Protecting the Captain's Consciousness. Although Locke thought that the bear's strength must be very strong before, but he never thought that it would be so exaggerated. The ability of the meatball fruit is simply a bug. Moreover, the bear has developed to such an extent that Locke's ears are full of his friends' worried voices, but he is too tired to respond to them now. As a result, when Locke didn't pay attention, his partners suddenly rushed up. Locke just wanted to stop the injury in his body, so his body fell directly to the ground. 3 swords style 108 troubles wind. Shang stretched out his palm and bounced off Zoro's attack, looked at him and said, "Pirate Hunter Zoro, I heard he is a powerful swordsman." Taking advantage of this moment, Sanji spun his body and fell from the sky, shouting, "Go to hell. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** like hitting steel, the bear was fine, and Sanji fell to the ground clutching his legs. Shang looked at Sanji on the ground and said, "Blackfoot Sanji, it's you. Kill Fire Birdstar, pooh." Usopp's Firebird was also perfectly bounced back. The Sniper King, what an arrogant minister. After suppressing all members of the Straw Hat crew as easily as bullying a child, Shang stood still and said, "Sure enough, it is no fun to kill you who are so weak, although the government ordered you to be completely wiped out." After speaking, Shang opened his hands and condensed a huge pressure cannon in the air, and then began to compress continuously, compressing. Advertisement soon a huge pressure cannon was compressed by the bear to only a small part in his hand. After finishing the work, he turned his head and said to Lola and others, "I can let you go. In exchange, give me the head of Straw Hat Luffy. As long as I have his head, the government will not complain." Locke struggled to stand up again, panting and laughing. "Phew. Want us to betray our comrades? Brothers, tell him. I reject." This refusal was uttered by almost everyone present at the same time, and Shang, who got the answer, turned the compression cannon in his hand and said, "Sorry." Yuluo flew out of the bear's hand, a very small pressure cannon in the shape of a bear's paw, and slowly flew to the center. Bear paw impact. Boom. An attack like a nuclear explosion broke out, and the entire thriller bark was completely wrapped in it. Locke said that this thing does not need a buster call to work. After the impact, Shang stood alone on the spot, and all the rest of them died in the ruins. Shang Mo came to Luffy silently. "Pyre. Shang. This is already the biggest concession. Shang. With such ambition, can you die instead of this man?" Zoro, who appeared suddenly, caught the bear off guard, but no blood flowed from the bear's body. Zoro looked at the wound just cut and said in surprise. Advertisement. Zoro stood up and panted for a long time and said, "Understood, the head will be given to you, but I hope to replace it with my life and spare him." Just about to mention Luffy, suddenly. In the next second, the bear turned his head and spat out the laser cannon at Zoro, and Zoro dodged in a dangerous way. At this time, Zoro was injured all over his body, and he had no strength to move at all. Are you a modified person like Frankie? No, the hardness is far above steel. The lion sings. At this high-burning moment, the limping Sanji also staggered over and shouted, Wait. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* swordsman, idiot. The developer is Vegapunk, a genius scientist of the government. He is a man with the best mind in the world. It is said that his scientific level is already in the field that human beings can only reach after 500 years. Zoro. Besides doing this now, I have no other way to save my partners. If I can't even protect my own captain, why talk about my own ambitions? Luffy is the man who wants to become the king of pirates. Sanji couldn't stand still at this time, standing in front of the bear trembling all over, and shouted with firm eyes. I am ready to die for them at any time. Let me die here with honor. Hey, for me farewell to everyone, sorry, and find a new chef. Zoro looked at Sanji in surprise. You be **************** D. Shang explained. Reformed people, indeed, but I am completely different from the remodeled Frankie. I am called a pacifist, and I am a humanoid weapon that the government has not yet completed. Sanji walked straight up to the bear and said, Hey big guy, it's better to take my life than this kind of green algae-headed swordsman. Although Marine still despises me now, the most troublesome existence in our group will be my Blackfeet Sanji. Shang was obviously shocked, and Zoro continued. Although my head is not very famous now, but thinking that this will be the head of the world's #1 swordsman in the future, I don't think there should be any shortcomings. Zoro gasped and said, having such a body, and being a capable person, I feel hope is even more bleak. Even my body has started to use it non-stop. Do I want to take Luffy's head anyway? Chapter 182. Let me bear all the pain. Shang suddenly looked up at the sky and said, Do you have the same thoughts as them? Both Zoro and Sanji looked up in surprise, and found a pair of dragon wings waving slowly above their heads. Locke. Locke slowly flew down, put away the dragon wings, came to the two of them and said with a smile. You two idiots, don't forget who is the vice captain on this ship. Is it your turn to die at this time? Zoro and Sanji looked at Locke's horrible body and shouted excitedly while still trying to keep calm. Hey Locke, you've already. As soon as the two of them spoke, Locke knocked them unconscious with sharp eyes and quick hands, then looked up at the bear and said, Okay, let's continue with the topic just now. I don't think Luffy should be worse with my current head. Of course, setting aside the background, if I have to say it, I can only tell you that within 2 years I will definitely become the strongest in the world, so the value is enough. Shang looked at the scene in front of him and said, If I shoot Luffy in the straw hat, I will be the one who will be ashamed. Locke's face turned serious and he said, Thank you so much. Shang put all three of Luffy, Sanji and Zoro in front of him and said to Locke, Believe in what I do, I will keep the promise, but as the bearer of all this, I will let you see go to hell. After speaking, Shang shot out 3 huge red bear paw bubbles from the 3 of them and said, "This is the pain and fatigue that popped out of the 3 of them, and the accumulated damage when fighting Moria and the others is here. It's inside, since you have to bear all this, then accept this pain, your body that is about to die and now can't bear this." Locke stepped forward calmly and said, "Understood." Shang was obviously surprised by Locke's decisiveness and said again, "You can feel the pain first." Advertisement Locke directly stretched out his hands and looked at the huge red bear paw bubble in front of him and said, "No need, I want to be the strongest man, and I won't fall down here." After speaking, Locke put his hands directly into the red bear's paw bubble. Pooh, after one night. In the early morning of the next day, Lola and others lying in the ruins all woke up one after another, and all the partners also woke up, Frankie said in surprise looking at the alive and kicking Luffy. "Hey, are you a liar?" Luffy said happily. "Look, my body is so relaxed, why is that?" The awakened Zoro and Sanji looked at their bodies in surprise, because they felt the same as Luffy, and their bodies were unprecedentedly relaxed. When the rest of the partners were wondering, Zoro and Sanji got up anxiously and looked around. Usopp looked puzzled. "What's the matter with you two? The enemy has already left." Instead of answering Usopp, Zoro yelled, "Hey, Locke, you be asterisk 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 D, come out." Sanji also shouted angrily, "It can't be nothing, that be asterisk 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 D. Where the hell?" At this time, Chopper noticed a figure approaching in the distance and shouted happily, "It's Locke, hey Locke." Advertisement Zoro and Sanji immediately turned their heads to look over, only to find that Locke was slowly walking towards them, gnawing on a fruit they didn't know where to find in his hand. Seeing the same as them, nothing happened at all. Sanji was relieved to see this scene and stepped forward to Locke and said, "You be asterisk 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 D, how dare you knock me unconscious?" Locke smiled and said, "Well, don't worry, come and eat something, I just found it in the forest." "There's food, that's great." Luffy was the first to rush over excitedly. At this time, only Zoro looked at Locke with serious eyes and said nothing. He had already sensed something was wrong with his intuition before, and in this case again, Zoro had already vaguely guessed what was going on with Locke. Zoro stepped forward and pushed everyone away to come to Locke and asked, "What happened after that, answer me." Locke froze for a moment before flashing a big smile and said, "Don't worry, nothing happened." Nami asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about, good promise good?" Zoro didn't get the answer he wanted, turned around and sat aside without saying a word. Sanji stepped forward and said, "Hey Chlorella, what are you doing? Didn't Locke say that nothing happened?" Zoro beat and scolded directly. "Idiot. Think about it carefully, how is it possible? At that time, that guy said that he must kill Luffy, but now we and Luffy are not only fine, but all the injuries and pains on our bodies are gone." Sanji thought about it and felt wrong, but turned to look at Locke and said, "But Locke also looks very relaxed." Zoro said slowly with a gloomy face, "Locke, that guy, should have died." Chapter 183. Everyone is safe and sound on board the Sunny the next day. Luffy. "I'm hungry. Sanji, let's nibble some cheese first." Luffy said while gnawing on the huge cheese. "I can't just eat cheese, I can't move with cheese alone." Sanji was also holding a plate and said, "Then hurry up and move the things you need to eat to the atrium. The guys from the Victims Association don't want to leave there, let's eat there." Locke expressed apology on the boat. "I'm sorry, after all, everyone hasn't seen the sun for many years, and they are crying and sunbathing now." Usopp was still puzzled by Luffy. "Why are you still so energetic? Absolutely weird? Incredible?" Lola is talking about the food with Sanji, because I don't know who put a lot of food and treasure on the Sanji. Of course, Nami said that the treasure will not be distributed to anyone. Lola reassured Nami and said, "I won't take anything on the benefactor's ship, Nami hides it." Nami was surprised when he heard this name. Othrio asked, "What did you just say?" Lola was also puzzled and said, "Huh? Just said it out, who is Namizu? It's strange to say, I always feel like I'm meeting you for the first time." Nami stood up in surprise and said, "Could it be, Lola?" Advertisement Lola continued to ask doubtfully, "Yeah, did I say my name?" Nami happily hugged Lola and shouted, "Ah, it's really you, Lola, I'm so glad to see you again." Usopp on the side recalled the name and exclaimed in shock, "Lola. Wait a minute. Hey, is this guy that zombie wild boar?" Nami said with a smile, "You don't know what's going on, I'll tell you later, anyway, take these, it's a thank you gift." Lola was surprised by a small group of treasures and said, "Is that okay? Thank you for the gift." AJBI, Luffy and Usopp came to the side of the boat and shouted, "Nami, give the treasure to someone else. Ah. The storm is coming, ah." Everyone moved the food to the atrium and was about to start eating. At this time, Chopper asked Locke to take him to the top of the ruins to find something. Locke was stunned and said, "I'm sorry Chopper, the dragon wing has been completely destroyed during the battle, and I won't be able to fly anymore. The thing that popped out of your body seems to be a collection of pain," and then the vice captain directly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to endure the pain without any hesitation. At this time, two of Lola's younger brothers suddenly came out and said, "Actually, we all know, we saw everything at that time, let us tell you." Zoro and Sanji looked at each other and brought the two younger brothers out. They said excitedly, "Oh, by the way, you two also performed very well at that time." Zoro leaned aside and closed his eyes, and the two younger brothers began to recount what they saw to them without ink marks. Yes, yes, it's amazing. The screams at that time were as painful as they were, but in the end, I stood up again like a normal person. Advertisement Sanji sat on the ground and lit a cigarette and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and quickly talk about what happened after that, after we passed out." The two younger brothers nodded and said, "Well, it's not in the atrium, it's on the edge of the forest, we'll take you to see it." Why? After everyone set up the grill, they wanted Locke to help light the fire, but Locke scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I forgot that trick. Maybe it was because I got hit hard on the head during the battle. I feel like I forgot a lot of abilities." When the two younger brothers came here with Zoro and Sanji, both of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. The bloodline on the ground had completely penetrated into the ground. Yeah, I was crying all the time, but when that Shichibukai was about to leave, the vice captain miraculously came back to life, and it seemed that nothing happened. When the two of them woke up, the scene they just saw was when the bear popped red bear paw bubbles from the bodies of the three of them. Sanji took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, "Having endured the pain of the three of us, it's no wonder we don't feel anything now." Zoro suddenly stepped forward and said, "Take me to the place at that time, it must not be in the atrium, right?" The partners were all shocked when they heard the news, and Luffy said it was a pity, he had always envied that Locke could fly anywhere in the sky at will. Afterwards, the vice captain uttered a pitiful scream, and we felt it was unbearable. After the vice captain fell to the ground, we thought he was dead, and cried miserably. Chopper quickly came to Locke to check him. "How could it be? But you don't have any injuries." At this time, except for Luffy, who was naturally stupid, the rest of the partners all sensed that something was wrong, and Robin said, "Sure enough, something happened after we fell. It looked as if it had exploded from the center, with bloodline splashing all around, and it was hard to imagine how much Locke had endured." Chapter 184. Binks Wine. "I'm gonna start now, haha, never had such a delicious meal. We haven't had a decent meal in years, it's good to be alive. I have done a lot, don't give me leftovers, yo ho ho ho, I can eat the food cooked by Mr. Chef again. It's so delicious that my cheeks are about to fall off, even though I don't have any cheeks. You be asterisk 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 d. Shut up and eat quietly, ha 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 ha. What an interesting skeleton." Chopper looked at the lively crowd eating the cake in their hands and said, "There was no toast, but it turned into a banquet." Nami also said with a smile, "It doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter now." Suddenly there was a burst of cheerful BGM, and everyone saw that it was Brook playing the piano, which was really suitable for the occasion. Sanji stepped forward and said, "Don't you play the violin?" Brook laughed and said, "Yo ho 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 ho, I know all the instruments." Yes, it was a good talk. Advertisement Brook suddenly lowered his voice and said, "That being said, I have actually seen it too, and I have been deeply moved by your actions, it's great to have partners." Sanji leaned on the piano and said, "Don't talk about us, in the end it was that B asterisk 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 D Locke who took care of everything." Brook immediately said, "No, you all have the same consciousness, want to listen to a song? As long as you want to order." Sanji smiled and said, "Hey, can anything be okay? I'll think about it." Suddenly Brook started playing and singing, "Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. Bringing you the wine that Binks has been brewing for a long time. Exudes the fragrance that men of the sea often have. On the other side of the tide, the setting sun shines. The song of the birds arcs in the blue sky, goodbye Gulf port sailing to sea. Sing a song and run towards the unknown journey, gold waves and silver waves are churning and turned into beautiful waves. Hey Brook, I know this song. Shanks and the others have sung it, and Locke often sings it too, but that guy is out of tune and doesn't sing as well as you." Brook finally couldn't hold back, and a skeleton cried with tears streaming down his face. "Whoa, I've never been so happy as I am today." Zero, seeking flowers, advertisement Brook said while playing, "The pirates in the past would sing this song, no matter when they are sad or happy, yo ho ho ho. Let's go to the end of the grand line in the cheerful music." It seemed that the atmosphere of the banquet had become more active. At this time, Luffy did not know when to lie on the piano and said. Brook was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Wait a minute, this is simply unbelievable, shocking, too abrupt, you have really seen Laboon. Even though 50 years have passed, is Laboon still waiting for us in that strait? Locke, who was drinking, suddenly sneezed, looked around suspiciously, and then quickly resumed toasting and cheering. Locke drank the wine in his hand and laughed. Yeah, that guy is as energetic as a mountain. About Brook's memories, because there are a lot of tears, so I don't plan to write it out. When I was writing this book, I was also revisiting pirates while writing, so I won't describe some special places, because I was afraid that this originally touching story would be written flat. Brook. About this matter, I still have one thing that I haven't said. I have an agreement with my companions, and we must fulfill that agreement first, otherwise I will not be a man. Luffy said with a smile. I said you will become our partner, right? The shadow will also come, even if the sun shines, you can sail, right? At this time, Locke, Sanji, Usopp also came over and said, we can all testify that we have indeed seen it. I personally think this song is really good. Brook was surprised and said, that's right, Laboon, it's a whale with that name, in a certain strait. Luffy continued to smile and said, I know, it's Laboon. Luffy interrupted, so Brook, we met Laboon in Twin Gorges, really? Knowing that it's been waiting there for 50 years, waiting for its companion to come back, so it's a surprise. knowing that it's waiting you were the last pirate survivor, and you are remembering your promise well. Laboon will be very happy if he knows, he. Brook said excitedly. I really want to meet it. When we parted, it was only the size of a boat. It was very cute. Although it was a bit disobedient, it was a good boy who liked music. Now I can still picture it in my mind. Chapter 185. Musician Brook. Hey, skeleton, stop singing? Sing it again. Do it again. Brook put away the sound shell that had finished playing. What was played just now was the last swan song of the Rumba Pirates once in a lifetime. Brook saved it with the sound shell, thinking that if he could be resurrected in the future, he would bring this sound shell to the waiting Laboon. Yo ho ho, this song that Zung Jin and his companions sang with all their lives, the last chorus of the Rumba Pirates. I don't know how many times I have listened to it in this dark 50 years, alone in this big ship on the boat. Only this song can make me feel something other than, Chi-Chi-san. Has ruined my life, but today I have a new decision in my heart. I want to seal this sound shell. As soon as I fell in love with Brook opened his skull and put the sound shell in and shouted, Street seal. Is it really such a structure? Brook continued to play the piano, and Luffy climbed on top of it. I know that Laboon is waiting energetically. The shadow has also returned, and escaped from the Sea of Devils. Everyone singing is stored in this sound shell. It is no longer a song that I miss the past alone. This is for a song for Laboon. There is not a single day when I don't feel pain. I want to be honest, I can't see it. But, Luffy-san, it's great that I can live, alive, that is really good. Luffy smiled and said, of course. Brook suddenly stopped crying and asked, can I be your companion? Advertisement Luffy. Okay. The rest of the crowd was surprised. It's so easy to join. But everyone welcomed Brook, and Nami said why their team always adds some strange people. The rest of the people don't know how it seems, but cheers, Locke is the most excited. After finishing, Brook took out a bounty and said, yo ho 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 ho, reintroduction, sorry for the lateness, I am Brook who died with only bones left, but I was wanted before, commonly known as Nose Song Brook, with a bounty of 33 million Baileys, used to be the captain of the guard group in a certain kingdom, and later served as the agent of the captain of the Rumba Pirates, a musician and a swordsman, and entrusted his life to Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat from today. If I don't drag you down, I will work hard with all my strength. Locke blushed excitedly and came to the table and shouted, okay, cheers again. Locke is down again. This idiot, 2 days later. Yo ho ho ho, it's really great, thank you, Frankie-san Usopp Temple. Brook thanked the tomb made by the two in front of him. Frankie. No, it's nothing at all. Usopp said proudly, it's my design credit. Advertisement Chopper also jumped aside and said, I picked the flowers. Brook turned around and bowed in thanks. Thank you very much, Chopper-san. Chopper said, blushing and wriggling, stupid, I'm not happy at all. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* What a majestic tomb. This thriller bark floated from our hometown West Blue, so it can be regarded as resting in our hometown. Seeing the sad Brook, the three took a step forward very wisely, leaving Brook here by himself, and Brook sat in front of the grave and picked up the violin. Playing, binks, wine, melodious and sad music spread around. Midway Zoro suddenly appeared, and buried the dead knife. Snowwalk, here. When the two were talking, there was another footstep behind them, and Zoro taunted. What's the matter, after you can't fly, have you started to get used to walking? Locke came to the grave and sat down, threw a bottle of wine to each of Zoro and Brook and said, Stupid, don't be stupid, even if I don't know anything, I'm still the strongest. Brook looked at Locke and said, that. But after looking at Locke, he still didn't speak. Locke knew what Brook 3.6 wanted to ask, looked up at the sky and said, Brook, do you know that I have died more than once? That feeling is really uncomfortable. What? Brook was stunned in place. Zoro had guessed Locke's secret by now and said directly, then don't die anymore. When you change from a monster back to an ordinary person, how will you accomplish your goal? Tell me. You and I want to become the #1 swordsman in the world, and your goal is above mine. Locke smiled and nodded, looked at his hands and said, I see, I won't let myself fall behind, don't worry. Chapter 186. See red line again in half a circle. After bidding farewell to Lola and his party on the sunny, Straw Hat crew started their new journey. Before leaving, Lola gave Nami a life card. Said it was her mother's life card, and said that her mother is a very powerful pirate. If you encounter difficulties at sea in the future, you can ask her mother for help. Here Luffy also took out the life card that Ace left him, but because of burning a lot, it has shrunk a lot compared to when he just got it. Locke sighed helplessly when he saw this scene. Sure enough, Ace was still arrested. But Luffy said that he was definitely fine, so he didn't take it seriously for the time being. He believed that Ace, Straw Hat crew's adventure continued. On the way, they met a resort where anyone can relax, enjoyed a while here, and met the old but silver fox Foxy. But they are all small things, so I don't need to describe them too much. The 09 that needs to be mentioned is Brook, who just boarded the boat. He looks very unnatural. Wanting to help everyone on the boat, but making trouble everywhere is not helpful. Robin saw through Brook's mind at a glance, and just a few words to wake him up and let him be himself. Throw away all the thoughts he thought that might be abandoned. After boarding this ship, everyone will treat you wholeheartedly. There is no intrigue here, everyone is like a family member, and the atmosphere on the boat is usually very pleasant. In the afternoon of a certain day. Advertisement on the sunny, Zoro is exercising in the watchtower, Frankie is forging iron under the cabin, Chopper is drying his own herbs, and Luffy and Usopp are fishing together and falling asleep. Sanji is washing dishes in the kitchen. Locke is sleeping on the deck, Nami and Robin are reading magazines and choosing new clothes in the aquarium, and Brook is in this harmonious scene. Picking up the violin, pleasant music sounded, everyone was silent in the music, and everyone's mood became much more relaxed. Brook thought while playing the violin, this moment is a short break before an adventure journey that will come in an unknown time, yes, take a break. As soon as Sanji heard the Fishman Island's eyes turned into peach hearts, he shouted excitedly, Murloc, mermaid, beautiful mermaid, where is the longing mermaid? At this time, Nami suddenly noticed something, and the next second the sea changed suddenly, and everyone encountered dense snake currents, but these currents did not pose much threat. Sengoku pointed at Garp angrily and shouted, Shut up Garp! Despite receiving this special order from the government to wipe out everyone, it's a shame that not even Luffy's head can be brought back. Sengoku snapped angrily. Shut up Garp! You be asterisk 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 D. Luffy was bored and said, Hey Nami, the Fishman Island hasn't arrived yet, ah. Sanji heard that and immediately went forward to quarrel with Zoro. Locke, who was sleeping, was accidentally touched by the two and got up angrily and joined the battle between the two. Because of the rubber man, Locke is fine except his face is a little deformed. Zoro and Sanji are beaten with bruises all over their heads, and their faces are also a little deformed. Advertisement at this time in naval headquarters, an old man with a goatee was yelling at the bear. Are you kidding, Bartholomew Bear? How can you let them run away with your ability? Find a decent reason, right? The person who needs to report to the higher ups is me. Under the serious atmosphere, Garp suddenly slapped his legs and shouted, Oh yes, I brought new tea, quickly take out Shenjin. Garp on the side laughed and said, Ahahaha, as expected of my grandson. Nami almost spilled the tea in his hand and said angrily, It's really noisy, we are indeed moving towards it. Seeing this proves that they have circled the great route halfway, so they saw the red line again. Garp still laughed and said, Ha ha ha, don't worry Sengoku, Luffy is not the kind of little man who just wants to show off just because he defeated Moria. The sea current that attacked the ship was resisted by everyone. After persisting for a while, everyone saw something that symbolized the road sign, red line. Sengoku said disdainfully, HMPH, Bear, you don't feel compassion for those injured pirates, do you? Even if you want to let them go, we will not stop hunting until now. The Needle is actively approaching Marine headquarters. A few days later, on the sunny, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper and Brook were fishing boredly, and the remaining partners on the deck lawn were sitting around the small round table drinking tea. The three began to mingle on the deck, and Luffy, who was fishing, thought it was fun and joined in. After some squabbling, Luffy won strongly. Zoro complained disdainfully. Idiot. 940 Chapter 187. Looking for the Fishman Island. Under Nami's command, everyone boarded the largest snake current on the sea, rising all the way, and after leaping to the limit height, they were sprayed by the wind. The Sunny successfully flew over the previous sea area and came to the front of the red line. It was still the same tall, and the top of the mountain could not be seen at all, and it had already entered the clouds. Luffy stretched out his hands excitedly and shouted, It's here, it's finally here. Nami said with a smile, It's so nostalgic, I really feel a lot of emotion. Zoro also said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, I don't know if we have grown up since then. Usopp said in tears, I don't know why I want to cry, a lot of things happened. Locke said with a smile, It's already halfway, the next is New World, I'm really looking forward to it. Luffy concluded, In short, we have already walked halfway. The twin gorges where we met Laboon are on the opposite side of the sea and connected to this cliff. It is great that everyone can come here without incident. Frankie said, Before I was sensible, I seemed to read the upside-down mountain from South Blue. It seems to have been 30 years. Robin also said, I also entered this sea area from West Blue 5 years ago. Luffy said with a smile, As long as we travel around the world for half a week, we can see this cliff once. At that time, I will be one piece, he he he. Nami called his partners together and said, But we need to be very careful now, this place is very close to the Marine headquarters and the Holy Land of the World Government, Mary Chopper. Let me talk about the next thing. After Nami reversed the plan, Luffy, Locke, Robin, and Brook went to explore the road, and Nami and others kept in touch with them through phone bugs. At this time, Locke and the others have been diving in the Shark 3 for a while, and Nami asked on the phone bug, How is it? Advertisement Robin replied, No, it's pitch black. Then came Luffy's voice again, Yo ha ha, it's pitch black, something seemed to be glowing just now. Followed by Brook's voice, Whoa, is it the monster's eyes? Locke said calmly, Idiot, what kind of monster is there? It's just a huge monkfish. Wait, monkfish. Luffy, Oh, what an ugly fish, ha 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 ha. Brook, it's coming. Locke, Don't worry, I just saw that huge sea beast from before, it appears. Robin, Yeah, it ate the fish. Luffy, Amazing, ah ha ha ha. Locke, it's coming. Brook, It's over, yo ho ho ho. Listening to the noise coming from the phone bug, Nami grows increasingly irate, until Sanjo serves up a new dessert made with the ghostly pears of the Dreadmaster sailboat. This eased Nami's mood a lot, and after a while, the foursome came back, and Nami hurriedly asked what was the result. Nami knocked his head and said, But the record pointer is pointing to the bottom, it's a headache, I should have asked Lola more. Locke, Is my thinking wrong? Otherwise, I would first find a nearby island and ask. I always feel that the Fishman Island is not so easy to go to. Plop. Advertisement in the end, Zoro and Li Qianzhou, took a lot of effort to deal with the sea beast in the water, and then fished Luffy and Lock up, and Usopp and Chopper pressed the water out of their stomachs respectively. Ah, it's over. Robin, if you go any further, you may die. Call out. Nami reprimanded from the side. You two idiots, what time is it? It's fine if Locke is stupid. Luffy, don't you know that you are a landlubber? Why do you want to jump down too? Locke rushed directly towards the sea beast, but in midair, Locke suddenly forgot one thing, that is, he no longer has dragon wings. Luffy. Not at all, you can't even see the bottom of the sea, is there really the Fishman Island? Zoro and Sanji became more serious when they heard the emoji. Locke didn't answer and Usopp kept spitting water out. Locke perfectly fell into the water in midair, everyone was shocked. Luffy immediately jumped down in a hurry, and Chopper and Usopp were stunned. The huge sea beast that they met on the bottom of the sea before flew up to the surface of the sea behind them. The lower body of this guy is a fish, and the upper body is a rabbit. The two of them were spitting out water frantically, and there was no time to reply. Usopp suddenly said at this moment. Speaking of which, I remember Locke, you should be able to breathe underwater, right? Plop, Brook. Yo ho ho, this is my first time on a submarine. Locke stood up, cupped his fists and said with a smile, leave it to me. Luffy shouted in surprise. Backquote, it's that guy just now, he's catching up. Chapter 188. Locke in Depression, Panel, Name, Wolf D. Locke. Hockey. Knowledge Color, Conquerors. Devil Fruit, Human Fruit, Phantom Beast, Shira Form, 1 stage. Fruit Development Ability. Shira's Fury, Bloody Fury, Shira's Shattering Fist. Talent. Advanced Fighting Skills, Listening to the Voice of All Things. Attacking Moves. Deliberate Punching, Tianba blasting across the sky. Defensive Moves. Energy Absorption. Movement Moves, Microstep. Restoration Move. Breathing Technique. Special Moves, Chaos Goal Watchman, Soul Suppression. Locke looked at himself on the panel and sighed and said to himself, it's really a lot less. If it really happens again, maybe I will really become an ordinary person. The current panel is the appearance of the sacrifice after the heart stopped beating after enduring the pain of the partners, and there are too many things missing. It was difficult for Locke to get used to it for a while, and Locke sat alone on the top of the Zoro watchtower in a daze with the sea breeze blowing. 067. Advertisement at this time, the partner's attention was all on the person who flew out of the sea beast's belly before. Ah, no, it should be a mermaid. Mermaid Kami and the talking starfish Papagu, after communicating with each other, I found that this is a girl who is not reserved at all. She was surprised and found that her expression would be very exaggerated when she did something wrong. Papagu said that the conversation also aroused everyone's curiosity. According to Papagu himself, he always thought he was a human being, and he could talk when he found out that he was a starfish. It was outrageous, but there was no words to refute. Later, Kami wanted to invite everyone to eat takoyaki to repay favors, saying that she would meet Zauba first, but after getting through the phone bug, she seemed to be in trouble. The person on the phone bug said that he was Macro and Kami's old friend, and then took Zauba away and reported his address. Sabaody Archipelago, 5,000 meters east of GR number 44, is the base of the human traffickers group and the Flying Fish Knights. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone. They said that if Kami didn't come, they would sell Zauba. After hanging up the phone, Kami was very worried that Zaobashi's friends who were watching were just about to speak. Luffy suddenly said. Where's the takoyaki? Sanji kicked Luffy. Is now the time to ask this? Nami suddenly said at this time. Wait, Kami, I'm sorry for meddling in other people's business. If you want to help the kidnapped friends, I made a mistake, these guys are here to help, but in exchange, how about telling us the way to get to the Fishman Island? Kami immediately cheered up. Can I, Nami? Nami replied with a smile. Of course, right Luffy. Fortunately, these guys left after dropping a wave of bombs, and did not continue to pester. Locke was somewhat depressed and went back to the room alone. The members of the group ride the Flying Fish as a ride. The Flying Fish is very fast and can leave the water for 5 minutes for a short high-speed flight. It is said that Dibalu is a very scary person. Afterwards, Kami took out the chart, and according to the place that the person in the phone bug said before, they happened to be on the route to Sabaody Islands. Advertisement. They seemed to be looking for someone all the time, and they would stop and check every passing boat. While they were chatting, the fish leading the way suddenly dispersed. Takoyaki. Luffy's expression changed and he turned to his friends and shouted. This is a big deal. Brothers. Save the takoyaki even if you die. Luffy hummed suspiciously and asked, sure, but who is Xiao Ba? He also arrogantly threw bombs at them, although they were easily resisted, but they really had nothing to do with them in the sky. The first thing everyone thought of was Locke. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. On the way, Papagu and Kami told the vague things about Sabaody Archipelago, saying that human trafficking is very prevalent in Sabaody Archipelago. Takoyaki. Ajay. Then he also told about the Flying Fish Knights, a kidnapping group based in the waters near the islands of Sabaody, and the leader is Dibalu the Iron Face. Oh. The partners nodded in understanding. Kami called out, and the fish on the bottom showed a lot, and then began to lead everyone in the sea. They swayed on the bottom of the sea, and an arrow made of waves appeared on the surface. However, Locke's first instinct was to fly up to teach them a lesson, but he quickly realized that he could no longer fly. Kami explained. It's the owner of the takoyaki shop where I work, the most delicious takoyaki in the world. Zoro said to everyone at this time, Hey, you guys, start to remember now, don't remind Locke of those things, don't think about relying on him when encountering these things, that guy just changed because he took too much, this is how it is now, do you understand? Kami received the news that the flying fish knights were coming. Luffy hurried to the bow to check, and soon 3 people appeared in the sky riding a flying fish. Chapter 189. Arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, plus 1 more chapter. Afterwards, Locke didn't plan to get involved anymore. It was nothing more than meeting Sanji, who was on the arrest warrant, and then Sanji went berserk, and he rescued Octopus Zalba, resolving the previous grievances. And the enemies are all small men, but it may be because the battle outside is fierce and the ship shakes very badly, so Locke has no choice but to come out to see what's going on. In the end, I saw all the partners on the boat in a panic, looking up at a very huge anchor, and the surrounding flying fish were pulling the anchor. It seems that it intends to sink the Sunny. Frankie panicked at the bow of the ship, but it was too late, the huge anchor fell from the sky. Fall. Frankie, Sunny, sink. Dibaru, also known as Sanji on the wanted notice, shouted angrily, and it seemed that his resentment towards everyone was not shallow. As the huge anchor fell, nothing happened as imagined. Instead, it stopped when it was about to touch the Sunny. Looking carefully, it turned out that it was caught by a person with one hand. Luffy on the shore was relieved when he saw Locke and shouted happily. Hey, Locke, look, there is another Sanji here. Sanji yelled angrily. Idiot, this guy is not me at all. Damn it. Holding the anchor, Locke said calmly. It's so noisy, you guys, I can't even sleep well, so give this back to you. Advertisement. After speaking, Locke threw the huge anchor back, directly destroying the entire base of Dibaru. After finishing, Locke jumped to the shore and looked at Zalba, a familiar face he hadn't seen for a long time, and smiled. Yo, long time no see, Zalba. Seeing Locke recalling the previous scene, Zalba was frightened and immediately protected Kami and Papagu behind him and shouted. Lo Locke. Don't hurt Kami, what happened before is my fault. Come on me. Locke said casually, if you want to apologize, you should apologize to Nami. If she forgives you, we won't say anything. One is Mariajoy, a city sanctuary at the top of the Red Line, which must be approved by the government. This road must not be used by pirates. In an instant, all the flying fish in the air were emptied, and Dibaru, who had nothing to do, rode a big-faced buffalo called Moto Baro, intending to run over them and kill them. Luffy easily blocked the impact of Conqueror's first sight, and Moto Barlow ran away in fear, and then fell to the ground, but at this time Luffy didn't know what ability it was. Frankie was angry because of the huge anchor, so he asked Usopp to go to the bow, where there was a hidden control room, and he directly fired the lion roar cannon, which consumed a lot of energy. This route is just below the holy land of Mary Chopper, and there is a hole 10,000 meters below the seabed, through which you can reach the Fishman Island. Soon after learning about these things, the Sunny sailed to their destination, Sabaody Archipelago. Advertisement. Near naval headquarters, there is the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Archipelago mangrove. Since the roots of the tree are always exposed to the water, the current Sabaody Archipelago is formed. After leaving the number of the phone bug, they left. Everyone also opened their bellies to Zalba and ate very happily. After finally feeding Luffy and others, Zalba fell down tired. It can be understood as covering a big bubble, isolating the seawater, driving on the bottom of the sea, and breathing normally in it. If you want to go to Mermaid Island on the bottom of the sea, you must have a coating. Xiao Ba lowered his head guiltily and said, I know, I'm really sorry for doing bad things to Nami before. This reminded Locke that when he went to Sky Island, it happened to be 10,000 meters in the sky. After talking about this, it will involve a new thing, coating. The partners were all shocked by the beautiful scenery of Sabaody Archipelago. Before landing, you can see bubbles everywhere on the island. The other route is their only route, the submarine route, but the submarine route is very dangerous, and many people will be killed by sea beasts or sea kings on the way. In the end, only Dibaru was left. Sanji came up and gave him a set of plastic surgery chute, kicking this guy's face into a handsome guy. Afterwards, everyone enjoyed free takoyaki at Hachi's boat stall, and Dibaru also came to express his thanks after plastic surgery, but this guy's degree of narcissism is really unrivaled. I can't wait to let myself play more 8 hands. After the end, everyone came to the Sunny to drink tea and chat. Through the conversation, I learned that there are 2 ways to go to the Fishman Island. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The biggest feature of Sabaody Archipelago is that the roots of the Alkaman mangrove secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles, and then flies to the sky. Chapter 190. Sign in armed color. The whole island is composed of 79 trees, each tree is numbered, and each tree has towns and facilities. People call the archipelago of these 79 islands the Sabaody Archipelago. The regional division of Sabaody Archipelago is also very clear, all based on the numbers on the tree. 1st to 29th. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. 30th to 39th. There are mainly soap bubble parks and so on. Number 40 to number 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shops, etc. Number 50 to number 59. Mainly shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to number 69. Mainly contain marine station, government entrance and exit, etc. 7 inches 140, 0 to 79. Mainly Hotel Street and so on. Locke looked at this beautiful place in front of him. He also knew that this was a very important turning point in pirates, and there were more things that Locke needed to do next. Under the guidance of Zalba, everyone drove the Sunny all the way to number 41 Woods and stopped here. After stopping the boat, everyone couldn't wait to land. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward, Armament Hockey, has been issued. The next sign in location. Impel down. Reward. 100 poisons do not invade the body. Feeling the brand new power emerging from his body, Locke couldn't help laughing, and Zoro asked suspiciously. What's the matter, Locke? I was always unhappy before, why are you so happy now? Locke revealed a mysterious smile and said, I got the long-awaited power. After speaking, Locke immediately opened the panel, and finally confirmed his situation, because there will be no sign-in rewards in the short term, and the next sign-in will be the time for the outbreak of war. Advertisement, panel. Name. Wolf D. Locke Hockey. Knowledge color, Conqueror's Armed color. Devil fruit. Human fruit, Phantom Beast, Shira form, 1 stage. Fruit development ability. Shira's Fury, Bloody Fury, Shira's Shattering Fist. Talent. Advanced fighting skills, listening to the voice of all things. Attacking moves. Deliberate punching, Tiamba blasting across the sky. Defensive moves. Energy absorption. Movement moves, Microstep. Restoration move. Breathing technique. Special moves, Chaos Goal Watchman, Soul Suppression. Although a lot of skills are missing, but with Locke's Conqueror's Hockey and advanced fighting skills now, he has successfully squeezed into the team of top powerhouses. All the partners gathered together to listen to Xiao Bao's speech. I know a very trustworthy coding craftsman who can take you to him, but in exchange I hope you can promise me one thing. After entering the town, you will see many world nobles. You must promise me that no matter what happens in the town, you must not conflict with the world nobles. When all the partners were surprised, Locke suddenly said, Celestial Dragons, right? Xiao Bao was startled and hurried forward to ask Locke to keep his voice down, and then continued. That's right, so even if you see someone being killed in front of you, you still have to pretend you didn't see it. I'll say it again. You must pretend not to see anything. Advertisement. Locke smiled casually and said, well, I'll try my best. I'm going to find a drink. After talking about Locke, he left alone. Nami just wanted someone to watch Locke together, but when he turned his head, Locke was gone. Annoyed, Nami said that he would take good care of him when he came back, and the rest of the people, except Usopp and Frankie, were refilling the Sunny with Coke energy and staying on board. There is also Sanji, who was manipulated by Nami, who said that he would stay on the boat and show Nami the treasure, and Zoro, who just woke up, also said that he would go for a walk. Completely blocked by Usopp and Sanji, Sanji shouted, Don't go, you road idiot. This is the archipelago. If you get lost, you will be in trouble. Zoro retorted angrily. Who would get lost in such a simple place? Isn't there a number written on every tree wound? At worst, just ask someone to ask. Children can be found. Usopp suddenly realized, oh, you still have such an IQ. Sanji also said with an expression, I underestimated you, sorry, be careful on the road. The two waved goodbye. Usopp, don't forget to ask for directions. Sanji, don't trust yourself. Zoro turned around with a displeased expression on his face. It's really chilling. Anyway, just remember these numbers. Number 1, right, huh? Those guys actually look down on me so much. At this time, on 31st Street, Locke was wandering around with a bottle in his hand, because he had drunk too much, so he didn't pay much attention to the road in front of him. As a result, I accidentally bumped into a tall guy, but this guy had a 2.4 on his neck with something like a collar, and hit Locke. He reached out and grabbed Locke and shouted, please, please, anyone can, get rid of it quickly. Whether it's a saw or an axe, you can lend me anything. However, the people around were all scattered in fear. Locke looked at him in a daze and slapped his hand away and said, it's annoying you be asterisk 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 D. As a result, the man was not angry, but knelt down and shouted, I have given up going to New World. I still have a wife and children waiting for me in my hometown. Please help me. I want to go home. Chapter 191. First encounter with celestial dragons. At this time, Luffy, Xiao Ba and others happened to pass by and saw this scene. Xiao Ba hurriedly explained to Luffy. Don't approach him, that guy is probably a pirate who was caught by the kidnapping group and sold, and was taken by the buyer. After arriving on this island and trying to escape, he should know that he cannot escape. Luffy was taken aback but then pointed to the place and said, but Locke is in front of him. Xiao Ba was stunned and shouted in surprise. What? Hurry up and bring Locke back, don't get involved with that guy. 11. Luffy looked at Locke standing a little unsteady and said with a smile, I'm afraid it's too late, Locke seems to be drunk. Locke looked at the yelling man in front of him and lifted his collar irritably and said, it's so noisy, isn't it just a collar? After speaking, Locke shook his right hand, and Locke's right hand turned into a pitch black color in an instant, and then pulled the collar off the guy's neck directly. Seeing this scene, the 09 people around were all stunned, and Xiao Ba shouted excitedly, Straw Hat Boy, take Locke away quickly, the celestial dragons are coming. Luffy was stunned but did as he did, and quickly stretched out his arms to grab Locke. Locke looked at the familiar person in front of him and smiled and said, what? It's Luffy. At this time the celestial dragons had arrived, and everyone present knelt down, and the man liberated by Locke rushed over angrily when he saw the celestial dragons appearing. But the old man of the two celestial dragons was holding a bigger guy behind him, and knocked the man to the ground with a punch. Advertisement. Xiao Ba hurriedly asked Luffy and others to kneel down first. Locke obviously didn't want to, so he just sat down on the ground, Xiao Ba could only block him with his body. Appearing in front of him were two celestial dragons. In Locke's impression, these two looked normal, but their high-ranking virtues remained the same. And the man that Locke liberated before was the slave of the female celestial dragons. Although the man had been knocked to the ground, the female celestial dragons still came up and kicked and cursed at him, and even fired several shots at the end. Luffy rushed up excitedly. Zalba hurriedly stopped him. Locke got up to do something. Kami and Papagu also hurriedly stopped him. After the celestial dragons left, Marine immediately came out and took the man's body away, while Zalba quickly left here with a few people. Rest in one place, let them calm down, and listen to Zalba and others. If they hurt celestial dragons, Marine headquarters will send Admiral to lead the army. Hearing the news, the partners were all shocked. Recalling the Aokiji they met on the uninhabited island at that time, the terrifying strength made them feel a little scared now. Locke took a long breath and said, Admiral, don't know how far I can fight them now. Because the Marine headquarters is not far from here, as long as the celestial dragons are hurt, Marine Admiral will rush here as soon as possible. Chopper asked angrily why they were so great, and Papagu explained. Because they inherited the blood of the Creator. 800 years ago, 20 kings created the large organization of world government, and the celestial dragons are their descendants. After a long time over the years, their rights have slowly expanded and finally evolved into this. Advertisement. Locke stood up disdainfully and said, it's just a bunch of idiots with fish tanks. If they dare to mess with me, I'll crush their heads. Zalba covered Locke's mouth in shock and said, this kind of thing can't be said. If it is heard by others, it will be a felony. Locke lifted Xiao Ba's hand and looked up. Someone who doesn't have eyes has already come to die. At the beginning, everyone noticed a large number of people jumping down from the tree. Xiao Ba quickly picked up his weapon and said, these guys should belong to a human trafficking organization, be careful. Luffy and Brook were also ready at 060. Locke reached out his hand to stop the crowd and said, it just so happens that the anger just now hasn't subsided, so let's start with you. After surrounding a few people, the crowd began to say arrogantly, the bounty is 350 million, Straw Hat Luffy. The bounty is 500 million, Shiro Locke, he, you can earn another day. Locke laughed and said, you all know who we are and dare to come here. I really don't know who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru. Stop talking nonsense, brothers, rush. Before he finished speaking, the power from the conquerors was released from Locke, covering everyone here in an instant, and all the enemies rolled their eyes and fell down in the next second. Behind him, Luffy shouted excitedly to Locke. It's amazing. Locke, what kind of trick is this? Please teach me. The rest of the people were all so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even if Chopper had seen it, they still looked very surprised. Chapter 192. Shaki's ripped off bar. Okay, here we are. The shop on the root of the tree is what we were looking for. I don't know if it's still open. I haven't been here for 10 years. 11. After a while, they finally arrived at number 13 GR, which was their destination. When they came to the store and looked at the signboard, it didn't look like a serious place. Shaki's rip-off bar. Everyone thought that the people here must be very fierce guys. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a woman with a cigarette in her hand holding a guy with a bloody face. When she heard someone coming in, she immediately said, welcome, what do you want? Who is it? Isn't this Xiao Ba? Long time no see. Zalba also scratched his head with a smile and said, long time no see, Shaki. Shaki also smiled and said, yeah, it's been 10 years, please sit down for a while, I'm busy training these brats now. Luffy and Locke naturally went to find a seat and sit down, while Shaki continued to work on the matter at hand, and soon these guys had to be thrown out. Really, Hachi, you are no longer a pirate, it's a long story. However, that's fine. It's best to rely on craftsmanship to eat. By the way, it's really rare for mermaids to come to land. Is Kami Zalba's lover? Advertisement. Kami directly lost control of her expression and said to herself, why, how can she not be a little wife? Zalba. We work together in my takoyaki shop. Shaki suddenly remembered that Luffy and the others turned their heads to ask if they wanted something to drink, and saw that Luffy had already started eating with his head buried in the refrigerator, and Brook was also sitting there eating. Already full of wine bottles in front of Locke, with a happy look on his face, Chopper shouted in shock, everyone, you will be hanged and beaten. Shaki quickly persuaded, I'm sorry, I'm joking. I won't accept money from Xiao Ba's friends. Luffy asked at this time, Aunt, how do you know that Chopper likes to eat that? Afterwards, Shaki made tea for Luffy and said, I've read reports about you, and the Enies Lobby incident is almost true. Are you really going to trouble the government? Before the few people went to play, Shaki reminded, in short, no matter where you look, according to my intelligence network, because you logged on to Shangdao, there are currently 13 wanted criminals with bounties of over 100 million in Sabaody Archipelago. That's this area of Lawless, but it could also be in Sabaody Archipelago Park, which has Luffy's dream playground. Saying this, Shaki got up and took out a big marshmallow. Chopper's eyes lit up and he ate the marshmallow, but in the next second, Suchi changed his face and said, Shaki. You guys are Straw Hat Crew, right? I forgot to tell you I'm an informant. Advertisement. Shaki replied naturally, I remember today as if. This is 100,000 Baileys. And he hasn't been back for half a year. It must be very unrealistic to wait for him here. We have to go to him. According to Shaki's information, Rayleigh may be in GR from 1st to 29th. Saying that, Shaki came to the counter and looked at Brook and said, but there is a skeleton among your companions that can move and talk. I don't know that yet. Shaki continued. That's right, besides the 4 of you, Zhao, S. There are 9 other people. When you entered the Great Route, you should have chosen one of the 7 lines at the entrance and based on its record goes all the way here, that is to say, on the other 6 routes. There are also people who conquered all kinds of difficulties and obstacles with you and came here. No matter which route you choose, you will be blocked by the red line in the end. After passing this obstacle, everyone will gather in this archipelago, understand? It is rare to see newcomers from the same period of the world gather together at the same time, especially Kid, Luffy, Hawkins, Dor. The names of Gu and Luo are frequently reported names. Shaggy smiled and said, it's okay, you can do what you want, I'll give you something nice too. Luffy said that it would be too troublesome to explain, and Shaggy also guessed the purpose of their coming here, but it is a pity that Rayleigh is not here now. Chopper was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and said with tears in his eyes, I don't have so much money. Kami hurriedly shouted. Don't answer him, Brook said. I'm very sorry, I'm Brook who is dead and only bones are left, please take care of me. May I ask what color is your fat number 7, hash? Chopper's face changed and he said with some fear, there are 13 people with a bounty of over 100 million. Chapter 193. The leader of the new era Chopper repeated the names and said, well, is it Kid, Hawkins, and Doregu? Wait a minute, where is Locke? Why didn't Locke be mentioned? Shaggy looked at the silly-looking teenager who was drinking in front of him and said with a smile, Little Locke is special, I will talk about it later, and continue to mention the matter just now, although Little Monkey is the first in terms of bounties, but the rest none of them are vegetarians. Gangster, Capone Bead, bounty, 138 million Baileys. Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie, bounty, 140 million Baileys. The Magician, Basil Hawkins, bounty, 249 million Baileys. Hyaming, Disc Player Apu, bounty, 1,898 million. Eustace, Captain, Kid, bounty, 315 million Baileys. Red Flag, X Drake, bounty, 222 million Baileys. Strange Monk, Erogue, bounty, 500.180 billion Baileys. Killing Samurai, Kira, bounty, 162 million Baileys. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, bounty, 2 Baileys. Advertisement. There were countless pirates who entered the Grand Line at the beginning, but now there are very few. The Great Route is like a huge survival knockout match. The people who survived each route are all elites selected from a million, but among you there is a real leader, that is Little Locke. All eyes were on Locke, and Locke quickly put down his glass and looked at everyone in a daze and asked, what's wrong? What did I miss? Shaggy smiled and said, looking at it this way, Little Locke is really not as scary as the rumors say, but it is undeniable that Little Locke, AJFC, has far surpassed your group of newcomer pirates at the same time, so he was not shared with you. Chopper said with a look of admiration, hey, I knew that Locke is really strong. Luffy smiled and said, I don't care what I do, as long as I am happy, but staying in such a chaotic place, that craftsman is really worrying. You don't have to worry about our guy, he's hundreds of times stronger than you brats. Locke put the empty wine bottle on the table and said excitedly, really, I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, before everyone left, Shaggy reminded them that as long as they don't cause too much trouble, Marine should not send a lot of troops, so try not to cause trouble. Of course, these words were of no use to this group of problem children, and the group rode sports cars all the way to the Sabaldi Park playground. A group of people started playing here without even thinking about it. What Locke didn't expect was that he discovered another weakness of his here, which is the roller coaster. He didn't expect that his heart, which is not afraid of life and death battles, almost stopped functioning while riding a roller coaster. After doing it once, Locke fell to his knees just like Brook. Advertisement. So for the subsequent project, Locke sat on a bench with Brook and watched them play. Brook drank tea, Locke drank, and soon got drunk again. At this time, interesting things are happening here on GR24. Almost all the pirates mentioned by Shaggy are here, and it happens that a celestial dragons passed by here at this time. This guy robbed the civilian girl halfway and shot her fiancé dead. No one around him dared to vent his anger. At this moment, a swordsman with 3 knives and drinking came over swaggeringly. In this way, Zoro walked up to the celestial dragons under the kneeling of the crowd and looked at the shocked guy in front of him. Zoro naturally spoke words with unprecedented confidence. What? Do you want to ask for directions? The audience was shocked instantly, and the celestial dragons even drew their guns and attacked Zoro. Zoro dodged the bullet like a ghost in an instant, and the knife in his hand was out of its sheath. At the critical moment, a little girl rushed out and pushed Zoro to the ground, and then cheated the celestial dragons by acting. This girl is actually the one Shaggy mentioned before. The Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie, was the one who reprimanded Zoro afterwards, but Zoro still looked stunned and didn't care about it at all. At this time on the Sunny, the 3 people who were drinking tea and chatting suddenly heard the phone buzz behind them. Sanji thought it was Nami who had just connected it, when there was an anxious voice from inside. Hey, I'm Chopper, there are too many types of ice cream, we're addicted to it, Sanji. Something is wrong, what to do, woohoo. Hey, Chopper, calm down first, what's going on? She's been taken, chapter 194. Assembling for a team. Sanji. What did you say, Chopper? It's probably done by a kidnapping group. I don't know why, even if they are not human, buying and selling mermaids and murlocs has acquiesced. Kami will be sold and become slaves for life, if so, we will become sinners. On the island there are several shops for human trafficking, and I don't even know which one she will be taken to, or who will catch her, and I don't know that the archipelago is too big. Sanji. Hey. Wait a minute. Why is this happening? Where's Locke? Isn't he with you guys? Chopper. Locke had a heart problem when he was riding the roller coaster, and he was drunk and poisoned before, and he is still not out of danger. 000. In short, let's go find each other separately. 11. Sanji. Tell me your specific location, and then where to stand by, and what method to use to deal with it, and call the Flying Fish Knights. Quack. After hanging up the phone, Chopper hurriedly said to Luffy. Hey Luffy, Sanji told us not to mess around here, huh? But it was too late, except for Locke who was foaming at the mouth. Brook was left drinking tea on the stool. Luffy, Xiaoba and Papagu had already left. Although Chopper was in a hurry, the most important thing right now was to cure Locke. Brook was still drinking tea on the stool calmly. It didn't take long for the Knights of the Flying Fish to move out, and soon Usopp was joined by Chopper, Brook and Locke who was in a coma. Frankie and the Flying Fish Knights received Nami and Robin, and Luffy also met the Flying Fish Knights who came to pick them up. At this time, Sabaody Archipelago No. 1 GR. Advertisement: the human auction venue is preparing for a huge auction, and Kami was brought here. Of course, there is no need to worry about Kami's safety, after all, there is a big boss here. Locke didn't speak after waking up. He was scolded by Usopp first. Locke also scratched his head and apologized, then picked up the phone and said, Hey, can you hear me? This is Locke. I'm sorry that Kami was caught, but you don't need to look elsewhere. Target No. 1 GR, the human auction venue. Kami should be there if there is no accident. Everyone, hurry up and head there. Quack. Usopp asked from the sidelines, Is Kami really there, Locke? Locke nodded, took a sip of his drink and said, Yeah, it's pretty close, and there's no need to worry about Kami's safety for now. There's a big shot there too. Then the auction is over. Today's super hot product, Mermaid Kami, was sold by the world's aristocrat Charles Saint for 500 million Baileys. The people around looked at her in disgust. Little Bai was a little at a loss for a while, and Luffy continued to run towards Kami. Because Zalba repeatedly emphasized that there are celestial dragons in it and cannot use violence, Nami decided to spend money to buy Kami back, so everyone further entered the venue. Unexpectedly, the celestial dragons that Zoro met before directly bid 500 million, which instantly shattered the hopes of Nami and others. Boom. The celestial dragons who shot were even more happy dancing. Father, look, I caught the Murloc. I caught it myself. No money, no money, no money. If you earn it, you earn it. Octopus slaves don't want money. Advertisement. Wait. Wait, Straw Hat Boy, you can't. Don't be angry, I messed up, cough cough. No matter who is killed in front of your eyes, didn't you promise me that you can't shoot celestial dragons? Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and Xiao Ba was hit by the celestial dragons. All his friends were dumbfounded, but at this moment, the people around him were still saying, fortunately, he was killed, or else he was infected with some kind of disease, and so on. If Usopp snatched Locke's bottle and yelled, You idiot! You can't drink until the matter is over, Dr. Chopper's order. At this time, Luffy had already run away from the distance, and walked towards the celestial dragons gloomily. Zalba on the ground was still conscious and quickly grabbed Luffy and said, The rest of the partners are still on the way. Luffy met Zoro who was lost on the road and picked up, and the rest of the partners will arrive soon. In the end, Zalba had no choice but to stretch out 6 arms to stop Luffy, but he forgot that there were still many people here, and his identity as a mermaid was instantly exposed. Soon seeing Kami in the bathtub on the stage, Luffy rushed over without saying a word, and Xiao Ba hurriedly stopped him all the way to dissuade him, but Luffy didn't stop at all. There was a loud noise in the sky, and Luffy appeared on stage with Zoro and Flying Fish. The door of the auction was knocked open with a big hole, and Luffy began to look for Kami everywhere. But at this time the auction is coming to an end, and Kami has already come on stage. Nami, who originally owns 200 million Baileys, is bound to buy Kami back. After having a clear goal, the first batch of partners who are close to each other have arrived ahead of schedule: Sanji, Nami, Frankie, Chopper, Hachi and Papagu. Locke put the wine away helplessly and pouted, Yes, I see. Chapter 195. The auction house is in chaos. Xiao Hachi, who was lying on the ground bleeding, was still struggling to speak. I'm just a pirate anyway, this is retribution for doing bad things, sorry. I didn't plan to become like this. In order to atone for my sins to Nami, I really want to do my best for you, but as expected, no matter what I do from the past, I will screw up. What a waste. In the end, I will only cause trouble for you. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Suddenly the celestial dragons shouted, I shot a dead Murloc and still talk so much nonsense, it really makes me angry. The guy wanted to shoot again while talking. Luffy quickly got up and looked at him fiercely. Celestial dragons said arrogantly, What do you mean by that look? Luffy didn't answer him, and walked towards him calmly step by step. Papagu shouted from the side, Stop the Straw Hats. If you do this, you won't end well. 09, stop now. But Luffy's eyes have already decided everything, so under the eyes of everyone, under everyone's shocked eyes, Luffy came to the celestial dragons. He raised his right fist and smashed it hard. Seeing celestial dragons fell to the ground with a fist mark on its face, the auction hall was dead silent. Luffy put on a straw hat and looked at his partners and said, I'm sorry everyone, I heard that beating this guy will attract Marine Admiral and the warship. Zoro withdrew the knife and said, It was because you left him that I cut him off. When Nami hurriedly came to Zalba to confirm his situation, Zalba said anxiously, It's over, you have caused a big disaster. Nami smiled and said, who made him Luffy, calendar. Chopper said, the key to Kami's collar should be somewhere backstage. I'll treat Hachi, please. Advertisement boom. There was another loud bang, and another big hole was opened in the ceiling of the auction. It was Locke and Usopp's flying fish, which arrived at this time because they were the farthest away. Locke lightly jumped to the side of his partners, looked around and said with a smile, it seems that I missed the good show. Luffy smiled and said, he, I feel more at ease with you here, the collar on Kami can solve it. Locke looked at Kami in the fish tank on the stand and nodded and said, yes, but I still recommend looking for a key, because it will explode. The one before was a passerby. I just tore it down and luckily it didn't explode. Kami, don't take the risk. You guys look for the key, leave it to me here. At this time, Luo and Kid in the auction house looked at Locke. As a supernova of this era, how could they not know this legendary leader? At this time, the father of the celestial dragons got up and shouted at them. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** followed closely, twisting his bone while jumping off. Chopper delivered the milk just in time, and finally Usopp. Kira. Just like the rumors. Then the auction house began to gather a large number of people, and a large number of guards from all directions, and the guards of the auction house rushed in, preparing to surround them. The next moment, the Conquerors was activated, and Locke's Conquerors could also freely control the target. After releasing it once, all the guards in the irrelevant crowd rolled their eyes and fell down. Kid. Yeah, a bunch of lunatics, and that Locke. Cut. Advertisement. But Luffy focused all her attention on the bear and asked, is that bear too? Locke said flatly. It's so noisy, you guys, be quiet. Helped Usopp directly, but Usopp fell from the sky and overwhelmed the old celestial dragons man, and more guards and guards came. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Only then did the other people in the lottery start to react and shouted. Someone shot celestial dragons, run. Luffy looked at him puzzled and asked, who are you? Luo. Sewer Locke, bounty, 500 million Baileys, he is really a monster. It can be seen that his strength is indeed out of touch with our era. Kid's group and Luo's group were stunned, but soon came back to their senses. Robin still had a good memory and explained, Trafalgar Law, Luffy is a pirate. Robin looked at the group of people at the door and said, there are those people, they are also pirates, and the bounty is second only to your Captain Kidd. But now that Straw Hat Crew is fully assembled, Luo said at this time, Marine's words have already arrived, and they have already surrounded this place when the auction started. Didn't expect the celestial dragons to be attacked. You gave us a good show, Straw Hat Crew. At this time, the rest of the partners who hadn't arrived also arrived one after another. Robin's appearance was amazing. When he saw that the battle had already started, he immediately shot without asking. Usopp came early with Locke, but he didn't dare to go down because the roof was too high. As a result, the flying fish knights behind him couldn't stand it anymore. But before he finished speaking, Locke had come to him before he knew it, and the terrifying look in his eyes made the old guy almost die suddenly. 5 IV Chapter 196. Enter Pluton. Rayleigh. The remaining female celestial dragons actually wanted to take this opportunity to shoot and kill Kami. Locke was just about to shoot when he suddenly felt another pressure from the Conquerors. Locke smiled and said, are you here? After the female celestial dragons fell, everyone's eyes focused on the side wall, as if a hole had been opened by someone, and then an old man with silver hair and flip-flops came out. He came to the auction house and looked around and said, look, Mr. Giant, the venue is in chaos, the auction is over, and the money has been stolen, so let's go back to the casino. The giant behind Rayleigh said, what a bad old man, you just came here to steal money. Rayleigh did not deny it and said, if I'm lucky, I still want to rob my buyer, haha, but it seems that I have no chance. By the way, the bottle is empty, so I have to buy some wine first. But it's a pity, think about it, I also know that I am so old, no one is willing to buy me back as a slave. Suddenly a bottle of wine was thrown to Rayleigh. After Rayleigh took it, he looked at Locke. Locke smiled and said, if you don't mind, you can drink my wine first, Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh responded with a smile. Thank you so much, bro, the hockey just now is you. You are very powerful, you have such strength at such a young age. At this time, Zalba also noticed the old man shouted, Rayleigh, Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked surprised and said, it's Zalba, long time no see, what are you doing here, What's the matter with that injury? Needless to say, it's okay. Then Rayleigh began to look here and there, stroked his beard and said, that is to say, that's how it is. I understand. You have suffered a lot, Xiao Ba, next. Rayleigh's Conquerors reactivated the same as Locke just now, and cleared the field again, but Rayleigh's clearing was much cleaner. At least there was no one else in this auction except Straw Hat Crew, Luo and Kid. Seeing this scene, Luffy shouted in surprise, oh ho ho, Locke, did you see that the old man can also do your trick? Advertisement. Rayleigh looked at Luffy and said, that straw hat is very suitable for a man of spirit. I have long wanted to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. At this time, the entire Sabaody archipelago has begun to stir, and the crowd outside already know what happened. The big thing is bad, this city is going to suffer. This archipelago is doomed. I heard Straw Hat Luffy beat Celestial Dragons, in GR auction number 1. What? There are also Kid and Luo at the scene. What did the B********* D Luffy in the Straw Hat do? He doesn't know if he hurts the Celestial Dragons. Admiral from the Marine headquarters will lead the army. Jewelry Bonnie. The captain of that idiot gang is also an idiot. If you meet them in New World, you must beat them. These supernovas on the island are also preparing to evacuate. Basil Hawkins. Calm down, today doesn't show my death day. Schooligman Apu. Backquote. The situation is like this, we have not been the target of arrest, the target is the Straw Hat Luffy, why don't we go see Admiral? Rayleigh walked towards Luffy and the others, glanced at Luo and Kid who were on the side, well done, and said, sorry, are you pirates who came to visit? Advertisement, sorry. Kid said with a big smile on his face. I never expected to see such a big man here. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. You can't be wrong, why is the legendary figure appearing here? Usopp has been thinking about it all the time, because there are too many things that he can't understand at the same time. At this time Zalba, who was lying on the ground, said. At the auction site, Rayleigh used the armed collar to protect Kami without getting hurt and then lifted the collar directly, which taught Locke something new. Rayleigh also explained modestly, on this island, people call me the film coder Lao Lei, don't call me by my name lightly, I'm old and want to live a stable life. I can't die on this point, Xiao Ba. I told you before not to walk around on this island. That is the so-called hockey, but I don't know the specifics. You rogue. The New World is right in front of us, but they have to have a dispute with the Marine headquarters, what a bunch of troublesome guys. Yesterday is over. The person who attacked just now doesn't look like a nobody anymore. Yes. Let's go to the Fishman Island right now, it's going to be a bad day. Capone Beeg. How's the ship's coding going? Drake. Ready to sail, so. Who's going to show up? Chapter 197. Escape from GR number 1. Thank you for saving my friend too, and thank you for the wine, Locke. Luffy looked at Rayleigh suspiciously and asked, well, Grandpa, why did you say you wanted to see me for a long time? Rayleigh. I'll talk about that later, the first priority is to break through. At this time, the entire auction site has already been surrounded by Marines, and everyone has noticed this. Luo. We were involved there, and they were treated equally. Kid. The rumored Straw Hat Crew's madness is my time today, and your new air leader Locke. I don't hate you guys, but I don't want to confront Admiral right now. Rayleigh. Okay, I won't use my power anymore, so I will leave it to you guys. It will be very troublesome if I get exposed in front of Marine. Kid. I don't intend to accept the old man's protection. The longer it takes, the more troops will be added. I'll leave first, and I'll help you guys by the way. Don't worry, I'll clean up the outside. Hearing these words, Luffy and Luo instantly became unhappy, and the three of them appeared at the door of the auction house together in a rowdy manner, while Locke was also preparing to rush towards the door in a leisurely manner. Suddenly Rayleigh said to him, Locke, you give me a different feeling from those brats just now. Locke turned his head to look at Rayleigh with a bright smile and said, really, maybe it's because I'm stronger, Uncle Rayleigh is the strongest. Advertisement Rayleigh also smiled slightly and said, what a scary kid, let's go, there are more and more Marines outside. Everyone came out together slowly. At this time the outside was already turned upside down by the three captains. Luffy was still a little Luffy, it seemed that he had used the third gear just now. The crowd who came out from Marine shouted, it seems that they are about to flee, we can't let them look down on us, we still have reinforcements, aim the mortar at everyone except those three capable people. Prepare the whole army attack at the same time and kill the pirates. Kid. The attack is coming, the opponent has no strategy and the rest is a big fight. Luffy. Oh, recovered, hee. Kid. HMPH, then goodbye Straw Hat Luffy. It's great to see each other, but I won't let you go when we meet next time. If it weren't for their strength, they would end up like those fallen soldiers. Now there's no threat, and the few remaining people can't stop them at all. Don't be so surprised, you should already know it from the look of Locke. Vice Captain, yes, I was the first officer, Silver Rayleigh, please advise me. Locke suddenly, Ajda, walked to the front of the crowd and said, okay, it's time to finish what I have to say, then let me open the way, be careful, don't faint, this time it's everyone. The Conqueror's launch, the coercion of a super wide range, the powerful force that everyone can feel, except for the few who are wearing justice on the Marine side. Advertisement everyone can leave with peace of mind, Rayleigh and Straw Hat Crew have the same goal, so Frankie carries Kami on his back, and Rayleigh carries the injured Zalba on his back. In an instant, both Kid and Luo stared at Luffy with solemn expressions, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, a Marine planned to sneak attack. After Kira made a move to solve it, he yelled to Kid, hey, Kid, what are you in a daze for? The rest of the army all rolled their eyes and fell down. Everyone including Kid and Luo, including the Straw Hat Crew, deeply felt the strength of Locke Conquerors at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After being silent for a while, Luffy suddenly smiled and said, however, I will find One Piece first. Well, after all, I know a little bit about all of you great pirates from the past and present. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece Luogia, it's hard not to know. Everyone managed to escape under the support of the Flying Fish Knights, but the other two sides did not go so smoothly. Kid and Luo broke the bridge and left. However, the strength of the pacifists is enough for them to have a good drink now, and everyone from Locke's side made it all the way to number 13 GR, Shaggy. Kid. Kira, when we sailed in the past, people would laugh at us if we wanted to get One Piece, so we would kill these people who laughed at us every time, but if we didn't have the courage to say it in the subsequent voyages, we couldn't survive. Goodbye, New World. But in front of them another powerful enemy appeared, Bartholomew Kuma, of course not a real bear, this is just a fake, called a pacifist. Ah. I stayed on the ship of One Piece. 01061200990300. Chapter 198. The Story of One Piece. Robin also expressed doubts. Huh? Don't you all know? Locke silently gave a thumbs up, and sure enough, Robin is the most powerful. The rest of the people also said that everyone has heard of this name. Zoro asked directly. Why would someone like you know that octopus? Rayleigh explained. Hachi Zengjin saved me when I was in a shipwreck 20 years ago. He was my savior. Until he joined the Sun Pirates, our relationship has always been very good. At this time, Sanji also lit a cigarette and asked, but, Gordy Luogia was executed 22 years ago. As the deputy captain, you were not beheaded? The One Piece gang should they were all captured by Marine. At this time, Locke drank the wine in his hand and said, according to my understanding, the One Piece king Luogia was not caught at the beginning, he turned himself in, right? Rayleigh raised his mouth slightly and said, that's right, the government will also claim to have caught him in order to show off its capabilities. Nami said in surprise, One Piece turned himself in? Why? Rayleigh continued to explain. Because our journey has come to an end, about 4 years before the public execution, Luogia suffered from an incurable disease. In the face of a disease that no one can cure, even Luogia is very painfully. Locke interjected, lighthouse keeper of Twin Gorges, Crocus. Advertisement. Rayleigh nodded as if recalling, it was his appearance. He is not only the keeper of the lighthouse, but also a very skilled doctor. Only he can relieve Luogia's pain. We have repeatedly asked him to join us as a ship doctor. In this voyage, Luogia lasted for more than 3 years and conquered the great route that was considered impossible. After understanding, everyone learned that the original purpose of Crocus boarding the ship was mainly to find Brook and his group, so there is such a causal relationship. After that, Sanji continued to ask about the following things, and Rayleigh continued to tell the story. After listening to Rayleigh's narration, all the partners were in a cold sweat, Nami said. Usopp was so frightened that he quickly changed his words. Rayleigh suddenly said to Luffy, can you do it? The route is far beyond your imagination, and the enemy is also very powerful. Can you rule this sea area? Usopp was shocked. Are you crazy? They're hunting us now. You should be hiding, you idiot. It feels like hearing a very exciting story, and hearing it from the person involved is like a different thing altogether. He really wanted Rayleigh to whisper to himself, and then Usopp was going to come out to do something, and he wanted to ask a question too, but before he could finish, Luffy snorted. Luffy said with a smile, I never thought about ruling, the most free one in this sea is One Piece, hee. At this time, Robin couldn't help getting up and wanted to ask Dee's meaning, as well as Luogia's words written in ancient characters she saw on Sky Island. The most important thing was that she wanted to know what happened to the blank 100 years of history. What? Rayleigh said with a smile, is that so? Advertisement. Zoro. Then divide the troops into several groups and join them after the plating is completed. Rayleigh said that yes, they do know all the history, but Rayleigh hoped that Robin would take it easy and use their ship to get closer to reality step by step. Nami thought for a while and said, staying here will cause you trouble, then, let's go shopping. Rayleigh said that even if the real history is told to them now, they can't do anything with their strength, and maybe the answers they get after traveling around the world for a week will be different from Rayleigh and the others. Frankie. Yeah, if you're with us, maybe there will be pursuers chasing after us. In order to finish the coating smoothly, we'd better hide in the town first. Rayleigh turned around and prepared to set off to coat the Sunny and asked, the ship stops at GR 41, right? Let me go and see first. What are you going to do? Admiral may have come to this island. Zero, seeking flowers, Usopp. I don't want to know where the treasure is, let alone whether there is any treasure. Although I don't know anything, everyone is risking their lives to go to sea. If I hear something from this uncle, I won't be a pirate. I don't want to go through boring adventures. Sanji. We're gathering after separation, thank you for being able to tell the truth, little one. But Rayleigh said that if Robin wanted to know, he would still tell her. Robin shook his head and said that he wanted to continue traveling. At this time, it was Locke who was most anxious. Shaggy said with a smile, Little Monkey is indeed my idol. Advertisement. Chapter 199. The Pacifist. After that, Rayleigh gave each of his partners a life card, and the coating would take 3 days at the fastest, during which he would move the ship to a safe place for work. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew is going to prepare for a 3-day escape trip. Of course, this is impossible, and Locke has finished warming up for the next battle. Because of his powerful sense of knowledge, he has already sensed that a powerful aura has appeared on this island. At this time, the island was in chaos. Admiral Kizaru stepped on the cannonball. Marines still captured pirates on a large scale, and only the few supernovas were still arrogant. 923. Kid and Luo were still facing a pacifist, and a pacifist appeared in front of Locke and his group who were discussing where to go. Everyone was amazed, and they picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. Luke wobbled up from behind with a wine bottle and said, Don't panic, this guy is just a fake. The marine weapon made according to the bear's appearance is similar to Frankie's transformation, but this guy is a complete robot. Leave this guy to me. Be careful, there should be more than an enemy. Locke's side is ready to go to war. At this time, Kizaru's position has already collided with the remaining supernovas, and of course there is a pacifist. These death-seeking guys planned to show off their abilities, but in front of Kizaru, it was just one kick at a time. The pacifist on Locke's side raised his hand to release the shockwave. Locke's arms were attached to the arm collar to resist abruptly, and the partners behind him all spread out to be vigilant. Locke used microsteps to instantly come behind the pacifist. The guy turned his head 360 degrees and opened his mouth to charge the laser cannon. Advertisement Locke spread his hands, and the blue energy absorbed the power of the laser cannon, and then released it back according to him. Boom! The body of the pacifist was hit by his own laser cannon, revealing the damaged mechanical body inside. Locke touched his fist and said, "This body is really strong." Before he could finish speaking, another laser beam attacked Locke, but Locke's current arm strength is not in vain for this level of attack. Directly attached to the armed color and crossed his arms to resist, and then Locke rushed in front of the pacifist again, and the guy raised his hand and slapped him. Locke stopped and jumped in midair to avoid the attack, and the black right fist hit him hard in the face, but the guy didn't even take a step back. It's just that the skin on the face was damaged a little, and the inside was full of lightning, and he opened his mouth to release the laser cannon. Locke clenched his fists and armed him with color blessing. A frantic attack started, a burst of continuous attacks, and finally smashed the guy's head, and his huge body fell to the ground. But it also wasted a lot of Locke's physical strength, which also made Locke realize his current strength. On the premise of not using the fruit, his hockey is indeed very strong. But his own physique is completely behind him, so the attack power will be relatively average, but fortunately, he has solved this guy. Advertisement at this time, apart from Luffy and the others, only Kid and Luo are left together and can barely face a pacifist. The rest of the supernovas have all been solved by Kizaru. At this time, Zon Momomaru came on stage with another pacifist. Locke adjusted his breathing slightly and said to his companions, "Everyone, the guy next to that guy is the same as the guy the first just dealt with. It's a robot. You should have seen his attack methods. I'll leave that guy to you. I'll take on this guy with the axe." Zoro came to Locke at this moment and said, "Is there any problem?" Of course Locke knew what Zoro meant and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's too early for this level, I haven't taken it seriously yet. I'll leave that guy to you." Oh. Zon Taomaru looked at the Straw Hat crew who was ready to fight and said, "What? Are you going to continue? Sure, Locke. No wonder you will accompany the leader of the new era, and the pacifist is the last thing that costs an entire warship to make strong arms." 4.7. Locke said with a smile, "Yeah, that's really cheap, but it's really more effective than a search of warships." Zon Taowen. "Since you are ready, let me crush your hopes. I am the most defensive and tight-lipped man in the world. Zon Tiaoyan." Saying this, Zon Taowen rushed towards Locke, and Locke took a long breath after setting up his posture, and saw the moment when Zon Taowen's big axe came down at the right time. The slight side of the body dodged the attack, and then hit Zon Taomaru's face with a punch, sending him flying. Chapter 200. Defeat Janmomaru, Kizaru strikes, second gear, rubber hyphenation point jet machine gun. 1 gang li luo gang li luo, 3 sword style gang li zon. Devil's foot hyphenation point lamb shot. Boom. The powerful attacks of the three main forces began to output crazily, and the rest of the partners also assisted in the attack, because of the experience Locke had just had. Although it was difficult for everyone to deal with this guy, he was still in the upper hand and was completely suppressed. After Zon Taowen got up, he was obviously angry and shouted at Locke. "You can actually hurt me, Locke, you really have a strong attack power, but my defense is the strongest in the world, walk alone." Zon Taowen took a good posture and slapped Locke here. Locke stretched out his hands to feel the power of armament hockey, the next moment. Boom. Locke pushed out with both hands, a powerful hockey and Janmomaru's attack collided, and O9's invisible attack exploded inexplicably in the air. Zon Taomaru frowned and shouted, "How is it possible, you also master hockey?" Locke smiled slightly and said, "How dare you go to New World if you don't have any skills, Tien Ba is blasting." A red line locked on Zon Taowen. Locke held one hand behind his back, continuously accumulating powerful energy. Zon Taowen moved quickly. It looked like he was dodging with shaving, but no matter where he dodged, the red line was always locked on him, and Locke's speed was getting faster and faster. Seeing that Locke was about to approach him, Zon Taomaru immediately pushed his hands and shouted, "Walk alone." Seeing this, Locke also shouted, armed color hardening. The entire right arm behind him was instantly covered by the black hockey, and Locke hit Zon Taomaru alone with his feet, although some blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But Zon Taowen had already been taken into the air by Tianba Hengkong Libo, and immediately after that, he was bombarded down with a punch full of powerful energy. Advertisement boom. The ground shattered in an instant, and the scope really spread to Luffy and the others. The smoke dispersed, and Zon Taowen rolled his eyes and fell into the deep pit. The battle on Luffy's side was also coming to an end. Carved hoof, Sakura Fubuki, strong hammer, Frankie boxing. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I'm about to go. Feiyin jumps forward. Aw, I'm stuck. Kill Comet Atlas. Run now, Nami-san. Watch out, it's targeting you. 80 flowers 4 trees heavy hit. Great, waves of light exploded in its mouth. Attention, it's thunder and lightning weather here, thundercloud lightning gun. Hey, kick him here. You know how to be brave. Devil's feet finishing touch shot. Ghost Chi 9 blades Ashura magic 9 flashes. Third gear. I'm on it. Rubber giant boomerang. After a while of cooperation and output, the partners finally solved the pacifist. Everyone was exhausted, but they didn't suffer many injuries. Frankie finally stopped. That B asterisk 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 D. Usopp, what a tough guy. Advertisement Zoro. Yeah, that guy, it should be over, I don't believe you will lose. Sanji. I also want to take a break, but I have to hide now. If we are discovered now, we will probably be wiped out. Bui, Nami. It always feels like you can still move, it's scary. At this time, Zon Taowen, who was hit by Locke, did not know when he would wake up, got up from the broken ground and shouted. Really, it's too slow, Mr. Huang Yuan, you finally came. It was still a step too late. Zoro was hit by the light wave, Usopp and Brook around him were terrified. Usopp quickly aimed his slingshot at the person who appeared in front of him in the smoke. Brook and Usopp were so frightened that they wanted to run away, but Zoro was still on the ground at this time, and the two insisted on standing still and trembling. Chopper. This kind of enemy, Locke can deal with it alone. Brook also hurriedly shouted, Suo. Zoro-san was hit by the light wave. Boom. Startled, Robin yelled to Usopp and Brook, watch out, he's Marine Admiral. What? Who are you? You be asterisk 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 D. Get the hell out of Zoro. You be asterisk 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 D. Sanji. It's time to figure out where to go next, and if we continue to consume, there may still be such a guy. Luffy. That's right, but let me rest for a while. Foo. Locke was walking towards his comrades, and when he saw everyone who had finished fighting at 730, he was just about to shout, when suddenly his sense of knowledge sensed danger. Immediately shouted. Zoro. Danger. Robin. That's right, Locke said, these are all robots, the ones we met at the Thriller Bark haven't shown up yet. Luffy. I wanted to take a break first, but I didn't expect to fight with all my strength. Chapter 201. Rayleigh in support, Locke injured. It's too late, a bounty of 200 million Baileys is offered, Pirate Hunter Zoro. I heard that you are an extraordinary swordsman, I didn't expect to solve it so easily. You can rest in peace. Saying this, Kizaru had already raised his feet. Usopp and Brook rushed to attack Kizaru, but both of their attacks were ineffective, and they all went straight through Kizaru's body. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura appeared, and Locke, incarnate as Shira, rushed over and shouted at Robin. Robin instantly understood and raised his hand and said, 20 rounds of flowers. The arm that appeared on the ground carried Zoro away. Kizaru's body instantly turned into a light spot and tried to catch up, but Locke was already in front of him. Armed color hardening, look at the move, clang. Locke, incarnate as Shira, hit Kizaru with his pitch black right fist, but Kizaru was fine, and there was a flash of light in his hands and said. 8-foot mirror hyphenation point reflection. A strong light appeared in Uluo. Locke was blinded for a while. Locke came back to his senses and Kizaru was no longer in front of him. Locke, who sensed something was wrong, rushed towards Zoro. But it was too late. Kizaru was about to go down with one kick. At a critical moment, Rayleigh kicked Kizaru's foot away, and the laser hit the big tree beside him. Kizaru said calmly, is it your turn, Pluton Rayleigh? Rayleigh said with a smile on his face, don't pick off the shoots, their time has just begun. Seeing this scene, the anxious partners finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Locke also panted out of the Shira form, because he still needed to save some energy. Advertisement Kizaru. Although I often hear rumors that you are on this island, I didn't expect it to be true. You actually protect these yellow-haired boys, even if you rot. Are you still a pirate? Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh, if you can revoke the arrest warrant, I can retire with peace of mind. Kizaru. The crimes of pirates cannot be erased, let alone the Luogia pirates, but if we want to catch you, we must first make sufficient mental preparations. Rayleigh. Looks like you're not going to let them go, Kizaru. Kizaru. Just spare me, if you don't arrest these brats, our marine headquarters can't stand in front of Mariajoy's celestial dragons at all. Can you stay out of the way? Suddenly Luffy yelled, Usopp, Brook, run away with Zoro. The two realized that they were the closest, rushed to save Zoro from Kizaru's feet, and then ran away. Luffy continued to shout. Everyone, just find a way to escape, we are not the opponents of these guys now. Kizaru. It's really irritating to admit defeat so quickly, 8-foot mirror. Pyri. Rayleigh chopped Kizaru's light body back to its original shape with a sword. I won't let you catch up, I haven't used a sword for a long time. Kizaru directly took out a sword from his hand without ink marks, Amazano sword. Pyri. Kizaru, it's so frightening, that Locke, Zon Momomaru seems to have lost to him too. If I'm stopped here by you, there's no way to stop them with their strength. The two swords collided in various ways, and it seemed that it would be hard to tell the winner for a while. Zon Momomaru stood up with difficulty and said, it seems to be the real Pluton. This is the first time I have seen the old man tricks are blocked, but not nearly enough, more pacifists are needed. Advertisement. The powerful punch attached to the armed color in the Shira form directly knocked out the chasing pacifist, but Locke's body couldn't hold the monster anymore. Clang. Cough. The rest of the partners also hurriedly looked over worriedly. Locke gasped and stood up regardless of the bleeding wound on his body and shouted. Shira. You be asterisk 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 D. Go to hell. The two fought together, and Kizaru said helplessly, it's really troublesome, I came to this island with a happy mood. Rayleigh. Yeah, that's the best, and they can leave safely. Locke caught Zoro in confusion, but he didn't expect that the smoke hadn't dissipated yet. Another attack suddenly appeared, and Luke instinctively pushed Zoro aside. Boom. Clang. 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 Jew. As soon as the crowd dispersed, before running far, a laser exploded at the feet of Locke and his group, knocking everyone off their feet. Locke was injured again, his back was pierced by a laser near his heart. Usopp and Brook shouted, Locke. Everyone escaped separately. Locke followed Usopp and Brook, because Usopp carried the injured Zoro on his back, and if there were any pacifists, the target would definitely be Zoro. Clang. Rayleigh. Life is full of confusion. Kizaru. Chapter 202. Goodbye Bear. Straw Hat Crew disappears. Now Locke no longer has the blessings of those powerful talents. His body is no different from that of a normal person, and he was directly penetrated by the blow just now. And it is still very close to the heart, which is already fatal to Locke, so it is very difficult for Locke to stand up now. At this time, Zon Tawin had recovered a little, and also chased towards Locke. Locke gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up again, but the blood spurting from the wound did not make him stand up successfully. At this time, Usopp and Brook hurriedly carried Locke and Zoro on their backs and fled here, but Senmomaru followed closely behind. At the critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. Wait, Zon Tawin. Usopp and Brook were terrified as soon as they turned their heads. Ah, another one appeared? Ah, I've had enough. How many of these guys are there? At this time, Zoro stood up with difficulty and looked at the guy holding the book in front of him and said, this is the deity. Locke also disregarded the injuries on his body and got up to face Shang and said, meet you again, Shang. Bear looked at Locke and said, you're alive, Locke. Locke gasped, thanks for your mercy. Then the bear took off the gloves and said, if you are asked to travel, you want to go there. Locke was surprised that he knew what the bear was going to do. He didn't want to be beaten too far, and he still had a big fight to participate in, so Locke didn't answer the bear but said to his friends. Everyone, it may be time to part. No matter where you go, don't be in a hurry to come back. With Uncle Rayleigh's life card, you can get it back sooner or later. Wait for the news and act. Obviously, the partners didn't know what Locke meant, but the next second, Shang raised his hand and clapped. Pooh! Zoro in front of the bear disappeared completely, and the partners around him were at a loss for a moment. Usopp yelled Zoro frantically, Ojby. When the partners were collapsing, Locke suddenly missed him, and Chopper went berserk. It seems that Zoro's disappearance made Chopper very angry. After eating 3 Rambo balls, Locke instantly turned into an irrational humanoid giant deer. Locke watched Chopper grit his teeth and shouted. Idiot! Chopper! Don't mess around, it's already messy enough. Advertisement. After the runaway Chopper started to attack, Luffy and others learned from Zon Tawmaru that after being slapped by the bear's slap, they would fly in the air for 3 days and 3 nights. As for where it will fly to, only I can know. Anyway, at least it is impossible to be on this island, and it will not be in a place that will be seen soon. Luffy ran away screaming wildly. Usopp quickly put Locke on his back, but by this time the bear was behind them. Brook stepped forward to block. Pooh, Brook. Zon Tawin looked at Shang and yelled. Another one was knocked into the air. Hey, Mr. Shang, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Locke panted and rushed to the bear with his right fist attached to Usopp's body. Bear. Bear stretched out his hand to block Locke's attack with a meatball, and the counter impact directly sent Locke flying far away, hitting a row of buildings. Sanji, who came to support, saw the scene in front of him and grabbed his hair unwillingly and shouted. Damn! What the hell am I doing? I just stared at the 2 partners. Aw. Seeing this scene, Luffy yelled, Stop it, Sanji. Pooh! As the bear's palm fell, Sanji also disappeared. At this time, only Usopp was left in this area, and Usopp sat on the ground and crazily released the fire star towards the bear. But nothing worked. Luffy yelled crazily, Run away, run away. Pooh! Usopp also disappeared here. Luffy knelt on the ground and stared blankly. Usopp. Why? What should I do? At this time, the bear teleported to Rayleigh who was fighting Kizaru, and whispered something to Rayleigh, which shocked Rayleigh. Do you want me to believe what you say? That's your freedom. My position is dangerous now too. Advertisement. Kizaru looked at the 2 and said, I said, what do you want, bear? Shang. As long as it is not something the government ordered me to do, we have no obligation to join hands with Marine, and I will not answer your question. At this time, Luffy was angry and had already turned on the second gear to fight the bear to the death, but the bear refused to fight him, but teleported to Frankie and Nami. Frankie rushed to attack, but obviously the attack was ineffective. Pooh! Frankie disappeared, and the runaway Luffy rushed up to attack the bear and was thrown away. Now only Nami was left in front of the bear, and Nami looked at Luffy for help. Luffy, save. Pooh! Nami. At this time Luffy had lost his mind and rushed towards the bear again, but the bear teleported and disappeared again. This time, he came to the runaway Chopper. Even though Chopper was so big, he was still not the same as the previous ones. Pooh! Chopper. Chopper disappeared, and the bear began to walk towards Robin step by step. Robin was also frightened and ran away. Luffy had no fighting spirit and didn't know what to do. Lostly said, Stop, 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 quickly stop. Once again, he ran desperately towards his partner. Robin. Luffy. Pooh! Robin is gone too, and now it's just Luffy and Locke in the ruins. Advertisement. Chapter 203, Preparing for the Battle of Marineford. Locke stood up from the rubble at this point, took a deep breath and shouted, Bear. Luffy quickly looked at Locke and shouted, Locke, don't, Locke, run away. The bear came to Locke in an instant, and when he slapped him, Locke suddenly whispered a few words to the bear. The bear's expression was also shocked, but the palm still fell. Pooh! Locke disappeared, but all of this was within Locke's plan, but then he would wrong Luffy, watching all his partners disappear in front of his eyes. Luffy completely collapsed, beating the ground in pain, Tears streaming out. At this time he was really as pitiful and helpless as a child. What's up? What the hell is wrong with me? Locke, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, everyone. I can't even save a single partner. Seeing Luffy like this, in fact, Shang's heart is very distressed, but everything he is doing now is to help them. Kizaru also came here at this time and said, "Then you plan to knock him into the air and end it? Are you ready to explain it? This is a question in your eyes?" The bear came to the distressed Luffy and said, "We will never meet again, farewell." Pooh, advertisement Great Route, Sabaody Archipelago, number 12 GR. On this day, the pirate group led by Captain Monkey D. Luffy, Straw Hat Crew, suffered a disastrous defeat. 3 days later, a slightly embarrassed figure stood in front of Shaki's rip-off bar door and complained. "It's finally here, that guy Shang. We agreed to get closer, but it still took a whole day to come back." "Excuse me, Uncle Lay, Shaki Ant." Shaki looked back in surprise and said, "Little Locke, why are you here?" Rayleigh had guessed something and said, "You must have said something to the bear, so it seems that what the guy said is credible." Locke walked up to Rayleigh with a smile, picked up the wine that Shaki served on the table and drank it down. "Oh, comfortable, comfortable, what the bear said is indeed true, but this time he also paid for us a heavy price. Instead, I want Rayleigh to find a way to quietly bring Locke in, otherwise it will be very difficult for Locke to directly join the war." Luffy was lurking all the way because of the Queen's cover, and Locke had to find a way. The only person who can help him now is Rayleigh. Warships can use special ocean currents. In the 3 places of Enies Lobby, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters, warships can quickly reach through the Gate of Justice, so it only takes 4 days to reach Impel Down. The wine bottle in Rayleigh's hand fell to the ground. Obviously Rayleigh didn't know about it. Locke had been wondering why Rayleigh didn't show up at the Summit War before. Shaki put down the newspaper in his hand and said, "You're talking about the execution of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Potter Cast D. Ace by the Marine Headquarters, right? Not to mention whether Ace can be rescued. His old life may be at stake, but Locke said that the reason for this matter is of course not to get Rayleigh to do it. Advertisement with his relationship with Luogia, he couldn't leave Ace alone, but in fact, even if Rayleigh knew, he wouldn't show up." Locke counted the time for a while and said, "I think it should be enough. Uncle Rayleigh, you should know about Marineford." "Rayleigh, so what's your goal now?" "Zero. Although he has mastered Conqueror's Haki now, he is not very clear about many ways to use Haki. Dangly is definitely a master in this respect. It takes about a week to reach the Sabaody Islands from him, and it is the same to reach Impel Down where Ace is being held, but it is different by taking a warship." Locke continued. "That's right, and Uncle Rayleigh, I want to tell you another identity of Ace. He is actually the biological son of the original pirate king Gore D. Luogia. More than enough to teach Locke, who also wants to change things in the upcoming war. At this time, Luffy, who was shot flying, has also completely entered the interior." Rayleigh thought for a while and agreed to Locke's request, but he was puzzled why Locke had to wait a week before going, and during this week Locke planned to let Rayleigh hone himself. And without knowing it, she has already captured the heart of the Empress, Boa Hancock, and also got the news from Granny New that Ace will be publicly executed. Because for the world government, the fact they most want to cover up is the 100 years of history that disappeared, and the crew of One Piece knew this history. So if Rayleigh shows up, Marine's target will definitely shift to him, which will only make the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Chapter 204. Whereabouts of the partners at this time. The whereabouts of the partners. Nami was beaten to a small sky island country called Visalia, which uses scientific research on weather and weather. The full name of the island is Small Sky Island Visalia. This island is a country that studies meteorology. The whole island is composed of most of the clouds and a small part of the land, and even the bed is made of clouds. The inhabitants of the island are all weather scientists. Scientists on the island are very good at meteorological research, and have created unique weather props such as the knot of wind. The bounced Sanji fell to the Peachy Island on the Grand Line. The Kamabaka Kingdom, a country of monsters, was chased by a large number of monsters. He was busy fleeing and thought he was in hell. Peachy Island, known as the Second Isle of Women, the animals and plants on the island are all pink, and the humans on the island are also new humans, that is, transvestites. In 09, Usopp, who was bombed, fell to the Boing Islands on the Grand Line and was rescued by the local warrior Hercules in the robber forest, Greenstone, on the island. The Bing Islands, the flower-blooming archipelago in the Grand Line, are actually several carnivorous plants floating in the sea with the scientific name Stormak Baron, Baron of the Stomach. The Temptation Forest in the depths of the island is full of plants with attractive food, and the aroma often attracts sea beasts, sea kings. In the center of the island is the mouth of the Baron of Stomach. When eating, it will open its mouth and close the petals to let the prey fall into the mouth. The shape of the island is like a blooming flower. The robber forest here is inhabited by terrible man-eating plants. The more you go to the outside of the island, the stronger the creatures are. Islands. The bounced Chopper fell to South Blue's Bird Kingdom, Trino Kingdom, and was captured by local residents after being kicked out of the nest by a giant bird. Chopper, who was almost boiled, managed to escape and witnessed the battle between the giant bird and the residents. Advertisement. After a long-distance flight, the seriously injured Zoro fell to Krygon Island, a site called the Kingdom of Sid's Guile, where there was also Perona, who was also bombed by a bear before. Perona laughed at the distraught Zoro, but took him home for some emergency treatment, but hid his knife in the process. After Zoro regained his physical strength, he and Perona explored outside the castle and found a huge tombstone standing on the ruins of the battlefield. Just as he turned around, a baboon with a sword appeared. This is actually the current residence of Dracul Mahawk, but he hasn't come home yet. Boom boom boom. The Revolutionary Army stated that they called Robin the Light of the Revolution, and kept looking for her. The leader Monkey D. Dragon orders his subordinates to protect Robin and wants to meet her in person. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Locke calculated the time and he should start today, but Rayleigh has not told himself what happened to the previous request. The growth of Locke can be said to be terrifying to the naked eye. Rayleigh also said that if Locke trains for a longer period of time, the strength of 970 will be improved even more. Zero Locke knows this, and the reason why it works so well is actually very simple, because Locke has never directed anyone before. The bounced brook fell into the Poverty Kingdom, Hollohitania on the Grand Line, Namakura Island, because he fell into the magic circle where the locals held a ceremony. They were mistaken for Satan by the locals. Advertisement. That's why the progress is so obvious. During the next 2 years of training, Locke can also consider letting Rayleigh continue to guide him, but that's all later. The bounced robin fell to the East Blue Kingdom of the Bridge, and became a slave for a time. After the number was 3926, Robin stole the key and escaped. He was rescued by the Revolutionary Army and... Please come in. Pushing the door open was a wretched old man wearing glasses, and Locke felt that this guy must not be a good person at first glance. I and the Revolutionary Army joined forces to rescue the slaves on the island. Keaton, a little boy on the island, puts Frankie in the forest to fight against the remodeled animals in order to change Frankie back to his original state. It can be said that his fighting methods are all obtained from his own experience. During the past few days of Rayleigh's guidance, Locke is like a blank sheet of paper, absorbing super quickly. Frankie is chased by a group of modified animals and stops at Dr. Vegapunk's former residence. Frankie was put into black tea by the doctor on the island and became a gentleman. For the past few days, Locke has been practicing solo with Rayleigh. From being completely abused at the beginning, even if Rayleigh is serious, he can fight him twice. Excuse me. Although the partners are all experiencing different things, they still have only one goal, which is to return to Sabaldi Archipelago, and a few days have passed. Chapter 205. The Powerful BooMMy Family. What would you like to drink? Locke asked naturally, because in addition to Rayleigh's training these days, Locke was in the store helping Shaggy look after the rest of the time. But not many people would come to this kind of place. The wretched uncle walked up to Locke with a smile and said obsequiously. You are Master Locke. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is BooMMy Matthew. I am the boss of an undercover family, and I am also your admirer. While Locke was still dazed, Rayleigh and Shaggy followed, and Shaggy explained as he entered the door. Is someone here already? Just right, little Locke. I've spent a lot of time finding this person. He can help you. Rayleigh also opened his mouth and said, yeah, I met at sea before, when I was a little pirate. I didn't expect to have such power now. Matthew scratched his head with a smile and said to Rayleigh, Master Rayleigh, don't make fun of me. I'm just a small business. After Locke understood what this guy was here for, he began to talk to him in detail, but he didn't know what he was doing. The truth surprised Locke, because the BooMMy family of this guy is really powerful, and the BooMMy family is a huge spy organization. Whether it's Marine, Pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, all the places you can mention have people from this family. People from the BooMMy family have been lurking for a long time. Advertisement. They will always lurk without receiving orders. These people are 100% loyal to the family, even if they have been lurking for decades when the family needs to act. They will also contribute without hesitation, but the reason why they can do so well is because they are not doing some big things, because the family does not have powerful people. You put on this clothes first. Your identity is Major Naval Headquarters, Sharp Chester. I am your adjutant. The prisoner escorted by this warship is a bounty. 98 million pirates, lightning legs, disco. Locke hurriedly turned his head to get down to business, and walked quietly all the way to the closest position to the warship, where Locke saw a Marine leaning on a stone and whistling. Locke also deeply admires this, and the identity of Locke does not actually exist, but Marine confirmed that this identity exists, because the spy is divided into two roles. Locke asked them to help, and they agreed immediately, so they started to take turns expressing Locke at full speed, and arrived at the destination in half a day. After receiving the signal, the Marine quietly came to Locke and said, My lord, you are here, hurry up and the warship will leave in 10 minutes at most. Dibaru and his little brother lined up for a pause, and then winked wildly, but this guy's face has not been successful in doing this kind of action since Sanji finished plastic surgery. All of this was his foreshadowing, and now Locke just joined in without any sense of disobedience, and the lurking began to suffer. It was because one of his family members, one of them lurking in Marine, had received information that their warship was about to escort a prisoner to impel down, and they could find a way to get Locke to follow. Advertisement. This position of Rear Admiral was also shaped by him, but in order to keep a low profile, he has never shown himself in the crowd, and he always said that he had injuries on his face and wore a mask that only leaked eyes. They all rely on a large number of spies for trade conversion, which can only be said to be a very rich underground force, and this time Matthew said he could help Locke. After finally confirming the situation, Locke also signed an autograph for Matthew. After all, the fans asked for it and helped him so much. Now Locke is going to go directly. There is one more thing I need to trouble you with. This warship belongs to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Black Monitor, Hina. In order to prevent accidents, you need to subdue it. Of course, you can kill it in case of emergency. Dibaru. Master Locke, I have seen the warship, we will be found when we approach. After saying goodbye to Rayleigh and Shaggy briefly, Locke opened the door and left. Before Locke left, the two also expressed a lot of concern to Locke. Afterwards, Locke asked some more things and learned that the spy had been lurking under Hina for nearly 10 years, waiting for orders from the family. Locke nodded and complained helplessly. I told you not to call me like that, just call me by my name, it sounds weird. Then I'll bid you farewell here, thank you again for your help. At this time, if you want to arrive quickly, you need the Knights of the Flying Fish. These guys have been watching the Sunny at the Sabati archipelago in order to repay their favor. After seeing Locke, they were also very happy. Locke was listening carefully, when he suddenly heard a familiar name, his wicked eyes appeared instantly, and he showed an unscrupulous smile. Good money. Chapter 206. Sneak into impel down. The warship that Luffy and Hancock were on came to the special marine vortex current that connects the 3 central government agencies, and it took 4 days to reach the gate of impel down. Locke's side is very close to impel down, and it took only 1 day for the event to arrive at impel down. Locke, who wanted to do something, was worried that something might happen, so he hid himself strangely this day. He didn't bother to tease Hina either. The whole Locke was a bit bored, so Locke came to the bow with his adjutant in this suit. Because they had already seen the gate of impel down, suddenly Hina appeared next to Locke and said with a cigarette in his mouth. It's rare for Major Chester to come out with an adjutant. Hina is very surprised. Locke turned his head to look at Hina, and the two looked at each other. For some reason, Hina seemed to feel something, and was taken aback. Locke quickly used the voice changer given by the spy before and said, I just want to get out and get some air. While Hina was concentrating on 880 Locke, Marine on the side shouted, Miss Tina, we have already arrived. Hina regained her senses and gave the order, go tell them to open the door. Yes. Advertisement. After the warship came in, Locke's plan started, and the spies quietly let the criminal go. There was chaos on the Hina warship, and the criminal ran fast. He ran directly towards impel down, and of course the Major Chester in Locke's disguise chased after him. When passing by Hina, Locke quietly took the cigarette case from her. Passing the Mole Vice Admiral and Hancock, and of course Luffy hiding in Hancock's clothes, the Mole Vice Admiral frowned and said back. After finishing, Locke bowed and said, Farewell, Major Chester, thank you for bringing me here. Impel Down as a whole is a huge tower-like structure submerged in the sea, and its foundation is on the seabed. Since Impel Down is built on calm belt, the entire Impel Down is surrounded by huge sea kings. Prison positions are divided from high to low, director, deputy director, warden, deputy warden, warden chief, and prison chief. Locke's suit is just an ordinary guard, so it doesn't rank among them. Among them, the director is the highest officer in charge of the entire Impel Down, the warden is dedicated to guarding the prisoners, the warden is the commander of the 5 jailer beasts, and the prison chief manages and directs the monster prison. In the dark area of the prison, there are various cells and torture chambers for prisoners. These cells are made of sea stone in case prisoners with devil fruit abilities escape. It can be said that there are 360-degree monitoring without dead ends. The prison seems to have a medical laboratory stationed somewhere in the large prison. There are doctors and various medical equipment that can immediately treat anyone in the prison, including prisoners and staff. There were 33 hours left before Ace's public execution. Advertisement. Sign in. Hina stepped forward indifferently and said, it's just a criminal who ran fast. Hina's people have already gone after him, and it will be resolved soon. The most important point is the distribution of prisoners as detention floors, which are usually determined according to the size of their bounty. In addition to the various cells where the prisoners are held, each floor has a unique form of torture, so each level is given the title of hell, and the torture of the prisoners intensifies with each descending level. Mole didn't want to reason with Hina, turned his head and continued to wait for Hancock to go forward and said, about your condition, it is related to the key person in the incident, Potter Cass D. Ace. After Locke came in, he quickly caught the escaped criminal, slaughtered him, and put all his clothes on him. Next, Locke will prepare to sneak all the way to the lowest level. Locke will need to spend some time on the way. If he can join Luffy, it will save a lot of trouble. After that, Locke changed into the jailer clothes of Impel Down prepared in advance, and began to swagger to inquire about the situation here, according to Locke's understanding. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, 100 poisons does not invade the body, has been issued. The next sign-in location. Marineford, AJFC, reward. Shira's body is fully awakened. Let's meet. As I said before, pirates including Shichibukai are forbidden to enter here. Seastone handcuffs must be worn when entering, and a full body inspection is required at the entrance. This is a necessary inspection procedure. Surveillance phone bugs are placed at specific locations throughout Impel Down. Whatever they see is beamed to a larger surveillance phone bug that sends video to monitors connected to it, allowing guards to monitor. Each of the smaller phone bugs has an alarm buzzer attached to the case. Hina Rear Admiral, is this how your men watch over criminals? This is Impel Down. Chapter 207. Meet Luffy and Buggy again. Impel Down on the first floor of the sea. There are no prisoners on the first floor of the sea. After entering the gate, there is an iron bar, and behind it is the place where criminals are baptized and tortured before being imprisoned. The so-called baptism is to throw prisoners into 100-degree water for sterilization and disinfection. Others include offices, rooms where officials or special people check their belongings before entering the prison, etc. Of course, the most important thing is that there is also a large elevator leading to the director's office on the 4th basement floor. Luffy should have successfully sneaked in with the help of Hancock. Locke has also followed the stairs to the Crimson Hell on the basement floor. The crimes of the prisoners in this floor are not so serious. The prisoners in prison can't beat the blue gorilla. There is a large area like a forest outside the cell. The trees are sword trees, whose leaves are as sharp as blades, and the grass is needle grass that can pierce the human body like needles. Prisoners will run back and forth because of the poisonous spiders and jailers chasing them, and finally they will be cut with blood from these leaves and grass, and will suffer endlessly. It's cruel to think about it. Just as Locke came to the first floor, suddenly the siren sounded, which startled Locke, but it was not that he was found, but another character appeared on the stage. Found it. On the first basement floor, the pirate who disappeared in room 4, Buggy the Clown, is confirmed to be in the corridor in front of the single cell 22. Hurry up and catch him. Locke looked at the surrounding walls. Number 22. It seems to be very close to me, so I'm sorry Buggy. When Locke was looking for Buggy, he suddenly sensed the danger. In the corridor he was in, all kinds of dangerous organs had been activated by someone. Fortunately, none of this mattered to Locke. After tossing for a long time, Locke heard commotion coming from one direction, so he hurried over. Straw Hat. Why are you here? Advertisement? What, it's Buggy. Hey, what are you kidding? You lunatic. You are still so arrogant, but I had no idea that you were also arrested. I came in by myself, I was not arrested. Haha, how can any idiot go to prison by himself? You heard that I was in prison and came to save me. Who wants you to come? B****************************** D. It's really annoying nausea. You're talking to yourself. I made an appointment with Hancock not to cause a commotion, and you're bringing me into it. That's not what I thought. Locke looked around and took the two of them to an unmonitored place first, because he planned to really lurk in there, not to fight around like Luffy. Afterwards, Locke got the two of them a set of clothes similar to his, and the three swaggered to the next floor. Zhangji's appearance on the way was too eye-catching. Buggy. I just hate you and the redhead. It's true that you are still so optimistic at this time, I just know it and go. Ha ha ha. Locke, it's so nice to see you again. Why are you here? Still wearing strange clothes? Luffy found it from a pile of treasures during the last harvest on Ghost Island. This thing is actually Captain John's treasure map, which is Buggy's dream. As soon as Luffy heard the familiar voice, he shouted happily, Locke, ha ha ha. Advertisement. Locke had no choice but to put a mask on this guy directly, and Luffy's anxious running all the way caused a lot of commotion. Locke said that he was very tired. You can tell who it is when you hear the sound. Luffy and Buggy are running and tearing at each other, completely ignoring the blue gorilla chasing after them. So Buggy didn't say anything and insisted on following Locke and the others. It seemed that this guy was going to find an opportunity to snatch it away. I have to say that having Locke in this idea was really naive. 0. Seeking flowers. So with these two goods the danger level skyrocketed. Locke was going to send Buggy away, but the guy found the armband on Luffy's arm. Under the blessing of Shira's form, the dark right fist burst out with terrifying power, directly cleaning up all these blue orangutans. You're causing chaos everywhere, Luffy. At this time, Locke suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and Luffy looked at the people blocking the way and shouted, Hey Buggy. There's also appearing in front. Do we have to run away? Thinking carefully, it has already caused a commotion. What are you doing? Locke clenched his right fist and said to the blue gorilla who was chasing behind them, arm color, hardening, Shira. Luffy stretched out his arms and Buggy threw out his fist, and the two of them attacked Locke. Locke casually caught them one by one, then raised his head with a smile and clenched his right fist and shouted. Buggy yelled, Locke. Chapter 208. See Xiao Feng again, the jailer beast of immune to death. On the second basement floor, Wild Beast Hell, there are various ferocious beasts and monsters on this floor, including cockatrices, man-faced lions, poisonous scorpions, etc. The boss is the Sphinx, and the prisoners on this floor know that they will become beasts sooner or later food, not even the strength to be afraid. Buggy is quite familiar with this place, so Locke made a condition that as long as Buggy guides them to find Ace, this armband can be given to him. Although Buggy was very reluctant, he agreed to take them to the 4th floor because he had been there before when he was punished. But he didn't know any further, but 497 heard that all the vicious pirates on the 5th floor were imprisoned with a bounty of over 100 million, so he thought that Ace must be imprisoned there as well. Buggy had hidden his fruit ability before, so he was locked up on the 1st floor. The prisoners on the 1st floor didn't know that there was such a thing as the 6th floor. Although there were some minor problems on the road afterwards, everyone arrived at the 2nd floor, Wild Beast Hell, without any risk. Because this layer is full of animals, there is no point in lurking. The three chose to go all the way in. Locke used Conquerors to temporarily disable all the surveillance phone bugs, and the three rushed all the way to the 3rd floor. Except for some strange-looking animals, the only ones that are a bit threatening are two. One is called Basilisk, and it is a flying chicken with the head of an unknown animal. This guy was knocked down by Luffy's 3rd block and 1 punch, and the boss of this floor, the Sphinx, was left, a huge Sphinx. Here, Buggy also unintentionally released an acquaintance, that is Mr. 3 from the former Bar Lock studio, and Luffy only remembers that his name is 3. When facing the Sphinx, Locke didn't have any ink. Although this guy is very funny, he is a foodie with a Huxia level of 10, and he can talk about all kinds of noodles. I can only say this, but now is not the time to play. Locke knocked him down with a single punch, and seeing Locke's strength, the three were forced to follow the 3. So the sneaking team suddenly became 4 people, and they continued to move forward to the 3rd floor, Starvation Hell. This floor basically detains ferocious criminals with a reward of more than 5,000 W, but the heat from the blazing hell on the lower floor makes this floor extremely hot, coupled with the torture of starvation and hunger strike. The prisoners are already half dead. Advertisement, however, at this time, the criminals released by Buggy on the second floor had already started rioting, and the entire second floor was in chaos, but the 4 people on the third floor didn't know it at this time. Because they were about to die of heat, this place was even more desert than the desert, and none of the 4 of them knew the way, so they wandered around here many times. All the way back to the original place. In fact, their ambush had already been exposed at this time, but because it was too hot, Locke didn't care about it, so they fell into an ambush. However, Seastone's iron net was torn apart by Locke's armed attack. He is not Parameciolobia. The main function of the zone fruit is to improve the quality of the body and obtain corresponding characteristics. Locke's physical skills are the key, and the leader of the prison, Saludes, who appeared later, has no combat power himself, and is the commander of the blue orangutan of the Impel Down prison. He is a short man with 2 heads and short stature holding a 3-pronged gun in his hand. There is no threat, but there are endless blue orangutans chasing them. In the chaos, Buggy and San have already sneaked away. However, there is also an old acquaintance on this third floor. Xiao Feng, who was imprisoned here but still very optimistic, met Luffy and Locke again. At this time, the intrusion of Impel Down and the others has been completely exposed, and the gate to advance has been closed, intending to block Locke and the others inside. On the third floor, a jailer beast was also sent to deal with Locke and the others. The Minotaur looked like a cow and held a huge mace. It is used to deal with vicious criminals who are noisy in the prison, and torture is also carried out. According to Xiao Feng, the cow monster is a monster that has no blood or tears and treats human beings as garbage. This guy is more powerful. Luffy is basically no match for it without the second gear. After all, he is the guy who awakened the fruit. Devil Fruit has the power of awakening. After awakening, the kinetic energy user can greatly improve the combat effectiveness. After awakening, the zone fruit will have powerful vitality and recovery power that can stand up no matter how many times it is knocked down by 1.2. These jailer beasts in the deep sea prison are a very good example, but these guys are just average to Locke. Locke asked Luffy and Xiao Feng to find a way to the next floor first, and he came to deal with the Minotaur. The battle didn't last long. This guy can only attack without thinking. Locke smashed its mace with a punch and directly punched it into the wall. Although it couldn't kill it completely, it could still make this guy calm down for a while. Chapter 209. Impel Down Big Boss Magellan. According to my order, if they can go out from the 4th basement floor, there are only 2 stairs that can be used without the permission of the guards, and the troops here are divided into 3 groups. Hanayabao, the stairs leading to the 3rd basement are up to you. Sadi-chan took the jailer beast to guard the stairs leading to the 5th floor underground. All the remaining jailers are going to catch them, and after you catch them, you can deal with them, and you can kill them. Magellan has already started giving orders. Locke and others have arrived at the 4th basement level, Buggy and 3 who were planning to escape. Because the wall that Locke crashed into when he defeated the Minotaur also fell with them, and now the team has become 5 people, and it feels strange to have one more person on the 1st floor. But this floor is where the 2009 battle took place. According to Xiao Feng's vague memory, everyone set off and continued on their way. Buggy and San always had their own ideas. So Locke didn't force them to follow. Anyway, in the end, they would continue to follow by accident anyway, and there were a lot of pursuers at this level. Because Magellan has assembled all the troops inside Impel Down on the 4th floor, they are surrounded by a large number of jailers. These little jailers don't need to be afraid. Locke has not made a move, he is vigilant around, because the big boss of Impel Down is about to appear. Tick-tock see. Advertisement. Suddenly a pool of purple poison fell from the air, corroding the ground directly. Locke quickly pushed Luffy and Xiao Feng away. Masters spread out and pulled away from the previous position. In the next second, Magellan fell from the sky. You guys are making a big mess. That's it for now, rats. Luffy looked at the passerby in front of him and shouted. What's the matter? I will soon arrive at a place with a good smell. I'm hungry. Can you let me go? Luffy recalled Hancock's resolute words. I'm dying to say that. Locke turned into a bloody Shira and smashed Magellan's poisonous dragon with a punch, and the purple poison built up on Locke, but Locke just felt a little uncomfortable. Magellan. HMPH. Don't waste your energy. At the bottom of the stairs on the 5th floor, the warden and 3 warden beasts are stationed there, and the exit of this floor has been sealed. You have nowhere to escape. Don't get me wrong, Luffy just won't betray his friend who helped him. At this time Locke stepped forward and said, Okay Warden Magellan, your speech is over. If you have anything to say, I will take it for my Captain Gon. Magellan. It's very pompous. Don't worry, you don't have to eat anymore. Locked by the red line, Locke rushed over, but Magellan's body released a large amount of poisonous gas. After entering it, Locke obviously felt that the 5 senses were slowly disappearing. Locke immediately got ready to fight and shouted, Luffy, Xiao Feng, go first, go to the 5th floor, and leave this place to me. 487. Advertisement. Having no impression at all, Magellan said in surprise when he saw this. How is it possible? You dare to take my poison? Is it hockey? Tianba blasts across the sky, but it is obvious that Luffy doesn't know what fear is at all, and said with a flat face, Poison fruit, lay. Magellan looked at Locke and said, Zoro Lock, whose strength and bounty surpasses many pirates in this era, is known as the leader of the new era. He defeated 3 naval headquarters vice admirals in Enies Lobby, and Sabaody Archipelago made another big fuss. I didn't expect you to come here. Since that's the case, then this submarine prison will be your home from now on. Locke shook his head with a smile and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm afraid I'll be bored to death if I live in this kind of place. Warden Magellan, I've heard of your name a long time ago. I really want to try it with you." Xiao Feng looked at the scene in front of him and hurriedly shouted, Little Straw Hat, you can't fight him. He is Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, who has the ability of poisonous fruit. Run away, this guy very tricky. Your fate is about to end here. As for how you sneaked in, I will listen to you slowly after the torture. Magellan. That's right, Luffy the Straw Hat Kid is a rookie but has caused trouble everywhere. A criminal who dared to resist even the world government, this time actually invaded this long-standing prison with a long history of copper walls and iron walls. My face is smeared. I already know the purpose of your coming here. You want to rescue your big brother, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Potter Cast D. Ace. But no matter you rush to Ace, it is absolutely impossible to be around this matter, or to leave this Impel Down. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Poison Cloud. Locke clenched his fists and opened his arms and said with a smile. That's not necessarily the case. I've defeated your Impel Down and I've taken it completely, Shira. Magellan taunted. 100 poisons are invulnerable, ridiculous, poisonous dragon. Chapter 210. Battle of Magellan, Dragon. This is the first time that Locke's red line didn't lock onto the enemy, and he disappeared. In the invisible poisonous gas, a large number of poisonous dragons rushed towards Locke. Locke relied on his knowledge to resist everything, but at this time Locke also discovered a serious problem. Magellan's voice suddenly appeared and said, The poison of the poisonous dragon is a poison that paralyzes the nerves. After the toxin invades, the whole body will experience pain that is worse than death. Even if your hockey can resist it, you will definitely die if you are hit by more poisonous dragons. Locke took a long breath and sensed Magellan's position. Using microsteps, he came up behind him in an instant, and grabbed him with his arms attached to him. Magellan's body couldn't continue to become poisonous. What do you want to do? Your body should be unable to hold on now, don't struggle. But Locke said with a smile on his face, Idiot, I told you a long time ago that I am invulnerable to all poisons. Your little poison is not enough to watch. Click. Locke violently broke Magellan's arms with both hands, and Magellan dislocated his hands and shouted with pain, Poison pufferfish. I saw Magellan spitting out a large number of poisonous balls from his mouth to attack Locke. Because the distance was too close, Locke only dodged a few, but still caught a lot. Although he said that Magellan's poison is not good, in fact, his body has already felt it, which is similar to what Magellan said. If he has been attacked by this poison, his body will definitely not be able to hold it, because the effect of invulnerability to the body is not to make Locke directly immune to the poison. Advertisement instead, it can dissolve the toxins that invaded the body, so if the body bears too many toxins, Locke will be finished. So Locke can't let go of his hands and feet in this battle, not to mention that he knows that Magellan's methods are more than these, and this guy's poisonous fruit is still awakened. It's a bit unrealistic to really want to beat him, but now it has to be dragged on. While Locke was thinking about tactics, Magellan attacked again. Poison Channel. Magellan used the poison channel generated on his body to form a slide and quickly came to Locke, and then pulled off the horn on his head as a weapon to attack Locke. Just as Locke was about to resist, Magellan suddenly spat out a poisonous ball of a different color, which exploded at Locke's feet. Poison gas bomb. But all of a sudden, his vision became blurred, and the tears couldn't stop flowing out. At this moment, the knowledgeable Color sensed the danger, and Locke could only jump into the air to dodge. Then he caught Locke in midair behind him, and Locke hurriedly tried to use his weapon to break free, but Magellan moved faster and waved his hand. In midair, Locke didn't intend to stop. Riding on Magellan's body, he crazily attacked the guy's head, and Magellan twitched 10 times and released poison to attack Locke. He came directly behind Magellan, grabbed Magellan's head with both hands when he fell, and then began to increase his strength, directly holding Magellan's head and falling on his back. Locke was beaten by the poisonous rain, and Magellan threw Locke into the sea of blood. The ground was collapsed by cracks, and the two began to fall. Below them was the blazing hell on the 4th floor, and the huge blood pool exuded a scorching aura. Advertisement as a result, it hit Magellan's trap, and a large number of poisonous dragons flew towards Locke in an instant, and Locke had no way to dodge in the air. A large amount of poison began to attack Locke uninterruptedly like raindrops. Although the poison is immune, the impact is also harmful. In an instant Locke disappeared using microsteps, and in the next second came to the top of Magellan's head. Magellan was not slow to react and released a large number of poisonous dragon attacks again. Locke flashed deftly. Now it's really possible to ignore his poison. Get a jow, and about to fall into the sea of blood, Locke uses Magellan as a springboard to jump back. What? As expected of the leader of the new era, but the brat is a brat after all. It's time to end. Locke, die. He hasn't realized until now that his poison has no effect on Locke, if ordinary people survived this level of poison. I lied to you. The armed colored package was carried down hard. After the poisonous dragon finished attacking, Locke fell powerlessly to the ground and gasped for breath. Magellan came to Locke with poison flowing all over his body and said, Uluo. Magellan used the horn in his hand as a weapon and stabbed towards Locke, who was on the ground. At the critical moment, Locke suddenly said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Antibodies will appear in the body for the second time, not to mention that Locke is invulnerable to all poisons. During the battle Locke has completely digested Magellan's poison. Unexpectedly, the moment Locke didn't suppress him, this guy turned into a huge purple poisonous giant, attached to the wall beside him. Boom. Chapter 211. Empty the fourth floor and move on. The fruit has been developed successfully, and the ability has been obtained. Blood Demon killing the sky. Blood Demon, killing the sky. Locke, who was thrown into the blood pool, turned into a blood demon, rushed out of the blood pool, went straight to Magellan, and caused an explosion of blood gas when he approached him. Magellan was caught flat-footed and badly hurt by Locke, who took the opportunity to make a catch. Asura's shattering fist. Huge bloody fists pressed the injured Magellan down hard. Poof! The pool of hot blood rolled instantly, and Locke slammed one hand into the wall in midair to stabilize himself. Just now, he awakened the fruit ability at a critical moment. Otherwise, the damn sacrifice system might appear again. Locke looked at the tumbling pool of blood below and frowned and said to himself, "Endless, it seems that it is still difficult to deal with him now, let's leave first." Locke leapt to the 273rd floor, surrounded by jailers, who had already surrounded Locke tightly, but these guys were all here to give away the head. Advertisement The Conquerors was released, and in an instant all the jailers rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, unable to fight back at all. Locke looked around and recalled the route to the 5th floor that Zhaofeng said before. He rushed in that direction quickly, and after Locke left, the hot liquid like magma gushed out of the blood pool, followed by an angry Magellan. Magellan looked at the neatly lying jailer and shouted, "Conquerors! Damn Locke, I will execute you even if I put the name of the warden on it." But when he reached the entrance of the 5th floor, Locke was dumbfounded, because he didn't see Lu, Ajia, Fei and Zhaofeng, but saw a delicate woman, the main jailer beast and some jailers. Locke scratched his head and frantically thought about what he missed, but the current situation didn't give him time, and the 3 jailer beasts started to attack Locke under the command of the panting girl. Locke just had a battle with Magellan. Stamina is a big problem now. In order to save time, Locke plans to quickly end the battle in the first phase of World Transformation Shira. And where are Luffy and Zhaofeng at this time? In fact, the two have already entered the 5th floor, but relying on Zhaofeng's camouflage technique, they entered quietly. Freezing hell on the 5th basement floor, where pirates with a reward of more than 100 million are imprisoned. The prisoners on this floor are kept in an environment lower than that of the large ice bank, and their bodies are severely frost-bited until they die. There are also a large number of army wolves in the forest of freezing hell, which are more ferocious than the huge beasts on the 2nd floor. It is worth mentioning that this Kong did not install any phone bugs due to the low temperature. When Luffy and Zhaofeng were enduring the cold wind to find the route to the next floor, they accidentally met Imizuna, also known as Lightning, and under the leadership of Lightning, Zhaofeng and Luffy came to the hidden area. Floor 5.5 Underground Newcoma Land. Here is a floor created by Mori, one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, with the ability to push fruit. Advertisement This is Area 5.5, the secret paradise of the prisoners that can only be reached by crossing the impossible road after entering the sewer of the large prison. There are many unknown entrances, such as the Mountain of Needles on the 1st floor, the Lair of Beasts on the 2nd floor, the Sea of Fire on the 4th floor, and the Pile of Dead Men on the 5th floor. Many lost prisoners accidentally entered the paradise through these entrances, and the rumored Devil's Invitation that made many prisoners mysteriously disappear was just a cover. The queen is Emporio Ivankov, whose real identity is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. After talking with Luffy, he learned that Luffy is the son of the dragon. Misunderstanding that Ace is also the son of a dragon, he decides to help Luffy rescue Ace. Locke's side was already littered with corpses, but Locke himself was almost at his limit. Both arms were stained red with blood, and there were some large and small wounds all over his body. The enemies have all arrived, and one of the 3 jailer beasts was directly beaten to death by Locke, and the other 2 may be revived after a while. So Locke must leave here quickly. He also thought at the end of the battle, Luffy and the others should have entered the 5th floor, and he has to hurry up to catch up. Locke stayed here for a long time and finally regained a little bit of strength. He walked up the stairs all the way to the 5th floor. Just as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind instantly froze Locke into an ice sculpture. In the next second, Locke shattered the ice on his body and quickly hugged himself. This place is really super cold. At this moment, Locke wished that his previous physique was still there. There is no need to be afraid of the cold, and Locke sniffed his nose and started to explore the snow, looking for Luffy and Zhaofeng. Chapter 212. Force majeure is one step too late. In fact, Locke has wasted a lot of time here, but because there is no one to see the time, Locke doesn't know how long it has passed. Magellan, who would have caught up, didn't show up either. Magellan had diarrhea due to excessive drug use, and the incident happened on the Impel downside. Magellan has already reported to the Marine headquarters. After learning the news, the government decided to execute Ace in advance. Now Magellan has taken the elevator down with his entourage. At this time, the warship outside the Impel down gate to hand over Ace is also ready, just waiting for Magellan to bring Ace out, and Locke is still freezing on the 5th floor. Luffy, Ivankov, and Lightning were also ready to come out, and when Locke was still trembling, he asked every prison, suddenly. He heard a familiar voice. "Ah, it feels like the power is pouring out continuously." Locke quickly ran in that direction and yelled, "Hey, Luffy." Luffy also successfully received Locke's voice, and soon Locke joined them. There was no need for Locke to introduce himself. Ivan and the others knew Locke's information, very clearly. And they all saw the battle with Magellan just now, so Ivan admired Locke very much, and Locke directly said to Ivan directly. "I'm sorry to bother you, my physical strength is almost exhausted now. If there is still a fight later, this state will be troublesome." Ivan Meow now grabbed Locke's hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me Lockboy, embryo hyperhormone." Advertisement bark. Ivan's fingertips appeared and neatly pierced Locke's waist with needlepoints. This moment was heart-wrenching, but after a short period of pain, Locke could clearly feel that his body, which had reached its limit before, began to pour out strength continuously. Locke was refreshed in an instant, stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you, this feeling of having unlimited physical strength is really good." Ivankov. "Of course, this is the exclusive ability of my ladyboy queen, hee." After the hormone injection was completed, the four of them started to go to the 6th floor where Ace was located at full speed. When they went to the 6th floor, there was no time to lurk, and they swaggered down. Impel Down's monitoring also discovered them at the first time, so a large number of guard troops appeared on the stairs, but in front of Locke and his group, they were all scumbags. It was impossible to get in the way, although it was already much earlier than the original time, but Locke had roughly guessed it, so he probably couldn't catch up. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 because the prisoners on this floor did a lot of evil, some incidents beyond the level of cruelty were covered up by the government, and even the newspapers deliberately concealed them. Luffy nodded in doubt. Lan Pangpong hurriedly said, "He was taken away just now, go after him immediately. Mr. Ace was taken into the elevator and taken away, go and hurry up before it's too late."
This kind of force majeure from the plane makes it very difficult for Locke to change some things, even if he already knows what will happen next.
Jinbei looked at Locke in surprise and said, "Why, who is your excellency?" Advertisement Locke stepped forward with a smile and said, "High Shah Jinbei, formerly 7 warlords of the sea, because he opposed this war, was unwilling to accept Marine's summoning order, and he did not hesitate to abandon his identity as Shichibukai and was locked up here by Marine for self-reflection. There will still be some unexpected situations to bring this matter back on track, and the four of them rampaged all the way and finally reached the 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Ivankov. This is again a big shot. He was given an injection of embryo male hormone directly, and the man turned into a cute girl in an instant, and she was extraordinarily good-looking. Locke had black lines all over his head and didn't know what to say. Locke saw this scene and knew that Ace must have been taken away. Although Locke was at least 10 hours earlier than the original time, there was still an accident.
Oh. The criminals imprisoned are monster pirates who were too vicious to be erased from history. The prisoners on this floor are all near legendary figures, and their fate is either death penalty or life imprisonment. At this time, Lan Pangpang in the cell said, "You are the Straw Hat Kid Luffy." The girl who was transsexual was also instantly instigated to show everyone the way, but when everyone rushed to this cell, there was only one Lan Pangpang inside. "Luffy. Uncle, who are you?" Locke continued to smile and said, "Don't worry about who I am, Jinbei, since you are also against this war, do you want to join us? As long as we rescue Ace, our goal will be achieved." Compared with all the bells and whistles above, this place looks very ordinary, with corridors and ordinary cells, and it is extraordinarily quiet. As soon as he got down, Luffy started to shout anxiously, but no one responded to him. Fortunately, the witty Ivan took a hostage along the way. Chapter 213. The escape team is assembled. Jinbei looked at Locke for a while, nodded and said, "Although I don't know who you are, I have seen your benevolence and righteousness, and I don't want to see Mr. Ace have an accident. If I can help, it will be troublesome. As you. Ha ha ha. If you want to leave here, let me go. I can make holes in the ceiling, and the elevators and stairs will definitely be sealed. How about it? Hee hee hee." Locke and Luffy turned their heads to look at the past, because this annoying voice was so familiar, and it turned out to be him after seeing the person. Shah Ji Locke Dar. Long time no see. Locke, Straw Hat Luffy. 670. Locke stepped forward and taunted. Allah, so it's an old acquaintance, K. Lockadal. Lao Shah. I thought it would be no fun to escape outside, but Whitebeard is going to fight Marine. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to take the head of that old man. I am very interested in this war. As long as there is my power, you and I can leave here. This proposal is not bad, it is good for both of us. Luffy was still recalling what happened in Alabasta back then, and was about to refuse angrily, when suddenly Locke reached out to stop Luffy and said, "It's okay Luffy, although this guy is very untrustworthy, but I have to say that his ability can really help us, and with Ivan here, I don't think he dares to do anything out of the ordinary, right?" Sure enough, when Lao Shah heard Ivan's name, his whole expression changed immediately, and Ivankov also stepped forward with a smile and said, "No problem, I have mastered one of his weaknesses." Lao Shah shouted anxiously at Ivan, "Hey, don't talk nonsense." Locke couldn't help but chuckled from the sidelines. From the conversation just now, Locke has been able to confirm something that he couldn't confirm before, that is, Lao Shah must have been a girl before. But at this time, the prisoners in other rooms also started shouting excitedly when they heard the conversation. "What's going on? Hello. Then let me go. Advertisement. And me, I have a grudge against Whitebeard. Let me out too." Locke's expression also changed instantly, and he said coldly, "Shut up, you bunch of trash." The next second. Bum. Locke releases no difference conquerors. All the guys who spoke just now rolled their eyes and fell down. The guys who can't even bear Locke's conquerors are no different from minions. Everyone except Luffy felt the shock of Locke's conquerors. Lao Shah was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth and said, "Locke." Afterwards, with the help of lightning, they successfully opened the cell and released the handcuffs of the two men. Hai Shah Jinbei and Shah Locke Dar have joined the team. Jinbei. Thank you, maybe I can do a little bit for that person. Lao Shah.
Even if you try to stop the war between Whitebeard and Marine, it's just a waste of time. Anyway, the old man's head belongs to me.
Avenue. Just the 6 of them can take Xiaofeng all the way up, and the rest of them will be ignored. These prisoners are not good people in the first place. Asura's shattering fist. Locke thinks it's not necessary at all. It doesn't make any sense to release those who recognize it, and the number is completely useless in front of Conqueror's Haki, so there is no need to release these prisoners.
Advertisement. Locke looked at the two people who were facing each other and said, "Okay, let you out not to fight, Locke doll. If you are looking for trouble, I promise to solve you as soon as possible."
It's better to let them stay here. Ivan agreed to Locke's idea after thinking for a while, and gave Xiaofeng a shot of hormones.
Rubber, rain, ready to go. Lao Sha opened a hole in the ceiling, and then lightning used the ability stairs, and everyone came all the way to the 5th floor, where Ivan originally planned to worry about some people in the S********* paradise to carry out the riot plan. Magellan is already preparing to return to Impel Down to continue suppressing the riots. Locke's team has reached the 4th floor, where a large number of guards are waiting for them. Murloc Karate. Tang Kao Righteous Fist. No need for Locke to clear the board, this team doesn't have a rookie. 0.0 Xiaofeng also recovered his strength, and the 7 of them went up all the way. At this time, at the gate of Impel Down, Ace had been picked up by the warship and passed through the gate of justice. Send you back to this place. She planned to release the prisoners all the way up, as long as the prisoners rioted, the number of guards on Impel Down could be reduced, but this proposal was rejected by Locke. Boom. Lao Sha gritted his teeth and turned his head away, and Ivan said, "Okay, time is running out now, let's work together to break through this prison, hee."
Lao Sha. Then do you want to compete now? Jinbei. I will never let you do anything to Papa Whitebeard, Clock Doll. Chapter 214. Chaotic Impel Down. Everyone's tricks attack all group AoE clearing speeds are also very fast, and Jinbei's tricks are an eye-opener for Locke. The legendary 460 delay punch is really worth seeing once you hear it. It took a long time for the damage to start to appear after a punch, but the power is really great. Lao Sha didn't forget to put one of his subordinates here, that is Mr. One who was imprisoned on the 4th floor, the guy who had never beaten Zoro before. It is also a person with fruit ability. Paramesha quick cutting fruit, can turn any part of the body into a blade according to one's own will, so that ordinary fist attacks have the power of a blade. He is quite a powerful guy, of course, this refers to being compared to ordinary people. At this time, in addition to Locke and his party on the 4th floor, there are 2 other talents on the 2nd floor who also started to act. Buggy and San, who always wanted 09 to escape, sneaked away on the 4th floor while taking advantage of the chaos, and only now escaped back to the 2nd floor, but they also started to make troubles in order to escape. With the help of the key conjured by San's ability, the 2 released the prisoners on the entire 2nd floor to riot, and Impel Down was in chaos at this time. However, there was even more confusion. Hannibal was rushing to the 4th floor for reinforcements. Hearing the news on the 2nd floor, he was already anxious, but at this time the phone bug sent another message. Someone has invaded. It's 7 warlords of the sea, Marshal D. Teach, and Blackbeard who have invaded the prison with obvious hostility. The purpose is unknown, please give instructions. Hurry up. Hannibal was in despair. It's over. My life is over. There are Straw Hat Luffy and his party on the 4th basement floor, Buggy and his party on the 2nd basement floor, and Shichibukai Blackbeard at the front entrance. In this situation, what should I do it? How about, let's go back to the monitoring room and eat persimmons. What? Stay awake. Protect Impel Down. Blah blah blah. Advertisement. Hannibal, can you hear me? Yes. Warden Magellan, where are you, now? I'm currently on the 2nd floor of the basement. I've just dealt with the rioting idiots. I've sealed off the exit on this floor, and soon everyone will be immobilized. Although I don't know why Blackbeard attacked here, I have already taken measures, although it is a bitter plan, but now there is no other way. Bitter trick. That's right, I decided to release Shiryu, although it wasn't my intention. What? Oh, Warden, I'll do my best, and I'll be the Warden in no time. Thief ha 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 ha. Oh, there are quite a few big shots gathered here. You seem to be busy, thief ha 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 ha. In order to save him from being beaten, Ivan directly gave him an injection to pass out, and Shiryu who was released on the other side was originally to stop Blackbeard, but the surveillance screen on the 1st floor suddenly disappeared, and he didn't know what happened. Okay, Luffy, don't forget the first priority now, this guy will have a chance to clean up. In the end, the deputy warden Hannibal stands in front of him. This guy is average, so he doesn't need to be concerned, but Locke is more sympathetic to him. On the 4th floor, Ivan's huge head opens the way in front of him, and if he sees anyone, he will wink at death, and a large area of Locke and others just need to keep going. Advertisement. With this laughter, Locke knew who was coming without even thinking about it. Jinbei clenched his fists and shouted, "Teach. Why are you here? No, you should be called Blackbeard now, right?" In short, there is no way to expect the Marine headquarters to send additional personnel over here. We have to carry it over. You will suppress the 4th basement floor with all your strength. I will rush to the 4th basement floor soon, and support me before I arrive. Jinbei, haha, hey, can you take your fist back? It's scary. Speaking of which, you and Ace seem to have a good relationship, but if you want to hate me, you hate the wrong person, thief ha 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 ha. Sandstorm. 3rd gear. Rubber giant pistol. Everyone was about to go to the next floor, when suddenly a puff of black smoke floated down from the stairs. Locke hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Someone is coming." 680. Knowing who this guy was, Luffy also clenched his fists and walked up. Locke also sighed helplessly when he saw this scene and said directly forward. The three of them shot together, and Locke didn't have to do anything. The newly recovered jailer beasts fell to the ground again, and Locke and his party had already reached the stairs to the upper floor. But at this time, a more difficult guy appeared in front of him. Except for the jailer beast that was knocked down by Locke before, the rest stood up again. But now is not the time to waste time, you just need to defeat them quickly. Murloc Karate, 5000 watts, right fist. Although Luffy was full of anger at this time, but after hearing Locke's words, he decided to continue to set off, and Jinbei also issued the same suggestion. Chapter 215. See Blackbeard again, Locke shows off. But at this time, a few guys who are looking for death are about to let go. Giza's badgers. Way ha 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 ha, how dare you say it, you want to clean up our captain. Lafitte. Heh heh heh, what a stupid guy, it seems that the leaders of the new era have made you unable to recognize the gap in strength. Van Orca. Stupid people end up stupid, that's fate. I was already about to leave, but Locke suddenly stopped. The yelling of trash is always very disgusting. Blackbeard, I still take it seriously. You guys, hee hee, if you want to die, I can send you off right now on the road. Blackbeard. Thief, ha 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 ha, what a tantrum, Shira Locke, but don't you take me seriously for threatening my partner in front of me. Locke turned around and said, you guys go first, it seems like you can't do well if you don't teach this group of desperate guys a lesson today, Shira. Jinbei was about to say something anxiously, when Lao Sha suddenly said, don't meddle in other people's business, don't underestimate that guy. Locke's powerful murderous aura in the form of Shira shocked the people on Blackbeard's side, but just when they were about to say something, Locke suddenly disappeared with a small step. Next second. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all Blackbeard's men except himself were knocked down by Locke, and Blackbeard couldn't help laughing at the scene in front of him. Looking at Locke seriously, he said, is this your real strength, Shira Locke? But I won't let you stop my plan. Dark Cave Road. Pipe exclamation mark quote. Blackbeard uses Dark Fruit's ability to release darkness on the ground in a large area, and Locke attaches arm colors to his whole body, ignoring the darkness and rushing towards Blackbeard. Advertisement. Tianba blasts across the sky. Dark water. Boom. Cough. How is it possible? Locke punched Blackbeard in the air and embedded it on the wall. This guy doesn't know what happened. Locke is not an idiot, he knows Dark Fruit's ability. If he had used the move developed by the fruit just now, he would have been hit. The ability would disappear immediately when he touched Blackbeard, but this move is not a move of the fruit. Blackbeard came down from the wall with difficulty and said with blood on his head, are you careless, let me show you the real power of darkness. As a result, Locke actually disarmed and turned around and said, okay, I've vented my anger, I don't have time to play with you, goodbye Blackbeard, don't get caught by me next time we meet. After speaking, Locke hurriedly chased Luffy and the others. Blackbeard was still confused and was about to chase Locke, but a boss came behind him. Locke sensed that Magellan was coming, so he didn't continue. If Magellan dragged him here, he might not be able to leave. Before it was time to fight Magellan, Blackbeard and Magellan met after Locke left. Thief, ha 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 ha, you are Magellan Hong. W. Because of Magellan's poison, it was once blocked on the second floor of the basement, but because of the Blackbeard invasion, it was a part of the prisoners led by Buggy and Sand who managed to escape to the first floor. Dragon. You're Blackbeard, aren't you? Advertisement. The huge bloody fists blocked all the roads, but soon a lot of poison began to seep out of the gaps, gradually engulfing the huge bloody fists. Locke had just joined the team, and before he could speak, the annoying voice came from behind him again. The huge purple dragon devoured Blackbeard and his fallen men, and in an instant Blackbeard fell to his knees. Magellan said as he walked, I don't have time to ask why you are here. The purple poisonous dragon rushed towards the crowd. Luke turned sharply and said, Sura. Shira's holy breaking fist. Exactly. Warships and prison ships surrounded the prison. As long as you can grab one of them, you will be fine to get to Marineford before Mr. Ace is executed. Afterwards, Blackbeard didn't know whether it was his acting skills or the pain. After 2 screams, he fell down, and Magellan continued to move forward. Magellan caught up. The team running through the 4th basement and the 3rd basement is the prison escape team of Locke and Lu on the 2nd basement. Puff. Dragon. On the basement 3 floor, Magellan and Ivankov, the king of monsters, were chasing up and fighting, and then there was the jailer beast that was killed and revived again. At this time, they also took the elevator to catch up again. There were only 4.5 hours left until Ace's public execution. On the way, Ivan took the initiative to stay on the 3rd floor to stop Magellan who was chasing him, and the rest continued to move forward. The current situation is like this. Understood. Wait for me, Ace. Chapter 216. The last obstacle, fighting Magellan again. Don't try to escape, rats, today is the biggest mistake I have made since guarding Impel down. If I don't execute you immediately, what face will I have as the warden? Don't be so excited Magellan, you just forgot about something when you were only chasing us, do you really think that those people in Blackbeard will be solved so easily by you? Could it be that? That's right, the reaction is still timely. They should have reached the 6th floor by now. That guy doesn't look like a good person at first sight, so I don't think I need to tell you exactly what he is going to do. Whether it's you or Blackbeard, no one can leave me alive today, and I will execute all the people he let go. Start with you, Locke. Locke sighed helplessly and turned to Jinbei and said, hurry up and go first, I'll hold Magellan back, and I'll find a way to leave later. Jinbei said in surprise, no way. Mr. Locke, this will put you in a dangerous situation 523, hurry up and leave together. Luffy also shouted anxiously, yes, Locke, I can't let you stay alone anymore. I must save Ace, but my partner must not be in trouble again. Locke looked at Luffy's worried look, and thought that what happened in the Sabayati archipelago should have brought some shadows to Luffy, but it would be impossible for Locke not to stay at this time. Because Magellan seemed to be in a hurry, because Locke didn't release the prisoners, so there was no army, and the target was clearly only a few of them. The danger level is very high, so Locke must stop it. Locke concentrates on the battle and said, don't worry, I will catch up soon, hurry up, don't forget that our enemy is not only Magellan, he may have contacted the outside, it's a warship, Jinbei, you know what I mean.
Jinbei was startled and shouted, so that's how it is. You actually adopted such a tactic. Mr. Luffy, we must leave quickly. The warship outside may have been instructed to stay away from Impel Down. Magellan must have guessed that we are going to snatch the warship.
Advertisement. Luffy was shocked, but still turned to look at Locke worriedly. Locke stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up. Luffy turned and left resolutely.
Magellan aimed at the large amount of poison released by Luffy and others and shouted, poison channel. He entered the poison to intercept Luffy and the others, but Locke rushed directly into Magellan's poison, with both hands attached to Haki, dragging him out, and fell hard to the ground. Boom. Magellan stood up and looked at Locke angrily. It's you again. Looks like we have to get rid of you. Locke shook off the poison on his body and said with a smile, if you can do it, try it, I am completely immune to your poison. Bloody rage. Boom. 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 Poisonous dragon group.
The second stage form had already been sacrificed when Thriller Bark faced the bear last time, so it would be meaningless to continue fighting. Locke immediately chose to run away.
Then carry Lao Sha, Mr. 1, Luffy in a buggy. This configuration is more than enough to take down a search ship. The only question now is how long Locke can hold Magellan.
The two started a bloody battle. At this time, Luffy and others had arrived at the main entrance of Impel Down, but surprisingly, they did not find any warships after they came out. Advertisement. Locke is also not confident that his physique can resist this level of poison, and now Magellan's poison Lordla is as big as Locke's second stage Shira form. Magellan stood up slowly, his eyes turned red and shouted, it is indeed time to end this battle, it has been dragging on for too long, I said I will definitely put you. Magellan's side, AJCI, reported the order a long time ago, and the warships have already retreated to the distance, but fortunately, Jinbei is there, and Jinbei moved the Impel Down guys down. Poison Giant Soldier Judgment of Hell. Because of Ivan's previous hormonal injections, Locke has a steady stream of physical strength, and now he doesn't feel tired at all, and recovers after taking a short breath.
Cough. A large amount of red poison gathered in one place, forming a huge skull shape. This red poison should be like the ability of Magellan's poisonous fruit after awakening.
Blood Demon, killing the sky. While speaking, Magellan's body turned into poison again, but it was not the purple poison before, but the red poison that looked very dangerous. Boom. What's the matter, Magellan? Did you not get recruited? If so, I'm sorry, I'm going to end this battle, I don't want to stay in this boring place forever. Different from the purple poison that is usually released, this trick is especially made bright red poison. Any substance that comes into contact with it will be infected and gradually spread and erode everything. As long as a person touches the poison, it will gradually spread until death. The blow hit Magellan again, and both of them stood there gasping for breath. Magellan was obviously more embarrassed, and the beard on his face was stained red with blood. Chapter 217. Successfully escaped from Impel Down. In the process of escaping, Locke can be regarded as seeing the horror of Magellan. Wherever this red poison goes, it can be said to be more terrifying than locusts crossing the border. Along the way, because the prisoners released by Buggy were running slowly, they were stained a little bit, which spread all over their bodies in an instant, and then this person bumped into another person. In an instant, like an infectious disease, it spread rapidly and was quite terrifying. Locke couldn't help swallowing, but fortunately, the speed was not fast. Locke ran all the way towards the gate, but when he was almost at the gate, he saw a group of people still crowded there. Locke immediately stopped and transformed into Shu Luo again. Asura's shattering fist. The bloody giant fist tried to resist Magellan for a while, and the crowd of escaped prisoners waiting at the door were completely terrified when they saw the scene in front of them. Ah, Magellan is coming. Why haven't Jinbei and the others come back? Quick ah. Straw Hat Boy, come back quickly. What Locke heard was unusually irritated, and none of these guys said they could help, so they would just cry and howl. Locke just pretended for a while. The next moment, the bloody fist was completely swallowed by Magellan's poison, and even affected Locke himself. Locke suddenly felt severe pain and fell to his knees on the ground. At this time, Jinbei is on their side. Sandstorm. Murloc Jujitsu C flow over shoulder throw. Dust slash. Rubber rubber. Gatling. With the activeness of the four of them, a warship has been successfully captured, but because the distance is too far, the warship cannot be brought to them immediately. Advertisement. Locke stood up with difficulty and did not know how to hold Magellan. Suddenly, the ground behind Locke shattered, and Ivan, who was on the lower floor, flew up from below with lightning all over his body. Everyone was startled. At this time San threw a phone bug to Locke. It was Jinbei who stayed behind. Locke hurriedly asked about the situation. How's it going? Sorry, although we have captured a warship, we can't go there right away because the distance is too far. Locke, are you okay? Are you okay? What about a guy who uses poison? Wait, Mr. Luffy, it's still in a critical moment, wait for me to finish speaking. Locke smiled slightly, looking at the phone bug whose face was constantly changing in his hand, and said, the situation is not good now, Magellan is going crazy, and I can't stop him. Jinbei's voice on the phone bug said anxiously, then jump into the sea immediately. It doesn't matter if you push everyone down, I will leave the rest to me. With a long breath, Locke stood up and faced Magellan and said to the phone bug, just do what you say, 3. Give me a hand. Although Sun Yi looked dumbfounded, he still followed Locke's instructions, and everyone also followed Locke's advice and all climbed onto Ivan's big head. King Candle Wall. A huge wall of white candles was formed in front of Locke, and golden arrogance erupted from Locke's body instantly. With Locke's raised right fist, a golden dragon also appeared. Deliberately punch. Boom. The terrifying power erupted, and this layer of impel down was completely pierced, and the top layer also began to collapse. Magellan was also repulsed by the powerful power and shattering, but this was only temporary. 0. Seeking flowers. Taking advantage of this moment, Locke quickly shouted to Ivan, blink Ivan. Advertisement. Jinbei's serious voice interrupted the excited crowd. It's too early to be happy, hurry up and leave. Ah, whose voice is it? Locke boy, it's okay. Death wink. Help. Wait, there seems to be something in the sea. Luffy nodded, turned around and said with a smile, great, Locke, finally escaped. Great, finally arrived at the warship. It's a school of whales. Great, saved. The impact of Ivan's blow was equivalent to a strengthened version of the wind cannon, and it directly sent her and the crowd above her head flying out. But no one responded to him in the crowd. Luffy was a little dazed, and began to look for Locke in a panic, but there was no sign of him on the warship. This is the calm belt, and the bottom of the sea is full of sea kings. It turns out that there is Jinbei's backing, just like this, after a while of encrypted conversations between Jinbei and the whale. Magellan's poison giant was stunned in front of the door of Impel Down with his hands outstretched blankly. He thought confidently that even Locke and the others jumped into the sea and escaped. It was called by Jinbei. In this way, everyone was on Ivankov's head, and was flew by whale bombs all the way to the warship that Luffy and the others captured. Jailbreak from Impel Down is like a dream. Boom. Keep flying. Ivankov. Jailbreak succeeded. Ah, I'm going to fall. No, she's already passed. Chapter 218. Locke left alone. Seeing that the warship had already sailed, Luffy quickly stepped forward and grabbed Jinbei and shouted, wait. Locke hasn't arrived yet. Don't set sail yet. However, Jinbei continued to steer the helm as if he didn't hear Luffy's words. Xiao Feng was crying non-stop, and Luffy hurriedly stepped forward to stop Jinbei from shouting. Locke hasn't come up yet, my mate hasn't come up yet. Looking at Luffy's angry expression, Jinbei gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Luffy, this is Mr. Locke's own choice. In order to let us leave safely, he chose to stay. Luffy was stunned, and the excited crowd on the boat was also quiet, and Xiao Feng began to cry loudly, Little Locke. Whoa. Luffy didn't accept the news and immediately asked, 320, why? Can't we all escape together? Why? At this time, Magellan picked up the phone bug and said, I didn't expect them to do this. Marine, send a warship over, and I will follow up to deal with them. Clear. They probably haven't realized that they are still in a predicament after all. Anyway, there is only despair waiting for you ahead. No matter how hard you struggle, it is useless. At this time, Impel went down to the first floor. In the power room, Locke put one hand on the head of a jailer and said, hurry up and stop moaning, my patience will run out if you keep talking hard. Impossible. The door of justice will not be opened for you even if you die. Locke sighed helplessly and said, stupid, you are stupid, haven't you seen it yet? I am actually a member of your Warden Magellan. The reason to open the door of justice this time is because we have already contacted the other side of the door. Marine is in ambush, and Marine Admiral is waiting there. Hey, really? Marine Admiral. Advertisement. Seeing that the young man started to play tricks, Locke continued to add fuel and vinegar. Of course, and it's Aokiji Admiral. When the door is opened, their boat will be ambushed by Aokiji Admiral as soon as they pass. The sea will be frozen, and everyone will be killed by then. Can't run away. So that's it. I understand, but we still need to confirm your identity. Locke was a little irritable, but he still had to bear it. He looked around and found a pair of handcuffs, handcuffed himself and said, so you can believe me, these are sea stone handcuffs. I am also a person with abilities, and it is impossible to open them without a key. Not open. Seeing Locke's decisiveness, the jailer finally couldn't bear it and began to operate, asking while operating, the door has been opened, what should I do next? Locke thought for a moment and said, wait to close the door after their boat passes. What? Why are you doing this? Locke said with a look of disappointment. Oh, I don't understand any simple tricks, how will you get promoted in the future? I said before that it was Aokiji Admiral who made the move. Think about it. It is sealed, but they may still go back, and even if they cannot leave, they will drag us hard, which will aggravate the damage, so close the door after they pass, and Aokiji Admiral will do the rest. The jailer brother suddenly realized. So that's it. As expected, it was Admiral's plan, and it really worked perfectly, so I followed it right away. Locke nodded and sat down on a chair beside him and said, a child can be taught. Back at sea, when Luffy and the others were worried about being blocked by the door of justice in front of them, the door suddenly opened, and their warship passed quickly immediately. After passing through, just as Marine was about to continue chasing, the door closed again. Magellan originally planned to board the boat to chase after him, but suddenly saw the door of justice opened, and rushed to the engine room to check the situation. Power room. What are you doing? Who told you to open the door of justice? Huh. Prison. Warden. Huh. It's pretty fast, but my goal has been achieved, thank you little brother. Advertisement. Warden, listen to my explanation. Idiot. Would you be fooled by this kind of lie? Look carefully, this guy is a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Pirates. How could he be one of us? Locke smiled and got up, walked slowly to the panel controlled by the jailer just now, destroyed these devices with a punch and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally slipped my hand. Magellan was about to explode at this point. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** situation, and Luffy asked in disbelief. Really? Locke Jinbei reached out and took out a small phone bug and handed it to Luffy, saying, it's still connected, the radio wave of the little phone bug is very short, if this door is closed, the communication will be completely interrupted. Locke, can you hear me? Locke. The phone number came from Locke's voice leisurely. Oh Luffy, there is a new number. It seems that the door has not been closed, but it doesn't matter. The console has been destroyed by me. Don't worry about 4.6. Why do you have one person to do this kind of thing? Why? You are here to help me, how can you make the biggest sacrifice every time? Idiot, you are the captain, how can the future One Piece care about these things? Don't worry. I will never do things that are not sure. You know, Ace has not been rescued yet, and I will do it later. Those who rush over to help will definitely go. I understand. Locke, you must come. If something happens to you, even if I save Ace, I will never forgive me for the rest of my life my own. Clear. Chirp. Chapter 219. The End of the War. Magellan. Locke changed Xiao Feng's fate in his own way. Xiao Feng planned to do so, but Locke knew it. So at the last moment, when Ivan blinked, Locke grabbed Xiao Feng and threw him over, allowing himself to stay, and now the things that should be done have been done. Locke has to find a way to leave, the door of justice has been closed, the waterway is impassable, and the only way to leave is the road in the sky. But before that, it is necessary to have another exchange with the runaway Impel Down warden in front of him. Everyone get out. Locke, what last words do you have now? Don't be so arrogant, Magellan, do you really think I'm just waiting to die? 09. Stop talking nonsense, you are not enough to die 10 times now. Poison giant, I don't want the feeling of death once. Shira. After Locke was affected by Magellan's red poison before, the second stage of Shira fruit came back, so Locke will have more confidence to touch Magellan again. Two huge monsters appeared at the same time, directly destroying and collapsing almost all of the first floor of Impel Down. Judgment from Hell. Advertisement. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. The ability blessing of Shira's second form has doubled again. Locke now completely crushes Magellan in strength, but Magellan's poison is still too much for him. After some confrontation, Magellan's poison giant was sent flying with him, but Locke's hand was completely infected in an instant, and the whole arm was black and lost strength. Seeing the horror of Magellan's red poison, Magellan stood up from the ruins and shouted to Locke, I didn't expect you to have something to hide, but I will make you pay for everything I say today. Dead poison mist. Following Magellan's words, the poison giant emitted a large amount of red smoke. Locke stepped back immediately after seeing the smoke, but still inhaled a little. I felt dizzy in an instant, and if I inhaled more Locke, I might fall down directly. This kind of poison has a very strong nerve paralysis effect. Suddenly, a red poisonous dragon rushed towards Locke in the red poisonous mist. Locke stretched out his huge palm to resist, and the blue energy completely absorbed the red poisonous dragon. But then two red poisonous dragons rushed over. Locke wanted to absorb it but found that it had reached saturation. It seems that the energy absorption trick has an upper limit. There is no way to absorb too many powerful moves, but Locke can only release this red poisonous dragon, and carry the other one by himself. Asura's shattering fist. The huge bloody fist print appeared again, and Magellan's red poisonous dragon continuously attacked Locke's fist print, and soon the fist print was completely eroded, directly affecting Locke's other arm. Locke attacked again before the poison had fully spread. Advertisement. Blood demon, killing the sky. In the second stage, Shira's size released the power of this move soaring, the huge blood demon rushed towards Magellan viciously, and the poison giant on Magellan also changed instantly. It directly turned into a huge circle to protect Magellan, but Magellan's defense was not strong in the first place, and this defense did not work at all. Exclamation mark. As the Gorefiend exploded, Magellan was also seriously injured and fell into a pool of blood. The bright red poison was scattered all over his body, flowing together with the blood on his body. Magellan finally pointed at Locke with difficulty and said, You can't escape. Afterwards, he fell heavily to the ground, but Locke was also very uncomfortable. After the Shura status was lifted, Locke still couldn't easily stop Magellan's poison from continuing to spread. But his 2 arms are already useless. If they are not treated in time, these 2 arms will definitely be useless. Locke must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Now Magellan is 100 points and it is not easy to fall down, but there are still dangerous guys in Impel Down. I am afraid that if I meet Blackbeard again now, I am afraid that Luoshu will really fall. At this time, Locke suddenly thought of a person, and immediately rushed towards the place where he had suspended animation when he first arrived. After arriving here, Locke saw Major Chester lying motionless on the ground and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Oh, it's all fate, Major Chester, it seems that you still need to live for a while. After speaking, Locke went up and changed his clothes again. Now Locke can say that as long as Magellan doesn't wake up, he will be perfectly hidden. Chester's identity is real and effective, and he is not afraid of being discovered while wearing a mask. The injury to his arm can be said to have been accidentally injured by Magellan in a coma during the riot before. After the plan was completed, Locke went directly to the gate of Impel Down where the warship that was supposed to pick up Magellan was parked. Chapter 220, Major Chester is resurrected. I'm Major Naval Headquarters, Sharp Chester, please put me on the phone with Hina Rear Admiral. The soldiers on the warship looked at Locke as if he was seriously injured, and quickly brought him a phone bug, and Locke successfully contacted Hina. Chester Rear Admiral, where the hell have you gone? Hina is very angry, and now you are missing at a critical moment. Please don't be angry. I spent some time chasing the prisoner, but I was accidentally injured by Magellan's poison, and I have been in a coma since then. Okay. Hina knows. Let the nearest warship bring you here. Something big is about to happen. Yes, I understand. Quack. Locke deliberately let the soldiers on the warship listen to the conversation between the two, so that his identity could be completely concealed without explaining, and the Marines on the warship also rushed to Locke and said, Major Chester, please come to the infirmary. The poison on your arm needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Locke nodded and said, I see, please take me back as soon as possible. Advertisement. Don't worry, Major, the backup device in the Impel Down power room is returning to operation, and the door of justice will be opened soon. It's all going well now. Locke just hopes Magellan doesn't wake up too soon, even though he did win, and Magellan isn't badly injured. But Locke is really not sure when he will suddenly wake up. Locke will definitely be exposed at that time. It is best to receive treatment as soon as possible. At this time, on the warship that Luffy and the others were on, Buggy and his escaped brother were happily celebrating their escape, and Ivan treated lightning again. Luffy sat alone next to Jinbei in the bow, looking at the direction he came from time to time, worried about Locke. Jinbei noticed this and asked, Mr. Luffy, what kind of person is Mr. Luke? Luffy stared at Jinbei for a while, then smiled and said, he was the first partner I met after going out to sea, and I knew right away that he must be very good. After all, I went to sea alone like me, but after that I never thought that he would be so powerful, and he is getting stronger day by day. If that guy didn't want to be the pirate king, or he would definitely be a captain. Jinbei. Is that so? It can indeed be seen that Mr. Locke is a very confident person. Luffy. Yes, but even he has enemies that he can't defeat, but whenever he faces such enemies, he will stand up and bear everything alone. Speaking of which, I am not competent at all as a captain. I have always had to rely on my companions for protection, and this time it's like this again. Jinbei. Mr. Luffy, this time you and Mr. Locke gave me this chance to save Mr. Ace. I owe you a big favor. Advertisement. Luffy. Stop saying that, it's endless, and I'm relieved to watch it a lot, because you're really strong. Jinbei. Before this incident, I was both grateful and sorry to you, but forget it now. There is only one goal now. You can just call me Jinbei, although Zungjin is Shichibukai, but this title there must be none left. Let's go to the Marine headquarters and make a big fuss. Respond to Mr. Locke's will, and we must rescue Mr. Ace. Afterwards, their warship also received a call bug from Marine headquarters. Marine headquarters already knew the news that the warship had been hijacked, and Luffy answered the phone. Marine said something about Buggy, and Buggy has reached the pinnacle of his life since then. He was exposed as a crew member of the One Piece Luogia, and his brotherhood with 4 emperors Shanks was also exposed. This even made Buggy have some strange ideas, but he didn't resist going to the Marine headquarters. After some impassioned speeches, those prisoners who escaped immediately became Buggy's diehard fans. In addition to the news about Buggy, there is also the news that Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, was defeated by Shura Locke. However, according to the Marine headquarters, there is no one on Impel Down to see where Luke is. For the money, the news of Buggy before can be said to have shocked the small characters on the ship, but now this news has shocked the big guys on the ship. Luffy is also very excited. At least there is no need to worry so much. Jinbei admires it deeply. Lao Sha expresses his dissatisfaction, but he has to convince Yuan. After Locke's treatment by a professional doctor and the antidote sent by the Impel Down jailer, his arms are out of danger, and he needs to recover from the remaining injuries. Locke locked himself in the room and quietly recovered his injuries with the breath technique. On the other side, the warship escorting Ace was about to arrive at Marineford, and the big scene was about to begin. Chapter 221. Gathering Forces. Here is a brief introduction to the situation of the partners. First of all, Nami. After Nami followed the little old man for Saria to the ground and saw their meteorological science. decided not to go back in a hurry, to stay and learn about this interesting meteorological science with them. Frankie started to be led by children into Vegapunk Zengjin's laboratory, just to find Coke. The worst Sanji was chased by the ladyboys on the island for several days without closing his eyes, and finally he gradually began to be bent when he was dueling with the acting queen. When Chopper first came here, he was very unlucky. The humans here wanted to cook him, and the huge bird treated him as a toy. He rescued a small chick here, and he is trying to eliminate the humans and giant birds here. Contradictions, but obviously it will take some time. Although Robin also suffered some hardships, he ran into someone from the Revolutionary Army and rescued her. Usopp was so hungry that he was brought to the center of the island by Hecrus. There are all kinds of food wonders here. Usopp couldn't help but eat a big fat man and saw the true face of this island for the first time. Hawkeye on Zoro's side hasn't come back yet. Perona and Zoro took it with him in his castle. Perona told Zoro which room his knife was in, but Zoro spent 2 whole days in the castle, and still couldn't find Zungjin where he slept. This room. Brook learned that this place has been oppressed by the long-handed people. In order to help these people, Brook decided to leave after paying his debts here. At this time, in Marineford, the Marine headquarters, except for Jinbei who was with Luffy and Blackbeard who broke into Impel Down, the remaining 4-7 warlords of the sea also moved from Mariajoy to Marine headquarters before the start. And Ojby Hancock who came back from Impel Down has also joined these guys, and 4 of the 5 of them are already more or less related to the Straw Hat crew. At the Marine headquarters, under the command of Marshal Sengoku, Admiral, the Marine's highest combat power, is also ready to set off. There are still 3 hours before Ace's execution. Ace is about to be escorted to the stage. At this time, the whole world is paying attention to the situation in Marineford, because everyone knows that the execution cannot be so smooth, and it is impossible for Whitebeard to watch his subordinates being executed indifferently. So a big war is inevitable. On Marineford, the island where the Marine headquarters is located, there is a large town where most of the Sailors' families live. Now the residents are all persuaded to take refuge. The people of Sabayati Archipelago watch the real-time progress of the public execution through the big screen, and the reporters and photographers gathered from all over the world were also preparing to deliver the news to the world as soon as possible. Advertisement. All the surveillance ships sent by Marine would be sunk in an instant as soon as they set sail, and they could not grasp Whitebeard's movements at all, and all kinds of nervous emotions permeated Marineford. At this time, in Sengoku's office, Mr. Garp was angry, because Sengoku proposed to make Ace's life experience known to the world. Garp couldn't bear to see this scene, and now Sengoku plans to make things worse. At this time, Garp was beginning to be a little out of breath from the justice behind him, but he still couldn't do anything, turned around and left Sengoku. A total of about 100,000 well-known sailors were summoned from all over the world, and a total of about 50 warships surrounded the crescent-shaped bay to attack the entire island. The bay is covered with countless heavy artillery. From the port, you can see that at the forefront of the army are the 5 villains who hold the key to the battle, the pirate 7 warlords of the sea. Next, guarding directly below the execution platform is the strongest combat force in the Marine headquarters, 3 Marine admirals. All the forces of justice that can be imagined at present, in order to prevent Ace from being rescued, are all quietly waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. After a period of sailing, Luffy and their warships have also arrived at the gate of justice leading to Marineford, but the people at the Marine headquarters said in the phone bug. As long as they don't open the door of justice on this side, there is no possibility for them to enter. In Marineford, as Ace was brought to the execution platform, Sengoku also came to him and picked up the phone bug. There is one thing I need to convey to you first, Pottercast D. Ace, about the significance of this man's death here today. Ace, report your father's name. My daddy is Whitebeard. Wrong. Nothing's wrong. Only Whitebeard. No one else. At that time, we kept our eyes wide open and desperately searched for the man's child who might be left on a certain island. With the little information and possibility that CP had, we had a good understanding of the newborn baby and the baby who was about to be born, as well as their children. Mother conducted all the investigations, but she never found out. No wonder, your birth was exchanged for your mother's name, or it can be said that it was your mother's ulterior conspiracy. She deceived our eyes, not the eyes of the whole world. 1 year and 3 months after your father's death, the baby who inherited the most evil blood in the world was born, and that was you, and there was no way you didn't know it. Your father was, One Piece, Gore D. Luo Jia. Chapter 222, The Beginning of the Summit War. This news from Sengoku can be said to have directly silenced everyone, and then there was a commotion in the whole world. The records of Sabayati Archipelago were all crazy, and they were shocked by this shocking news. That big villain actually has a child. The legend of Gore D. Luo Jia continues. I'm really relieved that he was caught. The children of One Piece must be very cruel. If you catch him and put him at the auction, you don't know how much he can sell for. Ha ha ha, this execution is really the best performance. As the power of Fire Fist inherited from his father. Then he is also looking for One Piece. In any case, Fire Fist is doomed, because he will soon disappear from this world. Locke's warship has successfully left Impel Down and is heading to Marineford with other warships, and the warship on Luffy's side was originally blocked in front of the closed door of justice. But this door opened again inexplicably. Of course neither Locke nor Xiao Feng. This time it was Blackbeard's men who opened the door. The purpose must be to make the scene even more chaotic. Locke was a little curious about how Blackbeard and his gang got away with it. Could it be that the flying bird man dragged everyone to fly in the sky by himself, which was a bit unrealistic? But it is better for Locke not to think about these things now, he just needs to concentrate on recovering from his injuries. He will definitely enter the field later, but he will never miss any scenes, and there are things in this battle that he needs to desperately change. At this time, Marineford, the Marine headquarters, was extremely quiet, just like the calm before the storm. Marine, observing with a telescope, suddenly found the ship and even sounded the alarm. Coming. Everyone. Get ready for battle. That's the large fleet of pirate ships. Advertisement. Quickly find out where Whitebeard is. Wandering Knight Doma, Leeching Maku Guy, D. Carl Madara Brothers, Great Eddie Spider Squad, and each of them are first-rate masters, all of whom are famous captains in the New World. There are a total of 43 ships. Whitebeard and the captains were not found. But there is no doubt that these are the pirates under Whitebeard's command. Are you going to attack? Wait a minute, Whitebeard must be nearby, he must have some intentions, keep an eye on the situation at sea. More than 40 pirate ships on the sea were slowly approaching, and suddenly in the crescent-shaped bay, the sea surface began to fluctuate. Shadows appear on the bottom of the bay. Could it be that? Plop. With a loud bang, the Moby DK emerged from the bottom with a coating, followed by 3 Whitebeard's ships, which also emerged from the bottom and parked very close to them in the bay. Captain of the 1st Division, Marco. All 14 captains are here. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, everyone held their breaths. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, walked to the bow of the ship with Kong Yunchi in his hand, facing the Marines. Gu la la la, we haven't seen each other for decades, Sengoku. Whitebeard, is my dear son all right? Sengoku looked at Whitebeard and gritted his teeth and said to himself, I didn't expect to be invaded by him so close. Whitebeard saw Ace on the execution platform and said, Gu, wait for me, Ace. I told you to go. I told you to go, didn't I, Marco? Advertisement. Wait for me, I'll save you Ace right away. Terrible power erupted, and just a flat A caused a terrifying sea quake, and Marineford was instantly threatened by 2 sea currents rushing into the air. We will never let anyone hurt you, Ace. 0. What? For a while, Whitebeard's morale was directly boosted, and at this time, Marine found a big problem, that is, the water level suddenly dropped a lot. But soon the big commotion disappeared, and it didn't seem to have any other effect to rush all the warships around Marineford into a mess. No, I told you to go. Father, everyone, it's obvious that I ignored my advice and ran out, why didn't you abandon me? It's my own willfulness that made it like this. It's coming, the sea quake caused by that guy just now has turned into a tsunami and hit the knife. Yeah, I heard that too, you have suffered a lot, Ace. In this sea, everyone should know what will happen if we take action against our companions. Ace couldn't help shouting. Daddy. Be prepared. Marine headquarters. After a moment of silence, Marineford began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck, Impo said at this time. 0. Then I saw Whitebeard inserting the knife in his hand into the boat, and then crossed his hands into fists. The next second, Whitebeard's fist smashed 2 cracks in the air. Stop lying. What nonsense. You obviously stopped me at that time, but I. Chapter 223. The birth of an actor. What came to attack was the 47 New World pirate fleet led by Whitebeard, and what they were facing were the 2 major forces of the government, the Marine headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. No matter who wins the battle, times will change, and the war begins with the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. The huge tsunami blocked the sky and directly blocked the sunlight in the sky, and the entire Marineford began to be blocked, and Marine panicked instantly. At this time, the first actor, Aokiji, made a move, came to the air and stretched out his hands. 2 icicles entered the tsunami surging on both sides from his hands, the next moment. Ice Age. The terrifying cold directly froze the tsunami that was about to fall on both sides of 743, and then Aokiji shot Whitebeard directly from the air. 2 thorny spears. Whitebeard shattered the air with a punch, and Aokiji's attack, including himself, turned into shards of ice and fell into the sea, but an ice sculpture stood up on the sea in the next second. Aokiji directly froze the entire bay. After seeing this scene, Marine, who was stunned by the tsunami before, finally came back to his senses. We have the 3 most powerful admirals from the Marine headquarters here. No. That's right, the Whitebeard pirates have nothing to fear. Bombardment. Destroy the Moby DK. Oh, advertisement. Shish. Boom. With a burst of artillery fire, the war between the 2 sides is about to start, and the people of Marine and Whitebeard have also begun to confront each other. The battle that Shao saw does not need too much description. The first to bear the brunt was actually Hawkeye, who no one expected to make a move. He said he wanted to test the gap between the strongest man in front of him and them, so he made a terrifying flat shot. The green sword energy cut through the ice all the way and rushed towards Whitebeard. Both pirates and Marines in the path were affected, so they quickly dodged aside. Whitebeard still stood there calmly, because at this time the most expensive man in the world appeared on the stage, and a strong man ran to the front of Jianqi. He held this terrifying sword energy with both hands, and even changed the trajectory of the sword energy, directly throwing the attack of Hawkeye into the sky. When the smoke dissipated, a man with half of his body covered in diamonds stood there. Marine soldiers were all stunned, because most of them had only heard about it and never seen it. Looking at it now is still very shocking. After all, it is a diamond. This guy should be the most expensive man in the world. Hawkeye just chopped this one and then put away the knife. At this time, on the frontal battlefield, 14 captains led by Whitebeard and many pirates have started fighting, and the battle outside the bay is also going on, with 47 pirate fleets under Whitebeard and several naval headquarters, vice admiral and a large number of marines. Although Sengoku's order has been issued, it is clear that the frontline soldiers are no match for captains like Whitebeard, and the strength gap is too great. Then wave your hands. The people on Whitebeard's side are also ready to exert their strength. Joe smashed the ice with a punch, drew a big circle that was more regular than a compass, and then lifted a ridiculously large ice cube and smashed it towards Marine. Passed. At this time actor No. 2 Kizaru clocked in to go to work, got up and planned to catch the thief first and capture the king first. He turned into a flash and came into the air and blinded the eyes of the people on the battlefield first. Advertisement. Great eruption. Its power is comparable to that of a laser cannon, directly destroying a piece of wall, and the others calmly said, "It's so scary, it seems that it's not that simple, so let's go straight to Wonglong." 8 feet Chong Guyu. Sengoku also began to issue command orders. The artillery force continues to target the enemy ships and follow up pirates. The soldiers on the front line must prevent them from boarding the square. Countless dazzling light bullets were fired towards Whitebeard, and Whitebeard remained unmoved. In the next second, Brother Xiaoma appeared on the stage. The captain of the first team, Marco the Phoenix, with blue flames burning on his body, flew in midair to resist Kizaru's attack and said, "How can you disturb our Uranus as soon as you come up?" Kizaru also started, pretending to be scared and said, "It's scary, Whitebeard pirates. Even rarer than Logia, Zone Phantom Beast." Boom. At this time, the only one of the 3 admiral seats who hadn't moved got up, and the most serious and worst marine admiral in the battle 3.2, because of the sky. The powerful force smashed and evaporated the large iceberg dozens of times larger than the giants in an instant, and before it was over, the lava turned into countless volcanic bombs and began to sweep across the battlefield. Then Brother Xiaoma rushed towards Kizaru's attack all the way, hooked his kick in the air, Kizaru blocked it with his arm, and then turned himself into Daoguang and smashed towards Marine. Akainu turned his arm into a huge lava fist made of lava, and then simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption to launch the fist. Really? These guys, AWOL, if we all attack, who will guard this place? Chapter 224. Little Oz Falls. It's so exaggerated to set fire. Go and light the birthday cake, Magma Brat. Don't you like a lavish funeral, Whitebeard? Whitebeard's people on the front line are currently more dominant, but the 47 pirate fleets that have not yet entered the bay will be more difficult, facing the naval headquarters vice admiral. There is also a big gap between their strengths, but it is time for helpers to come. With footsteps so heavy that everyone can hear them, Little Oz appears on the stage. Seeing this behemoth, Moria was the most excited. She looked like she wanted it so much that she almost rushed over. Ozzy moved forward all the way, directly and instantly eliminated several warships, saw Ace on the execution platform and shouted, "Ace is very gentle. I will never let him die." 09. Marine saw Ozzy appearing on the stage, and their giant troops also started to move, but the size of these giants was far smaller than that of Little Ozzy. Little Ozzy directly picked up a warship and smashed towards these giant marines, not only directly repelled these giant marines, but also opened a way to the bay for the pirate ships outside. A large number of pirates began to follow Ozzy's footsteps into the bay, and the battle became more and more anxious, but Whitebeard's expression was obviously not very good at this time. Because it seems very useful for Little Ozzy to come, but Whitebeard said long before he came, not to let Ozzy come with him, because his huge body will be regarded as a living target, which is very dangerous. Little Ozzy was fearless all the way, facing the shells all the way forward, and the giant marine slashed and slashed all the way, Whitebeard said helplessly. Advertisement. Ozzy is an idiot, there is really nothing you can do about him, recklessness and bravery are not the same thing. Ozzy looked at Whitebeard, and kept saying, "Don't stop me, Dad, I want to save him, and save Ace as quickly as possible." Whitebeard sighed and said, "I got it, you guys. Go help him clean up and cover Ozzy." Oh, these giant marines are really vulnerable to Oz, almost all of them can be killed in one move. At this time, some pirates who hit the head began to attack the 7 warlords of the sea. Aim at the position of the Empress and shoot, and then Hancock joins the battlefield, kicking whoever the enemy or friend is, kicking a stone, capricious and arrogant. But the remaining 7 warlords of the sea made a move that was not so simple. Looking at Little Ozzy who was advancing all the way in front of him, the bear made a move. However, although the current bear is the main body, it no longer has its own consciousness, so it is completely transformed by the government. The impact of the bear's paw, which was devastating at the time, fell on Little Ozzy, and the battlefield was instantly blasted into chaos by the terrifying impact, and it was still an AoE damage that did not distinguish between friend and foe. Marine or pirate approached, all of them were thrown away, but more damage was still hit on Little Ozzy, and Little Ozzy was on the verge of dying after suffering this. Both eyes became cloudy, and he knelt down with blood all over his body, but he saw the huge straw hat that fell to the ground, and recalled Zungjin's gentle ace. Advertisement. Little Ozzy stood up again and continued to move forward. When approaching the square, Ozzy suffered another round of artillery fire, and finally felt that he was about to die. At this time, the Shichibukai was the closest to him, so Little Ozzy had a bold idea, at least one Shichibukai must be killed. But it's a pity that this little fool chose the wrong person. If it had chosen Moria, it might have succeeded, but it chose Doflamingo. After the punch was missed, Little Oz was broken by Brother Ming, and he knelt on the ground and reached out his hand frantically to hook Ace, but his vision became more and more blurred. Suddenly Moria also started acting like a demon. That guy Doflamingo actually cut off its legs at 380, and I want its corpse. Come on, Shadow Mage Shadow Horn Spear. Bark. The black shadow spear penetrated Little Ozzy's body, and finally Little Ozzy failed to reach Ace, and his huge body fell down amidst Ace's cry. Seeing the scene in front of him, Whitebeard was also angry, but at this time, the giant marine, who was dying, came to attack Whitebeard. When the huge axe came over, it was shattered. Then Whitebeard hit the head with a shock fruit, and the man suffered a seismic concussion, and was thrown aside by Whitebeard with one hand. Whitebeard looked at Ozzy's body and yelled angrily, "Keep on Ozzy's body." Under the order of the father, the pirates didn't care about being sad anymore, and the army continued to move forward, using the road paved by Oz's corpse, all the way to the square of Marineford. Chapter 225. Luffy Locke makes his debut. What is more puzzling at this time is that Akainu actually caught deserters in residential areas, but deserters should be treated like this on the battlefield, and they were killed directly. On this side of the battlefield, Doflamingo is controlling Buffalo Atmos, captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, killing his own men. At this time, Brother Ming also published a classic sentence: pirates are evil. Marines are justice. This concept has been rewritten countless times. The little devils who don't know what peace is and the little devils who don't know what war is. The values are different. Only those who stand at the top can define good and evil. Now only this position is neutral. For justice will win. Of course, only the winner is justice. Garp silently came to the execution platform and sat next to Ace. A series of memories flooded his mind. Garp said, "Although there is no need to sympathize with the bad guys, but the family is different, what should I do? Ace UB ******** D, why don't you do what I say, woo?" Garp, the marine hero, shed tears at the moment because of the inability to have both loyalty and righteousness. Ace also gritted his teeth and suppressed the tears. Now that things have become like this, both of them are unwilling to see such a result. Sengoku also warned Garp not to have any thoughts at this time. In the next second, the shadow of a warship appeared in the air on the battlefield. As the shadow became more and more obvious, a warship and many people could be seen falling from the sky. It's been said that you've done too much. It's all because of the guys blinking. Do you want to blame me, Chloe boy? This kind of thing doesn't matter, it will kill people if it falls. It's all ice underneath. Advertisement. I'm rubber, so I'll be fine. Do you want to be saved alone? Think of a way. I don't want to die like this. Who will tell me to stop? I shouldn't have listened to your advice, Straw Hat. Damn it. At this time, whether they were acquaintances or strangers, they all looked up at the sky with shock on their faces, and Garp even made an emoji out of shock. Ace, I'm here to save you. Shocked, Ace shouted, Luffy. As for why Luffy and the others fell from the sky, it was because their warships had all arrived at the gate, but they were pushed back a long way by Whitebeard's sea. Then they were rushed back by the tsunami and rushed all the way to the sky. Finally, the sea surface was suddenly frozen, so they stopped directly in midair. But their warship received Marine's next order and learned that Ace would be executed early, so Luffy, who was anxious, asked everyone to break the ice together. This turned out to be like this, but Luffy is worthy of being the son of destiny. The only area left by Joe's moving the ice happened to be where Luffy and his warship landed. Otherwise, they fell directly on the ice, and at most a few of these people and warships survived, but now, Luffy, Jinbei and others have joined the war as a new force. Watching this, Sengoku yelled at Garp, Garp, it's your B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Garp fell helpless and broke down, covering his head and shouting, Luffy. However, the appearance of Luffy also attracted the attention of many people on the battlefield. Hawkeye. Always on the cusp of missions, Straw Hat. But this time I didn't see his companions. Moria gritted her teeth excitedly. Grass, hat, little, child. The Empress said that it was great that Luffy was fine, and Kebi and Barumeber were also very excited to watch lying on their stomachs somewhere. Aokiji. Another group of incredible guys. Kizaru. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Marco. Isn't that the younger brother that Ace often mentions? Doflamingo. The old and new Shichibukai are all here, and he is the legendary super problematic newcomer Straw Hat Kid. It's a pity that I don't seem to see the leader of that new era with him. Smoker. Straw Hat and Locke, what a combination. Kai, does Jiao Dog. That guy, the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, must also be eradicated completely. At this time, there was another movement from the Gate of Justice. It turned out that the marine who came from Impel Down came to support him, and there were more than a dozen warships. I plan to send a wave of double bread with cheese to the Whitebeard pirates, but it's a pity that there is a traitor among them. When a large number of marines are densely packed, they are moving towards Whitebeard. Suddenly, a masked sailor rushed to the front of the team and slammed on the brakes, turned around and shouted, Okay. That's it, thank you for your company all the way, and then please rest here. Chapter 226. Luffy confronting Whitebeard. Who are you? What are you talking about, Major Chester? Isn't this guy the guy who was accidentally injured by Impel Down? What's going on? Is his brain broken too? Various voices kept yelling at Locke. Locke took off his mask calmly and smiled. Sorry, I don't have time to explain to you, lie down. Buzz, bum, bum. The release of Locke's conquerors instantly covered the entire Marineford, making everyone's attention look to him. This is the way the protagonist appears on the stage. For this reason, Locke deliberately releases conquerors to the greatest extent. The purpose is not to miss a person, but more people on the battlefield just feel it. Only a small part was too weak and fell down, mainly the group of sailors behind Locke who came to support. All of them rolled their eyes and fell down. Luffy. Ahahaha. Locke. Great. I knew you'd be fine. Jinbei. Mr. Locke is here. It really is such a powerful hockey. Whitebeard. Gu la la la. It's amazing. Such a hockey. That brat is the guy who was very active some time ago. Marco. Sewer Locke. This way of appearing on the stage is quite scary. I thought the red hair was also here. He looks like an incredible guy. Hawkeye. Are you here? I finally met Locke again. It looks like your strength should have improved a lot. I said that I will do my best this time. Advertisement. Sengoku. Did that man come too? He far surpassed the contemporary pirates and was called the leader of the new era. Is it true that Magellan was defeated? Garp. It's that kid, haven't seen him in such a short time, but he has grown to this extent. Aokiji. Locke, another scary guy is here. Kizaru. It's scary, this hockey, the future is another big threat. Akainu. All evil must be completely wiped out, whether it's the Straw Hat Boy or Shira Locke, these evil people must be completely wiped out. Brother Ming. Fufufufu, here it comes. The so-called leader of the new era has also come. That's right, this is the feeling, I am now in the center of the era. Fufufufu. Locke's way of appearing on the stage can be said to be very effective. The battlefield was quiet for a while, but Lao Shaw's eyes were always fixed on Whitebeard. It seemed that this guy was planning to do something. In the next second, Lao Shaw took the opportunity to attack Whitebeard who was flying a knife in the sand. Long time no see, Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked angry on the surface, spun Kong Yunchi and then put it down hard, but in fact he was happy inside, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Locke smiled Ajak, and said, the reason is very simple, this man is the goal I want to surpass. Lao Shaw gritted his teeth and looked at the two people in front of him and said, when we arrive here, our agreement will be considered complete, why do you want to protect Whitebeard? You're so arrogant, I won't spare you if you dare to hold back, snotty brat. Whitebeard turned and looked at Luffy first, and to be precise, it was the straw hat hanging around Luffy's neck. Boy, this straw hat is very similar to the one that the redhead wore before. Advertisement. Luffy still shouted unconvinced. I will do what I want, Ace will be saved by me. Wait for my ace, I will go there right away. Locke looked up and met Whitebeard's eyes, and smiled without the slightest fear, because I think I like the title of the strongest man in the world very much. Whitebeard. Gu la la la, how dare you say it, Straw Hat Kid, you are here to save Big Brother. Luffy. Sure enough, this uncle is Whitebeard, so don't shoot him. Ace likes this uncle very much. Whitebeard looked at Locke again and said with a smile, Gu la la la, are you stuck in the new era? That red-haired boy, you have a lot of ambition to surpass me. Just when he was about to make a move, two people appeared behind Whitebeard. Luffy, who was in second gear, kicked Lao Shaw's golden hook away, and Locke immediately punched Lao Shaw back. At this time, Locke couldn't help laughing, and Luffy perfectly demonstrated what it means to be a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Whitebeard's tone became serious and said, you know who the enemy is, someone like you will die. Whitebeard stood there calmly and said, what a guy with a short memory. Luffy's performance was true and everyone on the battlefield was stunned, with hands on hips and Whitebeard yelling head on, who would have the courage to do so? Chatting quietly for a while, Luffy clenched his fists and shouted to Whitebeard, stop talking. You don't need to decide this kind of thing, but I know it. You are quite the pirate king, right? I am the one who wants to be the pirate officer. Of course, Luffy replied decisively. Luffy turned around in surprise and asked, Uncle, do you know Shanks? Shanks entrusted me to keep this. Chapter 227. Officially participating in the war. At this time, Locke suddenly remembered something and said to Whitebeard, oh, by the way, Uncle Whitebeard, the news received on the warship said that Marine may execute Ace in advance. But most of them used codes, saying what to do to prepare. Luffy still looked domineering and said to Whitebeard, this is because we all have to deal with Ace, so Locke will tell you the news. Whitebeard still gave Luffy a face and said, really, this is really important information. I'm sorry. Luffy. It's okay, don't worry about it. The conversation stunned the crowd again, with Buggy yelling, why is that guy talking to Whitebeard on an equal footing? After Luffy finished speaking, he shouted, okay, Ace, I'm here to save you now. Then he rushed down directly. Locke shook his head helplessly when he saw this and said, what a worrying captain, I went to. Oh yes, Uncle Whitebeard, there is something I need to remind you. The captain on the warship I also got an extra message for you. One of your sons may have been bewitched by Marine, be careful of being attacked. After speaking, Locke immediately chased after Luffy and joined the battlefield. Whitebeard obviously frowned when he heard what Locke said. What he cared most about was his family. That is to say, these sons, if something like that really happened, Whitebeard would be the most angry. Now with Locke's reminder, Whitebeard should be more or less alert. At that time, there will be no surprise attack by that Skiot. On the battlefield, Luffy went on a rampage all the way, and Locke followed the ordinary Hylian on the road all the way to clean up. However, Marine will definitely not let Luffy approach the execution platform like this, so Kizaru came to check in again, and Lu Yi, who appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, gave a charged flash kick. Advertisement. Locke used micro step and came to Luffy in an instant, crossing his arms, armed color hardening. Boom. I have to say that Kizaru's attack power is still terrifying, but it must follow the conclusion that there is no damage to the smoke. After the smoke sold out, Locke stood in the original place with a cigarette on his back and nothing happened, said Kizaru. Kizaru, don't interfere with my captain. Kizaru said with a look on his face. It's scary, Locke, I feel much stronger than when I was in Sabayati Archipelago. Locke didn't hide it and said directly. Of course, Pluton's advice is still very effective. At this time, another laser beam attacked Locke. Locke dodged in time and looked up to see the source of the attack. It was an unconscious bear. When Locke was still worried, Ivan came to Locke's side and said, let me bear the bear to resist you and continue to protect Straw Hat Boy. Locke nodded and said to Ivan before leaving, be careful Ivan, the current bear gives me a strange feeling, as if it has no self-awareness. Ivan also looked at the bear with a sudden expression, and saw that there was a continuous attack of laser cannons at the mouth, and Ivan began to dodge crazily. There was another person blocking the way in front of Luffy, two old acquaintances, Iron Fist Hobody and Usopp's Hypnosis Master Zangao, both of whom are now Hina's subordinates. Advertisement. But these two guys are here to make a joke, mainly Hina. Hina directly reaches out to use the fruit ability. Don't try to escape, Kia Uga. But if Hina really fights now, she won't be Luffy's opponent, so there is no pressure. Luffy opened the Tulo super fast and directly avoided her attack and continued to move forward. 0. Seeking flowers. Afterwards, Locke was immediately stopped by Hina. Locke chuckled and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and said with a smile, oh, isn't this Miss Hina? Long time no see. Why have you got rid of the bad habit of smoking? That's really good. Hina gritted her teeth and said to Locke, you are still wearing Marine's clothes, don't think I don't know. Locke is the Chester you pretended to be, right, and you also took away Hina's cigarettes. Only then did Locke realize that he was still wearing a cloak of justice behind his back, and he quickly took it off and stuffed it into Hina's hand, saying, I can't bear this justice, and Miss Hina looks even better when she doesn't smoke. That's it. Goodbye, dear Miss Hina. Yuluo Locke continued to follow Luffy. Hina was furious and was planning to continue chasing, but when she lowered her head, she realized that she was tied up by Locke at some point. The ones Luffy met further forward were not ordinary sailors, they were all general-level guys, who could fight Luffy twice or could hurt him. At this time Moria is also ready to shoot, this time he intends to reduce Luffy's shadow to revive Ozzy, but Locke locks him as soon as the guy jumps off. Came behind Moria in an instant, and before he could react, he punched Moria's head into the ice. Locke punched almost with all his strength. Locke punched through the ice with such a thickness, and Moria was directly thrown into the sea, said Luo Shu, shaking the water droplets on his arm after finishing all this. Yukai is so talkative, come to Key when I see you. Chapter 228. The extremely active Locke. On Luffy's side, Kizaru didn't intend to continue to attack after that blow. More marine generals came out to surround Luffy. Luffy was fighting hard. Because the opponents are not simple and small characters, although Luffy can fight, he can more or less pass two moves, and all this is in the eyes of Ace, which makes him feel bad. It was Brokon after all, and the worst thing was Luffy getting hurt in front of him, so Ace started yelling at Luffy. Don't come to Luffy. You should understand that you and I are both pirates. You should be sailing on the sea as you please. I have my adventures, I have my companions, and you don't have 603 inches reason to take care of my business. A coward like you actually came to save me. Do you think I will allow it? There is nothing more disgraceful than this. Go back quickly. Luffy. Locke quietly looked at Ace shouting in pain and sighed helplessly. Why bother Ace? If Luffy turns around and leaves because of your words, then he is not Luffy. Without any accidents, Luffy continued to rush forward without stopping and shouted, I am your brother. Pirate rules or something, it's none of my business. Luffy opened the third block and killed the giant marine in front of him with one punch, and continued to move forward. Locke was entangled by some old acquaintances, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Mole, Ghost Spider, and Doberman, except for Mole who has never confronted Locke. The other two are all defeated before, but it took a lot of effort to beat them before. Now, one move is enough. Locke looked at the three people in front of him and said with a smile, it's a little unqualified for you to stop me, so hurry up and end it. Shura. Locke started the first stage of Shura, and after becoming Shura, Locke clenched his right fist tightly, and the substantial murderous aura condensed in his hand. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. With one punch, the huge blood-colored fist marks knocked down all three naval headquarters vice admirals in an instant, mainly because the nearly substantive murderous aura directly invaded their heads. Advertisement. As a result, they passed out instantly and had no power to resist, and then received another terrifying punch. After finishing the three in an instant, Locke looked at the scorching battlefield everywhere and didn't know where to join. Ace on the execution platform looked at the people who sacrificed to save him on the battlefield. His intestines were about to turn green, but Ace was still very rational and quickly recognized the reality. No matter what kind of future I can accept, I will grasp the helping hand extended to me. I can accept the blade that sanctioned me. I will not panic anymore, because everyone is very happy feel sorry. Asura's anger. Tianba blasts across the sky. Locke, who activated Shura's rage, ignored any attacks in front of him, and dragged his right fist full of terrifying energy to rush forward. His locked target was the giant at the back of Marine. This guy was so big that he was easy to target. In this way, all kinds of people turned their backs on the way Locke rushed past, and no one could stop him. He rushed back to the giant sea soldier, and Locke directly took this guy into the air. Then he punched hard towards the center of the battlefield, and the giant Marine was shot down to the battlefield by Locke like a shooting star. Boom. Murloc Karate 5000 watts Junction 2.0. Dealing with Smoker can be said to be easy, and he also gave Luffy Ace the key to the handcuffs, which made Luffy excited and gave her a bear hug, which almost made the Empress choke with joy. Whitebeard also saw something, and directly used the phone bug to order the big pirate fleet outside the bay to attack from the warships that appeared around. The three worked together to overturn almost all the Marines in front of them, clearing a path, and the three continued to move forward. On the way, Smoker suddenly came out and caught Luffy by surprise. Here on the main battlefield. Advertisement. However, instead of continuing to attack, Marine began to retreat. It seemed that Marine had lost its position, but Sengoku was actually planning to start. Exclamation mark. The ice in the center was directly shattered, and the surrounding Marines were also thrown into the air. Locke's active performance on the battlefield has already boosted Whitebeard's morale. Locke can be said to be too busy to break the glue. Due to the lack of a lot of range moves, Locke can only use Shira blood-killing fist to clear the battlefield and rescue those surrounded guys. Jinbei and Ivan on Luffy's side have also caught up with the confluence again. However, these moves need to start the Asura form, which consumes too much energy. Locke is already a little out of breath now. I haven't started to confront those powerful guys yet. Protect Ace's younger brother. Don't let these Marines be too arrogant. Asura blood-killing fist. Rubber rubber. Bazooka. Boom. However, Hancock appeared before the two of them started fighting Husband and Mad Demon. Hancock's strength is still very strong. After all, almost all 9 snakes know hockey. Damn. There are too many, and there is no way to move forward. Death Wink. Chapter 229. See Hawkeye again, the constant outbreak of fighting. Sorry Redhead, I will never show mercy, so fate, let's see if the luck of the son of Tianzhou in this era is exhausted. Locke dared to know the danger from a long distance, and rushed towards Luffy non-stop, because Hawkeye made a move, picked up his black knife and raised the knife in the direction of Luffy with a terrifying sword aura. Hawkeye's attacks seem to be level A, but Locke seriously suspects that he doesn't want to call out his name, otherwise it's hard to imagine that this kind of power is just a normal attack. The terrifying sword energy rushed towards Luffy, who was overturned and hit the wall directly. When Hawkeye was about to attack, Jinbei blocked it. After a brief fight between the two, Jinbei was defeated. After all, it wasn't in the sea. Jinbei's strength dropped drastically on land, and after Jinbei was hit, Hawkeye jumped into the air. Aiming at 09, Luffy, who was mounted on the wall, stabbed down with a black knife. Armed color hardening. Clang. The crisp voice of a lifetime Locke's arms attached to Hawkeye resisted Hawkeye's attack. Luffy also quickly got out of the wall. Hawkeye looked at Locke and said, "Meet you again. It seems that you have become a lot stronger. Let me see your path to the strongest." Yuluo Hawkeye rushed over with a knife in hand. Locke was also full of fighting spirit and shouted, "You will see Hawkeye, Shira." Clang. The fist collided with the blade, and the powerful impact knocked all the people around to the ground. Hawkeye smiled slightly and said, "In such a short period of time, I can cultivate Haki to this level, and it is already comparable to my black sword." Contested, is this your strongest path? This is far from enough. Look at the move. Asura breaking killing fist. The blood-colored giant fist appeared with Locke's right fist swing. The terrifying murderous aura made Hawkeye couldn't help but clench the handle of the knife, and the next second Hawkeye jumped up again. Advertisement. The black knife danced wildly in the air, and the bloody fist was cut into pieces in an instant. Locke took the opportunity to jump in front of Hawkeye and punched him. Hawkeye blocked with a horizontal knife. Clang. After a sound of collision, Hawkeye was punched back by Locke for a long distance. After stabilizing his body, Hawkeye suddenly disappeared, and Locke just landed in front of Hawkeye in an instant. With a crosscut, Locke narrowly escaped, but the power of this strike continued. Click, click, boom. The huge glacier tsunami frozen by Aokiji was directly divided into two by the knife of Hawkeye. The friends on the battlefield were all stunned. This is the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. The huge glacier that was cut off fell down and began to fall on the battlefield like a meteor, and both pirates and marines ships were all affected. Locke couldn't help swallowing when he saw such power, but it didn't mean he was afraid. Locke directly rushed towards Hawkeye with a confident look on his face. Hawkeye frowned. Obviously he didn't think Locke was really a mindless person, but seeing Locke getting closer and closer to Hawkeye, he still swung his knife. "Aren't you too arrogant? Locke, can you take this slash?" Locke's skin felt the pain the moment Hawkeye swung the knife, and it was impossible to take it, but Locke certainly had a purpose in doing so. Clang. Locke smiled and rubbed his nose. He was quite embarrassed to be praised like this for the first time. At this time, the war was still going on, and all kinds of news that shocked the whole world also came out one after another. The surrounding area except for Locke was destroyed by the terrifying sword energy, and Hawkeye covered his chest and came to the distance to look at Locke with a smile on his face. Advertisement. In Impel Down, a large prison with impregnable walls, an unbelievable escape of more than 200 people took place, and Magellan, the warden, was defeated by Locke. Ace and Luffy's life experience is made known to the world. Whitebeard Pirates 5th Team Captain, Foil Vesta. 397 inches first meeting, Mahawk, do you know me? The two began to confront each other, and Vista is also one of the best swordsmen in this era, so he didn't look very embarrassed when facing Hawkeye. Locke said when he saw this scene. Boom. Clang. 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 It's strange if you don't know. Just about to continue to work, at this time the people here came to help Locke, accompanied by a burst of petals, an uncle with 2 long beards and 2 knives appeared on the stage. When Hawkeye's attack was about to fall on him, Locke suddenly shouted with one hand in a seal, chaotic golden watch. Hawkeye also praised. It's amazing, such a surprise attack. After hearing Locke's words, Beasta replied, oh, hurry up, you can compete with Hawkeye like this, you really deserve to be the leader of the new era, I am very optimistic about you. Thank you for the compliment, I think so too, so do you want to continue playing? Locke replied immediately. It's better to let the swordsman deal with it. Thank you, uncle, I'll go there first. The swords of the two men collided. In an instant, Hawkeye's eyes turned into surprise, and in the next second. Chapter 230, Buggy, the man who lived on top. All kinds of earth-shattering news and the doomsday scene on the screen made people like Sabayati Archipelago start to wonder if these guys are human. As I said before, the outcome of this war will determine the fate of the whole world in the future. Sengoku's side is ready to move. It seems that they plan to attack Ace in advance. Sengoku issued an order to cut off all video phone bugs, no matter what means they use, they must complete the execution. However, if ordinary people know about such a scene, they will definitely start to question Marine, so his plan is to keep the whole world from knowing what will happen next. In a few hours, all we need to tell the world is, we've won. Those few words will suffice. A large number of pirate ships outside the bay were sunk in an instant, and Marine sent a large number of government weapons and PX pacifists, and the battle situation was reversed in just a moment. The atmosphere also became tense, and a large number of pacifists began to attack, and the pirates outside the bay suffered heavy losses in an instant, in order to completely eliminate them. Even regardless of the situation in the marine outside the bay, all of them were wiped out, lasers were flying all over the sky, although Locke was quite worried about the battle situation there. But on the main battlefield, he didn't have time to rush over to help. Whitebeard hasn't made a move yet, and Locke also feels that if Whitebeard makes a move, the main force on Marine's side will also fight. At that time, it will not be the small fights of these ordinary soldiers. Such a battle will be terrifying, like destroying the world. He also talked about the beginning and the end, and what made Locke feel the most outrageous were the captains under Whitebeard's command. They almost believed it and began to question Whitebeard. At this time, all other images on the screen in front of the Sabayati Archipelago watching crowd are interrupted, but there is one that says, please wait a moment. The little brother next to Buggy said, ahem, I kept everyone waiting, this is Marineford, and at a glance, there are all the corpses of pirates and soldiers. Huh, the man standing there, could it be that? Although I've been hiding my true identity, but I'm actually on the ship of One Piece Gordy. Luogia, one of the legendary crew members, the big pirate clown Buggy. Because of Locke's reminder before, Whitebeard has been keeping an eye on it, but Whitebeard didn't hurt Scayot, just shattered his strength. Advertisement. On the main battlefield, following Sengoku's order, a large number of Marines began to withdraw to the square, and there was only one person left on the ice in the bay. Luffy, who had been running for a long time, was gently kicked back by Kizaru, who suddenly appeared. The strongest man in the world, this kind of person will join forces with Marine. How many straws have been stuffed in his head to believe such words? To be honest, Chopper would not believe these words. This video phone bug is in the hands of Buggy, and Buggy has finished makeup, lighting and ready to start live broadcast, after the screen appears. Sengoku on the execution platform has already stamped his feet anxiously at this time, because the video phone bug has not been completely interrupted until now. Why is that? Jinbei appeared again to catch Luffy, but then many captains appeared on Luffy's side, and a group of people continued to move forward aggressively. Kizaru still looked like he didn't want to be beaten and said, it's scary. This kind of fool can tell that it is a lie. Locke really doubts their IQ. Who is Whitebeard? Luogia was a big pirate who stood side by side with him in that era. Sengoku's side has already exploded, but they have no choice but to attack Buggy's side quickly, trying to destroy the video phone bug. Locke became more and more angry, and simply ignored these things. Anyway, Whitebeard was not hurt. After that, Whitebeard used 10 old father's hugs and some tender words. At this time, a small situation also appeared on Whitebeard's side. Scayot, who was bewitched by Akainu, planned to sneak attack Whitebeard, but failed. Locke looked at the people around Buggy and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, have you started yet, the earliest outdoor anchor? At this time, I have to mention a key person, the man who dared to broadcast live in Summit War, Lucky Buggy. When he came to the bow and inserted Kong Yunchi on the boat, he clenched his fists and smashed towards the sides. The air began to shatter, and this moment meant that the real battle was about to begin. But Marco couldn't take it anymore, and flew directly to push Scayot on the boat to ask the reason, and then this guy started to say all the things that Akainu lied to him. It directly made Scayot regret why he should have knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Although the matter was resolved, Whitebeard was really angry. Chapter 231. The Power of Destruction. Whitebeard. As Whitebeard waved his fists, the icebergs on both sides began to collapse. Although the pirate ship was destroyed a lot, the warship was still usable. Whitebeard's move was to create a retreat for the pirates under his command. After all this, Whitebeard yelled, you as pirates decide what you believe. Whitebeard's inner monologue at this time. You actually said that I am a cowardly man, please forgive me, crocodile brat, I am just an ordinary person with only one heart, no matter whether I am called a devil or a monster, I cannot always be the strongest, as long as I maintain a young life into the future, my mission will almost be completed. Then Whitebeard yelled again, whoever wants to go with me, give up your life and follow me. Go. Oh, with Whitebeard's roar, the battlefield officially entered a climax. Locke watched 077 enter the field, and couldn't help admiring. You really deserve to be the strongest man in the world, this momentum is comparable to conquerors. As soon as Whitebeard stretched out his hand, a large number of pirates behind him began to rush forward, and Marine also started shooting and shelling. Whitebeard smashed the air with a punch, and all the shells in the air were bounced back. Every shot hit the fired cannon accurately, and Skyot on the warship was still talking about it. According to what Akainu said, it should be over by now. The second idiot hasn't recognized the reality until now, and after realizing it, he started to cry, but the little Ma couldn't stand it and stepped forward and said, Skyot, can you take revenge just by crying? Marine is fighting and withdrawing, and people have all moved to the square without knowing it. Another plan of Sengoku is to raise a AJEG surrounding wall. But now the wall is too thick because of Aokiji's ice, so it's been too long to go up, so I said that this guy is actor number 1, and no one has been there since the opening. Advertisement. But now that Locke and others are about to enter the square, it is too late for the surrounding wall, and another big guy appears on the stage at this time. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, John Jant, is a giant. This guy put his head down and slashed at Whitebeard as soon as he entered the arena. This can be regarded as the bravery of a man. Whitebeard blocked the guy's big knife with one hand holding Kong Yunchi, knocked him back with force, and then grabbed the air with both hands. As Whitebeard grabbed the air with both hands and fell, the giant Vice Admiral in front of him spiraled up into the sky, and both the island and the sea began to tilt. For a while, the battlefield became chaotic, and everyone fell to the ground because of the sloping ground, unable to maintain their balance. The houses began to collapse and the sea directly set off a terrifying tsunami. After a period of upheaval, it finally returned to calm, but when Marine looked around, there were ruins everywhere, as if he had experienced some kind of disaster. This is the strength of the strongest man in the world. My Locke felt like it was on fire, and then Whitebeard jumped up and punched the air.
Click. 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 The air shattered in a large area, and a terrifying concussion rushed all the way towards the execution platform, destroying everything it went, but it suddenly dissipated when it was about to reach the execution platform. After the smoke dissipated, Marine and Admiral could be seen standing together and stretching out their hands, using Haki to block Whitebeard's attack just now.
Aokiji. It's all because the surrounding walls were not activated in time.
Akainu. It's not because of your icebreaker, advertisement.
Kizaru. Oh, just go and melt it, Sakazuki. Marine took advantage of this time to finally open the surrounding wall, and a thick surrounding wall instantly rose around the entire bay. Locke looked at the wall in front of him.
Armed color hardening. Haha, clang, cough. Is it actually harder than steel? But there is still a road here that hasn't been sealed.
Sengoku yelled at the soldiers. Hey, what's going on? Make it fully rise. Then, that's because the surrounding wall can't support Ozzy's huge body. It is estimated that this guy's blood has seeped into the inside of the machine, causing the power to drop. We're trying to figure it out, maybe. Marine, who hadn't finished speaking, was punched and flew out. Locke flexed his wrist and said with a smile, it's impossible, idiot, this road is our only chance of winning. Sengoku gritted his teeth looking at the scene in front of him and said, damn Majin, there is nothing you can do, Akainu, let's start. After receiving the order, Akainu stepped forward slowly, and his fists produced a large number of huge lava fists in the form of lava and launched them into the air.
Meteor Volcano. Chapter 232. Awaken. Shira. A large number of magma punches flew into the air like fireworks, and after they all disappeared in the air, the next second, magma punches began to fall from the sky like a meteor shower.
Looking up at this scene, Locke couldn't help but sigh. This magma rain has to be said to be quite spectacular.
Sengoku also shouted, you have no escape, melt the ice and let them fall to the bottom of the sea.
A huge magma fist began to fall, and the entire bay seemed to become a bombing zone for a while. Not only that, but the melted sea water also directly turned into boiling water. Ordinary people couldn't stay there at all. As soon as they climbed onto the ice, the shells surrounding the wall began to bombard them crazily. Besides these, the only opening occupied a row of pacifists. Now the situation can become very serious. Whitebeard smashed the air with a punch, and rushed towards the surrounding wall with a terrifying shock. As a result, the toughness of the surrounding wall was indeed somewhat beyond imagination. The wall was deformed by the bombardment, but it was still not destroyed. Whitebeard also frowned, and then the moment when Meteor Volcano sank the Moby DK. Whitebeard looked at the burnt pirate flag and said, I'm sorry. At this moment, Sengoku issued the order to execute Ace. Their only way is the way that Oz opened, but everyone knows that there must be Marine ambush. In this state, they are in a dilemma. Luffy's protagonist Halo has been successfully renewed, and the whole person becomes extremely excited again, rushing towards that road. Encouraged by Luffy, the Whitebeard pirates began to rush along, but all the cannons on the surrounding wall on the Marine side had already aimed at this position. Sengoku. Fire. Advertisement. Asura's bloody wrath. Boom. 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 A cloud of blood mist exploded before these muzzles fired, accurately destroying all the muzzles on the surrounding wall, and Marine was shocked. Sengoku looked at Locke, who was incarnate as Shura at the front of the crowd, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it. This Locke has caused us too much trouble and must be eradicated as soon as possible." The threat disappeared, and everyone continued to rush forward towards the square. The meteor volcano on Akainu's side was still being released, and the threat in the air was even greater, but Whitebeard and others. No matter how tragically the people in front died in front of them, they didn't have any thought of retreating, and rushed forward one after another desperately. After being sleepy, something even more outrageous happened again. Little Ozzy, who had been down for so long, actually stood up again, which shocked Locke. On Luffy's side, Locke really didn't care much. He was either there for everyone or saving people, and for Luffy's side, Locke wasn't worried because Jinbei was there. As expected, Jinbei has rescued Luffy many times by surprise. Just now, Locke saw Luffy being blown into the sea, and Jinbei jumped down immediately. So don't worry, Locke is going to do something big next time. Little Ozzy is on his feet again, and it doesn't take a second to know what's going to happen. But Locke feels that he can save it. Although Locke doesn't have any communication with Little Ozzy in this world, this is also one of his favorite characters. The simple idea of desperately trying to save Ace didn't seem to move that tough guy, so Locke didn't intend to let Ozzy die again. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Sengoku. Ready to shell. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward Full Awakening of Shura Fruit has been issued. The next sign in location. Unknown. Sengoku. Shoot. Awaken. Asura. With Locke's roar, the entire Marineford felt an extremely terrifying murderous aura, and the Marine soldiers of the Emperor were frightened to death on the spot. The monstrous murderous aura converged on Locke's body into a blood-colored beam that shot straight into the sky, and the bosses were also stunned, as if the sky had turned blood red at this moment. Whitebeard, Sengoku and others couldn't help sweating. Hawkeye, Jinbei and others couldn't help trembling all over. Lao Sha, Smoker and others fell to the ground panting and couldn't get up. At this moment, the world trembled, and Locke's body began to change continuously, and waves of heartbeat-like rhythm spread to everyone's ears. Quote exclamation mark quote. A red light flashed, and Locke appeared on the battlefield in the form of a blood Shura as huge as Oz. The terrifying murderous aura began to absorb towards Locke, and the battlefield soon returned to its original state. Everyone still had lingering fears about what happened just now, and Whitebeard couldn't help swallowing and said, "What a terrifying murderous aura, this power is too foul, that kid." Sengoku and Garp also swallowed their saliva and looked at the huge monster like Oz that appeared in front of them in disbelief. At this moment, everyone who survived on the battlefield was frightened to death. Chapter 233. On top of the God of War Locke. Everyone, don't stop, the climax of the battle has just begun. The huge Shura's voice resounded through the sky deafeningly. But everyone could recognize that the voice was Locke, and they didn't dare to confirm what the monster as huge as Oz appeared in front of them. There is no reason to back down now. The huge Shura that Locke transformed into is definitely stronger than Little Ozzy, not to mention anything else, just this size. The pirates felt that the balance of victory was tilting towards them, and Whitebeard also raised his hand and shouted from the cloud, "What are you doing? 470, in a daze. Follow that kid."
Locke was a little helpless. He had become like this. Whitebeard still called him a boy. The old man still had absolute confidence in his own strength. Locke turned to look at Ozzy. Ozzy looked at Locke in a daze. He didn't understand what happened just now. Locke said to Ozzy, "Leave the battlefield now, Ace. I will rescue you. If you die, you will never see Ace again." After hearing what Locke said, Little Ozzy turned his head to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard smiled and nodded to him. Little Ozzy understood and said to Locke, "Although I don't know who you are, thank you very much. I must rescue Ace. I have caused trouble for everyone." After speaking, Little Ozzy took one last look at Ace, who was smiling at him on the execution platform, dragged his wounds and ran out of the bay, attacking the surrounding wall of Marine frantically. It seems that Ozzy still wants to help everyone. He wants to help everyone open the way, but now there is no danger outside the bay, so Locke doesn't have to worry. Advertisement. Feeling the painless injuries on his body, Locke looked down at the densely packed Marine and said, "If you kill too many people, you will be punished, but I am Shura." Yuluo Locke slapped a large area of Marine directly like slapping an ant. Naturally, Sengoku would not allow Locke to continue to be presumptuous and appear directly in the form of a golden Buddha. However, the golden Buddha of Sengoku's incarnation is only the size of a giant. Compared with Locke's size, there is still a big gap, but the power is really terrifying. Sengoku jumped up and hit Locke's body with a palm. Even a figure like Locke was knocked back 2 steps. After he stabilized, Locke also punched Sengoku in the air. Boom! Locke's huge fist and the shockwave from Sengoku's palm began to confront each other. During the stalemate, the shock was set off and the execution platform was close to collapsing. Locke added another force when he saw this. Asura's shattering fist. A bloody fist that was comparable to the sky appeared. Whether it was Marine or a pirate, they all remembered the fear of being dominated by a huge fist that day, and Locke's huge bloody fist appeared. The sky was completely covered, and the scene got out of control for a while. Some people on the Marine side were scared and fled everywhere. Sengoku also yelled at the execution platform, "Garp! Shoot together!" Garp got up and unbuttoned his sleeves and shouted, "It's too exaggerated. It reminds me of when the Golden Lion used the island to attack the Marine base." Advertisement. Sengoku. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Garp jumped to Sengoku's side, the palm of the Golden Buddha and Garp's seemingly unpretentious punch were superimposed with two terrifying forces. Today's explosion sounded again, Locke's fist was broken, and the sky saw light again. Some people sitting on the ground with oily eyes on Marine's side also breathed a sigh of relief. But Locke's goal has been achieved, because the execution platform collapsed, and Luffy just came here quietly, and it was too late when Sengoku noticed it. Seeing this, the three admirals shot at the same time, Whitebeard shot to block, and a circular barrier appeared on Kong Yunki, slashing through it, destroying the world. The impenetrable surrounding wall was directly shattered, and Marine's side was turned upside down. Luffy finally came to Ace's side. At this time, Luffy took out the key given by Hancock before, and opened Ace's handcuffs smoothly. The next thing will start to be interesting. Ace has been successfully rescued, Whitebeard was not injured due to the sneak attack, and Locke is now in the strongest state of 0.4. Marine 3, Admiral, only consume a little bit, but Sengoku consumes the most. It seems that he has recovered his human form, and after all, he is no match for the ravages of time. Locke opened his hands, and blood energy began to appear everywhere on the battlefield. These blood energy was absorbed into the body by Locke through his hands. At this time, Locke's whole body had begun to glow blood red. Marine, Ace has been rescued. You lost this battle. I will give you a big gift in the end. Come and try if you can block it. Sky, Chapter 234, Chaos continues, Blackbeard enters. Locke's huge body turned into a gorefiend running amok, his terrifying blood energy covered the sky, and he rushed towards the position of the three admirals in the next second. This scene really stunned everyone again. Sengoku and Garp did not dare to neglect, they immediately came to the three admirals and resisted with their strongest posture. The three admirals also displayed their own moves to resist. 8-foot Chong Guyu, Dark Hound, Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. The Golden Buddha, the Pitch Black Fist, the Flaming Magma, the Golden Flash, the Blue Icebird. All kinds of powerful attacks are released together. A stalemate started against Locke's huge gorefiend. Except for some vice admirals on Marine's side, the rest of them were already crying in fright, or were too frightened to move. Not only Marine, but also the large pirate fleet under Whitebeard's command. Some pirates were affected by Locke's murderous aura, crying and crawling back on the ice. When the two sides were holding each other, Luo 09G's huge blood demon suddenly smiled. This scene was just noticed by Sengoku, and Sengoku shouted immediately. Withdraw the attack. Protect the sailors, it's unstoppable. The rest of the people except Akainu immediately reacted and withdrew their attacks and stretched out their hands in front of the sea soldiers. Akainu still seemed very unconvinced. Advertisement. But now he's alone, and what Locke did just now was to push harder. Bloody air, release. The previously accumulated blood energy was released at this moment, and the power of the terrifying blood demon doubled in an instant, and Akainu happened to be at the very center. Being hit head-on would definitely kill him, but at the critical moment Sengoku was still thinking about this guy, and finally shared some damage for Akainu, pressing him out. With the terrifying gorefiend explosion, the entire Marineford was blown into ruins. To be precise, it was blown into ruins, because there were not many wreckage left. On the Marine side, under the protection of Garp and Admiral and some Vice Admirals, the damage was actually not that great, but the people who protected them were all injured because they resisted Locke's attack. Even Garp had blood protruding from the corner of his mouth, and Sengoku was seriously injured for rescuing Akainu, lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. And the culprit who caused all this was already exhausted at this time. Locke fell from the sky and was caught by Whitebeard and handed over to Marco. Marco, don't let him die, this kid will be the next king of this sea in the future. Marco nodded and took Locke to the rear to recover. The battle was not over yet, Locke's performance was over, and Whitebeard was still intact. On Marine's side, there are not many who can fight. It seems that the battle is settled, but in fact, there is another force that is just about to appear. Whitebeard pointed at Marine with Kong Yunki in one hand and shouted, Gu la la la, Sengoku, Garp, are you still going to continue? The outcome is already clear. Garp got up and tore off his torn clothes and shouted, Old Justice won't back down from this disadvantage. Advertisement Sengoku didn't answer but gritted his teeth to observe the current situation. From the current point of view, Marine really had no chance of winning, and all three admirals were injured. The most desperate Akainu was almost killed, he himself was seriously injured, Garp was also injured, and Whitebeard is still fine, unless Whitebeard is also seriously injured now. Just as Sengoku thought of this, another force appeared. Thief ha 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 ha. It's really lively. Whitebeard's eyes changed and he said, Teach. Only you are not qualified to be my son. Blackbeard appeared on the battlefield with his own men and the men newly recruited from Impel down. Don't say that, Dad, don't you see that Captain Ace has been rescued? At this time Ace and Luffy were staying together. Ace almost wanted 557 to rush forward when he saw Blackbeard, but luckily Luffy and some captains stopped him. With Blackbeard joining the fray, things are about to get messy again, as Locke has regained his sense of self under the double treatment of Marco and Ivan. He is recovering crazily with the breathing technique, because he feels that there will definitely be places where he needs to fight later. Although Ace has been rescued, Locke's original idea was to rescue Whitebeard as well. Now it seems that the hope is very slim. First of all, Locke must ensure Ace's life. If there are some force majeure factors, Locke must come forward to stop it. Otherwise, if he wanted to save people or die in the end, it would be useless no matter how fiercely he behaved in this battle, because nothing had changed at all. When Locke recovered, Blackbeard had teamed up with Marine to fight against Whitebeard and some captains. The battle between the two sides broke out very fiercely, although it was not as exaggerated as Locke just now. But the intensity is no less. Chapter 235. Whitebeard's Last Order. Little ones. Make up your mind. Father, I can't forgive my behavior, come on.
Boom. With a dull sound, Whitebeard single-handedly picked up the boat that Skiot was driving forward with its wheels. The people on board were stunned and didn't know what happened. At this moment, Whitebeard was panting, holding the boat with one hand and shouting, Skiot. Don't you know how unfilial it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person?
Uluo Whitebeard thrust Kong Yunki hard into the ground and shouted, Don't think too much, my silly son. Everyone will die when they die. Since our goal has been achieved, there is no business for us here anymore.
Daddy. At this time, all members of the Whitebeard pirates had a very bad feeling, and Locke slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned to Marine and Blackbeard, giving final orders to the Whitebeard pirates. Listen to me, Whitebeard pirates, now give the final captain's order. The last. Wait a minute, Dad. Don't say such unlucky things. We don't want to hear anything. We agreed to go back to New World together. Locke looked at Whitebeard at this time. The injuries on his body were already very serious, most of them were fatal. Akainu, who was seriously injured by Locke, did not shoot Whitebeard. Advertisement. But Blackbeard used Dark Fruit's ability to hurt Whitebeard's heart, and there were also injuries left by Aokiji and Kizaru on his body, which is enough to show the brutality of the battle just now. On Marine's side, Blackbeard was also gasping for breath, with blood all over his body, but he still had a sinister smile on his face, making people want to beat him up just looking at him. Whitebeard continued. You and I will part here, everyone must live on, and return to the New World safely. Father, are you going to die here? Whitebeard's right arm muscle burst into strength and shouted. I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no boat that can carry me in the new era.
Click. A large piece of air was shattered with a punch, and Blackbeard's Marine in front of him was knocked down again. Whitebeard continued to shout. Let's go, little ones.
At this time, Marco, who was in the most pain, seemed the calmest, because he knew that what he needed to do at this time was to obey the captain's orders, although the captains couldn't help crying. But the crew members who were still kneeling in pain beside them started to leave one after another. Locke also got up and turned to walk step by step. Locke suddenly wanted to turn around and take a last look at this admirable strongest man in the world. Just when he was about to turn his head, Locke suddenly heard a voice. It was Whitebeard's voice. At this moment Locke could only feel Whitebeard, and the two had their backs to each other separated by a distance. But Locke could still hear Whitebeard's voice clearly. Don't look back. Times are changing. That sea is the source of everything. It's been a long journey. Locke's heart was also deeply touched, and he was unwilling to leave like this. After all, Locke still planned to try to break through these so-called force majeure. Advertisement. At this time, there is another person who is also unwilling to leave, and that is Ace. Although he knows that Whitebeard has made up his mind, Ace intends to say his final farewell. The flames were released to disperse the Marine who was about to attack Whitebeard. A wall of flames surrounded the two of them. Ace knelt on the ground and bowed his head towards Whitebeard. Needless to say, Ace, let me ask you a question. I am qualified to be your father. Of course, Ace cried and gritted his teeth. The farewell was over. Ace followed Luffy and Jinbei and began to flee with the crowd, but at this time the most dangerous force majeure factor was about to appear. Locke noticed that a person was about to attack. Akainu, who was seriously injured by Locke before, had not shot in the battle with Whitebeard, and now appeared on the battlefield quietly. Backquote, as soon as Fire Fist Ace was rescued, he immediately retreated. The Whitebeard pirates really gathered a group of cowards. What? Stupid. Don't fall for his obvious aggressive tactics, just leave now, otherwise everything the old man has done will be in vain. Akainu lifted his hat and continued. But the captain is that kind of virtuous, and there is no way to do it. Master who said that Zhao's bottom is just a loser of an era. As soon as this sentence came out, Locke saw Ace stop in his tracks, and Locke said helplessly, Are you coming? You should have regained some strength by now, so don't be careless. Ace with his hands burning with flames turned to look at Akainu and said, Take back what you just said. Akainu still said with a look of embarrassment. I refuse, your father, Gordy Luogia, conquered the Great Sea Route, and also used his life to open the door of a new era called the Great Pirate. It's really inappropriate for me to say these things, but he really deserves the title of Pirate King, compared to him. Whitebeard is nothing. Chapter 236. Marine Surprise Attack, Locke's Death. Akainu let Locke see why this guy is called the Red Dog, and that Locke is more powerful than Usopp, let alone Ace. Locke couldn't help but wanted to rush up to give him 2 punches, and finally Ace, who was enraged, rushed up to confront Akainu, after the Fire Fist and the Magma Fist collided. Ace's flame was instantly swallowed by the magma, and he flew out with a scream of pain. Luffy was about to go to Ace's side when he saw this scene, and suddenly his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. He has also reached the limit again, and when he fell to the ground, Ace's restored life card also fell, and Luffy anxiously reached out to pick it up. One Piece Gordy. Luogia, Revolutionary Dragon, the sons of these two people are actually sworn brothers. It's really surprising. Your blood is already unforgivable. Anyone can escape, but your brothers must not. Take a good look. Yuluo Akainu's eyes looked at Lu 930 Fei who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment Locke suddenly burst into a rage. The incarnation of Shiro rushed up instantly. Ace in front of Luffy had already opened his double knuckles.
But then nothing happened as expected. Ace's bloody fist marks behind him stopped everything. Ace looked at Locke in surprise and said,
VR. Feeling Akainu's strength, Locke gritted his teeth and shouted, leave quickly. Don't look back, Ace. If you really want to die so much, then die after you go back. This is my captain's order.
Luffy also looked at Locke blankly at this time, because he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if Locke hadn't appeared just now, and Jinbei was still strong at this time.
Quickly stepped forward, carried the two brothers one by one, and ran away. In the next second, Locke couldn't hold on anymore. The bloody fist was broken, and Luo Shu struggled to dodge Akainu's follow-up attack, panting and looking at him. Advertisement. Akainu saw Luffy and Ace who had fled and gritted their teeth and didn't mean to catch up.
Instead, he smiled and said to Locke, the new era opened up by One Piece has been more than 20 years now, and there have been various difficult pirates, but they're called for the leader of the new era is only you, Wolf D.
Locke, if you don't die, it won't be long before the world has another Whitebeard. Locke didn't answer Akainu's words, because his attention was not on Akainu at this time. He was still paying attention to the battlefield on Whitebeard's side, but he didn't know that the more dangerous person at this time was actually himself. Locke sensed the danger and dodged immediately. The next second, a laser beam landed on Locke's previous position. Locke gasped and looked at Kizaru who appeared in the air, and began to realize his situation. Suddenly there was another sense of danger. The ground under Locke's feet began to be frozen. Locke knew that Aokiji had shot, and Akainu, who was about to jump to avoid in front of him, suddenly shot. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Akainu's lava-formed arm turned into the shape of a dog's head, stretched its lava-formed limbs and rushed towards Locke, and the dog's head made of lava opened its mouth wide. AJDE, Locke didn't react in time and unpreparedly attached his right fist to Akainu's attack. The miracle didn't happen. What? Although Locke screamed, his right arm was directly bitten off by Akainu's attack, and the burning sensation of magma spread continuously on the severed arm, which almost made Locke faint on the spot. Pained and covered with cold sweat, Luffy heard Locke's screams and struggled to break free from Jinbei's hands. Looking back and seeing this scene, Luffy went straight to rescue Locke. Just 2 steps away, Jinbei stopped him again and persuaded him, Mr. Luffy. Don't let what Mr. Locke has done be in vain. If you can't help him in the past now, you may harm him. Advertisement. Locke endured the pain and planned to let himself get away first, but just as Locke was about to leave, he found that his feet could not move. It turned out that at the moment he was attacked by Akainu, Aokiji's ice also hit him at the same time. Locke felt the danger again, and planned to open the Shira fruit with all his strength again, but the next second Aokiji's icy voice came. Ice Age. Aokiji released the cold air all over his body, which was enough to instantly freeze the island and the sea, completely freezing Locke, and then the laser of Aokiji hit accurately. The continuous release pierced Locke's heart. Locke didn't even have time to scream, and was attacked by 3 admirals. At this moment Luffy went crazy. Jinbei was also stunned, and even let go of the hand that stopped Luffy. Everyone on the pirate side was stunned, because no one thought of it. Marine would actually make such a move. Locke should not have been their main target from the beginning to the end, so no one would have expected that they would be attacked by the 3 admirals all of a sudden. Whitebeard looked at Locke who was lying in a pool of blood with a gloomy expression. Luffy rushed to Locke crying like crazy and wanted to drive away the 3 admirals. Ace hurried forward to stop them, thinking that the 2 brothers would follow in Locke's footsteps, when Whitebeard stood up and blocked the 2 punches that smashed the air. Click. Chapter 237. The Fall of the Strongest, the End of the Old Era. Whitebeard's blow directly caused the ground to collapse. Marineford was divided into 2 halves, and then Whitebeard directly pushed the other half of the island into the sea with another palm. On this half of the island, only he was dying and Locke was dead. Luffy fell into the sea due to overstimulation, and then passed out. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Whitebeard's back and shed tears. Of course, they didn't forget the scene just now, and they didn't forget Locke. Ace knelt down and cried bitterly. He felt that he was too immature. Obviously, his father had already chosen to die to save him. Now because of himself, Luffy's partner, who helped the entire Whitebeard pirates, benefactor, fell down. Battlefield. On the battlefield, Whitebeard gasped and put his arms around Locke who was in a pool of blood and said, "It's a pity that I couldn't thank you in the end. It would be great if you were my son too. Go at ease, with me as an old guy, let's go on the road with you, the strongest in the future, I will be with you, let the whole world see the strongest of us." Click. Whitebeard punched down angrily, and the 3 admirals were directly trapped in the shattered air, and their bodies began to deform. Whitebeard seemed to be born again, regardless of the injuries on his body. Holding the knife, the final bloody battle started, pressing Akainu to the ground with one hand, punching Akainu directly to the point of death. Bearing the attack of Aokiji and Kizaru, the body did not retreat at all, knocking them down to the ground and dying. After being attacked by Blackbeard again, Whitebeard's body finally began to lose his footing. Half kneeling on the ground, he watched Whitebeard's right fist appear in a circular dome, releasing the final and strongest blow. But now it seems that Shanks has come late, and the Whitebeard pirates implored Shanks to go to the battlefield to check the results, and bring back the bodies of Locke and Whitebeard if possible. What does Whitebeard's words mean? It means that the chaotic era of great pirates is about to become even more chaotic, and the sea will become crazy because of it. Click. And Whitebeard is like a god of war, and he still hasn't fallen down. At this time, standing in front of him are Blackbeard and his men, who are frantically making up for him. Advertisement. This is a day that shocked the world. Because of Buggy's activity, the only video phone bug is still live broadcasting everything that happened here. Shanks agreed, and took the boat to speed up to the battlefield. At this time, the Marines continued to collapse on the battlefield, and only Garp and Sengoku were left to stand up. Sengoku had no combat effectiveness. That's it. The air shattered, followed by the shattering of the remaining half of the island. After this devastating attack, there was finally no movement on the battlefield. Just when everyone thought Whitebeard was dead, he suddenly looked at Blackbeard and said, "At least the man Luogia is waiting for won't be you, teach." Just as there are people who can inherit Luogia's will, eventually one day, there will be people who inherit the will of this kid and me. No matter what, their flames will not be extinguished, and they will continue to be inherited like this from the distant past, and one day in the future, there will be people who can carrying these hundreds of years of history, the person who challenged the world. Sengoku, what your world government is afraid of, will come one day, a huge battle that will involve the whole world, although I'm not interested, but when that treasure is found, the world will be turned upside down, and someone will find it. One Piece. It's real. This scene will shock the whole world in the next few days, whether it is the process of the battle or the final outcome, after Blackbeard confirmed that Whitebeard is completely dead. 0. Seeking flowers. After the last words, Whitebeard held Locke's body in his arms, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I left a heinous guy. My time is over. Follow the strongest footsteps. Believe that the one who inherits you. It's been a long journey for people with will to appear." Thief, ha 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 ha. You really left a great last words, but Dad, your era is indeed over, and my era is just beginning. The show has begun. Uluo Blackbeard's subordinates covered Whitebeard with a layer of black cloth, and then he followed in. At this time, the red-haired man who was rushing to the battlefield appeared. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates and others who had left safely met Shanks and his family who came to the family. According to the original time, Shanks should come just in time.
Zero the terrifying Haki directly caused all Blackbeard's subordinates to show fear and retreat one after another. Blackbeard fell to the ground begging before he could get in.
At this moment, the curtain on the strongest man in the world came to an end, and the man who aspired to be the strongest also left this era forever with everything.
Chapter 238. World changes and Luffy's awakening. After that, Blackbeard wanted to snatch Whitebeard's body from Shanks for his own plan, but was easily defeated by Shanks and his gang.
It also let the whole world see the strength of four emperors. Shanks, President Black's plan failed, Whitebeard's body and Locke's body were taken away by Shanks.
This frightening war has come to an end. With the lives of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Locke, who has become the strongest in the new era, Marine declared his victory.
Most of the people in the world cheered for Marine's victory, and the rest of the people have already started their own ambitions for 370. This time Whitebeard died. The situation of the four emperors before the new world will also cause riots, and major forces have begun to occupy Whitebeard's territory, and everyone wants to become the new four emperors. 2 weeks after the Summit War ended, the world began to be affected. The war that Marine ended with a tragic victory, at this time, ran counter to Marine's expectations. Instead, it became a terrible omen that caused the world's seas to fall into turmoil. The places that were previously protected by Whitebeard were villages or cities. All the signs were destroyed, all the places were burned, killed and looted, and the chaotic situation continued. Time goes back to a few days ago, the world government still hasn't stopped chasing Luffy, and Luffy is still in a state of suspended animation because of Locke's death and has not woken up. Hancock, Jinbei and others decided to take Luffy to the Daughter Island, and Ivan and the others bid farewell to them after arriving at the Daughter Island, and headed towards the kingdom of Kamabaka. Advertisement. On a certain island, almost all members of the Whitebeard pirate group are concentrated here, because Shanks brought back the bodies of Whitebeard and Locke, and they buried them together. Although Locke was just a person they had never met before the war, after the war, their Whitebeard pirates owed Locke too much. In front of the tombstone, Marco lowered his head and said to Shanks on the side, "Red hair, I know how to thank you." Shanks. It's a small thing. No thanks, even the enemy Whitebeard is a man worthy of respect, it's just a pity for him, his era has just begun and ended. Marco. Our Whitebeard pirates will never forget him, and Dad must have treated him like his own son in the end. Shanks turned to bid farewell to Marco, thinking in his heart, "Luffy, you must be in pain, your companion died in front of you, listen to Luffy, after trying to win and lose, running around and crying bitterly, you can become an independent man. It doesn't matter if you cry, just overcome everything." Luffy finally regained consciousness after 2 weeks of treatment, but after waking up, Luffy looked like a wild beast. Regardless of the dissuasion of the people around him, he rushed into the woods and started a crazy act of self-mutilation. After wrapping his whole body in bandages, he broke rocks one after another. Luffy knelt down and shouted in pain, "Damn. I'm so weak. I can't protect anything. Damn, damn, damn." Jinbei looked at him silently behind him, and when he saw Luffy stopped, he opened his mouth and said, "Luffy. Advertisement. Go away. Leave me alone. It's not okay. I can't just watch you hurt yourself. This is my body, what to do with it is my freedom." Then Locke Kun's body is also his own, and he decides whether to live or die. "Shut up. If you dare to make a sound again, I will blow you away. If you can relieve your anger in this way, then do it." Although I was also injured, I will definitely not lose to you now. The two fought. Jinbei easily subdued the runaway Luffy, and Luffy opened his mouth to bite him. Jinbei angrily pressed Luffy on the rock and stuck his neck and shouted. You can't see anything anymore. The confidence that you can overcome no matter what kind of difficulties and obstacles, the strength of yourself that you never doubt, the enemies who ruthlessly break these things and make you restrain yourself, and always the companions who are adventuring together by your side, you have lost a lot of things. The huge 5.2 walls of the world have blinded your eyes one after another. You are getting deeper and deeper in the darkness of regret and self-blame. Although you are in pain now, Luffy, you have to crush them. Don't think about what you have lost, what is lost is what is lost, think about what is left of you. Luffy listened to Jinbei's words and stopped struggling. Jinbei also let go of his hands. Luffy slid to the ground and looked at his hands, crying thinking of his remaining partners. The darkness and fear in my heart began to be broken. The remaining partners are still waiting for me, I can't let any of them get hurt. Chapter 239. Partners who received bad news. This is the great root of Krajijana Island, the ruins of the kingdom of Sidgile. Zoro, who was fighting baboons, waited until the owner here came back, and Hawkeye, who had participated in the war, returned. South Blues, Bird Kingdom, Trino Kingdom, Chopper, who has resolved the conflict between humans and birds here, got the newspaper sent by Newsbird. Nami, who was working in the farmland on the small sky island, Visalia, to study meteorological science, suddenly saw the newspaper that the old man had just received. On the Grand Line Boeing Islands, Usopp has become a big fat man because of binge eating. When he saw the news bird, he wanted to catch it and eat it. The news bird was scared away and the newspaper dropped to the ground. Also on the Great Voyage, Sanji, who was broken from the Kamabaka Kingdom of the Peachy Island, was watching the sunset with two ladyboys. He happened to receive a newspaper from Newsbird, and Sanji took off his makeup in a second, shocked and roared again. Back to the man. Oh 9. East Blue, Chitra Wolf, and Robin heard that the Revolutionary Army had information about the Straw Hat crew and decided to chat with them. East Island, Future Kingdom, Bakamoa, Frankie who broke into Vegapunk's hometown got his wish and found coke, and also received a fax message. In the Poverty Kingdom, Halahetania on the Grand Line, Namakura Island, Brook encountered a bottleneck in the creation, and accidentally saw a newspaper in a pile of chaotic waste manuscripts. Going back to Zoro, who was going to stand up and fight with Hawkeye, was mocked by Hawkeye, saying that he couldn't even beat baboons and wanted to challenge him. Why are you here? That castle was originally my residence, but why are you here? Advertisement. Knocked away by a Shichibukai bear like you. I see, that's why Straw Hat and Locke are in Marineford. Did you see Luffy and Locke, how are they doing, are they all right? The Straw Hat should be alive, but his heart should be severely traumatized. Wait, Luffy is still alive, what do you mean? Locke died before him. At this time, the companions from all over the world seemed to know the news at the same time. Zoro looked at Hawkeye blankly and asked again. What did you say? Hawkeye still said calmly. Sir Locke died in Marineford, in front of the Straw Hat Boy. He used his own life to prove that he is the strongest in the new era. Zoro fell to his knees in disbelief and gasped, impossible, impossible. Locke, how could that guy? On the Boing Islands, Usopp ran crazily dragging his fat body, but soon a huge unicorn appeared in front of him, stopped him, and sent him flying back. Advertisement. It's okay Usopp. Hateful. Don't force yourself. The more you want to leave this island, the more powerful creatures will block your way and push you back again. When Helix was talking, Usopp ran out again. At this time, the Boing Islands just attracted a huge sea beast, and the sea beast continued to penetrate. The Boing Islands showed their true colors again, the islands began to feed, the petal-like islands merged together, and the sea beast and Usopp fell together.
At a critical moment, Helix rescued Usopp. What happened to you, Usopp? Since you read the newspaper sent by the newsbird, your expression has changed.
Usopp cried with snot and tears all over his face. I can't waste time here anymore. Locke is dead. I will never believe it. That guy is the strongest. Luffy must know what's going on. Whether it's true or not. Locke had an accident in front of Luffy. That guy must be in great pain. What kind of companions are we not together at this time? Luffy, Locke. Little Sky Island Victoria 183. Nami who heard the news sullenly ignored these little old men and ran all the way to leave here, hijacking the balloon. In the end, because she couldn't control this thing, she was blown back by the airflow, and now she was locked up as a sinner, Harada asked while sitting in front of Nami. What happened to you today? You were so serious about studying meteorological science before, why did you suddenly force a balloon to go to Qinghai? That balloon would kill a layman. What happened? Nami's expression gradually became uneasy, and tears fell when she said that, pointing to the newspaper inside the bag outside and said, that, the dead person written in that newspaper is my companion. When the companions are scattered everywhere, the captain and the deputy captain are still fighting brutally. In order to rescue Ace, they got involved in the Summit War. I don't believe that Locke will die in the war. Luffy must. I will go to the meeting point. I must rush there immediately. Chapter 240th. Locke's news. Where is the boat? Grandpa, it's not good. Uncle suddenly became like a devil. It can't be that you put something strange in his body again. No, just suddenly. The wall shattered, and Frankie in his underwear broke through the wall. Hey. Grandpa, I must hurry up and join my companions. Give me a boat, give me 10 boats. Ships. This is simply nonsense. There is not a single ship on this island, except for regular ships that come to deliver supplies once a month, and warships that come occasionally. When will the regular ship you mentioned come? Just came here about a week ago. Damn, wait 3 weeks. No more time to waste. This country is covered by a thick layer of ice. It can be said to be a natural fortress. Unless there are special icebreakers, let's have a cup of tea and calm down first. Don't be kidding me. I was, when those two guys were at a critical moment. What the hell was I doing? Damn, my companion is in crisis, the man can no longer keep his promise, and he survived what sense? At this time, Luffy met Rayleigh, who was swimming all the way to Daughter Island. Luffy, who originally planned to go to Sabayati Archipelago to meet up with his companions, had a new plan after hearing what Rayleigh said. Advertisement. Hancock. Rayleigh, what did you just say? Quote. Rayleigh. Huh, what's the matter? Didn't you hear? Hancock. That's not the case. I'm asking your original intention. You should know how Luffy is feeling now. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, even if you are Rayleigh, I can't forgive you. Jinbei. Yeah, since you know that and still say such things, you are really a cold-blooded person. Rayleigh smiled indifferently and said, that's why I said this is just a proposal, the decision is still in your hands, Luffy. Luffy. I don't want my companions to suffer any harm anymore. If you can protect your companions by doing what you say. Rayleigh. I think it's worth a try, but there still is much to do as there are mountains. Let me tell you one more thing, about that guy Locke. Rayleigh continued after talking about this. We were very surprised when we learned that Locke died in the war. Shaki also took out the life card that Locke asked her to make at the time, but no matter how I found it I can't find it, so it must have been burnt out. Locke nodded and put down the bottle and asked, I see, so how do I get in? Locke got up and was about to go back to rest, when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked, oh, by the way, Miss Shaki, how about the life card I asked you to make last time? Rayleigh smiled and nodded, you can't be wrong. Luffy stared at Rayleigh in surprise, Jinbei also looked solemn, and Rayleigh smiled and told what happened before the war started. Advertisement. Rayleigh reached out his hand to signal Hancock not to speak, he hadn't finished yet. At this time Rayleigh took out a complete life card from his pocket and said. Shaki. We have already solved this problem for you, and you will know when you see someone tomorrow. Luffy started laughing with tears in his eyes. Great, haha. Great, Locke is still alive, must get this matter out quickly, tell my friends about it. Shaki looked at Locke and said with a smile on his face, drink less, you will be ready to go tomorrow. Afterwards, a miraculous thing really happened. Under the witness of Shaki and Wong Hao, the life card of Locke, which was supposed to be burnt out, slowly recovered. So Luffy, you should know what this means, what account. Luffy froze and reacted on the spot, then frantically grabbed the life card in Rayleigh's hand and cried, really? Is this life card really Locke's? Rayleigh stood up and said, then go again, Marineford. At this time Luffy gritted his teeth, tears flowed uninterruptedly, Jinbei also looked sad, Hancock saw Luffy's distress and shouted to Rayleigh. Locke didn't know what he was thinking and suddenly smiled and said, Sister Shaki, then you have to keep an eye on that life card, something amazing will happen. Gudong. Ah, it's so cool. Sister Shaki's wine here is really the best. Shaki thought for a while and said, it should be ready soon, but you probably won't be able to get it, so let me put it here first, and I'll give it to you when you come back. After speaking, Locke left Shaki's place and went back to rest. Rayleigh, why are you bringing up these things that make Luffy sad? It's so hard. Chapter 241. 3D2Y and wine bottles. This is the number 204 warship, which has already obtained permission to enter the port. The time is just right. Okay, please tell me the number. The serial number is 5963. The number is confirmed, and the door of justice is opened. After making the phone call, the marine soldier tremblingly looked back at the people on the warship and thought. The original 7 warlords of the sea, High Shot Jinbei, Straw Hat Kid Luffy, and the vice captain of One Piece, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, this what the hell do people want to do? The warship sailed silently into the dilapidated Marineford, which was being repaired, and then fired an empty cannon directly into the sky, instantly attracting Marine's attention, of course, and the surrounding reporters. Marine soldiers saw Luffy through the binoculars. Marine happened to have no main force at this time, and with Rayleigh and Jinbei around, Luffy was worth it. After the 3 of them went ashore, they quarreled for a while, and Luffy rang the Big Oak 717 bell, took out flowers, and took off his straw hat to express his condolences. The reporters took pictures one after another, and the 3 of Luffy left swaggeringly after the incident, and the news spread to all over the world as soon as possible. People all over the world made a lot of guesses about Luffy's behavior, some thought it was a provocation to Marine, some thought it was a mourning for the dead Locke and so on. But in fact only the partners can understand the meaning of this sign. Luffy wrote the 3D2Y sign on his arm. Because of the battle on the top, Luffy realized that his ability is not enough to protect the safety of his partners, so he decided to practice for 2 years, 3D2Y, on his arm. Among them, 3D is marked with a cross, which is to tell the partners that 3 days will be changed to 2 years later. Of course AJCA, in addition, there is a noteworthy symbol on Luffy's clothes. It is a wine bottle, and there is a tick mark next to the wine bottle, which means that the message conveyed is, Locke is safe and sound. Advertisement. At this time, almost all the partners who received the information from all over the world understood it in no time, except for a certain swordsman, but after thinking for a while, Zoro also understood the meaning. In the room, Perona held a newspaper and said suspiciously, 3D2Y. Really, the Straw Hat Kid has a tattoo on his right shoulder, but the pattern on his clothes is so ugly. Zoro took out the life card on his body, which is the life card given by Sabayati Archipelago Rayleigh before. We originally agreed to meet somewhere in 3 days, but now it has become like this, so the sign means 2 years. After 2 years of assembly, other actions are to attract attention and convey this news to us.
This is a message that only we can receive. This is Luffy's decision.
The way to make a living in the new world is to stop and accumulate strength, and then wait until that day to regroup at that place. Perona looked at Zoro and laughed. What's the matter? Why don't you express your sadness now? Isn't that monster Locke your partner? Didn't you feel very sad when you heard the news of his death? Zoro suddenly smiled and said, the logo on Luffy's clothes also conveys another message to us. I believe that I can guess who that wine bottle is. I know that guy can't die. See you in 2 years, Sabayati Archipelago. At the same time, on an unknown island in East Blue, a bloody man came out from a pile of pirate corpses, holding a newspaper in his hand. Bloodline slowly came to the beach to wash off his body, looked at the newspaper and said with a smile, it seems that the life card that Shaki made before has been used. This person is the reborn Locke, but this time he can be said to be reborn in a real sense. The previous sacrifices can be said to have weakened Locke's strength. But this sacrifice almost made it all over again, back in time to when Shanks took the bodies of the two. Head, we are almost at the agreed upon location with the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks turned his head to look at the 2 wooden coffins behind him and said, I see, I have long wanted to meet Luffy, my partner, but I didn't expect that the first meeting would be like this. Inside the coffin, Locke has turned on the sacrificial function as before, and the system is mercilessly devouring his few belongings left. Heart repair started. 10%, 20%, 30%. Repair failed, the heart was seriously damaged, and began to sacrifice rare resources to recombine. The Shura fruit has been sacrificed. Heart reorganization has begun. 10%, 20%. Locke can only hear the sound of the system now, and he can't do anything else, and now he doesn't care about it, as long as he can still live, even if everything is sacrificed, Locke is willing. Chapter 242, The Reborn Locke. After a while, the reorganization of the heart is complete, and Shura's heart begins to beat. The broken arm has started to be repaired. The right arm has been completely lost, and the best choice has been made to reshape it. All talents have been sacrificed, and all moves have been sacrificed. Choose the right arm. Fantasy Killer starts reshaping. 10%, 20%. Locke was already alive when his heart started beating again, but Locke is still very uncomfortable with this new heart. The severed arm has been fully recovered, all body functions have been checked, and the sacrificial function has been turned off. Locke gently pushed open the lid of his coffin, and the moment he emerged, everyone on Shanks' boat looked at him with different eyes. Because when Locke's heart recovered, the big guys on the Shanks boat felt it, but they couldn't be sure, so Locke sat up directly. For a while they didn't know what to say. Locke smiled bitterly and said, can you give me a hand? Shanks immediately shook his head and went forward to take Locke out of the coffin. Here Shanks could feel that Locke's heartbeat was very fast and abnormal. Hold Locke Shanks and start asking. What the hell? Locke himself didn't know how to explain this and said, maybe God didn't want me to die like this, but I also paid a very high price to survive. After that, Shanks didn't ask any more questions, because Locke's condition was very bad, so he first took Locke to the ship's doctor for treatment. Luo Shu was receiving the inspection of the ship's bed while looking at his current panel. Name. Wolf D. Locke. Advertisement. Hockey. Knowledge color. Conquerors, armed color. Devil fruit. None. Talent. Heart of Shura, the heart transformed from the fruit of Shura, which gives the host the ability of Shura in human form, and can master the tricks and talents of the fruit of Shura even without transformation. Right arm, Fantasy Killer. Has the ability to eliminate all devil fruit. Weakened to a certain extent here. Tricks. Shura's Fury, Bloody Fury, Shura's Shattering Fist, Blood Demon Slaying the Sky. This is Locke's current panel. The good news is that Hockey is not sacrificed, the bad news is that the fruit is gone, but it's not bad news. His own sign-in system didn't react at all after the war ended, and Locke was like a monster along the way, red-eyed. There is nothing wrong with it from head to toe, not only that, but the physical function is so superhuman, if not for Locke sitting in front of him, he would have thought it was the body of 10 beasts. 0. Ask for flowers. Point 0. When Locke heard the beep, he almost fell into the sea excitedly. He knew what the beep meant, and it meant that his 2-year practice journey was about to begin. Because although he has no fruit, he can still use Shura's tricks and talents, because of his current heart. Advertisement. After confirming that he was fine, in order to suppress the heart problem as soon as possible, Locke said goodbye to Shanks and the others directly, and asked them to conceal his resurrection. Sign in location. East Blue. Reward. Moonwalk hyphenation point change. Because he found out that if you want to restore Shura's heart to normal, you need to cause some killings, otherwise the heart will beat wildly to remind you. It can be said that Locke's current right arm is a simplified version of dark fruit, which can absorb the abilities of other fruits and make them invalid. Locke still has a lot of brains in doing things. He hid his identity on a merchant ship heading for East Blue, and went all the way back to the place where the dream started, and completed the first check-in of the branch line. There is also his now ordinary right hand, which looks like a very ordinary arm, but in fact Locke can feel some strange power on it. A person left in a small boat. Anyway, he is no longer a fruit ability user. Even if the boat capsizes, he can still swim, so he doesn't worry at all. Locke's right hand can also do it, but it is not absorbing but erasing. It is definitely better than Blackbeard's dark fruit, but it needs to be tested by Locke himself. As long as Hockey is still missing some tricks, the image of Locke's strength is actually not too big. After a period of time, the ship's doctor checked and found that Locke was very healthy. The moves are some fruit moves developed before, and the talent is sure as exclusive blood control. Locke can still accumulate blood and strengthen moves or strength. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward Moonwalk hyphenation point change has been issued. The next sign-in location: Floating Island, Strong World reward, left-handed magic soil. Quote. Originally, Locke had no goal, but when he came all the way to the edge of the Great Route, the long-lost sign-in system finally gave a reminder. Chapter 243, Floating Sky Island Adventure. At this time, the time can go back to the present, and Locke has been trying to find a way to find the floating island during this time. To put it bluntly, it is the Golden Lion Group. But it's really hard to find. East Blue doesn't refer to a small island, so during this time Locke started to clean up the pirates he met. Because of what Whitebeard left behind before his death, many more pirates appeared in this sea, and East Blue, which is known as the weakest place, had the largest number of pirates. But they are all guys who can't make it to the stage. After reading the newspaper in his hand, Locke got up and prepared to leave, and continued to wander in East Blue looking for floating islands. 960 also brought some troubles to Locke's identity because of his activeness in East Blue. After that, he could only wear a mask when he appeared in the public eye. Bounty hunters, gore fiends, strong, bloodthirsty, black robe and silver mask, recently appeared in East Blue, and has defeated more than 20 pirate groups, among which Kong Chengjian 78 million new East Blue pirates were also easily defeated. This is Locke's introduction, and it's all information that people remember based on Locke's behavior. Locke naturally doesn't take this new identity seriously.
In this place of East Blue, apart from some old monsters from before, the rest of the pirates in Locke's eyes are just like playing house. Anyway, we are also a man who got along well on the Great Route.
Several days later, Locke finally inquired about the floating sky island in a certain tavern. According to the information of that person, Locke immediately went to the location where he had seen the floating sky island. In order to attract attention, Locke specially rented a large merchant ship with a lot of money to sail on the sea. The people on board thought it was the nobleman who had so much money that he had no place to spend it. It wasn't until the next day that the bait finally took the bait, and a huge island flew over the head of Locke's mountain boat, and Locke took off with the large merchant ship. After successfully landing on the floating sky island, Locke left the ship immediately and signed in first after landing. Sign in. Advertisement. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward Divine Power of the Left Hand has been issued. The next sign in location: the village of Floating Sky Island. Reward: Water Prison. I have already experienced the Moonwalk hyphenation point change lock I got before, and generally speaking, it is similar to the original Moonwalk. The advantage is that it can accelerate instantly in the air, which is about the same level as CP9. Left Hand Divine Power. You can superimpose power infinitely according to your physical strength. If your physical strength is not enough to forcibly use power, you will suffer backlash. The system can be said to be more considerate of Locke, because he has some defects in the 2 regenerated parts of his body, and the heart of Shira needs to be bloodthirsty. The disadvantage of the right arm fantasy killer is that now this right arm can only be used to eliminate the fruit ability, and Hockey can't attach it. The current reward can be regarded as making up for some of Locke's shortcomings. After arriving on the island, Locke first took off with Moonwalk to determine the route, and took a look at the beautiful scenery here by the way. Go to that island first, Moonwalk. Boom. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. The power of the left hand 10 times. Boom. Advertisement. Locke has already started to fight here. The animals and insects on these islands have all completed unprecedented evolution. The flat carpet-like crocodile 0. An octopus running on land, a praying mantis with great sword skills, a raccoon with huge claws, and more.
Locke started running into these guys one after another, and that's how it got here.
Boom. Locke once again punched the land shark flying away and said with a long breath, "I'm so troublesome to these guys, I need to find that village quickly." What? A little girl's scream suddenly came and Locke noticed. Locke hurried to that direction, and soon after arriving, he saw the unconscious little girl and the huge tiger. Locke even rushed forward and knocked the huge tiger to the ground with a punch. The little girl on his back left here first. After walking for a while, Locke found a safer lakeside. Waiting quietly here for the little girl to wake up, there are things like feathers growing on the little girl's arms. It can be confirmed that the little girl is a resident of this island. After another period of 3.8, the little girl finally woke up. When she saw someone next to her, her first reaction was to back away in fright, and almost passed out again. But fortunately, Locke's appearance is relatively kind, so he quickly appeased the little girl and let her put down her vigilance. After chatting with her, Locke learned that the little girl's name is Algorithm. This time he came out to find medicine for his grandma, and Locke knew that she must have not found it when he saw her empty hands, so Locke and Schiavo made an agreement. He helped Schiavo find the healing plant, and Schiavo took him to the village to see that Locke didn't look like a bad guy, so Junwo agreed decisively. Chapter 244. The Pirate Captains of the New World. Later, under the protection of Locke, Schiavo saw what a sense of security is. The strong strength made Schiavo feel that the outside of the village was so safe for the first time. Locke worked efficiently, and Schiavo soon found the plant named IQ. Schiavo also fulfilled the agreement and brought Locke back to the village. After arriving at Schiavo's home, the old mother slapped Schiavo worriedly, and then began to thank Locke. Locke looked at the old lady lying on the boat with green Madara spots on her face and injuries. This is open black lens bracket daft close black lens bracket. The part where the green Madara point appears will gradually become rigid and eventually unable to move, which is caused by inhaling too much open black lens bracket daft green close black lens bracket. Although this kind of plant can protect the village from the invasion of wild beasts outside 09, it is also poisonous. The only treatment method needs to be extracted by the job called IQ. But one flower is definitely not enough, but Junwo didn't know it. Later, through understanding Locke, I learned that a large amount of IQ on this island is occupied by Golden Lion. Schiavo wanted to ask Locke to help drive away the Golden Lion because he had seen the strength of Locke, and Locke naturally agreed decisively, because his purpose of coming here was to meet this big man from the old era. Locke took a short break here at Schiavo and finished the check-in by the way. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward Water Prison has been issued. The next sign-in location. East Blue. Conditions after defeating the Golden Lion. Reward. 3,000 Thunderbolts. Advertisement. Locke yelled, stretching out a hand and shaking it forward. Water Prison. Moisture in the air began to concentrate in an instant, and a circular water bubble was formed in front of Locke in an instant. Of course, it was also full of water. This trick is not very effective against people with abilities. But cohesion time is a problem. It can only be used for a surprise attack, and according to the sign-in instructions, he will go directly to the boss here. Just as Locke was about to leave the front, he bumped into a huge video phone bug. It's just right that I'm not dead. I'm still wondering what the leaders of the new era are capable of. Today I can see them well. Bounty. 280 million Bailey. Mountain. Terrence. Hey, what the hell, didn't you die in the Summit War? The newspapers are all fake. Bounty. 240 million Bailey. Silver Moon Wolf, Philly. Dr. Indigo suddenly said, this man is very dangerous. He said directly to the phone bug. You should be able to see it. Golden Lion Shiki, my name is Locke, from East Blue, so you should know the purpose of my visit, and I will look for it soon. This is a special product of Golden Lion here, a huge video phone bug that can move, with two eyes looking up and down at Locke, so Locke doesn't need to hide anymore. After speaking, Locke directly knocked out the huge phone bug, and then started to move towards the location of the Golden Lion. At this time, the Golden Lion naturally also saw the scene of Locke just now. Golden Lion crossed his hands and said with a smile on his face, Gia ha ha ha. He's just a brat who was showing off, lousy as a Golden Lion. Advertisement. Dr. Indigo frowned and said, if he wants to stop our plan, it will bring us a lot of trouble. So you can talk. Golden Lion teased. Now that Locke has been exposed along the way, various people have begun to block him, all of which are some pirate groups from 617 in the great route called by Golden Lion. Dr. Indigo next to him said that he was dancing wildly, as if he wanted to express something. Golden Lion asked with a puzzled face, what exactly are you trying to say? At this moment, in front of Locke, there are 3 pirate captains worth more than 100 million yuan, provoking him. Dr. Indigo told Golden Lion all the information about Locke. After hearing this, Golden Lion said with a smile, is this the kid? The old guy in Whitebeard is dead. It's a miracle that this kid is still alive. What? Dr. Indigo patted Golden Lion on the head and complained. No matter how you look at it, it's an orangutan. The orangutan on the side covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Golden Lion suddenly looked at the orangutan with a blank face and shouted, Mom. Stop talking nonsense. Get rid of him quickly, lest Master Shiki will be unhappy. Bounty. 3.72 billion Bailey. Ghost Sword, Morden. Locke looked at the 3 guys in front of him, stretched his arms and said with a smile, the pirate captain of New World, finally there are some people to see, so whichever of you come to die first, or come together. The 3 of them started to get down to business after chatting for a while. Chapter 245. Too easy battle. Don't be too arrogant, brat. Let me show you the horror of my Silver Moon Wolf Philly. Yuluo's whole body began to change, silver-white hair grew wildly, and soon this guy turned into a silver-white werewolf. It may be 1/10 similar to the transformation of the Fur Clan under the moonlight. After the transformation is completed, Terrence, a strong man beside him, began to act as a guide. Dog fruit ancient species hyphenation point Silver Moon Wolf form, Philly is becoming more and more like a monster. Morden, how long do you think this kid can last? Morden on the side looked cold and didn't answer his words. After the transformation was completed, Philly immediately took the initiative to attack, and the speed was indeed very fast. But Locke's sense of knowledge is much stronger than him. This guy thought he was jumping around Locke very fast, and then suddenly rushed towards Locke's back. Look silly boy, I'll cut you open right now. Tear off the wolf's claws. With a scornful smile on his lips, Locke turned and raised his left hand and read. Armed color hardening. Next second. Boom. Poor Philly was directly smashed into the ground by a hand knife from Locke, rolled his eyes and trembled on the ground. Seeing this scene, Terrence couldn't believe it and shouted. How is this possible? Philly is such a waste. I will meet you, boy. Advertisement. Yuluo Terrence rushed towards Locke. It looked like a huge force. The speed was very slow and he was running normally, but the raised right fist seemed to have a lot of power. When he came in front of Locke, Terrence's raised right fist slammed down on Locke's wolf. Mountain-breaking fist. Locke didn't feel the fruit's ability. It seemed that this guy had his own skills, and there was a layer of light yellow energy on his right fist. Locke smiled slightly and his left arm suddenly shone with golden light. The power of the left hand is 10 times. Boom. The two fists collided, and the powerful impact shattered the surrounding ground. The two actually maintained an evenly matched posture. Terrence grinned and shouted. Ha 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 ha, you can actually catch my fist. It seems that the newspapers are not all fake, but you are too young, brat. Locke and Terrence looked at each other and smiled. Is this your strength? If it's only this level, then end it quickly, don't waste my time. Terrence got angry and retracted his right fist, clenched his hands together and raised them high. The energy of the earth seemed to gather in his hands. The next second. Burst rock breaker strike. Locke felt the powerful energy of this guy's blow and laughed. That's kind of interesting. Then the golden light erupted from the left hand again, blasting towards Terrence. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Advertisement. Boom. The difference between this confrontation and just now is much greater. At the moment when the forces collided, Terrence's attack was directly pierced, and he was also directly sent flying by Locke's powerful force. Locke retracted his fist, shook his hand, looked at the last guy and said, "It's your turn." Morden calmly drew his sword and said, "You are worthy of being the leader of the new era, and the praise you get in the newspapers is reasonable." Locke was in high spirits at this time, and didn't intend to talk nonsense with this guy, so he rushed up and touched Morden twice with his left arm under the blessing of the armed color. I can also roughly see the depth of this guy, not very strong, but not weak, he can be regarded as a swordsman with some strength. Clang. After the two met again, they distanced themselves. Morden put the knife horizontally in front of him, licked it coquettishly and said, "This knife is called Fang Fang. Although it is one of the 50 good and fast knives, it is as dangerous as it is comparable to a big sharp knife, and I will use him to send you on the road today." Quote. Locke was stunned and said, "Does that mean there is poison on this knife?" Morden said with a smug smile, "That's right, this knife is born with a poison that can never be wiped out. Once it touches the skin, the poison will start to invade, and soon. As he spoke, Morden's face turned purple, and the corners of his mouth began to bleed, and then he watched Locke fall down unwillingly. His Operation Nollies can be said to have completely blinded Locke. Locke resignedly stepped forward and squatted next to the guy's corpse and said, "It's a poor man, I don't know what to think. The knife is just enough to kill people. Why don't you lick it if you have nothing to do?" Then Locke got up and continued to move towards the Golden Lion. Although there were still many pirates blocking the way, Locke's strength was enough to make them despair. Along the way, Locke passed 5 stages and finally came to the gate of Golden Lion's palace. At this time, the people around Locke and the people around Golden Lion and the orangutan had been dealt with by Locke. Now the entire floating sky island is left with the Golden Lion, the boss that needs to be crusaded. Chapter 246. Fighting the Great Pirate Golden Lion. Thanks for stepping on the plug and adding more. Boy, I will give you one last chance. If you choose to join me, I can forget all these things. At this moment in front of Locke was the legendary Great Pirate, Golden Lion, Shiki, who was as famous as Gordy, Luo Jia and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Just like Golden Lion, Shiki has ground-length golden hair, just like a lion's mane. In addition, Shiki's favorite hair and beard are golden, and his favorite hair is also very long. Shiki's face looks a bit like a rooster because a ship's rudder has been inserted into his head, and since it is inserted too deep, it will be life-threatening if it is removed. On his feet are the 2 famous swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood. This is because Golden Lion broke his feet when he escaped Impel Down. Seeing him in person, Locke can only say that he is indeed a legendary big pirate. Like Whitebeard, even though he is old, he still has the aura of a king. Locke wondered how Luffy defeated him in the theatrical version. Unless the Golden Lion is really weaker now, Locke has no fear at all. Instead, releases conquerors in an attempt to suppress Golden Lion saying, "Sorry, I'm happy with my partner now." Golden Lion looked at Locke with a smile on his lips and said, "Then you are ready to pay the price for angering me." Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Golden Lion used Lion Fruit's ability to lift up the entire ground, turning into multiple queens in the shape of lion heads and rushing towards Locke. Locke was engrossed, his left hand shone with golden light, and his right hand condensed blood. The power of the left hand is 10 times. Asura's shattering fist. With great strength, Jin Guang condensed into a golden fist in the air, and shot at the same time as the huge bloody fist marked beside him. Advertisement. Boom. After the deafening confrontation, the attacks from both sides disappeared, and Locke stared fixedly at Golden Lion, who looked at him with a smile on his face in midair. After the confrontation just now, the two of them were about to start to get serious. Locke took the lead and stretched out his right hand to condense the blood in the direction of Golden Lion. Bloody rage. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous blood gas explosions were generated around Golden Lion. Golden Lion first used the fruit ability to avoid it, but the gas explosion seemed to lock him. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling Lion King. The broken island ground appeared again as a huge lion. This time it was not a lion's head, but a complete lion that had always been bigger than a giant. The golden lion stood on top of it, and in front of it, Locke's blood exploded as if it was tickling, and the huge lion began to rush towards Locke. The speed was not enough and the strength was strong. Locke felt a dangerous breath in midair while dodging, and the golden lion on the top of the lion's head suddenly appeared behind him in the next second. Slash wave. The golden lion AJAF kicked out a huge sword aura with the sword on his feet. Locke didn't dare to neglect, because he knew that the power of this sword aura could cut hundreds of kilometers of sea. Locke turned around, and the golden light in his left hand flickered strongly. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Clang. Advertisement. Exclamation mark. The powerful force collided with the huge sword energy. The sword energy sliced through half of Locke's attack, and then was smashed by Locke's punch. The golden lion was not affected and returned to the top of the giant lion's head. Locke took a long breath and looked at Golden Lion thinking, how the hell did Luffy beat him? Locke really feels the Golden Lion's power, strong, and it can be said that it is not much inferior to Whitebeard. Golden Lion didn't give Locke time to think. The huge lion slapped it down again. Locke dodged and locked his eyes on Golden Lion and shouted with blood all over his body. Blood demon, killing the sky. Locke turned into a gorefiend and rushed towards the Golden Lion very fast. The Golden Lion didn't know whether it was because he didn't react or because he was confident that he didn't dodge. Frantically swinging the two knives at both feet at Locke. The Lion hyphenation .1000 Slice Valley. An upgraded version of Slash Wave. Its lethality is stronger than that of Slash Wave, kicking out multiple sword chi enough to cut several pieces of thick water like a mountain. The sword energy fell on the blood demon incarnated by Locke one after another, and soon the blood demon was broken. Golden Lion smiled proudly. Gia ha 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 ha. It's over, boy. Locke, who fell in midair, suddenly smiled and cast Moonwalk in the air. He stepped into the air and accelerated and came directly in front of Golden Lion. Golden Lion responded quickly and stretched out his hand to control the surrounding stones to float up. Just when they were about to attack Locke, all the rocks in the air fell down, the huge lion under his feet disintegrated instantly, and even the floating sky island under their feet fell down. The Golden Lion looked at Locke in amazement and shouted, "What did you do?" Locke had a smile on his face, because at this time his right hand had grabbed the Golden Lion, Fantasy Killer took effect, and the fruit ability of the Golden Lion was temporarily erased. Chapter 247. The Defeated Lion King. Just when Locke was about to make the next move, Golden Lion lifted his leg and released Slash Wave again. Locke could only let go to avoid the attack, but it was okay. Even if Golden Lion is separated from Locke's right hand, it seems that there will be no way to recover in a while. Locke shook his right hand and looked at Golden Lion with a smile. It feels bad to have no fruit. Golden Lion can no longer laugh at this time, and the fact that the fruit cannot be used has a great impact on him, because Golden Lion has already relied on the fruit for almost everything. The current state makes him very uncomfortable. Although Locke is very proud on the surface, he knows in his heart that this state will not last long, and he must take advantage of this time to make a quick decision. Golden Lion, who had no results in the second round, was also very strong with swordsmanship and hockey, but Locke is also the man who masters Conqueror's hockey. Not at all weaker than the current Golden Lion, the confrontation between the two was huge. Gradually the islands began to shatter. 1-2. Lion. 1000 Slice Valley. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Clang, 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 boom. The powerful flashing golden light shattered the Golden Lion's attack, and the Golden Lion flew upside down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Locke immediately chased after him, not letting go of this opportunity. The Golden Lion flew in midair and suddenly stabilized. Locke immediately slammed on the brakes, because the fruit ability of the Golden Lion came back, and the Golden Lion wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Gia ha 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 ha. It actually made me so embarrassed. I haven't felt this way for many years. This feeling of crisis. Although you are going to die, boy, I still recognize your strength. After speaking, the ground and sea water around Golden Lion began to stir, and the island they were standing on had already fallen to the surface of the sea. It seemed that Golden Lion was going to make a big move. Advertisement. Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth Coiling. When Locke was concentrating on the Golden Lion, suddenly the sea water around Locke was controlled by the Golden Lion, wrapping Locke to form a huge water mountain. The next moment Golden Lion unleashed Lion. 1000 Slice Valley on Locke in the water. Locke suddenly realized what was happening when he saw this scene, and he pretended to be unable to breathe and began to struggle in the water, cleverly dodging the Golden Lion's attack. After finally swimming out of the mountain with difficulty, Golden Lion appeared in front of Locke in an instant, stretched out his hand and smiled at him. Go to hell, kid. Unexpectedly, Locke changed his face in a second and said with a smile, I lied to you. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then the next second. Water prison. The mountain of water beside Locke rushed directly towards Golden Lion, and instantly formed a solid water ball that enveloped Golden Lion, and Golden Lion, as an ability user, was in great pain inside. In order to prevent him from controlling the water, Locke reached out his right hand and caught Golden Lion in the water polo, and now he was completely unable to get out. Losing the fruit ability, but also suffering from the side effects of the fruit, he blushed in the water and looked at Locke ferociously. Locke waved his left hand and looked at Golden Lion and said. Let's go. Don't give it away. Armed color hardening. Left hand power 100 times. Locke rested for a while, jumped into the sea and began to swim in one direction. Shortly after Locke left, marine warships appeared densely in this sea area. Yes, because if you don't leave, marine will definitely come. Even if the Golden Lion doesn't die, he will be taken away by marine. This time he is imprisoned in Impel Down, so it is impossible for him to figure it out. Advertisement. Sorry. The warship searched around and only found the Golden Lion, but the name of the village on the distant island said that the golden light shone here before, and it was particularly dazzling. The clothes on his body have been smashed, and only the shredded trousers are messed up in the wind, and the boat that Golden Lion made of islands was completely smashed by Locke. I see. Can you confirm who is fighting the Golden Lion? Quack. Blue blue blue. The sunset was so dazzling that day that some people even thought that the sun had fallen, and the golden light filled the entire sky, and Locke was sitting on a broken island. Marshal Sengoku, who has been confirmed to be the Golden Lion, is seriously injured and has been arrested. At this time, in Sengoku's office, both he and Garp were wearing bandages. Sengoku hung up the phone and began to think, while Garp was eating senbei and drinking tea. 0. Seeking flowers. It seemed that Sengoku knew what was going on here, but the people who came here were all Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. If Locke wasn't there, they would have been wiped out. Sign in. Golden light flashes. Who the hell is it that took that Golden Lion? Continue to investigate, and want the warship to take the Golden Lion to Impel Down. Boom. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward 3000 Thunders has been issued. The next sign-in location, Daughter's Island. Reward. Devil Fruit. There are broken islands everywhere on the sea, scattered piece by piece, and the Golden Lion is floating lifelessly on the sea surface. Locke has no time to confirm it. Chapter 248. The Great Pirate Burned World. Biojack, how long has it been attacking? That. About 8 minutes. 11. Too slow. Just 3 warships and 1 ship, too long. Just. Even if you say so. They are partners who worked hard together when you were away. This is not just a matter of making up numbers. Nakan, Garam, Sebastian, you go teach them. 1 minute. After a period of time, the news of Golden Lion's arrest has spread. Although Marine said they were arrested, the real information has been leaked out. When torturing Golden Lion, 250 didn't hide anything, and directly revealed Locke's name, but no one believed him at first. Until later, the World Government Intelligence Organization CP9 investigated the matter about Locke, and finally Marine confirmed that Locke was not dead, and had become stronger. But he hasn't appeared in the public eye yet, so Marine naturally won't admit it and block the news. But don't forget that there are spies on Marine's side. Thanks to the activity of the BooMMy family, the information was successfully leaked, and information points like Che-Chi got the news. There are rumors among the pirates that Shira Locke is not dead, but Locke is unaware of all this, and he is currently resting on a sightseeing ship. The route of this ship has bribed Daughter Island, and when Locke jumps directly to swim there, maybe he can see Luffy. Anyway, he is doing tasks with the system now. The rewards he gets make him stronger, which is a kind of practice, and Locke is very concerned about the devil fruit rewarded by the system this time. But at this time, an uninvited guest has appeared on Daughter Island, and Luffy's knowledge and armed skills trained here have already achieved initial results. But facing this uninvited guest is not an opponent. This uninvited guest is also the target of Locke's mission. World knew that the world government was going to summon 7 warlords of the sea to deal with him, so he came to the nearby Shichibukai site to kidnap one, so he came to Daughter Island. Advertisement. He planned to kidnap the Empress, but he didn't see her, so he took the Empress's 2 younger sisters away, and Luffy, who helped her, was defeated by one move and passed out. The next day Luffy awoke from his coma. Rayleigh and the Empress were by his side. Luffy. Why are you here? Hancock. Are you awake? Great. Luffy tried to get up, but his whole body hurt so badly. At this time, Rayleigh behind him said. Don't force yourself, just lie down. Luffy. That's right. Are they all right? Granny knew. Margaret and the others have already been treated and fell asleep, and Sonia and Maria were. Luffy. Take it away, damn it. That B****************** D. Hancock. It seems that the world guy's purpose is to become a concubine. Rayleigh. Are you going to bring them back? Hancock. Of course. Granny knew. But, if that person is really Burned World, then it's you. Luffy. I'm going too. Hancock. Let's go together. Clang. Luffy was also very pleasantly surprised when he heard this familiar voice, and immediately shouted, Locke. Is it really you, Locke? Ha ha ha. It's great that you are 2.3. Advertisement. Armed color hardening. Granny New frowned, because what she saw was Locke and Rayleigh colliding just now, which meant that Locke had quite terrifying strength. Luffy. I won't lose this time. Seeing Locke appearing, Rayleigh suddenly changed his mind. Well, since you are here, you can go with Luffy Hancock. Luffy. But, they brought food for me specially, how can I just stand by and do nothing now that they have been taken away? The shadows were slowly lit up by the rising sun, and Locke and Rayleigh, who were armed with one hand, touched each other with a smile and said, Long time no see, Uncle Rayleigh. Then they went straight to the shore and looked at the front with serious eyes. Both Luffy and Hancock were dumbfounded, but they obediently retreated to the back. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in the sea, Rayleigh was surprised for a moment, and then rushed forward with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although Locke knew where to go, he still had to show a dazed look and asked, "What? Why did you come here? If so, you will never see your partner again." When several people were chatting heatedly, Rayleigh suddenly stood up and said, "Stand back. Rayleigh. Luffy, didn't you forget to promise me to practice here for 2 years? Besides, you haven't fully mastered hockey, you will die if you go there." Locke and Rayleigh walked towards them together, seeing Luffy's happy look after seeing Locke, the Empress beside him expressed his sourness. Plop. "Sure enough it's you," Rayleigh said with a smile. Chapter 249. See the strongest power, end of edition. Luffy, on board the Kulla pirates. Hancock, Granny New, and Locke, who was lying asleep, were all on deck at the moment. "World Destroyer," Luffy said suspiciously. Granny New nodded and explained. "No matter what you see, you will destroy it. World's behavior is not only a threat to ordinary people, it is also very dangerous to other pirates. So 30 years ago, the world government secretly summoned those pirates who hated him. The thief and marine launched a world annihilation war. The Empress looked at the life card left by World in her hand and thought, why did that man appear at this time? Granny Niu expressed doubts. How do I know this? Legend has it that Zhang Jin was imprisoned and impelled down in a frozen state of suspended animation. Locke seems to be sleeping, but he is actually going through the timeline, from the beginning of 09 being resurrected on the Shanks ship, to now, going to East Blue and coming back. Before he knew it, more than half a year had passed. During this period, he also heard about the internal affairs of the Marine. Aokiji and Akainu competed for the decisive battle for the position of Marshal. The two fought for 10 full days before deciding the winner, so the current Marshal of Marine should be Akainu, and Locke can find Aokiji when he has time. Hancock. The life card indicator is around here. Luffy. Nothing. Boom. The sea began to vibrate violently like an earthquake. Locke got up and asked, "What's the matter? Have you arrived yet?" Advertisement. Under the violent shaking, Luffy and others were all lying on the deck, but Locke calmly ignored the shaking and got up, walked to the bow and smiled. It looks like a big guy. Plop. After the shaking ended, an island appeared from the water surface, followed by the bow of a small island, which looked like a turtle-shaped island as a whole. But it's actually the guy's ship from World. It's really big, but it's still nothing compared to the draft of Leah's ship. When Luffy and others were feeling emotional, his thin elder brother appeared on World's shoulders. "Welcome, Empress of Amazon Lily, your sisters are here." The center of Yuluo's turtle's shell slowly opened, and a suspended iron cage appeared, in which the captured Sonya and Maria were imprisoned. Seeing the two people being captured, Luffy and Hancock were very excited, and they were about to make a move. At this time, World's eyes met with the chuckling Locke at the bow. Locke punched out, and the air in front of him was shattered, and the huge shells flying in the air were all shattered and exploded. Locke raised his hand and said to himself. World looked at Locke and laughed loudly. "Well, I didn't expect him to be alive. I want to see what the man who was praised by Whitebeard is capable of." All shells are aimed at the man in the bow, and fire. In an instant, World didn't know how to take a step back unconsciously and said to the big brother on the having, "Who is that kid? Why do I feel fear? It's impossible. Don't make any moves, just leave it to me." All of a sudden, a large number of shells were fired towards Locke. Luffy was about to make a move, but was held back by Hancock, because she felt the powerful hockey. Advertisement. Can actually cultivate hockey to this level, isn't this kid really an old monster from the previous era? But this level is far from enough, so the cannonball. This is the strongest power. Biojack handed World a small cannonball, and World held it in his hand and threw it in Locke's direction, shouting. The cannonball with the armed color was magnified 50 times and was thrown towards Locke. If it was a few days ago to deal with this guy, it might still be difficult. Boom, 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 click. Yuluo Locke withdrew his right fist and put on a posture of accumulating power. Luffy felt that this scene seemed familiar, and Granny New looked at Locke in shock. The next second. This is the advanced use of hockey. During the Summit War, when Admiral used it to defend against Whitebeard's attack, World was shocked and said to himself when he saw this scene. Now we can confirm the reality of this dream, Locke said, taking a step back as he watched the huge cannonball flying in front of him. But now, Locke has completely sublimated, because he signed the fruit when he arrived at Daughter Island, and at that moment he was so excited that he thought he was dreaming. Biojack looked at Locke and was taken aback and quickly said to World. If you're not mistaken, he is Shira Locke, the legendary rookie that Whitebeard admitted is the strongest in the new era and beat Marine in Summit War. Momo 50 times the gun. 567. Locke still stretched out his hands with a smile on his face, and all the shells stopped in the air in the next second, and then exploded one after another. Chapter 250. More audiences. Grandma Nu sat down on the ground in surprise and stammered, pointing to Locke and said, this. Luffy said the truth. Locke, how did you know that Uncle Whitebeard's trick? The Empress on the side was also shocked, looking at Locke's back and lamenting the terrifying strength of this man. The World on the opposite side was even more shocked. He couldn't be more familiar with this move. Now that he sees it again, he can still recall the terrifying power of that man. That's right, the devil fruit that Locke checked in on Daughter's Island is the fruit of the dead Whitebeard, Paramesha shock fruit. This symbolizes the strongest fruit. After Locke gets it, he can be said to ascend to heaven in place, and his strength has soared several levels. It only takes a period of time to master the fruit ability. Locke felt that he could hit Akainu on the ground. This fruit has greatly improved Locke's strength, so Locke will be so confident again. Just when everyone was shocked, Locke slowly walked to a stool behind him and said, "Sorry Luffy, I think it's better for you to deal with this guy, didn't you lose to him before, and you have to win back this time." Luffy said with a smile, "Of course. I will never lose this time." At this moment, Hancock suddenly said to Locke, "That, Luffy's partner, can you please save Sonia and Maria, concubine?" Locke didn't expect that Hancock would take the initiative to ask him for help, and Locke naturally wouldn't refuse, only to see bursts of lightning appearing under Locke's feet. Lei Shun. Advertisement. Zilla. Like a thunderbolt whose speed was too fast to capture, Locke directly rescued the two of them while blocking World's face. This move shocked everyone again. Locke's 3000 thunder movements is not perfect, but needs Locke to cultivate himself. After defeating the Golden Lion, Locke will seize the time to practice every day. Now that he has reached the second level, Lei Shun's speed can be said to be so fast that people can't react at all. Even if he reacts, he can't keep up with the speed. It is many times faster than shaving, but in fact World can keep up. This guy's Momo fruit is also very pervert. It's just that it's a bit useless in this guy's hands, because his physical skills are not strong, and it's unimaginable if the 100-fold increase of Momo fruit is used for speed and strength. The next thing was that Luffy and Hancock joined forces to attack, and Locke was quietly watching the battle from the sidelines. Another reason why he didn't attack was because the system didn't let him come. Hawkeye chuckled and said, "It really is you. Hehehehehehe. You are quite cute, come and be my subordinate, super negative ghost." Backquote, hehehe. You are really disgusting, I don't want it anymore. Hawkeye also looked at Locke, and Perona hid behind Hawkeye in surprise and shouted, "How is it possible, aren't you dead? Could it be a ghost?" Locke suddenly lost the calmness he had before. To be honest, he is not afraid of Admiral now with his strength, but he has to be afraid of this woman. Advertisement. It didn't take long for the first warrior of World to be blocked by Luffy 3 times and punched to end the fight. This guy was already defeated and was going to continue to block him. At this time, another acquaintance came. At present, only Usopp is known to be able to resist the negative ghost. Anyway, Locke can't resist it without thinking, so when he sees Perona appearing, Locke instinctively wants to hide. Also, let me be born before the amoeba and the Daphnia. Locke. Yeah, now I am gradually worthy of the title of strongest. Buggy originally planned to wait for Luffy to solve it, and he went up to claim the credit, but when he saw Hawkeye appearing, he was already not calm, and then he saw Locke, and he thought he had seen a ghost. Locke also responded with a smile. "Long time no see, Hawkeye." I jumped directly on the boat, and there was actually another group of people watching the battle at this time, that is, the clown Buggy who accidentally became 7 warlords of the sea in his group, the Lord is with them too. Mo Tien. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, Shock Fruit, has been issued. The next sign-in location. Daughter's Island. Conditions after winning the match with Rayleigh. Reward. Quan Bingquan. Although Perona didn't find Locke, but a person had already rushed towards Locke, and Locke also felt his breath. His check-in task is actually. So his real target is Rayleigh. This guy can no longer pose a threat, just save it for Luffy to gain experience. Locke just needs to watch the battle from the sidelines, and then make a move if there is an unexpected situation. Hawkeye. Not only did he not die, but he also became much stronger. As the huge negative ghost passed through his body, the warrior immediately fell to his knees and said to himself. Chapter 251. Leave the finishing work to me. Rubber jet fire pistol. Boom. Locke, who was chatting, suddenly heard the movement on the world ship behind him, turned around and said, "It seems that it's over, it's time to wrap up, do you want to go together?" Hawkeye came to Locke and said, "You should be a dead man now, aren't you afraid of being exposed in front of Marine?" Locke responded with a smile. "It doesn't matter, it's better to be exposed, it's an announcement to the world that I'm still alive." The seriously injured world limped out. After entering the bow, a huge turret also appeared. The shells released by this thing combined with World's ability could directly destroy an island. At this time, the Marine side has also arrived, and Akainu, the leader of the team, raised his hand, and a meteor volcano began to bomb the World ship, and his huge turret was also shot down. World hurriedly supported all the ships in front of him with both hands. Momo 100 times 607 cannon. Boom. After the huge cannonball was launched, it became bigger and bigger again under the boost of Momo fruit, until it became a huge cannonball that blocked the sun. Hawkeye, who was about to shoot at this scene, suddenly paused and looked at Locke. Locke was also a little surprised, but he understood what Hawkeye meant, so Locke smiled and moonwalk stepped into the air, and the golden light flashed in his left hand instantly. The blinding light could blind their eyes the next moment. The power of the left hand is 100 times. Advertisement. Boom. The left fist pierced through the sky-covering cannonball with golden terrifying energy, and then the force continued to explode and hit the island ship of the world in an instant. Everything was reduced to ashes, only World and a few of his men were left floating on the water, and Marine immediately began to report. Marshal Akainu. This AJFA, golden light and the one half a year ago. Akainu. I know, I didn't expect you to be alive. Locke. Locke returned to the boat and Hawkeye said flatly, a power I've never seen before. Locke nodded and smiled. Yeah, reborn from the ashes, with a brand new calendar area. I will discuss with you when I have time. Hawkeye's serious eyes did not seem to be joking. Locke understood that Hawkeye had regarded him as a strong man on the same level as himself, and after Locke nodded in response, Hawkeye took Perona away. Locke returned to the ship of the 9 Snake Pirates. Luffy and Hancock had returned. Luffy was slightly injured, and Hancock's clothes were slightly injured. Tricks. Shira's Fury, Bloody Fury, Shira's Shattering Fist, Blood Demon Slaying the Sky, Moonwalk hyphenation Point Change, Water Prison, 3000 Thunders. Devil Fruit. Paramesha Shock Fruit. If Locke knew what Hancock was thinking, he would definitely cry for grievances. How could he not be moved? And now Hancock is still disheveled and revealing spring everywhere. This panel can be understood as manually developing moves, combining moves that you think can be strengthened by superimposing them in pairs to enhance their power. Advertisement. Locke passed by casually, waved his hand and said, "Okay, got it, let's go back, I have something to do with Rayleigh." Hockey. Knowledge Color, Conquerors, Armed Color. Hancock was interrupted by Locke, and looked at Locke with some surprise. If he had done it before, he would definitely think this behavior was very rude, but if it was Locke who did it. Although Hancock is really good looking, it can be said that he has a ceiling of appearance, but Locke has been in this world for a long time, and he has not valued the so-called love. Hancock's inner thoughts are, why doesn't he have any unreasonable thoughts about me? It's impossible. Is there any man besides Luffy who doesn't fall in love with my charm? Name. Wolf D. Locke. Locke returned to the cabin and fell asleep in an attempt to calm himself down. The voices of people chatting could still be heard outside, and Locke began to study his own panel. Right arm, Fantasy Killer. Has the ability to eliminate all devil fruit. Weakened to a certain extent here. What he pursues is to keep getting stronger through passionate battles. Sonya and Maria, who have recovered after seeing Locke come back, thank Locke. There is still a big difference between the combination panel and the previous fusion panel. First of all, it will not let the original moves be blocked. Locke is just trying to restrain his desires. He is not a straight steel man like Luffy Zoro. If he can't help being found out about his situation, he will lose his face. Talent. Heart of Shira, the heart transformed from the fruit of Shira, which gives the host the ability of Shira in human form, and can master the tricks and talents of the fruit of Shira even without transformation. The panel has been introduced to Locke. The key is that the fusion function is gone, and it is replaced by a panel called bonding, according to Locke's research. The Empress also blushed and said to Locke with a somewhat unconvinced look, "I am also very grateful for your help, although I don't hate you, but my heart already belongs to my dear Luffy, so you